Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. High in the dense jungle, a woman was lying on her side on a throne made of bones. If anyone else sees this throne, they will definitely call a reporter to report it immediately. Without him, this throne is made of a huge amount of dinosaur skull, a skull that is more than 10 meters long. The woman has a graceful figure and carries unparalleled charm in every move. In her pale golden eyes, holiness and charm coexist. However, the woman's long hair is a bit creepy. It's not just ordinary long hair, but it's made up of sharp tentacles, or bundles of nerve links. Ha! The woman yawned, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. It seems that all the special genes on the island have been collected. She gently clicked on the light screen in the perspective. Sarah Louise Kerrigan. Occupation, Blade Queen, Integration 10%. Speed : Strength : Wisdom : Psychic Power Level, 4, more levels will be unlocked with the number of dependents. Current Familia, Zerg, number 74,533. Ability, Dominate Charm, Gene Analysis, Gene Sublimation. Unlocked buildings, Hatchery, Lair, Splitting Pool, Evolution Room, Hydralis Cave. Collecting more special genes unlocks other buildings. She was a man named Jiang in her previous life, and now she is Kerrigan, Queen of Blade. Kerrigan traveled through time 10 days ago and awakened her gold finger. Heart of the Swarm. The function of Heart of the Swarm is very simple. Kerrigan only needs to continue to collect various genes to evolve more special bugs, and then he can gradually increase his body's integration and exert stronger strength. At the same time, Kerrigan can also use the Heart of the Swarm to build various Zerg buildings. Relying on the system, Kerrigan quickly began to explore the area where she was. Seeing groups of strange creatures that were several times larger than those in the outside world, she quickly understood where she had come. Skull Island. Or rather, Kong Island. Although there are various deadly creatures and miasmas on Skull Island, these are nothing to the constitution of Blade Queen. Although the initial integration speed is only 1%, Kerrigan is enough to crush the island. All living things. Easily taking out huge amounts of dinosaurs, Kerrigan began building various Zerg structures. Now, her Zerg has occupied most of the island, and countless creatures are trembling under the fangs and claws of the Zerg. But Kerrigan doesn't want to kill them all. Many of the creatures here are still very interesting. Such as the gorilla. Talk about CAO arrives. Kerrigan suddenly heard a loud roar. Xiaojin is here. She raised her eyebrows and stood up. The surrounding insect swarms dispersed, and a huge amount of heads slowly approached the peak of her throne. Seeing Kerrigan, the gorilla exhaled hot air from its nostrils and forced a crooked smile. Xiaojin, I feel like I haven't improved on the island. Kerrigan stepped forward and touched King Kong's big face. I want to go somewhere else. King Kong scratched his face, a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Kerrigan showed a faint smile and said, It's okay. I will come back to see you when I have time. King Kong nodded and suddenly got into the jungle again. Kerrigan was a little curious, what was King Kong going to do? But he saw King Kong handing over a pile of extremely well-preserved clothes. Kerrigan raised her eyebrows. It seemed that it was left by someone who had previously explored Skull Island. But she doesn't need this. Her body's skin can change clothes. But, put it on when you go out. Kerrigan accepted King Kong's gift. After choosing the two best-looking items, Kerrigan put on her clothes. She waved again, and an insect queen came over. Have you seen any ships approaching Skull Island in the past 2 days? Queen, the swarm has discovered that a cruise ship is approaching the waters of Skull Island. It is only 50 nautical miles away from us. The queen conveyed the message to Kerrigan through the Zerg psychic network. A slight smile appeared on Kerrigan's beautiful face. I believe they won't mind having one more distinguished passenger. In an exquisite coffee house, Kerrigan was enjoying fragrant coffee. And she is the focus of the entire coffee house. Many men and women looked at Kerrigan with intense eyes, and the small note in front of Kerrigan almost took up the entire table. But she didn't care, but she was a little troubled. The ability Domination Charm is passive and is very useful when facing wild animals, but it is a bit uncomfortable for Kerrigan when facing humans. Regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, as long as you see Kerrigan, you will feel attachment and affection in your heart. She sighed, ignored the distractions around her, and started typing on the laptop in front of her. She used psychic invisibility before to bypass the border inspection of Beautiful Country and successfully entered Beautiful Country. Through a series of operations, she successfully obtained the identity of the Beautiful Country. It is said that it was also the credit of King Kong. The pile of clothes it gave contained the identity information left by the Beautiful Country scientists. Kerrigan spent some money and succeeded. Make yourself a beautiful Huxia. The Zerg are quite good at burrowing into the ground to find resources, and Kerrigan is not short of money at all. Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Group, announced that he has successfully developed a new missile. Stark Group's stock price rose by 3% again. This weapon's inventor, known as the legendary genius, received countless support. Kerrigan frowned slightly as she watched the news. I thought it was the Skull Island world, but turned out to be the Marvel world. Let Marvel be Marvel, she doesn't care which world she is in. However, the idea of letting the Zerg devour the planet has to come to nothing. The Earth in the Marvel world is the birthplace of the Celestials. Although she is not weak now, Kerrigan has no intention of going head-to-head with the Celestials. If you want the Zerg to gain more development, you have to find a way to look to outer planets. The corners of her mouth raised slightly. This world has countless powerful genes, and these powerful genes will be delivered to your door. It's great. Waving his hand, the waiter came over. Dear madam, is there anything I can do for you? Bill, please. Kerrigan stood up like a beautiful butterfly, paid the bill, and walked out of the cafe under the reluctant eyes of everyone. At the moment it was almost night, and Kerrigan was going back to her hotel to rest. She was going to wait for those guys with powerful genes to show up. Just as she walked through a street, she saw a beautiful woman walking in front of her holding a book. Behind her, there was a young man with his head lowered and his face could not be seen clearly. Kerrigan didn't care and continued on her way. The beautiful woman glanced at her, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Peter, come on, we have to get the information back before the professor loses his temper. The woman suddenly shouted loudly. The man named Peter was startled and he quickly raised his head. Okay, here you go. He hurried through Kerrigan and followed the woman away. When Kerrigan saw Peter's face, she was slightly startled and narrowed her eyes. I didn't expect that I would encounter a bug when I came up. I wonder if he is Spider-Man now or an ordinary person. Chapter 2. A tiny bug emerged from Kerrigan's sleeve. This is a pseudomorphic insect she transformed using ancient mimicking creatures she found on Skull Island. It can perfectly integrate with the surrounding environment, and can also mimic some special items to serve as cover. Kerrigan still has it on her hair. Several pseudomorphs. Although the pseudomorphs have basically no fighting power, they are definitely good at tracking and reconnaissance. The pseudomorph quickly jumped to the ground and followed Parker and his group in the darkness. After Kerrigan received the response that the pseudomorphs had caught up, she chuckled and went back to rest. The days are long, isn't it? Another weekend, Peter received news that a large-scale technology exhibition was about to begin. He excitedly wanted to invite his classmates, especially Mary Jane. Unfortunately, the classmates in the class laughed at Peter for being too boring. Those boring science and technology exhibitions are not as good as going out for an outing. In desperation, Peter had no choice but to go alone. At the science and technology exhibition, Peter excitedly held the camera and took pictures non-stop. He didn't notice that a little Spider-Man crawled onto his finger and gave him a hard bite. Ouch! Peter covered his hands and screamed, and immediately slapped the little Spider-Man to death. What bad luck, damn it! Peter muttered something, put away the camera and prepared to check whether the spider was poisonous. He didn't notice that not far behind him, a tall and beautiful woman shook her head sadly. It's better to be a little late. Forget it, it's the beginning of meeting Spider-Man. Kerrigan sighed, turned, and walked away. Wednesday morning. Midtown High School principal's office. The white-haired principal looked at the document in his hand with a smile. Miss Sarah Louise Kerrigan, your information is very complete. We agree that you can enter Midtown High School and thank you very much for your strong support to the school. Kerrigan, who was sitting opposite, showed a warm smile. Definitely, I am honored to join Midtown High School and I believe I will spend a great time here. The two stood up and shook hands, and the principal's secretary took Kerrigan to the classroom. As a wealthy man, Kerrigan easily entered Midtown High School and became classmates with Parker and others. However, the school also thought she was here for gold plating and gave her high privileges. There were countless people like Kerrigan who spent a lot of money to fund the school just to get a diploma and then go to a good university. But the principal still had some doubts, because this beautiful woman could go to college, so why did she choose to go to high school? He didn't bother to care about this. Maybe he was a rich man who wanted to reminisce about his high school career. This is the case in this beautiful country. If you have money, you are God. Peter, wake up, the teacher is calling you to answer a question. Jane on the side shook Parker awake. Peter opened his eyes and realized that the teacher on the podium was staring at him ferociously. Mr. Peter Parker, are my classes so boring? Maybe I should change careers and become a hypnotic ability teacher. There was a burst of laughter in the classroom. Peter stood up awkwardly and apologized profusely. After finally solving the trouble, as soon as Parker sat down, Jane came over and said, Parker, what's going on? What did you do last night? It's okay, I just didn't get enough rest. Peter scratched his head, afraid to tell the truth. If Jane knew that she went back last night and went to do black boxing to make money, the two of them would definitely not even be friends. 2 days ago, while visiting a science exhibition, he was bitten on the hand by a strange spider. Soon after, Peter suddenly discovered that he had extraordinary abilities. He had gained extraordinary strength, agility, and the ability to crawl effortlessly on any surface. He also had a keen super perception. Spider telepathy. Although he can't spin silk, he makes up for it with a gizmo of his that shoots webs. Peter has not yet decided how to use his ability, but due to family problems, his first thought is to use special ability to make money. Peter doesn't dare to commit crimes, but there's no problem with black boxing. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the classroom door suddenly. Everyone was stunned and found that the principal's secretary was standing at the door, followed by a girl. "Excuse me, Teacher Sinyo, there is a new student in your class." The principal's secretary said with a smile and made room for Kerrigan. "This is Miss Sarah Louise Kerrigan. She will be your classmate from now on. I hope you will welcome her." Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly and walked to the podium. "Hello everyone, I am Kerrigan. I am very happy to be my classmate with you." The breathing of everyone in the classroom stagnated slightly, regardless of gender. It's not that everyone is out of sorts, but Kerrigan is simply too charming. Kerrigan stood there, wearing a purple chiffon dress, with her long burgundy hair hanging freely, and the slightly curly hair covering her chest. She looked hazy and beautiful, making the viewer think about it. The long skirt reaching the knees, revealing 2 fair and slender calves. The pair of soft white and slender feet are wearing a pair of 8 cm high diamond-encrusted high-heeled sandals, which makes her figure even more graceful. Kerrigan was originally tall, about 1.7 meters tall. She wore high-soled sandals, which made her even more tall and slender. Coupled with her peerless appearance and cold temperament, standing there, she looked like a goddess carved from white marble. "People admire you. A generous gift crab. The goddess has arrived." Everyone blinked and whispered. Kerrigan didn't care and just stared at everyone. The teacher responded quickly and quickly asked Kerrigan to find a seat by himself. There were not many people in the class at Beautiful Country High School, so Kerrigan pointed casually. "Just next to that girl." Mary Jane was stunned. She was referring to me? The boys and girls around him all cast envious looks at Jane. The first time Jane saw Kerrigan, she was deeply attracted. Kerrigan came to Jane's side leisurely like a goddess walking on earth. Several attentive boys quickly set up a table for Kerrigan, and the turmoil in the classroom finally subsided. Kerrigan smiled and said, "Hello." Jane didn't know why, but she felt her face heat up rapidly. She stammered in reply, "Hello, Kerrigan. No need to be restrained, I'm older than you, you can call me Sister Sarah." Kerrigan chuckled, all in style. Jane whispered, "Sister Sarah." As soon as the teacher left the classroom, the boys wanted to get close to Kerrigan, but they saw a group of girls rushing in front of Kerrigan faster than them. "Sister Kerrigan, you are so beautiful. Which cosmetics are you using? Your clothes are so beautiful. I have never seen clothes of this style before." Facing the turmoil of Ying and Yan, Kerrigan looked calm and dealt with them one by one, and Jane also joined in. Peter, who was sitting on the other side of Jane, felt a little uncomfortable. He was originally very happy to have the girl he liked sitting next to him, but for some reason, he always felt a sense of crisis when Kerrigan came. Soon, the news spread throughout Midtown High School that there was a super beautiful transfer student in Peter's class. The strong rugby players wanted to show off their physiques in front of this charming lady, but they were directly overwhelmed by countless girls. The girls shouted in unison that Kerrigan's eyes must not be stained by filthy boys, and they spontaneously formed a Kerrigan support club. Kerrigan smiled slightly, not objecting to this behavior. As a king, shouldn't it be appropriate to have a lot of support? Lunchtime. Kerrigan quickly became good friends with Jane and others, and they ate together. Jane doesn't know what's wrong with herself to have such strong curiosity and yearning for Kerrigan. In order to show off in front of Kerrigan, she began to talk endlessly about the project she had started with the professor. "Project? We are still high school students. Isn't it too early to participate in this?" Kerrigan asked suspiciously after hearing this. "It's getting late, Sister Sarah, let me tell you, we are participating in a very great project." Chapter 3. Kerrigan became interested. Although she heard Jane and others talking about sending materials to the professor last night, she really didn't take it to heart. Jane became even more excited when she saw that Kerrigan was interested in listening. "Sister Sarah, you don't know. Our school has a visiting professor named Ham Smith. He comes to the school to give lectures from time to time. Because I did well in biology, I was accepted as a student by the professor. The professor said that as long as the subject once completed, he will directly invite me to study at Imperial University. Oh? What topic? Kerrigan asked with interest. I don't know the specifics, but it's about human biology. The content of the subject is actually very large. We high school students will definitely not be able to complete all the subjects. I heard from the professor that we are actually responsible for a smaller part of the subject, but even if it is, the smaller parts are also amazing. Jane chuckled. The professor said that there is actually a super large company behind this project that is funding the experiment. He is going to take us to that company when there is new progress in the project, and we may be able to join that big company in the future. I see. Kerrigan nodded slightly and calmly placed a pseudomorphic insect on Jane's body. She really wanted to know what topic the Professor Jiang mentioned was busy with. Since it was studying human biology, it might also be useful to the Zerg. Late at night, Peter climbed out of the door and window, and after making sure no one noticed him, he put on his hood and flew into the night sky. He walked all the way to the door of a nightclub and waved his pass at the door. Entering the nightclub, bypassing the noisy crowd above, Peter made his way to the basement. It's noisier here than above. In an iron cage, two burly men were violently colliding with each other, making a violent noise. The audience outside the cage cheered in unison. Hit him and poke him in the eye. Hit him hard. At this moment, the clashing muscles, the sweat, the roaring, and waving banknotes formed an extremely distorted picture. On the other side, Kerrigan was watching TV in the hotel with a trace of disdain in her eyes. The tactics without any skills are extremely ugly. Soon, it was Peter's turn. Spider Boy's reputation has already become famous in this underground boxing gym, and many people come to watch boxing just because of him. Peter won the victory effortlessly, but after several battles, he still suffered some minor injuries and bled a little. When he wasn't paying attention, a few drops of his blood disappeared into thin air. Kerrigan gets good news from the mimics. Peter's blood is already available. Kerrigan showed a satisfied smile. It's really simple. You can come back. I would like to see what interesting discoveries will be made about Spider-Man's genes. At the command, the mimic jumped off Peter quickly, blended into the crowd and disappeared. Within 10 minutes, the mimic returned to Kerrigan's room. It spat out a few drops of blood, and Kerrigan's hand gently touched the blood. Acquire special genes, nuclear radiation spider gene fragments, integration increased to 10.1%. Yes, very good genes, but Peter is the chosen one to become Spider-Man. Under normal circumstances, his body will definitely be riddled with holes and suffer from excessive blood loss because his body cannot handle the genetic mutation. Die. Kerrigan nodded with satisfaction. Queen, I have sent back the genetic information. Skull Island is going to start trying to copy genes and integrate experiments. Do you understand? Through the Zerg psychic network, the Zerg Queen quickly responded. As you command, Queen. Kerrigan nodded with satisfaction. Although the integration provided by Spider-Man was not much, it was enough. Mary Jane's home. Although it was already late at night, she was still awake. The professor sent some new questions over, and she was staying up late to deal with them. The coffee next to her was already cold, but Jane still drank it without caring. I'm finally done with it. I'll just leave it to the professor tomorrow. Rubbing her sore eyes, Jane stretched. I really don't know what this project is about and why I am asked to analyze leech gene fragments. Yawning, Jane continued working. Leech. Kerrigan frowned slightly in the hotel. She thought for a moment, got up and walked out of the hotel. Driving all the way to the outskirts, Kerrigan found a relatively remote location, released a few pseudomorphs as a warning, and opened the heart of the swarm. To build a hatchery, I need some Zerg activity. Following her order, a lump of meat began to form on the ground, and it soon took shape into a hatchery. Originally, Kerrigan did not plan to establish a sub-base on land. The goal was too big, and there were all kinds of monsters in the Marvel world, which might cause unnecessary trouble. But now she is becoming more and more interested in the topic studied by Professor Jiang. It is difficult to obtain more information with just a few pseudomorphs in her hand. Moreover, Kerrigan doesn't like to do it herself and rely on the Zerg. Naturally, we need to arrange for the Zerg to be the vanguard. However, as soon as the first larva jumped out of the hatchery, Kerrigan was keenly aware of inexplicable fluctuations around her. She condensed her expression and turned to look behind her. An orange circle of light appeared, and a bald woman slowly walked out of the circle of light. Kerrigan's eyes narrowed slightly, and sure enough, the Ancient One magician appeared. Hello fellow traveler from Otherworld. The Ancient One walked out of the portal and looked at Kerrigan with a calm and peaceful expression. I am the magician Ancient One, the guardian of Duran's star. What do you want to do? Ancient One glanced at the hatchery, his expression fluctuating slightly. Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly, as you can see, open a sub-base. Kerrigan was not doubtful that the Ancient One knew that she was a visitor from other world. This magician held the time gem, and by traveling to the future, his appearance was definitely not on the timeline of this world. The Ancient One stared at Kerrigan silently for a long time and said, "May I know why you came to this world?" "Well, you can think I'm here for a trip," Kerrigan said calmly. Ancient One narrowed his eyes, "But I feel endless hunger and desire from the buildings you built and these creatures. Don't worry, the Zerg are not invaders of this world. They are all well behaved." Kerrigan touched the shell of the larva next to her, "As long as I'm here." Ancient One nodded slowly, "Zerg? A very appropriate name. Well, I hope you can take good care of your Zerg. Since you have come to this world, please do your duty as a guest and don't cause trouble." "Oh." Kerrigan's expression changed when she heard this. "Who do you think you are?" As a king, Kerrigan never knew what it meant to bow her head, and the Ancient One's posture made her very unhappy. The Ancient One smiled and said, "I am the Asgardian of this world, and I will never allow any abnormal situations to happen." Chapter 4. Kerrigan sneered disdainfully, "So, respected magician, guardian of the Blue Star, have you forgotten where your power comes from? Or maybe you have been aloof for so long that you have forgotten the meaning of respect." Hearing this, Ancient One was shocked. This visitor from other worlds seems to know something. She was about to deduce something, but she found Kerrigan suddenly opened her arms, a pair of bone wings spread out, her clothes changed into her fighting posture, the link bundle on her head was flying, and the golden light in her beautiful eyes was shining brightly. Bold. The person in front of you is the Blade Queen of the Zerg. After seeing Kerrigan's true form, Ancient One's pupils shrank. She narrowed her eyes, then bowed slowly. "I thought you were a traveler who entered this world by mistake. I didn't expect you to be the king of your race. I apologize for my rudeness." Kerrigan raised her lips and said, "That's about right." Although her strength is definitely not as strong as the Ancient One who can directly talk to Odin, she can't lose even if she loses. "Her Majesty Queen Blade, although I don't know why you came to our world, please and your Zerg do not cause disaster in this world," Ancient One said slowly. "Is this a request?" Kerrigan said calmly. "Yes." Ancient One lowered his head and said. The ability that Kerrigan showed just now made the Ancient One secretly frightened. Besides, she didn't know how much power the Zerg had behind Kerrigan. It didn't matter if she lowered her head in front of such a strong person. "Very good, I agree to your request. Don't worry, I have no interest in this world. I am just traveling temporarily. My Zerg is just to collect some special genes." Kerrigan raised her hand, and the worker bees on her side quickly burrowed into the forest and began to search for various biomass. "Unless there are special circumstances, the Zerg will not go out. You can rest assured. As a guest, I have no interest in making the host's house a mess." Ancient One nodded, "If your Majesty is interested, you can come to the Himalayas to chat with me at any time. I think we will have a lot to talk about." Kerrigan smiled slightly, "If I am free, I will go. Maybe I can solve a little trouble for you." The Ancient One was stunned for a moment, then smiled, "Yes, maybe. Then, I will take my leave, your Majesty." "Please." Ancient One walked back into that circle of light. After Kerrigan waited for the aperture to disappear, she nodded slightly, "You have to increase your integrity quickly, otherwise it's hard to say if you meet her next time. You can't be an enemy of her now. But the teleportation magic is really a good ability. Maybe it can be used against her." Ancient One comes here for advice. The Marvel world has many power systems, and Kerrigan is also very interested in these power systems. Before the integration degree reaches 100%, she cannot lead the insect swarm to carry out collective time and space teleportation, and the magic door of the Ancient One allows Kerrigan to lead the large core to move before the integration degree reaches 100%. After dealing with the matter on the Ancient One, Kerrigan began to focus on her hatchery again. With the hard work of the larvae, a large amount of biomass was quickly collected, and Kerrigan began to build various Zerg buildings one by one. Unfortunately, the tunnel worms require a higher level Zerg base to create, so Kerrigan can only arrange for worker bees to work harder first. She trained a new insect queen. "This sub-base must be hidden. From now on, you will operate underground. If necessary, I will call you at any time and arrange for the worker bees to establish a network of channels underground in New York to facilitate dispatch at any time. As you command, Queen. Also, we need to start studying countermeasures against satellites and other detection methods, and I will transmit the relevant data." After explaining everything and watching a bunch of Zerg buildings sink into the ground, Kerrigan nodded with satisfaction and drove back to the hotel. The relationship between Jane and Kerrigan has grown by leaps and bounds, and the two have become good friends who talk about everything. However, Peter's dissatisfaction with Kerrigan became more and more intense, and Kerrigan was keenly aware of this. She was too lazy to pay attention to this. The little bug now was just a brat. In the evening, after Kerrigan said goodbye to Jane, the pseudomorph reported that Jane had gone to a research institute. Kerrigan leaned elegantly on the sofa and narrowed her eyes slightly. Well, then I can know what Jane's professor is doing. Jane held the folder and walked among a group of researchers wearing white coats. She went straight to the office on the top floor of the institute and knocked on the door. Professor Smith, it's me, Mary Jane, I sent the information. The door opened, and a white-haired old man received Jane with a smile. Oh, my good student, you are really amazing. Your speed is much faster than those drunkards. Jane showed a shy smile. Professor, you have given me the award. Not at all. You have to know that our team is the fastest progressing on the entire project. It all depends on you. The professor smiled and poured a cup of hot coffee for Jane. In a few days, you and Peter will prepare and come with me to the company. It said that awards will be awarded to both of you. Real. Jane is overjoyed, she can finally know the true face of the company. Jane didn't notice that a small bug quietly crawled down from her hair, and then merged with the entire office. After Jane left, Professor Smith opened a computer with a relaxed expression and entered a series of instructions. A login page appeared. The professor expertly entered his account number and password, and then a pattern appeared. It was a pattern that looked like an umbrella, red and white. He didn't expect that there was another pair of eyes looking at the pattern in this room. Kerrigan stood up suddenly in the hotel. Umbrella. It turns out that this world is not only the Marvel world, but a collection of American comic worlds. It is clear, then, what Professor Smith is working on. T-virus. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Interesting, so interesting. A complete world of treasures. However, it's not okay to let the umbrella cause any kind of biological crisis. It's best to control the umbrella in your own hands. When she checked the information, she couldn't find any information related to the umbrella company. It seemed that they were hiding it. Kerrigan tapped her fingers on the table. We must first find the base of the umbrella, and then control all the personnel. These guys are probably hiding underground. Let's arrange for the Zerg to search for them. The next day, Kerrigan was chatting and laughing with Jane as usual. She didn't notice that Peter on the side looked at her with an increasingly unhappy look. Peter looked at the two of them and silently made a decision. There was a physical education class this morning. Kerrigan and others changed into sportswear and went to the playground. As soon as the teacher announced free time, Kerrigan was ready to go back to the classroom. She was not interested in doing any sports. However, Peter stopped Kerrigan. Is something wrong? Kerrigan frowned slightly. Peter took a deep breath. Kerrigan, can you stay away from Jane in the future? Chapter 5. Oh. Kerrigan smiled. Are you begging me? Upon hearing this, Peter frowned and looked more serious. No, I'm warning you. Warn. The dispute between the two quickly attracted other students. Jane also came over. She was a little at a loss. She saw her two good friends suddenly quarreling, and she didn't even know why they were quarreling. Seeing everyone approaching, Peter's face twitched. He had planned to warn Kerrigan quietly, but now he had to use force. Kerrigan suddenly laughed, so wildly that she almost couldn't stand upright. Why are you laughing? Seeing Kerrigan's expression, Peter was very annoyed. I'm laughing at you for not overestimating your abilities, boy, who do you think you are? Kerrigan put away her smile and turned cold. Originally thinking that Peter was just a kid, Kerrigan didn't want to pay much attention to him. Moreover, now that Spider-Man's genes have been obtained, Kerrigan didn't want to pay much attention to him. Unexpectedly, this kid actually dared to threaten me. It seems that with the super ability, this kid is a little crazy and can't find his way. I am. Peter just spat out two words and suddenly retracted them. He clenched his fists and twisted his face. Don't worry about who I am, I'm telling you, if you don't stay away from Jiang, I will give you a good look. Peter swung his fist suddenly, trying to punch Kerrigan. The students around him were shocked because Peter's movements were so fast. Oh my god, why did Peter's speed change so fast? Isn't he an athletic idiot? Hearing these, Peter chuckled inwardly. According to his expectations, the petite-looking Kerrigan would definitely scream in fright. Without thinking, Kerrigan raised a finger lightly and blocked her fist in front of her face, unable to move at all. Peter's eyes widened. How could this be possible? He can knock over a strong man weighing hundreds of pounds with just one punch. The crowd of people watching also took a breath. Is this your confidence? Kerrigan smiled evilly, and then whipped her right leg, knocking Peter over. She stepped on Peter's chest and raised her head proudly. Boy, listen, I have no interest in playing around with a brat like you. Let's all be good classmates. I won't care about your rude behavior. If you do it again, I will break your legs. Get out of here. After that, she kicked Peter over 10 meters and walked away. The classmates around him quickly helped Peter up and asked about his condition. Peter, who was helped up, was stunned, not knowing what happened. Jane rushed up. Peter, are you okay? What happened to you and Sister Sarah? Seeing Jane, Peter felt a surge of anger in his heart for some reason. You don't have to worry about it. He pushed everyone away and quickly left the playground. The students looked at each other in shock. The incident happened suddenly, and no one knew what happened. However, they were quickly impressed by Kerrigan's display of strength. I didn't expect Kerrigan to be so strong. I didn't even notice Peter's speed just now, and she blocked it with one finger. Huxia Kung Fu. I don't know, Sister Sarah is so handsome, I want to ask her for advice. Ignoring the disturbing classmates, Jane came to the classroom anxiously. Kerrigan was sitting elegantly in her seat, dozing off. Sister Sarah, what happened just now? Hearing Jane's question, Kerrigan did not open her eyes. Your little boyfriend thinks that I have taken his position and wants to threaten me to stay away from you. Ah. Jiang waved her hands and said, Sister Sarah, you misunderstood. Peter and I are just ordinary friends, and I didn't expect that Peter would have such a big misunderstanding of you, Sister Sarah. I apologize to you for him. Jane herself didn't know why she was so eager to explain her relationship with Peter. Kerrigan waved her hand nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. It's just a teenager's anger, but that kid's strength is indeed pretty good. Hearing this, Jane was extremely confused. Peter, is he not weak? But he is obviously an athletic idiot. Kerrigan stood up and patted Jane's cheek. Silly girl, Peter is not as cowardly as you look. You have all been deceived by him. Jane frowned and began to think about Peter's recent behavior. It seems, since he came back from the technology exhibition last time, he has become very confident, so Jane has been treating him differently recently. Jane took a deep breath. Okay, I will ask Peter to find out. Jane found Peter in the school park. Peter was sitting on the stone bench with a dejected look on his face, not knowing what he was thinking. Peter, Sister Sarah said that your strength is not weak. Tell me, what are you hiding from me? Jane frowned at Peter. What she hated most was deception. Originally, Peter was still feeling frustrated that he had lost face in front of his classmates. Now that Jane was here, the first thing he asked was to question himself. This made Peter, who had recently gained ability and was somewhat arrogant, even more angry. Humph, what's there to say? Yes, I'm hiding it from you, I'm very powerful now. He slapped the stone pillar beside him so hard that it almost collapsed. Are you satisfied with this answer? Jane's eyes were shocked, but she also lost her temper. I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Let me tell you, Sister Sarah and I have nothing to do with each other, but your attitude today made me very angry. Don't do that in the future. Come to me. After that, Jane turned and left. As soon as she turned around, Jane felt tears pouring out of her eyes unconsciously. I thought Peter was a good person, but he turned out to be such a guy. I had intended to date him before, but now it seems that I am just blind. She ran away quickly. Peter stretched out his hand, wanting to keep it, but he put it down feebly. Kerrigan. Peter punched the stone table in front of him hard. I won't let you go. Kerrigan was about to go to lunch when she saw Jane rushing into the classroom. She hugged Kerrigan and cried, Sister Sarah, Peter really lied to me. Kerrigan quickly comforted her. Okay, don't cry. If you have any questions, Sister Sarah will help you with advice. The two came to the restaurant and found a secluded spot. What are you thinking about now? Jane adjusted her breathing. Isn't Peter just conceited because he is strong? I am stronger than him. Oh. A flash of thought flashed in Kerrigan's eyes. Really? Jane clenched her little fist. He thinks he is strong, then I will defeat him completely in the place where he thinks he is strong. Very well, maybe. I can help you achieve your wish. Kerrigan chuckled. However, power comes with a price. You are too excited now, so think about it and contact me. The progress on Skull Island is very fast. The copying of the Spider-Man gene has been basically completed, and new bugs are also being developed. It wouldn't be difficult for Kerrigan to create a female Spider-Man. A smile flashed in Kerrigan's eyes. Since this world is so interesting, it would be nice to add a little more fun. She quickly requested to improve Spider-Man's genes through the Zerg psychic network to remove the risk. Chapter 6. Before Jane could get an answer, Kerrigan received new news. Something happened to Peter's uncle. Peter took 2 days off to deal with his uncle's funeral. Then, Kerrigan saw in the newspaper the so-called Spider-Man, a vigilante operating at night in New York and Vietnam. Sister Sarah, Are you watching this Spider-Man too? Jane came over and said, I heard that the boys all admire this Spider-Man. He seems to be amazing. The corner of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. It's amazing. He stays up late at night and punishes evil and promotes good. He must be very lack of energy during the day. It would be great if I could be as strong as Spider-Man. Then I could also be a hero who punishes evil and promotes good, and let Peter fall in love with me. A trace of yearning flashed in Jane's eyes. She suddenly plucked up the courage. Sister Sarah, I've thought about it, I also want to gain strength. Very well, come with me to a place after school. Kerrigan smiled with satisfaction. Jane followed Kerrigan cautiously. Although Jane's family is considered middle class, it is unheard of for her to directly book a super suite in the most luxurious hotel in New York. Sit. Kerrigan motioned for Jane to sit down. She brought the newspaper again, pointed to Spider-Man on the newspaper and said, Do you know who Spider-Man is? How could I know? Jane is a little curious, why does Sister Sarah mention Spider-Man? But Kerrigan turned on the TV. Inside is a video. Spider-Man quickly shuttled through the building, and then jumped to the top of a building. He took off his mask and picked up a can of beer from beside him. Jane's eyes widened. This, how is this possible? Peter is Spider-Man. I got this through special means. This is what this kid relies on. As a Spider-Man, he must be extremely conceited. After all, he is now a Superman. Kerrigan chuckled and said, Now, do you still plan to gain power? Jane looked at Peter sitting on the rooftop on the TV and took a deep breath. No, sister, even if Peter is Spider-Man, I will never admit defeat. Yes, I have a way for you to also gain the power of Spider-Man, but is there a price? Kerrigan took out a tube of reagent and pushed it to Jane, her voice filled with endless charm. Drink it, and I will tell you the price. You can also choose to give up. I will make you forget what you see now and become an ordinary person again. This world is so interesting. Kerrigan doesn't want to be a tool just to improve integration. Wouldn't it be better to have a little fun? Jane looked at the reagent and licked her lips. Sister Sarah, who are you? Kerrigan smiled slightly, showing off her charm. Drink it, and you will be qualified to know. Jane's hands kept shaking, and she couldn't calm down after looking at the reagent for a long time. Finally, she picked up the reagent and drank it in one gulp. It tastes pretty good, strawberry. I know you like strawberries, so I specially prepared this flavor. Kerrigan stretched out her hand, and the door and window were suddenly sealed tightly. Then, her whole body began to glow with light, an exoskeleton armor was revealed, her bone wings opened wide, and her eyes glowed with dazzling light. Mary Jane, in front of you is the Queen of the Zerg, Blade Queen Kerrigan, and the price for your power is to be loyal to me wholeheartedly, do you understand? Looking at the extremely dazzling Kerrigan, Jane opened her eyes wide, and then slowly fell to her knees. Your will is my direction, Queen. Not long after sending Jane away, Kerrigan received good news from the Queen of the New York Underground base. They discovered the base of the Umbrella. Kerrigan put on casual clothes and took a car to Times Square in the center of New York City. She was a little surprised. She really didn't expect that the Umbrella New York base was actually underground in New York Times Square. Is this considered hiding out in the city? The Nidus worms reported that the base was surrounded by alloy. Although it could be chewed through, it would definitely alert the protective umbrella, so Kerrigan decided to see if there was any way to find their exit. The night is getting darker, but the noisy Times Square is still bustling with people. Kerrigan searched around and found no place that might be the exit of the Umbrella base. After thinking about it, she decided to leave a few bugs behind and go back to wait for news. On the other side, Mary Jane, who had just returned home, felt a little uncomfortable. It feels like something is growing on my fingers. She looked at her fingers carefully and found that there were traces of black hair. To say hair is probably inappropriate, it looks more like tentacles. At first, Jane thought she had encountered some kind of fur ball, but when she found that the tentacles could not be removed, she was instantly frightened. She jumped up and hit her head on the ceiling. The noise alerted Jane's parents. Baby, what's going on? It's okay, I accidentally fell. Jane quickly sent her parents away. Then, she felt as if something was about to burst out of the veins in her right hand. Jane raised her hand, and a white shadow spurted out, forming a silk screen. This is... Jane looked at the screen and licked her lips. As a top student in biology, she quickly determined that the silk webs she spewed were no different from those spewed by spiders, but were much more terrifying in strength and stickiness. Jane thought again of the tentacles on her fingers. She tries to climb the wall. Like a spider, Jane can easily climb and stop on walls. It's incredible, Sister Sarah, no, the Queen really gave me ability. Jane climbed down from the wall tremblingly. Then she was so excited that she almost screamed. Just when she wanted to jump to express her joy, she suddenly remembered that she almost had an accident when she jumped just now. Although I have the ability, I still don't know how to control this power. I have to learn to control it first. Jane suppressed the joy in her heart, and then began to experiment with her ability. She looked at the opening on her wrist and felt that it was too embarrassing to spray spider webs from the blood vessels. After a brief thought, I started to do it myself. The next morning, when Kerrigan arrived at school, she saw Jane greeting her with dark circles under her eyes. "Jane, what are you doing?" Jane lowered her head in embarrassment. That I didn't sleep well. It's okay, it's okay. It's not that Jane didn't sleep well, she didn't sleep at all. She made a mess of the things at home, and she was given a good scolding by her parents. Peter finally came to school. But he seemed a little lethargic and sleepy. Kerrigan and Jane both knew what he was doing that night and kept silent. Kerrigan sat with Jane at lunchtime. Peter triumphantly came over with the newspaper. "Guys, big news, Spider-Man has arrested 20 more criminals. He can't beat Kerrigan now, and he doesn't dare to stab Kerrigan. But now that I am a superhero, I definitely want to show off." Jane looked at the arrogant Peter and was furious. "What's there to be proud of? What are you going to do?" Kerrigan asked with interest. "Queen, you should be aware of this." Jane smiled evilly. Chapter 7. Late at night. New York Times Square finally fell silent. In the underground parking lot of a building on the east side of Times Square, a commercial vehicle stopped. Several big men in suits jumped out of the business car in a hurry. After checking around to confirm that no one was there, they moved a box out of the business car. They walked to the elevator and lifted the flap to reveal another set of buttons. After pressing the -30 button, several big men walked into the elevator with their boxes. After everyone left, a few small bugs loomed out next to the elevator in the parking lot, and soon disappeared. In the hotel, Kerrigan raised his eyebrows lazily. Did they finally show up? Fortunately, I arranged mimic bugs in the elevators of each building in advance. Since the Umbrella New Vietnam base is under Times Square, they must have a dedicated channel for transportation. Elevator is definitely the best choice. Now, we know their entrance and exit, but how do we let the bugs in? Kerrigan connected to the Zerg psychic network. Insect Queen, is there a way for us to make the mimic bugs mimic humans? Queen, the size of the mimic bugs is too small to do this at the moment, and our resources are not enough to produce infected people. Is that so? I understand. I will deal with the resource issue as soon as possible. The Skull Island side also has to look for suitable resources on the seabed. The ocean is a big treasure house. As you command, Queen. After giving the order, Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Soon, they will be loyal to the swarm. One punch knocked the gangster in front of him to the ground, and the gun in his hand was also knocked to the ground. Spider-Man put his hands on his hips, stepped on the pistol, and said with some pride, "Hey, man, your fire stick is useless." "Shit, Spider-Man, what are you crazy about? We are Kingpin's men. If you dare to hand us over to the police, you will definitely get nothing good." Even after being knocked to the ground, the gangster was still shouting, "Kingpin, I'm going to catch him one day." Spider-Man scratched his head. In fact, he had no idea who Kingpin was. Suddenly, the gangster put his hand to his waist and took out a pistol. Spider-Man didn't expect that this man was carrying two guns. At this critical moment, a spider web struck from a distance and stuck the gangster directly to the wall, unable to move. Spider-Man turned around suddenly and was surprised to find a woman with a good figure wearing tight clothes and her face covered with a cloth standing on the roof of the building looking at him. "Don't be careless at any time." The woman spoke, her voice smiling and smiling, as if she was making fun of Spider-Man. Spider-Man was stunned. Then, he saw the woman wave her hand, and a spider web sprayed to the top of the building, and then disappeared after a few jumps. Spider-Man didn't know what to say. He hurriedly sprayed out cobwebs, trying to catch up with the woman. But in New York, which is so big, it's not that easy to find someone. Peter found a rooftop and lifted his mask. Why is there someone who uses the same power as me? And a woman. He was so distraught now that he had no idea what was happening. On the other side, Jane quietly slipped back into the skylight of her house. Jane got into bed, clenching her little fists excitedly. "I did it! I did it!" This is Jane's first time to go out to do justice, and this is also the task Kerrigan gave her. The female Spider-Man is more famous than the Spider-Man. Although she was dissatisfied with Peter's current attitude, Jane still took action to save Peter when she saw him in danger. The next day, Jane came to Kerrigan excitedly with the newspaper. "Sister Sarah, look. The photo in the newspaper is extremely clear. It shows a good-looking masked woman holding a spider web as she walks between high-rise buildings. It looks like she was taking a selfie. Kerrigan raised an eyebrow. Who took this photo? It's a good shot. Jane's mouth felt a little unnatural. Well, it must have been taken by a reporter. He is very handsome. Kerrigan showed a slight smile. It's very good, but the costume is not very good looking. It looks too much like Spider-Man. You need to have your own characteristics. Jane nodded, thinking about designing her own battlesuit. Not long after, Peter came too. He became a little depressed. Seeing the extremely excited Jane, Peter muttered, "Isn't she just a female Spider-Man? How can she be better than a Spider-Man?" When Jane heard this, she immediately put her hands on her hips and said loudly, "The female Spider-Man is definitely better than the Spider-Man. With her here, the security of New York will definitely be greatly improved." Peter also got angry. Nonsense. As a Spider-Man, Peter has a sense of arrogance. He is an Asgardian in the dark. How could Jane be so demeaning? As soon as he rolled up his sleeves, he wanted to take action. But seeing Kerrigan on the side, he silently pulled back his sleeves. Seeing Peter flinch, Jane curled her lips disdainfully. Originally, she planned to show off her skills and shock Peter. Kerrigan on the side was sitting firmly on the Diaotai, watching the show with peace of mind. I wonder what the scene will be like when Peter finds out that the female Spider-Man is Jane. Definitely, quite exciting. Time passed like water. Kerrigan watched the newspaper reports every day. The female Spider-Man and the Spider-Man started a hunting competition to fight against night crimes in New York City. Every day, the number of prisoners they captured reached a new high. This really troubles the new Vietnam Police Department, and the cells can hardly be filled. But at the same time, everyone was puzzled by the listless appearance of Jane and Peter during the day. The two could only explain it under the guise of a research project. At the same time, Peter is no longer interested in venting his anger on Kerrigan. The target of his anger now becomes the female Spider-Man. Kerrigan had a headache. The energy problem is becoming more and more serious, and she needs to find new energy sources to resolve the crisis. Just after class, she saw the boys gathering together to look at their mobile phones. What big thing happened again? Jiang came over. Sister Sarah, big news. Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Group, was attacked by violent terrorists in the East and is now missing. Kerrigan took out her phone and checked the news. She murmured in a low voice, Iron Man's genes seem, nothing special, but this guy is good at developing energy, maybe. Kerrigan quickly made up her mind and ordered the king bugs that immediately floated near East Central to prepare to go out and rescue Tony Stark. A few days ago, after establishing the New York Zerg base, Kerrigan transmitted some electronic data back to Skull Island and ordered all the king bugs on Skull Island to complete their concealment and float around the world through air currents. This world is so exciting that Kerrigan needs many pairs of eyes to monitor it, and the Overlord worm is her eyes. The Skull Island base disguises the king insects into huge amounts of weather balloons, carrying some combat troops to fly around the world, and one king insect has almost arrived near Dongzhong. After receiving the order, the king insect floated leisurely over the desert and then landed. Then, countless Zerg jumped out from the king worm and burrowed into the sand. Kerrigan, who was far away in the beautiful country, smiled, I hope that guy won't be scared by the Zerg, they are very cute. Chapter 8. Make sure he doesn't die. The man whose face was covered with a turban dropped a bruised man in front of Dr. Ethan like he was dragging a dead dog, and spoke in blunt English. Dr. Ethan picked up the man at a loss and said, I am a physicist, not a doctor, and there are no conditions for treatment here. I don't care, if he dies, you die. After leaving these words, the masked man turned around and left. Damn it. Dr. Ethan sighed helplessly and began to try to treat the man in front of him. He wiped the blood from the man's face and was slightly stunned. Jesus, Tony Stark. When Tony woke up, he felt like there was something on his chest. He raised his head and saw a tall man shaving leisurely. You're awake. The man said without looking back. Who are you? Tony asked reluctantly. My name is Ethan. I am a PhD in physics. As you can see, I was also kidnapped by those guys. Dr. Ethan turned around and smiled. Tony lowered his head and found a round device on his chest, with a battery-like thing connected to the other end of the device. There's nothing you can do, there are too many shrapnels on your body. Dr. Ethan said as he handed Tony a glass bottle with several pieces of shrapnel inside. There are still a lot of shrapnel left in your body that cannot be removed. I can only put an electromagnet on your chest and use the car battery to activate the electromagnet to absorb the shrapnel, otherwise they will soon flow to you along your blood. Heart, you will really be dead at that time. Ethan smiled broadly. At this moment, the door of the cave where the two of them were was kicked open, and a group of men walked in with weapons raised. The two immediately held their heads in their hands, signaling that they were harmless. A bearded man walked towards Tony with a smile. "Mr. Stark, I'm sorry to invite you in such a special way." He handed them a piece of paper. "Our purpose is clear. As long as you can build huge amounts of missiles with the power you demonstrated before, we will ensure your safety." Ethan carefully took the paper, and when Tony took a look, he realized that it was a new missile just developed by his weapons research department. The two looked at each other in silence. Then, the bearded man forced the two of them out again. "This is our camp, it's very spectacular." The bearded man pointed at the violent terrorists coming and going, holding various weapons. And Tony noticed that the weapons and equipment around these people were all products of his own company. Tony's heart was extremely cold. After returning to the cave, Tony was heartbroken. He did not intend to help this group of violent terrorists, but was prepared to die. Ethan on the side saw Tony's gloomy expression and came to squat next to him. "Listen Tony, you can't give up. Now that it's happened, let's give it a try." Tony took a deep breath. "You're right, you can't give up." He stood up and shouted, "Get the equipment and materials, otherwise I can't build the missile." "Queen, the insect swarm has found traces of the human and can rescue him at any time." Overlord reported to Kerrigan the progress of the Zerg rescue operation. "What is that guy doing now?" "That human is working with another human, immersed in studying some kind of device." Kerrigan heard the words and thought for a moment, "Let's not rush to the rescue now. It is far better to provide icing on the cake than to provide help when it is time for him to wait until his steel armor is built before carrying out the rescue." "As you command, Queen." After disconnecting the Zerg spiritual network, Kerrigan looked at various information again. She needed to plan carefully how to maximize the benefits of the Zerg in the plot of Iron Man's birth. At the same time, she must also consider and prepare for contact with SHIELD. In the cave, Tony and Ethan were chatting and busy with what they were doing. "Ethan, what do you know about these guys?" Tony asked while taking apart the missile in front of him. "They are from an organization called the Freedom Fighters, and you know what they do. By the way, they are loyal buyers of your company." Ethan took a small bottle and found Tony holding a small piece of iron with tweezers. "It's okay, this is what I need most now." Tony nodded with satisfaction. "Ethan, help me dismantle all the weapons here. I need a lot of palladium." Ethan was stunned, but still followed Tony's instructions. In the cave on the other side, Big Beard and others were monitoring Tony's work through surveillance. However, for semi-illiterates like them, they couldn't understand what Tony and the two were doing. At this time, the soil around him trembled slightly. Everyone didn't care. In Chongjunyang, this situation is normal. "Perfect, so perfect." Ethan looked at the small arc reactor in Tony's hand. "You are really a super genius, Tony." Tony nodded with a smile, then definitely, "Come on, look at this." Tony installed the reactor on his chest, replaced the electromagnet, and took out another roll of paper. Ethan stretched out his head to look, and was shocked to find something like a steel armor drawn on the paper. That's my ultimate plan." Tony narrowed his eyes. "How about giving them a little surprise?" Tony's work is going very well. He has spent almost 3 days in this cave. Big Beard and the others never discovered that what Tony and the others built was not a missile at all. However, when they took the missile blueprint and looked over it for a long time, they finally found something was wrong. "Stop it!" Everyone rushed into Tony and Ethan's cave. "What on earth are you doing?" A bald man walked out of the crowd and stared coldly at Tony, the leader of the Freedom Fighters. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ethan insisted that what the two made was a missile. Snored. The bald man pulled Ethan over, pressed him next to the stove, and picked up a piece of charcoal. "Tell me the truth, or you'll eat it." Looking at the charcoal fire getting closer and closer in front of him, Ethan was sweating profusely. No, he is my assistant. If you hurt him, I will be completely unable to continue building missiles." Tony shouted quickly. Hearing this, the bald man thought for a moment. "Okay, I'll give you one more day. If I don't see the missile tomorrow, both of you will die." Putting down his harsh words, the bald man turned around and left. After everyone left, Ethan and Tony looked at each other with lingering fears and immediately started the building work. In the cave, the clanging sound of knocking echoed constantly. Finally, the sound stopped. The two took out another blueprint and began to plan their escape route. Chapter 9. In the early morning, Tony and the two began to assemble the armor. The bald man concentrated in front of the monitor, staring at the movements of the two people. When he found Tony standing there while Ethan started to install certain parts on Tony, he looked stunned. "Something's wrong, let's go check it out," the bald man ordered in a low voice. The two boys carried guns and headed to Tony's cave. "As soon as I touched the door, I heard a beeping sound from door to door. Then, there was a loud noise with incomparable heat waves and flames, and the two of them were blown away, and they were dead before their eyes. Damn it! The bald man was furious and immediately led people to rush towards Tony's cave. On the other side, Ethan was working nervously in front of the computer. Okay, it only takes a few minutes and the armor will be activated. Ethan raised his head, sweating profusely, and smiled at Tony. Ethan, hide quickly, I will take you out later. Tony shouted eagerly. Ethan glanced at the program being started, gritted his teeth, and picked up the weapon from the two people who were killed. Live well, Tony. Damn it, Ethan, don't go, you still have a family. Tony shouted. But I saw Ethan turn around and smile. Actually, my family has died in the war a long time ago. I am very relaxed now. With that, he rushed out of the cave with his rifle. Ethan. Damn it. Tony could only watch as Ethan rushed out. He knew that Ethan was going to sacrifice himself to save him. Ethan, who was holding a rifle, had just run out of the cave when he saw a bunch of guns pointed at him in front of him. Kill him! The bald man ordered fiercely. Everyone was about to shoot when suddenly, there was a loud noise. The soil around everyone exploded. A group of ferocious-looking creatures rushed towards everyone with roars and roars. The fangs and claws tore apart the violent terrorists who could not react in time. Ethan was so frightened that he lay on the ground and did not dare to move. No, what is this? Help! In just an instant, a group of violent terrorists were torn to pieces by these creatures. The bald man just screamed and his head was cut off. Seeing the movement around him stop, Ethan swallowed and slowly raised his head. But he saw a rather large strange creature staring at him. Seeing Ethan raise his head, the strange creature pointed at the tunnel they rushed out of with its 4 limbs. Ethan boldly asked, "You mean, let me get in?" He thought he would be torn to pieces by these things, but it seemed that these things were intelligent. The strange creature nodded. Ethan cautiously got into the tunnel and looked back at the strange creatures. Seeing Ethan get into the tunnel, the strange creatures quickly spread out and began to look for violent terrorists to hunt. God bless. Ethan licked his lips and began to crawl along the tunnel. Sonorous footsteps sounded in the cave. The armor is finally activated. Tony took a deep breath. Ethan, I will definitely avenge you. Suddenly, he heard screams and wailing from the front of the cave. Then, 4 or 5 huge monsters rushed in front of Tony. Tony's eyes widened because he had never seen these creatures before. But looking at the blood on their 4 limbs and mouth parts, Tony realized that they were coming with bad intentions. Just as he was about to fire, an inexplicable voice echoed in Tony's mind. Don't attack, we are here to save you. Tony was stunned, looking around to see who was speaking. But he found those strange creatures standing in front of him, seeming to be looking at the armor on him with interest. You are talking to me? Tony asked cautiously. Yes, we are an intelligent race called the Zerg, ordered by Queen Kerrigan to save you, human. The voice continued. Tony felt like his world had been turned upside down. He opened his mouth to speak, then stopped. Excuse me, have you seen my companion? He is a tall, thin human being wearing glasses. Definitely, he has left through the escape channel we prepared. You should follow him quickly. Tony was relieved to hear the news that Ethan was safe. He frowned and said, No, I can't leave yet, I want to kill these guys. It's up to you, but now we have basically killed all the guys with weapons in this camp. The Zerg raised its 4 limbs and said, the passage is at the door of your cave. Let's go first. After that, several Zerg walked away. Tony could only watch the Zergs go away in a daze. He lifted his feet and walked out of the cave. He looked at the passage next to the cave and then looked at the terrorist camp. At the moment, the camp was littered with corpses and killed violent terrorists. Tony sighed, placed explosives in the weapons depot in the camp, and then got into the Zerg cave. The Zerg thoughtfully expanded the passage for Tony before leaving so that his armor could pass through. Climbing out of the passage, he saw Ethan sitting on the ground, a group of Zerg people lying quietly on the ground, and beside them, there was a huge amount of monster. The diameter of this monster is about 20 meters. The most surprising thing is that this monster is actually floating in the air. As the chairman of Stark Industries, Tony is well informed, but when he saw this behemoth, he also lost the ability to speak. When Ethan saw Tony coming up, he excitedly rushed forward to hug him. That's great, Tony, you're out too. Tony forced a smile and asked hesitantly, is this one? Oh, they are called king insects by the Zerg. They are the queen's messengers and also the means of transportation for the Zerg. Ethan smiled and pointed at the king insect. How did it, float? Tony stared at the king insect, puzzled. Although it has no wings, it can float in the air. I don't understand this either, and they don't seem willing to say more. Ethan sighed and turned to look at the Zerg clan. Excuse me, Why did you rescue us? The inexplicable voice echoed in their minds, Tony Stark, the Queen is very interested in you. You will know it later. Now, go home. After that, a group of Zerg jumped on the king bug and got in. Then, the king bug's shell began to change rapidly, disguised as a weather balloon that Tony and others were familiar with, and flew into the sky, gradually moving away. Tony and Ethan's eyes widened as they watched the king insect go away. I really can't believe that there is such a weird race on Earth. Tony took off his iron armor and crawled out panting. No one would have thought that maybe this is the real world. Ethan frowned. At this time, there was a roar in the sky. When the two looked up, they found several helicopters heading in their direction. Tony saw the flag on the helicopter at a glance. These guys are so slow to come. He and Ethan looked at each other and waved vigorously towards the helicopter. Chapter 10. New Vietnam. Kerrigan received the report from the king insect and nodded with satisfaction. Next, it was time to reach out to Tony. However, if Tony's first-generation armor was not lost in the east, will it lead to the subsequent plot? Kerrigan frowned slightly and suddenly smiled. It doesn't matter what the plot is, as long as the Zerg can get the maximum benefit. Exhausted physically and mentally, Tony finally returned to his mansion. He took Ethan over, but Dongjunyang was still not safe. This encounter gave Tony an idea. What? You're going to shut down Stark Industries' weapons research department and turn to energy development? Ethan's face was full of disbelief when he heard Tony's thoughts. Tony, do you know the consequences of doing this? Although I support your idea, if you do this, you will definitely be expelled from the board of directors of Stark Industries. But Tony nodded heavily, I know, but I think I have to do this. Seeing that Tony had made up his mind, Ethan said, okay, I support you. Big news, the chairman of Stark Industries actually announced the closure of the weapons development department. The boys were discussing among themselves. Jane was a little dissatisfied because of this news. The news that she arrested 20 criminals last night didn't even make the headlines. Kerrigan smiled slightly and began. Just after the press conference, Obi, Tony's father's good friend, Tony's right-hand man, and second only to Tony in the Stark industry, found Tony. Tony, you must be confused. Without the weapons development department, our group will definitely suffer heavy losses. Tony took a deep breath and led Obi to the large nuclear reactor of Stark Industries. I want to do something about the reactor. Obi smiled disdainfully, this crap is just a gimmick, there's no profit to be made at all. Tony thought for a moment and unbuttoned his clothes. The small reactor on his chest made Obi stunned. Light flickered in Obi's eyes, and then Obi quickly covered Tony's clothes. Okay, I get it. He gave in and agreed to let Tony try. Back home, Tony saw Ethan busy. His assistant Xiaojiao was smiling and saying something to him. Potts, help me get the new reactor. Tony waved, and Pepper hurriedly apologized to Ethan before walking over with the newly developed reactor. The new reactor is better than the old one, both in terms of energy and durability. This is what Tony and Ethan worked on non-stop as soon as they came back. What to do with the old one? Pepper asked. Throw it away. Tony said without looking back. He didn't care about this now, he wanted to come up with something new on his armor. Although the military was very interested in Tony's armor, because Colonel Rhodes helped to put in good words, they still did not embarrass Tony and allowed Tony to take his first-generation armor home. By the way, today there was someone from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency who said he was very interested in what you experienced in Dongjunyang. Little Pepper suddenly remembered something. What a bullshit name, it's smelly and long. Tony curled his lips disdainfully, don't worry about them, they are probably the ones who are also interested in my armor. He and Ethan looked at each other. Neither of them leaked anything about the Zerg. It's very simple. The Zerg said that their queen will find Tony. If the news about the Zerg is revealed and the Zerg is displeased, then the two of them will have a lot of fun. Moreover, Tony knew nothing about how many groups there were and whether there were other species. Being cautious and keeping your mouth shut is the smartest choice. East Central. The camp of the freedom fighters was in shambles. Several jeeps drove up in a hurry, and a group of people jumped out. They didn't even look at the messy bombed camp, but went straight to the cave where Tony and Ethan were imprisoned. These people searched very minutely, even using a sieve to sift through dust. Finally, they found several torn pieces of paper from the legs of a workbench. Looking at the patterns drawn on the paper, several people nodded, quickly ran out of the cave, got in the car and drove away. Obi frowned as he looked at the information sent by his subordinates from Dongjunyang. It seems that the little kid escaped with this thing. As expected of a Stark family cub. Obi slammed the table and called his secretary. Go, summon the engineers and scientists immediately, I have something I need them to do. Late at night. Obi drove to Tony's house, said hello to Tony, and smiled friendly at Ethan and Pepper. As soon as he sat down on the sofa, Obi said with a sad face, "Tony, I'm sorry, the board of directors has still removed you." Obi expected Tony to be shocked, but he was disappointed. Tony ate his favorite pizza with a nonchalant expression, "It doesn't matter, I will get my seat back." Obi shook his head, "Tony, since you want to transform into energy development, you need to come up with something to convince the board of directors." He pointed to the small reactor on Tony's chest, and the purpose was self-evident. "No, I will never hand over the reactor." Tony wiped his mouth, "Those guys don't know what sustainable development is." The two broke up unhappy. Seeing Obi walk out of the room angrily, Tony saw Ethan and Pepper looking at him worriedly. "Don't worry, we'll make it. The 3414th flight test has begun. Tony, please tell me immediately if there is any abnormality." On the radio, Ethan's voice was slightly tired. These days, he and Tony have been working on armor modifications and tests non-stop. Not only were many problems discovered, but also considerable improvements were made. The current armor is much more powerful than the previous pile of scrap metal. It not only incorporates various weapon systems, but also can fly smoothly. Tony gave his armor the codename Mark, and named his previous steel armor Mark Type 1, and now wears Mark Type 2. The engine under his feet spurted out flames, and Tony flew straight through the roof. He roared excitedly and connected to his smart butler. "Hey, Jarvis. Sir, I'm glad to serve you. Your current speed has exceeded Mach 1. It is recommended to slow down and drive slowly." "Haha, we are in the sky now, there is no need to slow down." Tony smiled and sent another message to Ethan at home, "Ethan, the flight was successful, I want to fly for a while now." "Okay, but remember to save enough energy to fly home. Also, don't fly too high. The material of the armor is easy to freeze at high altitudes. We still need more suitable materials." Ethan, who was sitting on the chair, took a gentle sip of coffee and said with a smile, "Know it?" Tony closed the communication and flew higher and higher with laughter. Chapter 11. Everything went smoothly with the development of the Warframe. There were no accidents except that Tony accidentally smashed the luxury sports car to pieces when he came home from his first flight. Time flies so fast, it's been nearly half a month since Tony and I escaped from danger. That day, Tony just came home and found a gift that Pepper had left for him. It was a small arc reactor, the one Tony had assembled in the first place. The reactor is nicely framed in a crystal box, and Stark's warm heart is engraved around the reactor. Tony chuckled and put the crystal box aside. Ethan on the side smiled and said, "Such a good woman, why don't you propose to her?" "Well, I don't really want to start a family. I don't think I'm ready yet." Tony raised his head and said calmly, "Okay, let's not mention this. I think we can use satellite-specific gold titanium alloy materials. This way the armor will not be afraid of low temperatures at high altitudes, and it can also strengthen the hardness of the fuselage. This must be very good." Tony clicked on the system at hand and said, "A good idea, but the cost of this armor is quite high. The Mark III armor is also good, but you should choose a suitable painting." "Oh? Any good ideas?" Tony laughed. Red is the main color. I think you like red." As soon as Ethan finished speaking, J.A.R.V.I.'s voice sounded again, "It is recommended to add gold for blending." "Wow, J.A.R.V.I.s, your aesthetic is very good, gold and red, perfect." Ethan smacked his lips. "By the way, Pepper told me yesterday that the Freedom Fighters organization is still buying weapons from Stark Industries, and she doesn't know who signed it." Tony was stunned for a moment, then became furious. "Someone is doing something behind your back." He smiled coldly, "I know, I'm going to kill them all right now." Wait, what are you in a hurry for?" Ethan stopped him. "It's useless for you to find the remnants of those freedom fighters now. What you have to do now is to find out who is behind this." Tony frowned and said, "You are right, the source is the most important, but I have been removed from the board of directors and there is no way to investigate within the group. Let Miss Potts go, I think she can do it." Ethan smiled. Tony nodded and dialed the phone. Pepper came out of Obi's office in fear. She clutched the USB flash drive, her palms all sweaty. Just in time, she met someone head-on. "Miss Potts, you look panicked. What's the matter?" Phil Carlson asked with a smile. "Cover me." Little Pepper glanced back and walked away in a hurry. Phil Carlson quickly covered Pepper as he walked out of the Stark building. Obi, who had discovered that the information had been copied, walked out of the office angrily, but could only watch the two people go away. "Damn it! We have to take action in advance." He immediately rushed downstairs and drove out of the building. Obi came all the way to Tony's house. At the moment, Tony was the only one in Tony's house, and Ethan went out. Tony was a little surprised by Obi's visit, but considering that he was a good friend of his father, Tony didn't become suspicious. The two were laughing and talking, and Obi suddenly stood up and walked behind Tony. A burst of electric current hit Tony instantly, causing his whole body to twitch. You. Tony was shocked, but lost control of his body. Obi put away the small suppressor proudly. Boy, you are too careless. After confirming that Tony couldn't move, Obi directly removed the reactor from his chest. How beautiful, it is a perfect combination of art and technology. This treasure is like a pearl covered in dust in your hands. After that, he walked away. After losing the reactor, Tony looked ashen. Cannot give up? Tony thought about what Ethan said before. Gritting his teeth, he crawled to the studio and ordered J.A.R.V.I.S to hand him the old reactor. After the installation was completed, Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. He angrily put on his battle suit and flew towards Stark Industrial Building. At the moment it was almost evening. Pepper hurried to the Stark building with Phil Coulson and others. On the other side, Obi looked at the huge armor in front of him and smiled happily. The sound of hurried footsteps in the building alerted Obi. He snorted coldly and immediately put on his armor. People inside, listen, put your hands up and surrender, or we'll shoot. Phil Coulson and his colleagues shouted. Boom. There was a roar, and a huge armor, more than 3 meters high, rushed out of the laboratory. Everyone was shocked, and before they had time to react, several agents were instantly knocked out by the armor. Bang bang. The agents fired continuously, the bullets rattling on the armor, but they were unable to do anything to the armor. Soon, all the agents were knocked to the ground, and little Pepper was forced into the corner by the armor. Obi raised his right arm and pointed the minigun at Pepper. Just as he was about to kill Pepper, a whistling sound came from the distance, a red light flashed, and there was a loud bang, and he was knocked out. It's Tony's Mark III armor. The two armors immediately struggled with each other. Obi's armor is huge, and Tony is no match. Tony thought for a moment and flew directly outside the building. Obi chased after him directly. Since Tony was currently using a first-generation reactor, its power was completely inferior to that of the second-generation reactor, and he soon fell into a disadvantage. He was so anxious that he rushed high into the sky. Unexpectedly, Obi's huge armor could fly, and with thick smoke, it flew directly towards Tony, who was flying into the sky. Boy, you can't run away. Obi said with a cruel smile. I wonder how you solve the problem of losing temperature at high altitudes. Tony suddenly laughed. Obi was stunned for a moment, and then found that all the systems in his armor had lost their function due to the low temperature. Losing power, Obi's armor plummeted toward the ground like an iron BD. Tony looked at the huge fallen armor, turned around and flew back to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. He took off his right-hand armor glove. The battle just now was too fierce and the glove was burned from too much use. Tony took off his mask and was about to ask Pepper if he was injured when there was a loud noise from behind. It's Obi. Tony turned around and prepared to fire the cannon in his palm, but suddenly realized that his gloves had just been thrown away. Shit. He was stunned for a moment, and then was knocked out with an iron fist from Obi. Potts, turn on all the circuit switches of the reactor. Tony shouted. Little Pepper, who didn't understand why, was stunned for a moment, but quickly followed the instructions. Boom. Another iron fist hit, and Tony's mask was also blown away, and his whole body was sent flying to the glass window above the reactor. Obi pulled out his weapon and shattered the glass at his feet. Tony's old reactor power was no longer enough to start the foot engine, so he could only grab the railing of the glass window in a hurry. I should have killed you, little boy. Obi sneered, opened his mask, and aimed his right cannon at Tony. Boom. Wrong shot. The weapon aiming system of Obi's armor had just been damaged. But he didn't care and was ready to continue firing at Tony. At the critical moment, little Pepper in the main control room gave a heavy slap and was about to press the main switch of the large reactor. Just press the switch and the reactor will overload and explode. At this moment, a hand stopped Pepper's hand. It was a very beautiful hand, and Pepper promised that she had never seen such perfect hands. An elegant female voice sounded. This good thing cannot be ruined like this. Chapter 12. Little Pepper was stunned, and turned around to find that at some point, a woman with an extremely outstanding appearance was standing next to her. The woman is very pretty, probably in her early 20s. Wearing a white chiffon pleated skirt, the irregular skirt hangs elegantly near the knees. On her slender feet, she wears a pair of 7 cm stroppy open-toe high-heeled sandals. The two red straps on the sandals are intertwined with each other in a cross pattern. The knot is tied to the calf, all the way to the knee, which makes the slender feet more sexy and charming. Her long burgundy curly hair was neatly combed back and tied into a delicate bun on the back of her head. It was firmly fixed with a crystal butterfly hairpin, revealing her smooth jade-like forehead and her face with elegant makeup. With light makeup, the whole person looks mature, sexy and attractive. Who are you? Don't stop me. Tony is going to die. Pepper is not in the mood to care who this woman is. Tony is in danger. But he saw the corners of the woman's mouth raised slightly. Don't worry, he won't die. Pepper raised her head, only to find that Obi was surrounded by a group of weird creatures. A strange creature lay in front of Obi's armor, looking at the bald head with interest. Obi was sweating profusely because the mouthparts of this strange creature were almost reaching his forehead. Tony got up and looked at these strange creatures. But a voice came from below, "Bring them down, I don't like anyone who dares to stand on top of me." 2 multi-ton armors were easily lifted off the roof by those weird creatures. Kerrigan stepped on Obi's armor and opened the reactor shell on his chest. Not bad, very good. Who are you? Tony, supported by Pepper, looked at Kerrigan in shock. Kerrigan smiled, and the insects around her stood around her like stars holding the moon. What do you think? I think I know. Tony swallowed and lowered his head. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty the Queen of the Zerg. Very good, let's talk in detail later. How do you want to deal with this guy? Kerrigan glanced at Abideo, who was grabbed out of the armor by the Zerg and pinned to the ground. Tony gritted his teeth. Kerrigan's meaning was simple, kill or stay. Tony, help me, I'm your uncle, I'm your father's good friend. Obi yelled at Tony. Your Majesty, everything depends on your wishes. Tony composed himself. Originally, he planned to ask Kerrigan to let Obi go, but Obi dared to mention friendship, so he couldn't keep him. If Obado kidnapped him and planned to kill him, and let him go, then Tony was really an idiot. Kill him, I don't like people who betray the Lord. Kerrigan said coldly. Before Obi had time to react, a sharp thorn pierced his throat and he fell softly. Pepper was startled, covered her mouth and shivered. Kerrigan snapped her fingers, and a group of Zerg slowly crawled into the ground and disappeared. This is not the place to talk. Can I be a guest at your home? It's an honor. Your Majesty. Tony quickly replied in a low voice. Pepper laughed along and carefully served Kerrigan tea. Ethan sat upright on the sofa, not daring to slack off. Tony sat across from Kerrigan, as helpless as a student being asked a question by the teacher. Thanks. Kerrigan took the hot tea and took a sip. I'm not looking for you for anything else. My tribe needs new energy. I think, you are a good partner. This, I'm afraid I can't be of much help. Tony answered carefully. Ha. Kerrigan chuckled and said, Tony Stark, you have to believe in the vision of a king. She stood up and said, our cooperation will be based on mutual win-win and mutual trust between both parties. In addition, the Zerg will not interfere with the normal life of human society. You can rest assured about this. Then, what can the Zerg provide us? Ethan asked hesitantly. Power. Kerrigan showed a smile. Tony, if you put on the armor, you are indeed very powerful, but if you take off the armor, you are just an ordinary human being. The Zerg can teach you a special power. With this power, you can achieve longevity and strength. She waved her hand, and the teacup on the table flew directly to her hand without spilling a drop of tea. The 3 of them were shocked. What kind of power is this? Then, will there be any sequelae or something? Pepper also asked. Don't worry, the Zerg are experts in biology. This kind of power will not harm humans. Well, maybe it will. You will become very energetic. Kerrigan chuckled and said, for women, it will also enhance your charm and maintain your figure and appearance. Isn't it exciting? Tony licked his lips. Your Majesty the Queen, I am very grateful for your help in saving my life and Ethan's, but when it comes to cooperating with other races, I understand, you still feel unsafe. Kerrigan didn't care about Tony's attitude. It should be said that you still don't know much about this world. When you know more about it, you will know how precious this opportunity is. She walked towards the door. The cooperation agreement is valid for a long time. When you think about it clearly, just call that number. After that, Kerrigan walked out of Tony's house. Seeing Kerrigan walking away, the 3 of them fell down on the sofa as if they had escaped death. I still can't believe that there are other intelligent races in the world whose leaders look just like humans. Little Pepper lay on the sofa and said slowly. Based on the majesty displayed by His Majesty, I have no doubt about his status as a king. Ethan frowned. Yeah, I don't know what she meant by knowing more about the world just now. Tony sighed. Look. Pepper suddenly pointed at the table and said. Tony and Ethan looked over and were surprised to find a series of numbers engraved with water appearing on the table. The 2 swallowed, and Ethan quickly wrote down the number, and then tried to erase the number. With just a light wipe, the number disappeared without leaving any trace. Being able to carve numbers silently with water without damaging the tabletop at all. The control of this kind of power is so terrifying. Tony's teeth trembled slightly. Then, his phone rang. It's his good friend, Colonel Rhodes. Mr. Stark, as long as you read this manuscript, no problems will involve you. Phil Coulson smiled and handed Tony a note. Thank you, Agent Phil Coulson. Pepper thanked her profusely, while Tony looked at the manuscript without saying a word. Nothing, this is what we should do. By the way, our department has changed its name. It will be called S.H.I.E.L.D. from now on. Phil Coulson smiled and said goodbye. After Phil Coulson left, Pepper patted Tony, making Tony wake up from his deep thoughts and quickly walked into the press conference. The press conference has begun. Tony had just said a few words when reporter Christine, who had a one-night stand with him before, interrupted his speech and asked him who the mecha warrior was that fell from the sky. Tony stammered about how he wasn't a hero. Colonel Rhodes, who was beside him, saw that the situation was not good and immediately whispered to him to read from the manuscript. Tony picked up the manuscript again. He was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I am Iron Man. Boom. The whole place was excited. As soon as Tony returned home from the press conference, he found a person sitting on the sofa, and Ethan was chatting with him. Seeing Tony coming back, the man stopped talking and looked at Tony with a smile. This is a black man. He seems to be blind in his left eye, so he is covered with an eye patch and looks gangster. Introducing myself, my name is Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Tony was stunned. Why did the S.H.I.E.L.D. director come to his house? But Nick Fury turned to look at the sea view outside the window, and then slowly turned his head. Tony Stark, you are not the only superhero in the world. Now, you have become a part of this great world, you just don't know it yet. Chapter 13. After Fury left, Tony and Ethan sat on the sofa, unable to calm down for a long time. Ethan, do you think, what the bald man said is true? After a long time, Tony spoke. It can't be true. As the director of SHIELD, he has no need to deceive us. Ethan sighed, what do you think, Tony? I was wondering, whether I should cooperate with that majesty. Tony frowned, since the world is so dangerous, I think we need a stronger force, whether to protect ourselves or face the future. Yes, His Majesty is right about one thing. You have great power when you put on the armor, but if you take off the armor, your personal life safety will be very problematic. Ethan nodded, however, we also need to find out the details of His Majesty. After all, no one knows the size and strength of the so-called Zerg, and Nico Fury seems to be unaware of the existence of the Zerg. I just asked. He was obviously stunned when asked whether there were other intelligent races on the Earth. I understand, and I will investigate. Tony looked serious. Anyway, I am Iron Man now. I can't rashly cooperate with other races without knowing the truth. By the way, when I was rescued by the Zerg before, I quietly ordered J.A.R.V.I.S to record the Zerg's information. Let's take a look at some physical data. With that said, he invited Ethan to read the information together. Ethan raised his eyebrows. What are you? Tony smiled and said, be prepared. Tony is an absolute genius, both in technology development and problem solving. In his mind, the Zerg may be a potential ally, but as a human, he must also think of corresponding countermeasures. If one day the Zerg extends its claws to humans, Tony doesn't know how long humans can resist. A deserted freedom fighter camp welcomed another group of guests. But unlike those guys before, they were more interested in the corpses of terrorists on the ground that were almost buried by the sand. They spent a long time gathering all the mangled corpses. Several men in suits and glasses began to examine each body, and soon one of the men stood up and came to the man standing next to the jeep. Head, although these corpses are badly damaged due to various reasons, some traces of cobweb horses can still be found. The man pushed up his glasses. The cause of death of these people was that they were instantly hit by some kind of attack on their vital parts, and judging from the wounds and bone marks, they were not killed by bullets, but more like some kind of, sharp blade. However, some corpses are too severely decomposed and require further dissection. Blade. The man called the head was stunned, in a camp of violent terrorists who are armed to the teeth, using cold weapons to attack. One blow is fatal, and the time difference between each corpse's death is not big. I'm afraid it was not done by one person, but by a group of people. It's impossible. Even if a group of people attacked, it's impossible for this group of violent terrorists to have no ability to resist at all. Moreover, there were nearly 100 people, and they were all killed within a few minutes. Could it be the guy from that archipelago country who did it? Impossible. The man shook his head. The area where this camp is located is often windy and sandy. Even if some kind of regional control gas is released, it will be blown away quickly. The people of the islands cannot do this, and they have not done this at all. The reason is that although they collect money to do things, they never dare to reach out to Dongjong. The man sighed, take the body back first. We still need further anatomy and analysis. Yes. Everyone nodded, stuffed the bodies into body bags, jumped into the car, and left quickly. Less than 2 hours after the car left, several helicopters flew in from a distance. Agent Phil Carlson dusted himself off his shoulders and jumped out of the helicopter. He immediately ordered all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to investigate the entire camp. However, just 3 minutes later, he received bad news. Report, it seems that the bodies in the entire camp have been moved away, and we found nothing. Phil Carlson was stunned for a moment, and immediately reported the situation via satellite phone. After receiving the news, Nico Fury slammed the table. Got beat to the punch again. In recent months, for some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations, someone has always arrived at the scene before them. When S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel arrived, Mao was not even left for them. Fury couldn't help but suspect that there was something evil inside SHIELD. But for a while, he couldn't figure out who this ghost was. Okay, come back first. After giving the order for the team to return, Fury sat in a chair and pondered. Dr. Ethan, ask me if I know if there are other intelligent races on the Earth and why. He is a physicist, so there is absolutely no need to ask this. Unless, he has seen the existence of a certain intelligent race. Fury narrowed his eyes slightly. Ethan, a Dongjong native, where can he meet an intelligent race? He stood up and paced around the office. It seems that Tony Stark did not escape using some steel armor in the East, but was rescued by some kind of intelligent race. We need to invite Dr. Ethan to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a chat. A group of people quickly jumped out of the car and delivered the body bag to a gate. This door is a bit strange. There is a group of skulls painted on the door, and below the skull is a pattern of 6 weird tentacles. The man called the head stood in front of the electronic lock on the right side of the door and looked at the electronic lock with his pupils. The iris is confirmed. Welcome back to the snake nest, Commander Kendenme. There was a soft sound and the door slowly opened. People filed in carrying body bags. The autopsy staff who had been waiting for a long time immediately analyzed the body. After reading the report in his hand, the white-haired old researcher said hesitantly, Commander, these people did not die from cold weapons, but more like injuries caused by some kind of biological creature. Biology. Yes, no matter how sharp the weapon is, when it cuts into the human body, it will inevitably leave some metal fragments. For example, on this corpse, from the analysis of the traces, it can be seen that he was split in two directly from the hip bone by some kind of attack. However, we did not find any metal residue on his hip bone. You know, the hip bone is one of the hardest bones in the human body and is difficult to handle even with a chainsaw. Can you analyze more information about the attacker? Judging from this alone that it was not caused by a human attack, it is not very rigorous. Look, the wounds on this corpse were cut diagonally from bottom to top. You are also an expert in using cold weapons. If you were asked to attack this person, what posture would you use to cause such damage? Hearing this, Kendenme concentrated slightly. It can't be done. It's okay to draw the knife from top to bottom, but it's too laborious to split it into 2 pieces. It's still diagonal to cut it in half from bottom to top. It's a bit fanciful. So, I personally think that the attacker may not be very tall, only about 1 meter in height. If you look at this body again, he was pierced through the chest by some kind of attack and was fatal with 1 blow. There are several other bodies with the same 10 of them all pierced the chest cavity very accurately, without changing their position at all, and the few corpses here had even more signs of gnawing, and the attacker's teeth were extremely sharp and broke the bones together, so I judged, this matter was not done by humans. I see. Kendenme nodded and said in a deep voice, continue to check and let us know as soon as possible if there are any findings. Chapter 14. Kerrigan returned to New York City High School and continued to be a high school student. The grand curtain is about to unfold, and she is ready to watch the show. In her high-level suite, Jane was reporting her victory results while beating her legs. Queen, I feel that my strength has become stronger recently. Both my movement speed and agility have been greatly improved. Jane raised her head and said suddenly. Oh. Kerrigan, who was thinking about the next strategy, was slightly startled. Give me a drop of your blood. Yes. Jane bit her finger without hesitation and dropped a few drops of blood into the cup on the table. Kerrigan tapped her finger at the blood. Acquire special genes, advanced nuclear radiation spider gene fragments, integration increased to 10.2%. Kerrigan raised her eyebrows. This was really an unexpected surprise. Can the genetic fragments modified by the original Zerg be obtained again to gain integration? She nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the genes I gave you have integrated well in your body, so I have begun to continuously enhance your physical fitness. Jane, you did a good job. After receiving Kerrigan's praise, Jane was all smiles. Queen, what is the reason? Well, I think you have been using ability recently. The more you use it, the ability will definitely start to feed back to you. The corners of Kerrigan's lips raised slightly. I think it won't be long before you can truly surpass Peter. Jane stood up and said, Queen, please rest assured that my subordinates will work harder and will never let the Queen down. Kerrigan chuckled, you don't have to be so restrained. You are not only my subordinate, but also someone I value. I trust you. Hearing this, Jane's eyes fluctuated inexplicably, and she leaned down and leaned next to Kerrigan's legs. Thank you, Queen, it is you who gave me a different life. She slowly leaned on Kerrigan's leg, rubbing it slightly, like a kitten that was attached to its master. Kerrigan gently stroked her hair. What I give you is just a key. How to use this key still requires your own efforts. The atmosphere suddenly became a little charming. Suddenly, as if Jane remembered something, she raised her head and said, Queen, Professor Smith told Peter and I to go to the Umbrella Company to receive the reward tomorrow. Jane was already one of her own, so Kerrigan naturally told her of her decision to take the Umbrella under her wing. These days, in addition to catching criminals at night, Jane also takes time to complete Smith's projects in order to obtain more information about Umbrella. Kerrigan nodded slightly. I understand, bring the mimics with you, just in case. Do you understand? As you command, Queen. Umbrella, New York Times Square base. Several researchers were looking at the reports in front of them with their brows furrowed. A man in military uniform walked into the office, and everyone saluted quickly. Sir Hillis. Well, everyone, sit down. The soldier named Hilary smiled and greeted everyone to sit down, and said, have you found the spider that escaped? It was discovered. The tracker showed that it last appeared at a technology exhibition, but when our people went to recover it, they only found the body. The genetic body was completely dead. Is that so? Hill's expression became serious, and a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. He tapped the table slightly and said slowly, you all know how much effort we put into the experimental subjects. Now that the genes are lost and the higher UPS are blamed, no one can afford it. Hearing this, the researchers sweated slightly on their foreheads. Don't worry, we have started to develop the genome again. Hillis shook his head. It's too late, the progress of the project is too delayed, and the superiors are already very dissatisfied. A researcher raised his hand timidly and said, Sir, there is actually a chance of improvement. We dissected the genome and found that the poison sacs inside it had been exhausted. It must have bitten someone before death, so it was shot to death. If we find the person who was bitten, we might be able to get the genes back. The researcher pushed up his glasses. According to our investigation, there were not many people near the gene body at that time. I think as long as the investigation department is used, we can quickly find out who may have been bitten by the gene body. Hillis nodded with satisfaction. This is indeed good news. Okay, I will send out the investigation department to launch an investigation. You should be ready to receive it at any time. After Hillis left, the researchers let out a sigh of relief as if they had passed through the gate of hell. Although Hillis had been smiling just now, everyone knew that this guy was a total cannibal. If nothing else, just look at the fate of the guy who accidentally lost his genome. The security director of the dignified base was directly reduced to a human experimenter, unable to survive or die. Okay, everyone, go to work quickly. Just leave it to the superiors to find the bitten person. We still have a lot of work on our hands. A researcher clapped his hands and everyone dispersed. Ethan felt a little panicked. The black braised egg opposite him kept staring at him with his one eye, and he was holding an orange cat in his hand. This guy has been in this position for half an hour since he entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office. Finally, when Ethan could no longer hold on any longer, Fury finally spoke. Dr. Ethan, have you ever seen any other intelligent creatures besides humans? As soon as these words came out, the sweat on Ethan's forehead instantly broke out. Director Fury, I don't quite understand what you are talking about. Just as he finished stammering, he saw Fury gently put the cat on the table and slowly stood up. Fury walked into Ethan, looked at him coldly and said, at Tony's house before, you asked me if I knew if there were other intelligent creatures on the earth. Ahem, this is just a curious question. After all, you are the director of SHIELD. You must know a lot of information that we don't know. Just asking. Ethan didn't dare to look into Fury's eyes and avoided his gaze. Oh, is it so? Fury cannot be denied. He closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Okay, I understand. Thank you for coming, Dr. Ethan. You can go back. As if he was being pardoned, Ethan quickly stood up to thank him, and then hurriedly walked out of the office. After Ethan left, Phil Coulson walked into the office from the side door. Sir, he's lying. I know. Fury narrowed his eyes slightly. Bring in the surveillance cameras near Tony Stark's house. Maybe we can find something interesting. Okay, I'll do it right away. Phil Coulson nodded and left the office quickly. Fury sighed, the world is getting more and more unstable. He returned to his seat, opened the bottom drawer, glanced at the contents, and then slowly closed it. Not the right time yet. Chapter 15. Logically speaking, no one dares to monitor areas where the top rich live like Tony Stark's residence. After all, Tony is not a fool, and the name of his smart butler J.A.R.V.I.S is also registered with SHIELD. But now that Fury is very interested in the recent happenings at Tony's house, this obstacle is no longer a problem. S.H.I.E.L.D has actually installed surveillance cameras near Tony's house for a long time. After all, he is the son of one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D, so he must keep an eye on him. But in order not to irritate Tony, they didn't watch much. Pause and zoom in. Fury frowned and looked at the monitor. The image was paused, and there were 3 figures inside. It was obvious that the person walking in the front was a woman, but for some reason, no matter how the operator zoomed in on the image, the woman's face was still blurry, while the face of Tony and Pepper who was walking behind her was clear. Visible. It's strange, why can't you see this woman's face clearly? The operator muttered, trying to operate. After struggling for a long time, it was still blurry. I could only tell that the person was a woman, and judging from her figure, she was a beautiful woman. Sir, is there something wrong with this woman? Phil Coulson asked. Well, the cameras we installed near Tony's house are relatively sophisticated. It's impossible to see people's faces clearly. And based on your understanding of Tony Stark, is he a man who likes to walk behind women? Fury raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid Mr. Stark is only behind a woman when she's in bed. The operator suddenly smiled evilly. There was a burst of laughter in the monitoring room. Cough. Phil Coulson coughed and everyone quickly shut up. You're right. With Tony's temperament, no woman would dare to walk in front of him, unless it's someone he can't afford to offend. Fury frowned. Sir, do you want me to ask Mr. Stark? Phil Coulson said seriously. No, I guess he wouldn't tell me if you asked him. Let's investigate quietly first. After Fury finished speaking, he walked out of the monitoring room. He wanted to ask another person. Back in the office, Fury thought for a moment and then dialed a number. In a temple in the Himalayas. Ancient One magician is meditating. The phone in front of her suddenly rang. Don't think that Ancient One is an old stubborn who refuses to change. She still has such convenient things. When I picked up the phone, there was a deep voice on the other end. Supreme Guardian Magician, I think I need your help. Oh? Director Nick Fury, didn't we make a contract? Ancient One said gently. I know, I want to ask you, have you had any guests recently? Hearing Fury's question, Ancient One narrowed his eyes slightly. I understand, what happened? It's nothing, I just wanted to ask. That's good. You can rest assured that she is just a guest. I advise you not to provoke her. Understood. Nico Fury hung up the phone. Ancient One Magician's answer just now is very clear, she. Is it really that woman? Fury had a headache. Before S.H.I.E.L.D could figure out what was going on inside, another guest showed up, and this guest seemed to be the leader of a certain intelligent race. He didn't even know what the other's intelligent race was, its size, etc. The most frightening thing is that the woman can block the camera, which shows that she also has some kind of super ability. Fury doesn't think agents like S.H.I.E.L.D can face such unknown enemies. We still need stronger combat power. Nico Fury thought for a moment and called Phil Coulson. There is a special task, please arrange it. When Nico Fury contacted Ancient One, a group of people were also watching the surveillance. However, what they are looking at is not Tony Stark, but Peter Parker who is holding the camera. It seems that this kid killed the gene body. It's strange that he didn't die after being bitten by the gene body. The researcher touched his chin curiously. We have tested many times and found that people who have been injected with gene fragments usually die soon after their whole body breaks apart and their blood dries up. This kid seems to be still in high spirits. Hillis was also a little curious. Look for this kid's information and catch him. Jane and Peter's journey to the Umbrella Company to receive their award was uneventful. They went to an office, and Animide did not find any valuable clues. This gave Kerrigan a bit of a headache. The opponent's defense was watertight. If he wanted to take advantage of it, he would have to rely on Skull Island to develop a new Zerg race. But expecting a group of insect queens to develop new Zerg races on Skull Island with limited resources is indeed a bit difficult for the insects. Kerrigan couldn't help but miss Abathur, the Zerg engineer in the game. Although Abathur was ugly, he was indeed an indispensable heroic unit for the Zerg. However, Heart of the Swarm did not explain how to obtain hero units, and Kerrigan had no clue yet. Take it easy for now. I estimate that Tony Stark will contact me soon. Kerrigan sighed slightly and continued to practice psychic abilities. After the integration reaches 10%, the psychic powers she can exert become much more powerful. Although the strength of the psychic powers will increase with the integration, Kerrigan still needs to practice how to exert greater effectiveness. Not long after Peter and Jane walked out of the Umbrella office, Hill Reese appeared in the office. He looked at Peter's registered information and nodded slightly. That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to be delivered to my door. Sir, do it now. A subordinate asked in a low voice. No, it would be too ostentatious to do it during the day. Just wait until night. Besides, you haven't noticed that the boy's body has changed a lot. He may have gained a lot of benefits from his genetic body. Hillis narrowed his eyes slightly and said word by word. Yes, let's get ready now. The subordinates left in a hurry. Late at night. Peter nodded when he heard Aunt May's sound of sleeping, and was about to change into his battle suit. He has become obsessed with the feeling of being a hero. Although there is a female Spider-Man competing with him now, Peter is actually not too disgusted with it. The competition between the two during this period has made Peter realize that the female Spider-Man is a sharp-tongued but not a bad person at heart. Being a lonely hero is very tiring, but Peter is quite happy to have a fellow traveler. At some point, a faint fragrance floated in the room. It was so light that it was almost inaudible. Peter suddenly rubbed his forehead, a little sleepy. He was a little strange. When Spider-Man had been accustomed to moving at night for so many days, how could he feel sleepy? Logically speaking, you should be more energetic at night. Wrong. Peter was shocked. Spider telepathy detected someone peeking at him. He immediately noticed the strange aroma in the room. Peter jumped out of the window. The target has spotted us, prepare to attack. There was a loud shout from nowhere, and as soon as Peter landed on the ground, his eyes were enveloped by a dazzling light. He raised his head and saw a group of heavily armed soldiers on the opposite side. The tactical flashlights in the hands of these soldiers made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Peter was about to resist when his body lost strength. Before he was completely dizzy, he only heard a grunt. Spider-Boy. Ridiculous. Then Peter fell into darkness. Chapter 16. Jiang knocked the gangster in front of him to the ground with 3 strikes, 5 strikes, and 2 strikes. The 7th one is really good. She hummed a little tune, shot out spider webs and leaped to the top of the building, taking a short rest. What's going on tonight? Peter didn't come out. Jane felt a little strange, but didn't pay much attention to it. It was probably because Peter had been very tired recently and was absent from work tonight. I've decided on tomorrow's headlines. Taking a deep breath, Jane started her actions again. Early morning. As soon as Jane and Kerrigan walked into the classroom together, they found a fashionably dressed woman standing in the classroom, talking to the teacher. Aunt May, why are you here at school? Jane was stunned and stepped forward to say hello. Mary Jane's Aunt Anna is a good friend of Aunt May, and the two are relatively close. Hearing Jane's voice, Aunt May turned around with tears on her face. Mary, Peter. Peter is missing. What? Jane was shocked, and Kerrigan behind her frowned slightly. He was normal after he came home last night. When I asked him to get up for breakfast this morning, I found that the house was empty. I just asked the teacher, and Peter didn't come to school either. Aunt May cried so hard. She and Ben regarded Peter as their own. Not long after Ben died, now this nephew who was like a son also disappeared. The successive blows made Aunt May a little nervous. Jane looked at Kerrigan with wide eyes. Kerrigan shook her head slightly, stepped forward, and handed out a handkerchief. Madam, maybe Peter just went out to play and hasn't come to school yet. No, Peter never goes out at night. Aunt May took the handkerchief and wiped her tears. Peter is so good, he never goes out in the middle of the night. Both Jane and Kerrigan were speechless. This Aunt May really knows nothing about Peter. Madam, Mr. Parker hasn't come to school yet. I think you shouldn't worry yet. Maybe he overslept somewhere? If Mr. Parker comes to school, I will notify you as soon as possible, okay? The teacher whispered. Okay, please. Seeing that the search was hopeless, Aunt May could only go back and wait for news. News of Peter Parker's disappearance soon spread throughout the school. The classmates in the class were talking a lot. Although many people didn't think highly of Peter, they didn't want to hear bad news. However, until school ended, Peter still did not show up at school. Jane, come with me. After school, Kerrigan pulled Jane over, got in the car and drove away. Queen, what do you think happened to Peter? Jane's face was solemn. Either you get caught or you die. Kerrigan said coldly, Peter's ability comes from a nuclear radiation spider. Ordinary spiders will definitely not be contaminated with nuclear radiation. It is estimated that the person who developed that spider has found Peter. What? Jane was stunned. Is this ability so dangerous? Kerrigan showed a smile. That's his, not yours. What I gave you doesn't have so many problems. Jane breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them came all the way to the suburbs. Come with me. Kerrigan got out of the car and came to a forest, and Jane followed curiously. Buzz. The ground shook slightly, and a pothole slowly appeared. Kerrigan walked into the pit and glanced at the stunned Jane above. Don't be stupid, this is our home. Oh, here it comes. Jane followed Kerrigan, and the pothole slowly disappeared again. The light will be a little dark, you need to get used to it. Kerrigan said softly and continued walking down. Jiang followed suit step by step. The further she walked, the wider her pupils opened. I saw that this underground base was filled with all kinds of ferocious insects with different looks. The Zerg were busy at work and bowed their heads to show respect when they saw Kerrigan. Jane suppressed the fear in her heart. It turned out that these bugs looked a bit scary. One of the Zerg showed its fangs to Jane in a friendly manner, which made her feel a little numb. But Jane could tell that these Zerg were indeed not hostile to her. Kerrigan took Jane to a hall, a very magnificent hall. Although it is an underground Zerg base, there is no shortage of electronic products here. The high-level lamps on the top floor of the hall are extremely dazzling. I really don't know how these Zerg can provide power underground, which makes Jane speechless. Kerrigan walked to her throne, which was a magnificent seat. Two worker bees pushed a stone bench over. Sit down, this is my underground base in New York. Kerrigan motioned for Jane to sit down. I'm going to teach you a new ability. Kerrigan frowned slightly. Peter's current ability should be pretty good, but he still fell into the trap. Then those people are likely to target you, who is also a Spider-Man, so I want to strengthen your combat effectiveness now, so that even if you are attacked, you still have the ability to wait for our support. Jane nodded slightly. Thank you, Queen, for your concern. What is ability? This ability is called Psionic Power. It has many functions and can effectively improve your combat effectiveness, even like this. Kerrigan didn't speak, but these words went directly into Jane's mind. Jane's eyes widened in disbelief. This is one of the functions of psychic energy, spiritual communication. As long as the other party is an intelligent creature, psychic energy can communicate with it. Kerrigan smiled. But Peter sighed. I have sent the Zerg to search. Don't worry, this is the strength of the Zerg. Don't act these days unless you have to. After the spiritual power is taught to you, practice more. If you don't have any practice, you can come to the space to practice. The Queen will open the door for you. Kerrigan whispered. Yes, Queen. After learning some psychic methods, Jane began to contact, while Kerrigan questioned the Queen through the psychic network. How's the check going? Queen, there is a lot of traffic near the target's house, so we can't act rashly. After a day, the smell has almost dissipated, making the investigation a little difficult. An insect queen appeared, leaned down and said. Is that so? Let's check first. Since there is a Spider-Man, they will definitely be interested in the female Spider-Man. Kerrigan whispered. When Peter woke up, he found himself tied to the hospital bed, surrounded by a group of people in white coats. He was so frightened that he yelled and was then gagged. Outside the ward, the excited researcher held up a report board and shouted at Hillis. Sir, this experimental subject is really amazing. It can be perfectly combined with the toxins of nuclear radiated spiders. His current physical fitness is more than 3 times that of humans. Hill's smile was extremely enthusiastic. Yeah, I really didn't expect to get such a treasure. The researcher pushed up his glasses. However, I think we still need more experimental data. One experimental subject is not enough, right? Hilary showed a sinister smile. It doesn't matter, maybe that spider bit more than one person. Catch everyone present at the time. Chapter 17. Tony Stark hasn't been idle lately either. After openly announcing that he was Iron Man, he became a frequent headliner. Not only did he go around fighting criminals, he also became more public. Whether it's lifestyle or something else. Definitely, he has never given up on the design of anti-Zerg armor. Ethan frowned and walked to him with Tony's physical report. Tony, please don't wear the suit anymore. Tony, who had just finished the mission, was stunned. Hey Ethan, do you know what you are talking about? Everyone needs me and Iron Man. But can Iron Man just ignore his own life? Ethan shouted sternly, your body is already showing symptoms of palladium poisoning. If you use the armor again, it will only make your poisoning worse. Tony's pupils shrank. No, this is impossible. Impossible. Take a look for yourself. If you don't wear the armor, you can survive for the rest of your life. If you put it on, your life will start counting down. Ethan handed Tony the physical report and sighed, I didn't expect that this would happen. Tony looked at the report with a heavy heart. I have just found the direction of my life, I have just wanted to make a big move, and I am going to die young? No, this is not my future. He pushed Ethan away and ran to the basement without looking back, preparing to study how to solve this problem. Tony sat on the sofa dejectedly, his hair messy, covering his head and saying nothing. 5 days have passed and he still has not found a way to slow down the palladium poisoning. He can only survive with the inhibitory drug developed by Ethan. Ethan walked to him worriedly, Tony, why don't you go out for a walk, maybe it's better to relax. Tony nodded silently, stood up, put on his armor and flew away without washing up. Ethan sighed slightly, this kind of blow was indeed very fatal to Tony. Another few days passed. Kerrigan stopped practicing, leaned on the windowsill, and stretched her body gracefully. To describe it in poetry, it is like the oriole chatting outside the blue gauze window, the sound sounds like a sad spring evening, the bright eyes are as bright as snow, and the autumn waves are as clear as stars and frost. The graceful scenery reflects the clouds, the wind is full of spring light, the brightness is incomparable, and the demeanor is more touching. The TV that was on was playing a piece of news. Iron Man Tony Stark's recent lifestyle issues have surprised the public. He seems to have returned to the Playboy. Today is his Iron Man concert special. Now let's get through to the on-site reporters. After hearing the news, Kerrigan thought for a moment, it seems that Iron Man's palladium poisoning has already appeared, otherwise he wouldn't suddenly become like this. The corner of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly, not bad. It's better to add icing on the cake than to provide help in the snow. Waking up from the gentle land of luxury and wealth, Tony dropped a wad of money, scratched his head and broke away from the embrace of a group of supermodels. Just as we were about to take off and go home, J.A.R.V.I.S called out. Sir, we have found traces of the Zerg Queen. She is 100 meters away from your location at 6 o'clock. Tony was stunned. He had not yet decided whether to cooperate with the Zerg. What was the matter with this queen coming to him? He didn't hesitation and flew directly in front of Kerrigan. Today, Kerrigan is dressed quite dignified, like an elegant noble. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty. Looking at Kerrigan, Tony's eyes flashed with appreciation. Although I don't know what the true identity of this Zerg queen is, her current appearance is really beautiful and very in line with human aesthetics. Tony Stark, you've been poisoned. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Tony's heart sank, but he still forced a smile and said, Your Majesty, are you kidding me? My physical condition is very good. I just competed with more than a dozen supermodels in a row. Ha Tony, don't hide it. I said that the Zerg are masters of genes. Your physical condition cannot be hidden from my eyes. Kerrigan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, if those things flow to your heart, then you will really be hopeless. Tony's Adam's apple moved. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, if you are here to see my joke, then please go back. I don't have that kind of leisure. Listen Tony, cooperate with me, psychic energy can cure your disease. Kerrigan chuckled. Tony raised his head suddenly, really? His voice was trembling, and he was obviously very excited. Over the past few days, he had tried countless methods to find a cure for his illness, but he still found nothing. It was precisely because of this that he began to act unruly again. If labor and capital are going to die, can't we enjoy enjoyment? Do you think I need to lie? Kerrigan's smile was so beautiful. Tony's palms were upward, staring intently at the glass floating in the sky above his palms. Chili Pepper and Ethan's eyes widened. The glass shook slightly, and Tony's hand shook. Boom. The glass fell and he couldn't catch it for a moment, and it shattered. Tony's forehead was sweating slightly and he was a little disappointed. Ba bang bang. Kerrigan on the opposite side applauded slightly, very good. As a beginner in psychic abilities, your progress is quite good. Thank you for your compliment, Your Majesty. Tony was a little embarrassed, and he thought Kerrigan was trying to comfort him. Practice more. The meditation method I give you can improve your spiritual power. Also, everyone's spiritual power focuses on different directions. You have to learn to find your own direction. Kerrigan smiled. Direction. Everyone was a little confused. Yes, direction. Some people can use spiritual energy to greatly enhance their physique and become super warriors. Some people can use spiritual energy to release powerful spiritual energy storms. Others can condense spiritual energy into weapons and become invincible. The light blade needs to be developed by yourself. Spiritual energy is omnipotent. Kerrigan stood up. The Zerg's chips have been paid, now it's up to you to develop a new energy device as soon as possible. I will not let you down, Your Majesty. Tony whispered. Tony, do you feel better? Ethan said softly. Well, I feel a lot more relaxed. I probably don't have to eat those weird things anymore. Tony looked relaxed, and the psychic power really made a big stone fall in his heart. Pepper boldly asked, Your Majesty the Queen, what is the direction of your psychic energy? I know a little bit about everything. Kerrigan said with a chuckle. Ethan suddenly said, Your Majesty, there is something I need to report to you. A few days ago, Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. came to ask me about other intelligent races on the Earth. That black braised egg? What did you tell him? Kerrigan asked with interest. Black braised eggs. The three of them were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. I have to say that the name Kerrigan is quite appropriate. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I didn't say anything. Ethan put away his smile and said. But Kerrigan shook his head. Ethan, you are still too young for Nick Fury. I'm thinking that he will be here soon. The three of them were stunned when they heard the voice of Jarvis. Mr. Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury is waiting outside the door, followed by Agent Phil Coulson and others. Little Pepper was shocked. Your Majesty, please come with me, there is a secret passage. Ethan and Tony were also panicked. This place might become a battlefield. Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts. Kerrigan showed a smile. Just in time, I also want to talk to this S.H.I.E.L.D. director. The three of them looked at each other and saw that Kerrigan was determined, so they had no choice but to do so. Tony coughed and said, J.A.R.V.I.S, please Mr. Fury and the others come in. Footsteps sounded, and Nick Fury slowly walked into the room with a few people. A man with short hair, carrying a bow on his back, looked around warily, while Agent Phil Coulson smiled and waved to everyone. Fury didn't even look at the three people who were at a loss, but looked at Kerrigan intently. Your Excellency, what is your name? Chapter 18. In fact, Nick Fury didn't expect Kerrigan to be here. He came today with the intention of giving Tony some drugs that S.H.I.E.L.D. specially developed for him to inhibit palladium poisoning, so that Tony could join SHIELD. Unexpectedly, he met Kerrigan. Are you questioning me? Kerrigan's eyes turned cold. The atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Phil Coulson touched his waist with his right hand, and the short-haired man also touched his bow. Little Chili Pepper and Ethan didn't dare to express their anger. Tony gritted his teeth and said with a smile. We are all friends, please sit down, please sit down. However, Kerrigan and Nick Fury ignored him. Nick Fury squinted his eyes and stared at Kerrigan with one eye. You are a guest. As the host, shouldn't I ask who you are? Since when has the beautiful country represented the world? Kerrigan chuckled lightly, brushing the ends of her hair with her right hand, her eyes extremely cold. You want to challenge the majesty of a king, don't you? Everyone just felt that their bodies became a little heavier. This is not an illusion. Phil Coulson was sweating profusely, and his hands felt as if they were weighted heavily. Hawkeye, the short-haired archer, bit his lip and bent his knees slightly, as if he was about to kneel down. Looking at Pepper and Ethan, they were already sitting on the ground. Tony was doing well, still gritting his teeth and persisting. Nick Fury's legs were also shaking, but his expression remained normal, as if he didn't feel any pressure at all. Kerrigan's eyes flashed with admiration. Interesting, human, you have a strong will. The stress disappears instantly. Everyone seemed to be amnesty. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye lay on the ground and gasped for air. Tony sat down on the sofa. Nick Fury's face shook, but he still stood still. You have my approval, human, and you may ask me 3 questions. Kerrigan sat down gracefully and chuckled. Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing on Earth? Fury's tone softened a lot. I am Kerrigan, the Blade Queen of the Zerg. I come from another world and come to Earth to travel. What's the answer? The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Zerg, I understand, please, and your race, please don't cause chaos in this world. Fury bowed slightly. You can rest assured that I like this world very much and will not destroy it. Kerrigan's eyes flashed with a smile. Fury took a deep breath. If there is a crisis in this world, will you take action? It depends on the situation. Definitely, you need to pay a price that satisfies me. After all, I am a guest. When the host asks the guest to make a move, he still needs to show the proper expression. What do you want? The Zerg are eager to evolve. We are born for evolution, so we need many novel gene fragments to promote our evolution. Kerrigan stood up, definitely, anything else is fine, as long as I'm satisfied. Thank you for your tolerance, may I ask where your Zerg are? Fury said softly. Kerrigan raised her head slightly and said, you don't want to know. Kerrigan left. Ethan rubbed his legs, his teeth chattering, God, I feel like all the bones in my body were screaming just now. Who is not? I feel that His Majesty can crush my armor into powder. Tony frowned as he enjoyed Pepper's massage. I think your Majesty's dress is very fashionable. Maybe I should ask her how to dress up. Pepper muttered. Several people were stunned. This was indeed true. Judging from the appearance alone, Kerrigan was indeed very popular. Even Hawkeye, who always liked to look at people with their nostrils, could not be hostile to Kerrigan. What kind of cooperation did you reach with His Majesty? Fury sitting aside whispered. The three of them looked at each other, wondering if they could say anything. A voice sounded in Tony's heart, tell him, it's okay. Tony was shocked, it was this weird ability again. Don't panic. This is one of the basic uses of psychic energy. It's just spiritual communication. You can do it in the future too. Your Majesty, is it really okay to tell S.H.I.E.L.D? Tony frowned. You just need to make sure that only Nick Fury knows about it. Also, let me tell you something. There is something going on inside SHIELD. Tony narrowed his eyes and glanced at Nick Fury, who was waiting for his answer. Your Majesty means that Nick Fury is worthy of belief. He glanced at Hawkeye and Phil Coulson standing at the door and raised his eyebrows. Nick Fury understood and motioned for the two of them to go out. After the two of them went out, Tony spoke. I developed new energy sources for the Zerg, and they teach me a power called Shinix. Psychic power. Nick Fury was stunned, never heard of it. According to His Majesty, Shinix energy is a power that originates from the user's mind, so it tends to focus on spiritual effects. Definitely, as long as Shinix energy is powerful enough, it can change reality. After Tony revealed the basic information about his psychic abilities, Nick Fury nodded, it doesn't look abnormal. It's also a good thing to enhance your physical ability. He stood up and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, for disturbing your practice. It's out of the way. Tony smiled. You are the first person to come into contact with the Zerg. Do you have any more information about them? After all, they are outsiders. It is always good to be careful. Nick Fury whispered. Tony's mind sank, and he wanted to tell Kerrigan. But I only got an answer of it's up to you. Random. Tony was silent for a moment. It seemed that the Zerg were so powerful that they could ignore the beautiful country with the strongest military on the planet. However, such a powerful ally is always better than an enemy. He took a deep breath and began to tell Nick Fury something he knew. On the other side, Kerrigan lazily turned on the TV after returning to the hotel. Today's contact with SHIELD. Although it is a little early, it is not bad. After all, we will have to deal with it sooner or later. Nick Fury is pretty good. As for the Zerg information in Tony's hands, Kerrigan didn't take it seriously. So what if you know? The emergence of new Zerg races is far faster than their collection of information. While Tony and others were chatting, Fury remembered the main purpose of his visit. He coughed and said, by the way Tony, we have specially developed a drug for you that can inhibit palladium poisoning. Although the taste is a bit hard to describe, you will definitely need it. Fury thought Tony would be surprised, but Tony's expression changed, you're spying on me. Ahem, this is just in case, just in case. Nick Fury apologized quickly, which somehow calmed down Tony's anger. However, the medicine was not delivered. No need, Director Nick Fury. After learning psychic powers, I no longer need to be afraid of palladium poisoning. Tony looked proud, while Fury's face darkened a lot. Definitely, he was black, and no one else could tell. Kerrigan could feel that there were some people of unknown origin around her recently. And these guys are not from SHIELD. They seem to be affiliated with other forces. Nick Fury will investigate Kerrigan, but never in such a blatant way. Such as now. Madam, could you please come with us? Looking at the man in front of him and the hand hidden on his waist, Kerrigan's eyes turned slightly cold. What if I say no? Then I can only say I'm sorry, although I don't like attacking ladies. The man opposite squeezed out a few words and suddenly struck Kerrigan's waist with his right hand. Chapter 19. However, Kerrigan is faster than him. In just a moment, the man's right hand was cut off. The severe pain caused the man to lie on the ground and cry, ah! My hand, my hand. Kerrigan's face was solemn, how dare you want to touch me with your dirty hands. Get her. Fire tranquilizer bombs. Just as the man fell, Dozens of soldiers in combat uniforms rushed over from the other side. Hearing the noise, the surrounding people ran away. Doesn't it look like some kind of secret agency is arresting people and waiting to die? Court death. Kerrigan was furious, glared, and instantly exploded the attacking soldiers into blood mist. She walked up to the wailing man, glanced at the logo embroidered on the man's inner lining. Huh, protective umbrella. I almost forgot about you, but I didn't expect you to be sent to your door. It just so happens that the genes near New York are almost collected, and the insect swarm goes out to find them and tear them apart. Kerrigan casually beat the man to a pulp, ending his wails. She immediately gave an order and the operation began in the underground insect nest located on the outskirts of New York City. The citizens of New York City only felt that the whole earth was shaking slightly. Everyone was stunned, and then quickly began to take refuge. This situation is completely like an earthquake. What, New York City earthquake? Tony was stunned when he received the news. No, why didn't we feel the earthquake here? How far is it from New York? Sir, it's a little strange. No earthquake source has been detected. It doesn't seem to be an earthquake. J.A.R.V.I.S reports. Not an earthquake. Ethan frowned, then slapped his thigh. Underground. What's wrong? It's the queen of the Zerg, it's the Zerg. Damn, what happened? Didn't we just reach a cooperation agreement? Why are the Zerg active? Quick, contact S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony quickly ordered J.A.R.V.I.S to contact Nick Fury, while he began to contact Kerrigan. Nick Fury was also shocked. Why did he change his mind as soon as he agreed? As soon as Tony called Kerrigan, he heard a cold voice on the other side. Explain. Your Majesty, the Zerg are out. If anyone dares to attack me, let S.H.I.E.L.D treat it like nothing happened, or I will demolish their building. Tony was shocked. He didn't know what kind of god he was, and he had the audacity to provoke this person. Tony hung up the phone and explained the situation to Nick Fury through gritted teeth. Now we're in big trouble. Nick Fury had a headache. He had just found out about Kerrigan entering New York City to study, and he just thought it was because His Majesty wanted to experience human student life, so something big happened that night. Quickly, check to see if the research institute that cooperates with us has any special operations in New York. Phil Carlson ran out quickly and ran back quickly. Report, nothing unusual. It's not ours. Could it be the military? What a headache. Nick Fury scratches his head. The military's S.H.I.E.L.D really can't reach it? I can only wish them good luck and hope it doesn't cause too much trouble. He sighed. In this case, he would be a real fool to declare war with Kerrigan. He should inform the military first. Huh? Why are we doing research in a busy city like New York? Are you crazy? The military bosses who received the news yelled at Nick Fury. Not you. Then who is it? Nick Fury was dumbfounded. The military was also fooled. Several people stood up together. Someone dares to cause trouble under our noses. Umbrella New York Underground Base. Hillis had a headache. When I visited a science and technology exhibition, most of the people who might have been bitten by the spider were caught, but they all gained little. He stared at the screen, which showed a man's perspective. Opposite stood a beautiful woman. This was the last target, Sarah Louise Kerrigan. As soon as the two said a few words, the communication was suddenly interrupted, followed by wailing, and then darkness. What's the situation? Restart communication quickly. Hillary shouted excitedly. All the teams in the outside world immediately moved towards the target area to round up. Be careful, the target may be dangerous. He had just finished giving the order and his eyes were full of joy. Sure enough, it was really good luck to catch another person who could perfectly integrate the gene body. Boom boom boom. The walls of the extremely solid base trembled slightly for some unknown reason. Earthquake. No, the base's earthquake protection is very strong, and our place is not an earthquake zone, right? A group of soldiers were whispering, and Hillis's face was tense. Keep monitoring, and stop talking nonsense. Kerrigan tapped her toes on the dirt in the tunnel and led the swarm forward at high speed. At the moment, she was full of rage and just wanted to tear anyone who dared to challenge Her Majesty into pieces. Through the guidance of her psychic powers, she came all the way to the outer wall of the New York Umbrella underground base. Looking at the metal wall in front of him, Kerrigan sneered, I didn't come to you, but you came to mess with me first. Hydralisk, break through this pile of iron shells. With a command, the nearly 3-meter-tall hydralisks rushed out of the insect swarm and spit out extremely sharp spikes at the metal wall. The metal walls were like pieces of paper, quilled with spikes. Hundreds of springtails slammed into those spikes, completely smashing them to pieces. People inside the umbrella base screamed. Because they saw helplessly that the extremely solid metal exterior wall was torn apart by some kind of attack, and then densely packed giant insects rushed out of the hole. Damn it, fight, fight. Hilary shouted loudly. Quick, contact support. He didn't see a figure rushing out of the hole and leaping into the air, and an invisible wave instantly invaded the entire base. As soon as the people in the main control room connected to the communication, the entire base's motors roared and exploded into pieces. What's the situation? Start the backup power quickly. The backup power supply was also destroyed. Oops. The experimental subject's restraint failed, and one of the experimental subjects escaped. Hurry and release the tyrant to confront the enemy. Hillis shouted, but it was too late. The entire base was plunged into darkness. In the darkness, the soldiers were raising their guns and firing wildly at the bugs. But in the dark, the Zerg are invincible. The soldiers who lost their vision could only be lambs under the Zerg's fangs and claws. They were separated and their blood spattered everywhere. Help! I've been hit, help me! Spare me, please! Screams, gunshots, roars, and screams formed an elegant symphony. All the researchers were shivering, lying on the ground and not daring to move. After a long time, the symphony was finally finished. Dada's footsteps sounded in the passage. The visitor walked very slowly, not in a hurry, and knocked on the door politely. Anyone there? Kerrigan chuckled and pushed open the lab door, and the lights came on again. The researchers did not dare to look up and could only see a pair of extremely perfect legs walking in front of them. Kerrigan walked into the lab. Queen, we found this human pretending to be dead, and these guys, do you want to kill them together? A hydralisk bit a human body covered in blood and threw it in front of Kerrigan, then looked at the trembling researchers. An insect queen also walked over slowly. Queen, we found something interesting. Chapter 20. Kerrigan raised her hand slightly, and the man's head, whose face was covered in blood, was slightly raised by invisible power. Looking at the badge and ID on his chest, Kerrigan smiled disdainfully. Commander Hill Reese of the Umbrella New Vietnam base? He is still a big fish. It's a pity that it is useless. Let's kill him. As commanded. Just as Hydralisk was about to take action, Hillis shouted, Who are you? You can't kill me. I'm from the Umbrella Company. I'm from the military. If you kill me, you won't get anything good. You have no right to know who I am, interesting, and dare to threaten me. Kerrigan laughed angrily. I changed my mind. I won't kill you. Queen, take him back to the incubation pool. Don't the people in the Umbrella Company like to capture people for experiments? Then let's transform him as ours, the author's first experimental subject. As you command, Queen. The Queen of Insects slowly approached, knocked Hilry's unconscious, and carried him away. Kerrigan has always wanted to develop a new Zerg race that can parasitize humans for a long time, so as to achieve the purpose of controlling the Umbrella. However, due to energy problems, the insect swarm has no energy to evolve for the time being, and it is also extremely short of human experimental subjects. Kerrigan had no intention of taking action against ordinary humans. After all, she had already negotiated terms with the Ancient One and Nick Fury. But this group of protective guys came to her door to seek death, so don't blame her for being rude. She glanced at the researchers on the ground again. Take them back with you to speed up the research progress, do you understand? Yes. A young researcher suddenly shouted, No, no, please spare me, I am willing to work for you, please don't send me to do experiments. Kerrigan raised her eyebrows and said, Human, raise your head. The researcher looked up tremblingly. At first glance, you look like a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. That's not bad. The Zerg tribe needs people like you. Open your mouth. Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and a larva condensed on her right side. This is the ability she unlocked when she upgraded to 10.2 integration, parasitism. Although it cannot be done like in the later stages of the game, where the parasitized bugs can directly develop into the mother bug, it is still okay to kill people instantly. The man opened his mouth and the larvae quickly jumped in. He strangled his throat, but he still felt the bug go straight into his stomach. Be at ease and obedient, work for the Zerg, and the larvae will not activate. If you dare to have second thoughts, disembowel me, do you understand? The man nodded repeatedly, fearing that his belly would be opened. He introduced himself as Jerry, a researcher who had just joined. As soon as he lamented the generous salary of Umbrella, he encountered Kerrigan's surprise attack, which was indeed a bit miserable. Other researchers also wanted to surrender like Jerry, but Kerrigan just sneered. All I need is a dog. After dealing with the problem of the prisoners, Jerry diligently took Kerrigan around the base, introducing Kerrigan to the samples and projects stored in the base one by one. Kerrigan saw a lot of interesting things. A dazzling array of lab samples and blood samples, Some sort of white flour in a petri dish, and definitely, Peter Parker. Peter is really miserable now. There were several knife marks on the left half of the body, and burn marks on the right half of the body. Facing Kerrigan's gaze, Jerry didn't dare to look into her eyes at all. This is to test his cell strength and so on. Humans are truly terrifying creatures. Kerrigan waved, and a springtail came running over. Send him back to the insect nest. Fortunately, this kid's genes are mutated, otherwise he would have died long ago. Several springtails carried Peter and ran away. The Worm Queen takes Kerrigan with her and sees something interesting. Looking at these huge amounts of bound flesh, the corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Although the genes of these guys are still very defective, as long as they are developed a little, they will have very good combat effectiveness. Acquire special genes, mutated chameleon gene fragment, integration increased to 10.3%. Acquire special genes, rabies virus modified gene fragments, integration increased to 10.4%. Acquire special genes, leech virus modified gene fragments, integration increased to 10.5%. Really not bad. Kerrigan was very satisfied with the harvest. From the Umbrella New underground base alone, she collected nearly 50 special gene fragments, not to mention countless precious materials in the base, and the integration level soared to 15%. Congratulations to the host, the integration has been increased to 15%, and the Zerg hero unit has been unlocked. You can summon a hero unit in any insect nest. Currently, the hero slot is unlocked. 1. The optional heroes have been listed for you: Zerg Genetic Engineer Abathur, Zerg Mother Zagara, Primitive Zerg Dhaka, Zerg Cyborg Alexei Stukov, Primitive Zerg Balak, Zerg Lord Agdra, Zerg Lord Chris. Unlocked unit, Zolwen, the Zongzu. Huge amounts of surprises surrounded Kerrigan. Finally know how to unlock the Zerg hero. Protective Umbrella, great place, I will go there often in the future. She continued to look at the heart of the swarm. Buildings unlocked, Flying Dragon Tower, Tunnel Network. Please note that your hatchery needs to be upgraded before it can be built. Yes, a lot has been gained. Kerrigan nodded with satisfaction. Definitely, Kerrigan is also thinking about how to end this. She dialed Nick Fury's contact information. Oh. The Protective Umbrella is not an organization between you and the military? Yes, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, we don't know where this organization came from, and we are starting to investigate. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone sounded extremely embarrassed. Under the noses of the dignified SHIELD and the military, a research institute appeared with troops. This really slapped both sides in the face. Since this has nothing to do with either of you, then it will be no problem for me to take action on the Protective Umbrella. Kerrigan chuckled. Ahem, Your Majesty, after all, the Protective Umbrella is an institution on the land of our beautiful country. Please leave the Protective Umbrella to us. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Nick Fury said quickly. With so many resources in hand, Umbrella cannot fall directly into the hands of the Zerg. You're too late. I have already taken over the Umbrella Naya base, and it belongs to the Zerg now. Kerrigan's voice was a little cold. What, you want to start a war with the Zerg? Nick Fury is a little cold-hearted. How many minutes has it been? An underground base with security forces is gone? What a bunch of rubbish. Nick Fury was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he could only smile along with him. Your Majesty, since you have taken it, it can only be yours, but please leave the other institutions of the Umbrella to us, okay? What if I say no? Kerrigan raised her eyebrows slightly. I found a lot of interesting things here, which are very useful to the Zerg. Nick Fury gritted his teeth. I understand, Your Majesty, how about you leave the other institutions of the Umbrella to us, and we will share all the special genes obtained with you. Chapter 21. The senior executives of Umbrella probably did not expect that their fate would be arranged by others inexplicably. The state machinery of the beautiful country took action together, and soon dug out many inside stories about the Umbrella Company. Ms. Falk, these crazy guys. Nick Fury looked at the report in his hand, his scalp numb. Under the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, Umbrella Corporation has developed into a powerful group with nearly 7 large underground bases and 23 offices around the world. What is even more troublesome is that these guys are engaged in the development of biological weapons, medical development and other projects. It has very strong financial resources, huge strength within the military, and even has contacts with the direction of the White Palace. It is precisely for this reason that no one has discovered the actions of the Protective Umbrella. Because they have their own bigger umbrella. The military bosses and Nick Fury all have the same expression. Headache. If the rotten flesh grows on your body, big problems will arise if you check it. But these guys have already extended their hands into projects that they dare not think of. It will definitely not work if they don't check it. In the end, it was the head of the military who slapped the table. Check hard. If this pile of rotten meat is allowed to develop, the situation will be out of control. Umbrella already has its own troops, which is really riding on the head of the military. Kerrigan arranged for the insect queens to occupy the Umbrella New York underground base and began to transform it. The guy named Jerry was quite attentive. Not only did he not give in, he also boldly asked to stay at the base to assist the queens in their research. This surprised Kerrigan. Such a good dog was not easy to find. Kerrigan arranged for Peter to be sent to the door of the nearest hospital, and she was too lazy to care about the life and death of this brat. Now she has more important things to do. Awaken the Zerg hero, Engineer Abathur. If you want the Zerg to accelerate its development, Abathur's existence is very necessary. She returned to the hive, ready to see how the heart of the swarm awakened Abathur. Awaken the Zerg hero unit, Genetic Engineer Abathur. Please note that this option is irreversible. When the hero unit dies, you can use resources at the Zerg altar to resurrect it. Resurrection will take a certain amount of time. Kerrigan was a little surprised. Can she still buy a living? Theoretically, these Zerg heroes are immortal. Confirm wake up. She said without hesitation. It has been confirmed that the Zerg altar is being gathered. A blue shadow appeared in front of Kerrigan, slowly condensing into a square building. The altar has been constructed and is being transmitted. There was a flash of blue light, and huge amounts of Zerg appeared in front of Kerrigan. Its head is very large, and its appearance is one of the most ugly among the Zerg races. A few drops of strange liquid drip from its mouthparts from time to time, and it makes a squeaking sound when it falls on the ground. Ah, it feels so good to be awake. It's so nice to see you again, Queen. As soon as Abathur appeared, he saluted Kerrigan. It lowered its big head slightly, put its forelimbs together, and was polite. Kerrigan could feel that there was some kind of connection between herself and Abathur. It seemed that, whenever she thought about it, Abathur would die. She was quite satisfied. This should be the authority of the heart of the swarm. Suddenly, Abathur hesitated. Queen, why do you give me a different feeling? Kerrigan's heart skipped a beat and she said calmly, oh? What do you think is different about me? Abathur scratched his head. I'm sorry, I can't describe this feeling. It seems like you have become more real. Kerrigan slowly sat down on her throne and said, don't worry about this. Now, I want to ask you some questions and tell you something. I'm really surprised. Is this already another world? Abathur's tone was quite surprising. In this case, we should devour this planet immediately and let them become nutrients for the evolution of our Zerg race. This planet is not simple, put this idea away. Kerrigan said softly, the Zerg's previous style must be abandoned. If you don't want to be a thorn in everyone's eyes and a thorn in the flesh, you must make changes. Abathur lowered his head slightly. Abathur respects your will, Queen, and I will immediately start developing new genes for the Zerg. Well, here are the special gene fragments I have collected these days. Take a look. With that said, Kerrigan transferred the large amount of genetic data in her hand to Abathur. Abathur looked at these genes, and his forelimbs, which were as steady as a mountain, could no longer close. My queen, how is this possible, that these genes can have so many variants? This is the strange world. Now you understand why I don't just invade this time with my army. I understand. Indeed, these genes are enough to show how powerful this world is. Please forgive me for being rude, Queen, I can't wait to start researching. Abathur was extremely excited. The insect hive will support your research. If you have any questions, please inform me at any time. Kerrigan waved her hand, and the insect mothers gathered next to Abathur, waiting for his orders. I'll leave this to you, Abathur, don't let me down. Don't worry, Queen, Abathur will always be loyal to you. Abathur left with the insect mothers, and Kerrigan returned to his hotel. The increase in integration has given her a lot of benefits, and she needs to digest them. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military forgot one thing. Protective Umbrella is not a good man who will obediently hand over his base and all information. Although the White Palace, due to pressure from SHIELD and the military, could only say that they would no longer be involved in the matter, the Umbrella's own security force still caused a headache for SHIELD and the military. What makes them even more troublesome is that there is also trouble within the military. Although some of the Umbrellas have been controlled, there are also many people who are hiding and spreading news to the Umbrellas. The military was the most unlucky. Several operations suffered setbacks. Although the Umbrella base of the beautiful country was basically taken care of, the cost was not small. While S.H.I.E.L.D. spent a long time to fix all of Umbrella's overseas bases, the military was still fighting over Umbrella's last base in the beautiful country and its largest main base, the Raccoon City base. The battle at the Raccoon City base is extremely fierce, because Umbrella has basically taken over the city as its own, and the citizens and officials in the city are all Umbrella Company employees. Few people know that this once prosperous small city will turn into a battlefield, and it is still on the territory of the beautiful country. Agent Phil Carlson looked at the Umbrella staff being escorted out and breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Umbrella's overseas bases have basically been captured by them. These guys have almost extended their tentacles to the furry bear country. Fortunately, they took action early. If they went to the furry bear to establish a base, then S.H.I.E.L.D. would really be a little bit better. There is no solution. Sir, the Umbrella overseas base has been cleared. He immediately contacted Nick Fury. Nick Fury had a solemn look on his face. Well, leave the aftermath to other agents. You should immediately bring people to support the military. Something big has happened in Raccoon City. Chapter 22. Something really bad is going on in Raccoon City. The military was quite fierce, and despite a fierce battle, they still managed to beat the Umbrella security forces to pieces. Umbrella saw something was not going well and responded quickly. They pulled the remaining troops into the base and sent a bunch of containers up there. The military representative responsible for the military operation against Raccoon City was the famous General Thaddeus E. Ross, also known as General Thunderbolt Ross. This general's background is not small. He has been committed to the development of super soldier serum, so he is particularly concerned about the protective umbrella and actively requests to personally command the battle. General, our troops have cleared all the armed forces outside the Raccoon City base. Their base is under the square. The adjutant pointed at the light curtain in front of him. Well done, what's going on with this bunch of containers? General Ross was a little confused. Although he knew that Umbrella was engaged in the development of biological weapons, he had not seen these things in action so far. We are still collecting information. Should we recycle these containers? Maybe they are their special weapons. Haha, no problem. General Ross curled his lips nonchalantly. Boys, dig out these rats. With an order, the tanks and armored vehicles surrounding the container will continue to move forward, and the assisting infantrymen will also follow carefully. At this moment, the container opened with a bang. Hundreds of 3-meter-tall giants stood majestically in front of the convoy. They all have bald heads, huge amounts of machine cannons mounted on their arms, their upper bodies are bare, and their skin is gray, making them extremely intimidating. Huh? This is... General Ross was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically. Fire immediately, that's a tyrant. General Ross also had some knowledge of the biological weapons developed by Umbrella before he came, so he naturally knew about the existence of these guys. Tyrant should be said to be the proud work of Umbrella. He has no sense of pain, is not afraid of death, has rough skin and thick flesh, and can easily smash tanks and vehicles to pieces when attacking together. However, he was still slow to respond. I saw the group of tyrants jumping up together and slapping the tank in front of them. Boom. A tank had no time to react and was overturned by several tyrants. Fire! Damn it! The front-line commanders hurriedly gave orders, but the tanks and vehicles like steel city walls now became their shackles. The soldiers with guns raised desperately tried to avoid the tanks that were smashed by the giants, and the wailing sounds were endless. The tanks in front of the tyrants were beaten to pieces. These tyrants were extremely powerful and fearless of life and death. Even if half of their bodies were blown away by the tanks, they could still stand up. The United States military is, after all, the strongest military group on Earth. The temporary rout did not disorient the soldiers. They quickly regrouped under the command and launched a counterattack. More than a dozen tyrants were instantly ignited by tanks and turned into rotten flesh. The other tyrants immediately picked up their machine guns and fired wildly at the soldiers. UBD, order the artillery positions to open fire and blow these ghosts to smithereens. General Ross snapped. A loud thunder-like sound came from the sky. The artillerymen opened fire. The piercing call passed through the air and exploded in the formation of the tyrants who were venting their anger. Just one round of artillery fire enveloped them all. When the smoke dissipated, there was only a pile of minced meat that exuded a foul odor and emitted smoke, many of which were still burning. However, not long after, a bunch of containers were delivered to the square again. This time, what jumped out of the container were a group of hairless monsters with thick knuckles that evolved into sharp claws. These monsters move like the wind, crossing the lines of fire and killing wantonly among the soldiers. I saw a strange tongue sticking out of their mouth parts, and with just a few breaths, it pierced the chests of dozens of soldiers. General Ross' pupils shrank. Liquor. Quick, all infantry retreat. Sir, these ghosts are too fast, we can't keep up. Back off, back off. The entire battlefield was in chaos. This group of lickers tore a big hole in the military's front line. They ignored the thick-skinned tanks and armored vehicles, and specifically targeted the infantry fighting in conjunction with the tanks. What's even worse is that another group of tyrants has appeared, and behind this group of tyrants, there is a group of black, ocean-like monsters. These monsters look 30% human-like and 70% ghost-like. They walk staggeringly, but their numbers are extremely terrifying. The tattered clothes, terrifying faces, and deafening roars scared the soldiers on the front line out of their wits. Because they look like they were completely human when they were alive. These soldiers had never seen such a terrifying existence before. The tyrants and lickers who protected the umbrella before were half human and half ghost. They dared to fight, but when they saw the zombies, they had no intention of resisting. It's simple. No one knows if being bitten by these guys will lead to the same thing. General, the data shows that the number of enemies is as high as 100,000. What kind of monster is this? General Ross was sweating profusely. How could a bullshit company man send out hundreds of thousands of troops in one go? No information on zombies has been collected, and Protective Umbrella would not be so foolish as to report such an extremely anti-human existence. Although these guys looked like rotten meat, the number really scared him. The battlefield situation changes again and again. These monsters followed Licker and Tyrant and rushed over at the risk of their lives. Help! I don't want to die. Medic, help me! Throughout the battlefield, screams could be heard endlessly, with broken limbs and splattered blood everywhere. These guys bite anyone they see. The soldiers opened fire and broke their hands and feet, but they could still lie down and continue to attack. This scared the soldiers out of their wits. How could they fight against such an enemy? Seeing that the situation was over, General Ross gritted his teeth and ordered the armored troops to retreat, and then ordered the Air Force to carry out carpet bombing. This is an extremely cruel decision. There were still a large number of infantrymen on the battlefield, and this decision was equivalent to letting them die in the bombing of their own people. The earth was shrouded in clouds of white mist like gas. Before the zombies on the ground had time to figure out what was going on, suddenly there was thunder and the earth trembled. Suddenly, hundreds of flame flowers the size of a basketball court file engulfed them, and the ground sparkled with fire. Violent explosions were heard endlessly, and houses near the zombie wave collapsed one after another. Broken reinforced concrete fell like a meteor shower, hitting the zombies mercilessly. The rancid black blood splashed everywhere, onto the shattered glass curtain wall, and flowed onto the torn asphalt road, like puddles of mud. The bodies of the zombies were burning in the flames, and they howled and were swallowed up by the flames. At this moment, it seemed as if the ancient god of fire had sent down divine punishment to kill all these miserable existences. Definitely, along with General Ross's own soldiers. General Ross is a white man, but his face is a bit darker than that of a black man at this moment. Retreat first. He clenched his fist tightly, and the veins on his hand were clearly visible. Nick Fury personally led the S.H.I.E.L.D. elite to the beautiful National Army position outside Raccoon City. After seeing the battle report, his heart felt extremely cold. Not to mention a huge number of enemies, they also possess many strange biological weapons. What's even worse is that they don't know how many such monsters there are in the enemy's base. In this kind of frontal battlefield, S.H.I.E.L.D. can't help at all. There are not many S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, and they believe in a policy of elite soldiers. If we force the fight, it will only severely weaken SHIELD. General Ross frowned. Nick Fury, is there any way to solve this problem? Don't talk nonsense about tactical nuclear strikes. This is our own land. Nick Fury touched his bald head and sighed. Yes, this is our own land, we can only ask for foreign aid. Chapter 23. General Ross knew who he was talking about. Zerg. When Nick Fury explained the existence of the Zerg to them, several military representatives considered taking a preemptive strike. But he was still stopped by Nick Fury. At least the Zerg have no intention of attacking humans now. Humans now know very little about their situation, so taking the initiative to attack is purely idiotic. Moreover, the Zerg Queen also said that she wanted to collect special genes. When the situation is unclear, it is a good thing to talk about it first. But cooperating with the Zerg will undoubtedly cost a lot of money. If the Queen is not satisfied, she probably won't even be interested in paying attention. But the current situation is really frozen. General Ross is really not sure he can win Raccoon City without the use of nuclear strikes. But with a nuclear strike, his role as a general would be over. General Ross thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Okay, contact the Zerg and see their conditions." Kerrigan, who was busy digesting what she had gained, was awakened by the ringing of the phone. 7 days had passed since she took over the New York base. She had been practicing in the hotel these days, and the school simply took a long vacation. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, she shook her head disdainfully. That's it? It's really embarrassing to swear that you can eat it, and then ask for it within 2 days. She thought for a moment, Okay, Nick Fury, listen, the Zerg can go out, but after the protective umbrella, it will belong to the Zerg, how about it? Nick Fury's mouth twitched. You really have a big appetite. However, negotiation is a step-by-step process. Well, Your Majesty, this condition is very difficult. Can you lower it a little? Lower? What, is this condition too much? Kerrigan chuckled. Now, you can only turn to me for help. Do you want to use nuclear weapons on your own land? Nick Fury's face twitched. You know so much. You also know that the Zerg are masters of genetic modification. Maybe we can reach many cooperations in the future. As long as you hand over your protection to me, I will allow the Zerg to conduct some research for you. How about that? Kerrigan tossed another date. Nick Fury's brows relaxed. Please wait a moment. He covered his phone and asked General Ross in a low voice to clarify Kerrigan's conditions. General Ross gritted his teeth. Promise her, but if the protective umbrella under the control of the Zerg engages in matters that endanger the interests of any beautiful country, we will show no mercy. Nick Fury has a weird look in his eyes. What is this, a threat? Do you really think that His Majesty is afraid of this threat? He just thought it was Rose's goodwill, so he didn't say anything and informed Kerrigan of the situation. Very well, now get the military and your people to withdraw from the area around Raccoon City. My army will be here soon. Stay away. Kerrigan showed a satisfied smile and hung up the phone. She had long expected that the military might be defeated, so she had sent the king insects to fly towards the various bases of the umbrella early. Now was the time to take action. Nick Fury and General Ross looked at each other. Stay away? Be there soon? What do you mean? When the two of them were a little curious, they heard the muttering of the soldiers on the side. What's going on? The radar shows that there are several giant unidentified flying objects approaching. The two were stunned for a moment, and then looked at the screen in front of the soldier. I don't know when dozens of giant weather balloons appeared in the sky. Those weather balloons were heading in the exact right direction, Raccoon City. When the weather balloons arrived over Raccoon City, their appearance began to change, revealing their prototypes. My lord. General Ross's eyes widened. Those are not weather balloons, but huge amounts of creatures. These creatures look strange, looking like big rubber balls, and there are many small holes on both sides of their bodies that are difficult to see clearly. Is this the Zerg army? General Ross stammered. I don't know, evacuate quickly, this place is about to become a battlefield. Nick Fury grabbed General Ross and rushed out of the command post. General Ross also reacted and quickly ordered the troops to retreat. Everyone exited Raccoon City and used drones to start checking the battlefield conditions. I saw those huge amounts of creatures beginning to descend. When they dropped to a height of 30 or 40 meters, countless black and gray tides began to flow out of the small holes. No, that's not the tide, it's countless swarms of insects. Their numbers are difficult to discern with the naked eye, as the swarms drop to the ground and move directly toward the base of the umbrella in Raccoon Town Center Plaza. The response from the umbrella side was also very fast. Although I don't know where these weird creatures came from, they are definitely not here for tourism. Another bunch of containers were delivered to the surface. The zombies howled and rushed out of the container, and the lickers and tyrants immediately attacked the insect swarm. Kerrigan, who was far away in New York, just glanced at it and ignored it. How could these pieces of meat be able to stop the Zerg army? A zombie grabbed the forelimbs of a springtail and opened its mouth to bite it, but it didn't even break the outer shell. It was directly beaten into two pieces by the springtail. The hydralisks shot out endless spikes, instantly dyeing the entire sky black. In just a few breaths, the lickers who were jumping among the springtails in search of fighters were nailed to the ground and drowned by the swarm of insects. In the Raccoon City umbrella base, a group of people were looking at the screen and sweating profusely. Where did these monsters come from? The tyrant troops can no longer hold back, and all the lickers have been wiped out. Quick, keep putting it out, the production department will go all out and put all the resources into it. Umbrella has its own cloning technology, so they were not worried about competing with the beautiful country before. As long as they had enough resources, they could produce countless armies. Their leader, Dr. Isaacs, had a very far-sighted vision. Develop viruses, clean up the world, and then let them dominate. Unexpectedly, before this great journey officially started, the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered them and immediately started taking action. Without warning, all overseas bases were wiped out, and only the Raccoon City base remained in the beautiful country. But Dr. Isaacs did not give up. He was convinced that the military had nothing to do with them. If you can, use nuclear bombs to bomb us. Whoever dares to give orders will step down in protest. But he never expected that after repelling the military, these strange creatures would appear out of nowhere. These creatures are more terrifying than zombies. They have a hard shell. The machine cannon in the tyrant's hand can only make a clanging sound without even losing a layer of skin. They are fearless and their fangs and claws are more deadly than any known weapon. And the number is extremely huge. They are biological weapons countless times more powerful than the biological weapons developed by Umbrella. They are born for war. Outside Raccoon City, Nick Fury and General Ross looked at the battlefield on the screen, their lips and teeth were dry, and they just felt weak. If they really faced this kind of enemy, would they have the ability to resist? Quickly, collect as much information as possible on these Zerg races. Nick Fury reacted very quickly and whispered. General Ross glanced at him, and the two nodded in agreement. Chapter 24. The swarm doesn't care what onlookers think. Their speed is extremely fast and they are already rushing to the platform where the protective umbrella transmits biological weapons. Dr. Isaacs in the command room was shocked. Quickly, stop the transmission. If these monsters are allowed to get in along the transmission channel, we will be completely ruined. The panicked operator immediately stopped the transmission. The swarm of insects rushed to nothing, but immediately turned their attention to those biological weapons that were still alive. In just 3 minutes, all the biological weapons released by Raccoon City were wiped out. Nick Fury and others outside the battlefield were looking at the video data and thinking. Look, this 3-meter-tall Zerg just sprayed out spikes and killed a licker. This should be the Zerg's long-range attack unit. I just don't know if they are good at close combat. They fire its spikes are more terrifying than bullets, and even the indestructible tyrant was stabbed into quill. Nick Fury looked at the hydralisk on the image and said in a deep voice. We know nothing about the attack distance and attack interval of this Zerg. It seems that their spikes are endless and they have attacked nearly 10 times in a row. Are these really creatures? General Ross frowned. Sir, the Zerg are about to arrive at the Umbrella's transmission platform. The two were startled and immediately looked up. I saw a densely packed Zerg crawling onto the transmission platform, trying to dig out the shell of this tortoise, but the shell material of the transmission platform was somewhat unusual, and the springtails scratched it for a long time without any response. This small Zerg seems to be the main melee attack unit of the Zerg. It is small in size, but very fast, not weaker than the licker. Nick's expressions became increasingly gloomy as the two of them analyzed. Springtails are only about 1 meter tall, but their ferocious faces and mouthparts indicate that they are extremely difficult to mess with, and their speed and strength cannot be underestimated. On the battlefield, when they saw that they could not dig the platform, all the springtails raised their heads and made strange sounds. Kerrigan's order was to fight quickly. It would definitely be too late to arrange worker bees to dig tunnels now, so the Zerg decided to change their tactics. Inside the Umbrella underground base. Looking at the helpless swarm of insects holding their shells on the screen, Dr. Isaac's expression softened and he said proudly, "Ha, these ghosts are hopeless." Others also felt relieved. Just spend it? They are not afraid that you will spend it, but they are afraid that you will not spend it. As the base camp of Umbrella, the Raccoon City base has living supplies that can last for decades, so it is not afraid of fighting a protracted war. Monsters are monsters, they don't have our wisdom. It was the doctor's foresight that made him choose the hardest new cement as the material for the outer shell of the transmission platform. Yes, regardless of whether he is a monster or a military man, we will definitely win this battle. Everyone showered Isaacs with rainbow farts. Isaacs crossed his arms and looked proud. Make me a cup of coffee. I want to see how long these monsters will scratch. The secretary enthusiastically handed over the coffee, and as soon as Isaacs took a sip, he spurted it out. Wait, what are those monsters doing? Dozens of springtails squatted above the outer layer at the command of the insect queen, while other Zerg races fed various corpses into their mouths. Soon the bodies of these springtails expanded rapidly and turned into cocoons. Then, the cocoon split open, and a Zerg with a swollen body and a fluid-filled tumor sac on its back was born. These Zerg were unable to walk quickly due to the tumor cysts on their bodies, but they quickly huddled into a ball and occupied the entire platform. The other Zerg quickly retreated to leave space. When the military, Umbrella and others were puzzled, these Zerg exploded. It really exploded. Green blood splashed everywhere, and the entire platform was instantly dyed green. The pungent smell of chemical gases rose into the sky, and the entire platform began to decay visibly to the naked eye. Oh my god, they're corroding the outer plating. Everyone in the command room was shocked. Fury and the two outside the battlefield were also shocked. Those Zerg blood is extremely corrosive. CTE, we blasted the outer layer of the Umbrella platform for a long time and there was no movement, but a few small bugs corroded it completely. Under the self-destruction attack of those banelings, the outer coating of the Umbrella teleportation platform turned into a puddle of mud in a short time. Boom. The vibration was felt throughout the base. The Zerg attack again. The corroded shell can no longer resist their claws, and the outer plating will soon be completely dug through. Everyone could no longer remain optimistic and ran towards the escape tunnel screaming. The underground base has many advantages, including very good concealment and defensive capabilities. But once the defense is penetrated, it becomes a complete coffin. Bang! With a bang, the shell was broken. Countless insect swarms flapped their wings and filed in from the penetrated shell. These insects screamed excitedly, venting their desire to kill. The Zerg were originally born to kill and evolve, but in this world, Kerrigan has been suppressing their nature. Today, they can kill happily. The screaming insect swarms trampled the entire base, using the corrosive liquid in their mouths to break through the alloy door. Countless insect swarms got into the door, tearing apart people's flesh as they screamed. The security personnel who also had umbrellas roared and opened fire, trying to kill these monsters. But in front of the power of the Zerg, these special forces are as ridiculous as urchins. Neither steel nor flesh is a single enemy against these Zerg. On the ground, a dense swarm of insects covered the entire base platform, wrapping them so tightly that it made people's scalp numb. The first layer of the protective umbrella was quickly breached. The building shuddered and roared, like the screams of a dying man. Bang! The steel gate was torn to pieces by the swarm of insects, and pieces as large as file-sized were scattered in the passage, becoming inconspicuous construction debris. It bloomed with its last brilliance in the passage and then disappeared. Then comes the second floor, the third floor. "Doctor, I can't hold it anymore, leave now." The deputy reported in a panic that at this moment, the insect swarm had completely submerged the base and would soon reach the escape channel. Isaacs jumped into the escape tunnel in a panic. As long as he walked out of the tunnel, he could get on the long-awaited new fighter jet and leave. After getting on the fighter plane, Isaac slapped the door fiercely. "One day, I will take revenge." "Definitely, Doctor, we still have some hidden safe houses overseas. Let's avoid the limelight first." The deputy hurriedly closed the hatch and heard a boom overhead. "No, it's impossible, how could it be so fast?" Isaacs was shocked. How could those ghosts break through the defense above the escape area? "Take off quickly!" the deputy shouted. The flight attendant was sweating profusely as he prepared to take off. Kong! There was a soft sound, half of his body was pierced by spikes, and the plane instantly lost control. "It's the hydralisks." The hydralisk spit out countless spikes, and the plane turned into a quill and fell straight down. Poor Isaacs, his dream was snuffed out before it even began. "Queen, we have completely cleared the guards of this base. Many humans have surrendered. Do you want to kill them?" the insect queen asked through the psychic network. "Well done, get ready to retreat. It's ours, and they don't dare not give it to us. The military has suffered so many casualties, so we still have to give us the benefits we deserve." Kerrigan stroked her hair and stretched out comfortably in the bathtub. "Clean up the battlefield before leaving. Don't leave anything behind that shouldn't be left behind." "As you command, Queen." The insect queen naturally understood what Kerrigan meant. Although the swarm of insects defeated the protective umbrella, they themselves were also somewhat damaged. If they could not leave the information of the worms to humans, they would never leave it. Kerrigan put on a towel and walked out of the bathroom, ready to pick out new clothes that would show her majesty. Now that the matter is settled, it's time to share the cake. She will definitely face the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. in the most majestic manner. "Sir, those Zerg have retreated." A soldier pointed at the landing king insect. The Zerg all got into the small hole in the body of the king insect, and soon flew back into the sky, disappearing disguised as weather balloons. Nick Fury touched his bald head and sighed, "I really don't know if we are seeking skin from a tiger. Don't worry about it for now. Since the insect swarm has retreated, it should leave some clues. We must collect as many clues as possible. At least when that day comes, we will have the ability to resist," General Ross said solemnly. In his heart, he longed for the super soldier program even more. But, can super soldiers really fight against the Zerg? Ross didn't want to think about it, and didn't dare to think about it. When the heavily armed soldiers walked into the Raccoon City base, they saw only a messy battlefield. Before the Zerg left, they took a portion of all the samples with them. Those who surrendered were all locked in a relatively well-preserved room and filled to the brim. "Did you find anything?" Nick Fury said in a deep voice. "Sir, the Zerg have cleaned up the battlefield. We didn't get any Zerg genes. We only got some useless spikes, but these spikes have basically no research value. They are more like human fingernails, full of cuticles." Phil Coulson looked bitter. "All right." Nick Fury nodded helplessly. This time, they really had Chen Rui sit in the electric chair and lose their shit. Chapter 25. It has been 5 days since the Raccoon City incident. S.H.I.E.L.D. finally settled the matter and proactively contacted Kerrigan to ask her to accept the Umbrella legacy. Kerrigan readily agreed. She arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. building and watched the agents running around with interest. Agent Phil Coulson on the side laughed. Your Majesty, are you interested in humans? One thing is that after I came to this world, I immediately read through your history. You humans are really complex creatures. Good and evil, brave and cowardly, kind and cruel can coexist perfectly. I have to say that you are really a kind of complex creature. A contradictory creature. Kerrigan chuckled. Today, she was dressed extremely solemnly. At first glance, she looked like a powerful king. Phil Coulson did not dare to look directly into her eyes. Your knowledge is relevant today. Phil Coulson also doesn't deny Kerrigan's point of view. We humans are such a collection of contradictions, but I believe that in the hearts of most humans, kindness and protection prevail. This is also the meaning of our S.H.I.E.L.D. existence. Kerrigan's eyes looked a little strange. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. has almost turned into serpentine and shield. How dare you tell me that you are here for protection? But Phil Coulson was indeed a good man. In Kerrigan's previous life, many Marvel fans were extremely sorry for his death. Maybe, but Phil Coulson, watch your back. Kerrigan said calmly. She has noticed that several eyes are looking at her with scrutiny and doubt. There's something wrong with these guys. Because the passive ability dominates the charm, basically all creatures will not become hostile when facing Kerrigan, unless they are brainwashed and have their cognition modified. Along the way Kerrigan walked, most of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were curious and amazed, but these guys with strange eyes were naturally shining like beacons in the dark night. Kerrigan shook her hand slightly, and several mimic bugs silently emerged from her sleeves and crawled towards those guys. Phil Coulson was a little confused and didn't understand what Kerrigan meant. But he didn't think much about it because he had already arrived. Nick Fury greeted him with a smile, bowed his head and performed a standard aristocratic etiquette. It's an honor to have you as our guest at S.H.I.E.L.D., Your Majesty. Nick Fury, seeing you so polite makes me really uncomfortable. Kerrigan chuckled, are they here? The military representatives have been waiting for a long time. Please come in. Nick Fury smiled and led Kerrigan closer to the reception room. The two sat down, and Phil Coulson immediately closed the door and stood guard at the door. Nick Fury pressed the red button under the table in front of Kerrigan. Immediately, several virtual images appeared in front of Kerrigan. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I am one of the military representatives, Thaddeus E. Ross. May you live a long and healthy life, Your Majesty. I am one of the military representatives, Kane Cedes. Images of several military representatives stood up and saluted. Kerrigan returned the greeting slightly, not surprised that these people weren't there in person. They know very little about the Zerg. If the high-level officials showed up collectively and were caught in one fell swoop, the military would have great fun. Okay, let's get straight to the point. Kerrigan threw out a document. This is the umbrella modification plan that Mary Jane made for her in the past 2 days. Mary Jane was originally going to come this time, but Kerrigan considered that Mary Jane's allegiance to the Zerg would be widely publicized, which would be very troublesome. I didn't bring her here. Nick Fury browsed the document at a glance, his face sank slightly, and he pushed the document in front of the virtual image and opened it one by one. BA Department, in a dormitory for workers in a rural beverage factory. Unlike other workers' messy dormitories, this dormitory is extremely neat and tidy, and even has a sense of tranquility and tranquility. The tall man was sitting cross-legged on the bed meditating. After a long time, he opened his eyes, looked at the heart rate monitor on his wrist, and breathed a sigh of relief. Getting out of bed, the man started writing. 147 days have passed since the last transformation. He is not angry and is in good condition. After closing the book, the signature column clearly read, Robert Bruce Banner. Banner got up and prepared to take a shower. I have to go to work in the afternoon to make money, and that's how it is in this hellish place called Basie. You'll be covered in stinky sweat after just sitting for a while. Under the nozzle, Banner thought about his own experience again. Once upon a time, he was a well-known scientist, had no worries about food and clothing, and had a girlfriend whom he loved deeply. But because of an accident, he turned into that monster. Hulk. This is what the monster calls himself. Transforming into Hulk, he destroyed everything about himself. Banner was hunted down by the military, escaped from the beautiful country in embarrassment, and hid in Pakistan. A dignified scientist could only work as a beverage factory worker in such a remote rural area, which made him quite desperate. But in order not to hurt his girlfriend Betty, he could only do this. Hulk is an extremely terrifying existence, with immense strength. Not only can he easily overturn tanks weighing more than 10 tons, but he also has terrifying defensive power. In addition to easily losing his mind when transforming, he is an absolutely perfect war weapon. Betty's father, General Ross, hunted Banner everywhere, and Banner had to hide. In Basie, he asked others for advice on how to control his anger, and successfully found a strange flower to suppress the Hulk in his body. But he didn't know how long he could control it, because he could feel that Hulk's anger was accumulating in repression, and one day it would erupt like a volcano. Banner has no other choice. AS.H.I.E.L.D. agent hurried into the office of former director Alexander Pierce. Alexander Pierce is a legend of SHIELD. He is Nick Fury's predecessor. After his retirement, Nick Fury invited him back as a consultant to SHIELD. At the same time, he also serves as the Minister of the World Security Council and maintains a good relationship with Nick Fury. Seeing the man coming in, Alexander Pierce's face darkened. "Didn't I say, don't come to my place unless there is an emergency?" The man's face was solemn. "Sir, how much do you know about the woman who came today?" Pierce narrowed his eyes. "Are you questioning me?" "Don't dare." Although the man said this, his expression remained as usual. Pierce could only suppress the anger in his heart. Although he is the highest commander placed by Hydra in SHIELD, Hydra also has backup personnel to keep an eye on him. The detective in front of him was one of the people staring at him. Pierce said calmly, "The woman's name is Kerrigan. Nick Fury hasn't told me more information yet. I will report it when there is new information." "Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt your work." The detective nodded and turned around to leave. He didn't notice, but a small bug hid in Pierce's office along his pants. On the other side, Kerrigan, who had just returned to the hotel, raised his eyebrows. "Interesting, Hydra is targeting me." Chapter 26. When it comes to what Marvel fans are most excited to talk about, Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. is certainly an enduring delight. In the timeline of the Marvel Universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. looks like a great organization that protects the world at the beginning. The agents are all smart and capable, dedicating their light and heat to protecting the world. Then in Captain America 2, the audience was slapped hard. S.H.I.E.L.D. has actually been infiltrated by the sworn enemy Hydra. Even the former director Alexander Pierce is the high-level leader of Hydra. I have to say that the setting surprised many people at the time. Therefore, the name Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau also spread. Kerrigan was a little surprised that she was being targeted, but wasn't worried. If these rats were waiting to die peacefully, she wouldn't care. If they dared to bar their teeth at her, Kerrigan wouldn't mind pulling their heads off to see if they could grow another head. "Colonel Emil Brinsky, your mission this time is to go to Pakistan to capture this person." General Ross handed the strong man in front of him a photo. The photo showed a gentleman wearing glasses and seemed to be a scientist. Brinsky nodded. Having worked for General Ross for many years, he would not be stupid enough to ask about the background of the target and then just arrest him. "Be safe, this man is very dangerous." As soon as General Ross finished speaking, Brinsky saluted and left. General Ross frowned and could only hope that everything went well. It seems to be good luck. 2 days ago, an old man bought a bottle of soda from Pakistan and felt full of energy. The military received the news and recovered the bottle of soda, and analyzed that the soda contained Hulk's genes. So General Ross sent out his capable generals without saying a word, preparing to capture Bruce Banner. The world is becoming increasingly unstable, and the military desperately needs stronger power. The far North Pole. A giant weather balloon is flying slowly along the airflow over the North Pole. But inside the weather balloon, there is a different cave, where countless Zerg species are sleeping. It turns out that this is a king insect disguised as a weather balloon. The king insects obey Kerrigan's orders and float around the world, watching for changes in the world at any time. Although the king bugs are extremely tolerant to the environment, the cold weather in the Arctic still makes them a little uncomfortable. They have to consume a lot of resources to keep the inside of their bodies warm to prevent the bugs from freezing to death. There is no way, the bugs are not cold resistant, but Kerrigan still transformed these Zerg in advance, at least giving them the ability to go into the water to catch food. Although it did not last long, at least they would not starve to death on the vast sea. An insect queen slowly woke up. She received a message from the king insect that her resources were running low and she needed to add some food. The queen immediately awakened the other Zerg, preparing to wait for the king worm to land and let the Zerg find some food. The king insect landed slowly, and the insect swarm braved the cold wind and jumped into the cold and biting sea water in search of food. A springtail that had just dived into the sea suddenly discovered a huge thing frozen in the ice in front of it. It notified the queen of worms without any hesitation. The ice was forcibly moved out of the sea by the Zerg. The insect queen looked at the huge steel creation in the ice and was quite surprised, because she could feel that there was still the breath of life in the steel creation. "Crack these ice cubes." The swarm of insects swarmed up, broke the ice, and dragged out the steel creation. The insect queen walked into the steel creation and found that there was another human being frozen in ice. This human was dressed a little funny, wearing a red, blue, and white combat uniform, and holding a round shield in his hand. And the breath of life is in this human being. It really amazes me. How did this human being retain the breath of life even though he was frozen? The insect queen was confused, but quickly passed the news to Kerrigan. Kerrigan, who had just finished training, was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, I didn't expect that the swarm of insects unexpectedly discovered Captain America, collected a copy of his genes, and sent me the coordinates to keep him intact. Just throw him back into the ice, this guy is not the one we need. As you command, Queen. After receiving the order, the insect queen took action. After collecting Captain America's blood sample, she returned to the king insect's body with the swarm of insects that had finished eating, and flew away without looking back. Kerrigan tapped the table lightly, thinking about how to use Captain America's news to add another touch to SHIELD. Although the umbrella now belongs to her, Kerrigan has no intention of letting the umbrella become another insect nest of the Zerg. Plans to select an agent to promote the new umbrella company into human society. Only in this way will she not be hostile to all humans when the Zerg are truly exposed in the future. Humanity prides itself on being the leader of all spirits. The sudden emergence of the Zerg, the only intelligent creature on this planet, will definitely cause a lot of panic. If Kerrigan doesn't plan ahead, a group attack will definitely happen. Kerrigan, who was once a human, understands human thoughts very well. Nick Fury is listening to Phil Coulson's report with a dark face. Very early on, he asked Phil Coulson to send people to find a legendary figure from World War II, the superhero Captain America. This legendary figure was taken to the North Pole by plane and disappeared when he raided Hydra's base in World War II. Nick Fury thought he was not dead yet, so he wanted to bring him back and wake him up to deal with the increasingly difficult situation. Nick Fury had a new plan in mind. Originally, he planned to invite Iron Man Tony Stark to join this project, so that he could help him develop a special drug to inhibit palladium poisoning. Unexpectedly, the Queen of the Zerg Kerrigan solved this problem first. Now Tony is very interested in SHIELD. But he doesn't like it. After all, they are spying on him. This makes Tony, who is arrogant, look good to Nick Fury. Now, the people who went to the North Pole to look for Captain America are also in trouble. The North Pole is so big, and finding a person who may be frozen in ice is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Keep checking. Nick Fury waved and Phil Coulson turned and left. Fury rubbed his brows tiredly. The messy things these days had really made him mentally exhausted. If he hadn't been bald, his hair might have turned white by now. Jingle bell. The phone in front of me suddenly rang. Which one? Nick Fury, would you be interested in doing some business? The voice on the other end of the phone was a little lazy and careless. But Nick Fury only felt cold in his heart. Bleeding profusely again. Palestinian, Hezinian ghetto. Bruce Banner quickly packed his luggage and rushed out of the dormitory. As someone who could escape the pursuit of the beautiful country's military, he was keenly aware that he was being targeted. He quickly thought that he might have been accidentally injured before and his blood fell into the drink bottle before he was discovered. Just now, he saw someone holding his portrait and asking questions, so he packed his luggage without any hesitation and prepared to run away. He wanted to return to the beautiful country to get back the body data he had stored, and by the way, he found the netizen Dr. Lan to solve the problem. Hulk's problem. Not long after Banner left, a group of heavily armed soldiers rushed into his dormitory, only to find that the building was already empty. Brinsky frowned, you haven't run far yet, let me chase you. Soldiers scattered in the area immediately began searching. Banner carried the package, cleverly avoided the sight of the interrogators, and prepared to run towards the port. But unfortunately, he was still discovered, and Banner could only turn around and run away. The soldiers followed immediately. With his familiarity with the terrain, he temporarily got rid of the pursuers and looked at the direction. Banner was about to change to a smaller path. At this moment, several figures stopped in front of him. The leading man is a bald man with colorful tattoos on his arms. The bald man walked up to Banner and patted his face. UBD, you just ruined my good deeds, now I want to teach you a lesson. Chapter 27. Just in the morning, this group of people wanted to bully one of Banner's female colleagues, and he acted righteously and stopped them. Banner said in his heart that it was terrible, he met these guys again. He whispered, go away. Hey, hit me. Seeing that Banner dared to be so arrogant when he was alone, the bald man called on his younger brothers to take action without saying a word. Banner is unwilling to take action against these ordinary people, because once angry, Hulk's anger will definitely tear these people into pieces. He could only endure it silently, but the heart rate monitor on his wrist showed that his heart rate was rising crazily. No, don't fight, I'll get angry. Banner yelled eagerly, but these idiots didn't care about that. The bald man laughed loudly, hey, you can still get angry. Why don't you show me how angry you are? As he spoke, his attacks became more ruthless. Not far away, Bronsky and others had discovered Banner and others and were ready to take action. After being beaten so violently, Banner's heart rate rose higher and higher, and then exceeded 200. He suddenly lowered his head. When he raised his head again, his pupils were already covered in green. The bald man watched helplessly as the skinny guy's body expanded rapidly, his muscles bulged, and his skin turned green. In just an instant, he turned into a muscular monster nearly 3 meters tall. The bald man was so frightened that he ran away, only to be pulled into the darkness by a giant green hand. Then, he was completely thrown out by a huge force. He was thrown dozens of meters away like a broken doll. He was vomiting blood and looked dead. The men were startled and ran away, but how could they survive? With just a few breaths, several yakuza were thrown all over the floor. Fire! Bronsky ordered without hesitation. The soldiers fired in unison, but the bullets had no effect on the monster, just like tickling him. Hulk, who was attacked, was not polite and launched a counter-attack at the soldiers without saying a word. He used the metal parts weighing several tons around him as weapons and threw them at everyone. Several soldiers had no time to dodge and were smashed to pieces. Bronsky jumped onto the high platform and continued shooting at Hulk, who was about to hit him again. Hulk ignored him. After his soldiers were beaten away by Hulk like they were chopping melons and vegetables, Bronsky finally turned to the light and saw the monster's face clearly. It was a human-like face, but extremely ferocious, like a beast. After Hulk dealt with these soldiers, he raised the crane at hand and roared. Bronsky thought he was going to attack him and hurriedly avoided, only to hear a loud noise. Hulk smashed the wall open with the crane and jumped away without looking back. Bronsky gritted his teeth with hatred, threw the weapon in his hand to the ground, and trampled it hard. Bronsky returned to the military base in embarrassment. He found his boss, General Ross, and asked in a low voice the truth of the matter. General Ross was silent for a moment, and then explained everything to him. Actually, Bruce Banner participated in our super soldier program without knowing it. This program originally existed during World War II and gave birth to a legendary figure, Captain Steve Rogers, who was more beautiful than Captain. Unfortunately, he developed a serum. The scientist was later killed by spies, so he became the only super soldier. Bruce Banner was another result we obtained later, but an accident occurred during the experiment and he escaped. Bronsky whispered, "General, I have always been proud of being a soldier and a warrior. I want to continue to hunt Bruce Banner as a warrior. I need stronger power." As a proud soldier, Bronsky definitely longed for greater power. The failure he received from Banner made him feel particularly humiliated, especially when Banner ran away without even looking at him, which made him feel even more insulted. "Bronsky, you are almost 50 years old this year." General Ross spoke slowly. Bronsky knew what he meant. To get the super soldier serum, at least you need to be a strong young man, and Bronsky, who is almost 50 years old, might not be able to get off the operating table. "General, I want to prove myself," Bronsky said calmly. "Well, good luck to you." General Ross patted him on the shoulder and immediately arranged for someone to inject him with the minimum dose of super soldier serum. Bruce Banner returned to his previous job at Calvary University. His purpose this time was to get back his physical data that had been stored in the university. Suddenly, he noticed his girlfriend Betty Ross, sitting leisurely on a chair on the school lawn, seemingly waiting for someone. Banner wanted to go up and see the person he thought about day and night, but unexpectedly found a tall man walking towards Betty. When Betty saw the man, she smiled happily and chatted easily with him. Banner's heart twitched, and he retreated silently. "Now that I am a monster, what gives Betty happiness?" He was dejected and left the school silently. At night, Banner disguised himself as a delivery boy and sneaked into the school. He was surprised to find that all the information he had saved was gone. Banner frowned, turned around and ran away. After returning to his temporary residence, he packed his luggage and prepared to run away without saying a word. "Good evening, you two. What would you like to eat?" At this moment, he heard the voice of the restaurant owner in the front hall. Banner glanced curiously through the window and was surprised to find that the people coming were his girlfriend and the man. Banner's heart felt like it was tearing apart, and he hurried towards the back door of the restaurant. However, Betty had already noticed the movement, and with just a quick glance, she recognized who the person was. Without saying anything, she left the man and got up and chased after him. But at the back door of the restaurant, she searched several times but found no trace. "Banner. Bruce Banner, I know you're here, come out." Betty shouted with tears in her eyes, but got no response. The man in the restaurant came out and asked about the situation, but Betty covered her mouth and left without looking back. She didn't know that Bruce Banner was hiding behind a trash can not far away, covering his mouth with tears streaming down his face. Banner left the restaurant and walked on the road absent-mindedly. It was raining, but Banner didn't notice it, letting the cold icy rain hit his face randomly. He didn't know where he was going, and his life had lost its direction at this moment. Suddenly, a car suddenly stopped behind him, and a woman rushed out of the car. She braved the heavy rain and walked behind Banner. I know, I just know, you're not dead. It's Betty. In the luxurious hotel, Kerrigan slowly opened her eyes. It's finally digested. Yes, the psychic level has been improved. She slowly gathered her palms into fists. Now, facing the Ancient One, I should be able to fight. Chapter 28. Kerrigan stayed behind closed doors these days just to digest her power. Now that it's done, Kerrigan is in a good mood and plans to go out for a walk, staying in the hotel until her bones are rusty. She drove to the insect nest and followed the passage to the Umbrella New underground base that had been transformed by the insect. Jerry came up to us with a big smile. Your Majesty, welcome to the Umbrella. Kerrigan nodded, and Jerry immediately took Kerrigan on a tour. Inside the Umbrella, the insect queens were busy conducting research on various genes. These insect queens were also wearing white gowns in a serious manner, which made Kerrigan feel a little weird. After Abathur was ordered to start research, he immersed himself in the laboratory. Now in the Umbrella base, it is Jerry, a parasitized human, who calls the shots. But Kerrigan didn't mind. As long as the dog is obedient, she doesn't care about humans or insects. Yes, Jerry, you are very attentive. Kerrigan looked at the research progress and was very satisfied. It is my honor to serve you and the Zerg, Your Majesty. Jerry said humbly. Kerrigan chuckled and said, to reward you for your hard work, how about I remove the larvae from your body? Kerrigan thought Jerry would be overjoyed and agreed immediately. After all, the feeling of being controlled about life and death must not be good. However, Jerry gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, please do not remove the larvae from my body. Oh? Have you thought about it? Your life now only depends on my thoughts. Are you really not afraid? The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Jerry knelt down directly. Your Majesty, it is my honor to serve you. My life has long been yours. Kerrigan nodded with satisfaction. If Jerry had agreed just now, she would have ordered the larvae to get out of Jerry's body without hesitation and kill him. Now that you're working for the Zerg, want to run away? Kerrigan leaves no trace of trouble. Jerry raised his head and said with a smile, but Your Majesty, I really have a request. Speak. Kerrigan was in a good mood now and wanted to hear what the good dog would ask for. Ahem, Your Majesty, I would like to ask, do you intend to introduce a new umbrella company to human society? Jerry asked cautiously. You have a good eye. Kerry said willingly, but his face remained calm. What do you think? Your Majesty, Jerry believes that you took down the protective umbrella not only to vent your anger, but also to have other ideas. Since the Zerg have not directly gone to war with humans, it means that you may be thinking about cooperating with humans. Then the new protective umbrella appears. In front of the world, it's a sure thing. Jerry said proudly, definitely, the new umbrella needs to appear in front of the world, and it will definitely not work in the face of the Zerg. I think you will definitely need a loyal servant to cover it, so that you can continue to research and grow the Zerg. Kerrigan stood up and looked at Jerry. The smile on Jerry's face slowly disappeared, and his palms became slightly sweaty. After he joined the Zerg these days, he carefully observed the social structure of the Zerg and quickly made a plan. These Zerg only obey Kerrigan's orders. Therefore, as long as he tries his best to please Kerrigan, even Jerry, a prisoner of the Zerg, can embark on the road to wealth. He practiced civil and military skills and sold them to the Emperor's family. This is the wish of countless scholars throughout the ages. Jerry is not a professional scientific research talent, and joining the Umbrella is purely based on connections. Although he is now forced to join the Zerg, the Queen of the Zerg is also the king. The power of the Zerg is so powerful, and its ability in genetic development shocked even the half-empty Jerry. As long as he becomes the spokesperson of the Zerg in the human world, Jerry can still worry about wealth. That's what Jerry thought and did. But now it seems that he has flattered the horse in the leg. He was sweating profusely and didn't dare to look at Kerrigan. Just when he thought he was certain to die, Kerrigan's voice sounded. That's right, I didn't expect you to have such knowledge. I agree with your idea. Make a plan for me. The Zerg will support you with funds and you will recruit people to form a new umbrella. Definitely, this base belongs to the Zerg. You need to build a new base yourself. Jerry was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Please believe in me, Your Majesty, I will not let you down. It's best, do your own thing, the Zerg won't treat you badly. After saying a few words lightly, Kerrigan turned and left. Congratulations to Your Majesty. Jerry kowtowed to Kerrigan's back. Walking on the passage, Kerrigan's mouth curved slightly. It was great. I was still considering whether to let Mary Jane be the spokesperson for the Zerg, but Jerry jumped right out. Kerrigan could see that Jerry was a pure egoist. As long as it was beneficial, he didn't care whether working for the Zerg would betray humanity. The Zerg also need this kind of person. With Betty's help, Banner returned to school again and successfully found a hidden information, which he immediately began to delete. At this time, there was a sudden roar in the sky. Banner looked up and was shocked to see 2 armed helicopters flying from the sky. He could also see a large number of military vehicles and soldiers rushing into the school and running towards the teaching building where he was. "Betty, go quickly," Banner said solemnly. He knew that he was still discovered. Betty bit her lip. "It must be Dad. I'll go find him and ask him to stop hunting." After that, she quickly ran down the stairs, and Banner, who had no time to stop her, sighed. "Silly Betty, how could your father let me go?" Betty opened her arms, stopped in front of the car, and shouted, "Dad, please, let Banner go." General Ross ordered the car to stop, jumped out of the car and looked at his baby daughter seriously. "Betty, Daddy will meet any of your requests, but for this one, absolutely not." While he ordered the adjutant to keep an eye on Betty, he said, "Everyone surround the teaching building and we must not let Bruce Banner escape." The soldiers came to the teaching building and opened fire into the building. During the explosion, Banner sighed slightly. Immediately, his pupils were instantly surrounded by green. Roar. Only a roar was heard, and a huge figure appeared in the smoke of the explosion. He jumped up, jumped onto the lawn, and roared at the armored convoy. "Fire, fire!" The soldiers suppressed the fear in their hearts and attacked Hulk, but in the face of the Hulk's powerful physical defense, the bullets were as painless as hitting someone with peanuts. Hulk's big slap is like a shield, sweeping away all incoming bullets. The armored vehicles rushed out, and the .50 caliber heavy machine guns formed a fire net to cover Hulk, but in the next moment, several armored vehicles were torn into pieces by Hulk like tearing paper. The angry Hulk was about to attack other soldiers when there was a sudden explosion behind him. This attack made Hulk feel pain. He turned around and saw a soldier holding a howitzer, firing as he approached. Hulk didn't understand why this ant dared to challenge him. But he was never afraid of a challenge. With a roar, he instantly rushed to the soldier's face and punched him hard. Chapter 29. This soldier is none other than Bronsky, who has just received the lowest dose of super soldier serum. Seeing Hulk's attack, Bronsky rushed forward with confidence. He moved extremely quickly and easily dodged Hulk's fist. His right leg turned into a whip shadow and kicked Hulk. Hulk also didn't expect that this ant could defeat him twice. But this aroused his anger even more. Hulk is huge and his movements are somewhat slow, but every punch seems to shatter the air, and the sound of breaking through the air can be heard from time to time across the lawn. Although Bronsky had taken over the transformation, he couldn't dare to confront such terrifying power. He could only dodge and give Hulk back from time to time. But he was always injected with the lowest dose of super soldier serum. How could he compare to the almost infinite Hulk in terms of physical strength? After only a few minutes of fighting, he was at a disadvantage and was about to lose. General Ross, who was watching the battle, frowned and said solemnly, "Activate the infrasonic weapon." The infrasound waves emitted by this weapon will intensify the flow of cells in Hulk's body, making him extremely uncomfortable. General Ross also used this weapon to suppress Hulk before, but unfortunately he ran away in the end. The infrasonic weapon worked as expected. Hulk held his head and howled in agony. General Ross nodded with satisfaction and was about to order his men to fire tranquilizer bombs and capture Hulk. At this moment, Hulk roared wildly and jumped into the infrasonic weapon camp like a meteorite falling from the sky. Before anyone had time to react, Hulk smashed these annoying things into pieces. He also kicked Bronsky, who was catching up, but Bronsky did not escape and crashed into a big tree. General Ross's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Helicopter fire!" He didn't notice that his precious daughter broke free from the restraints and rushed out. By the time he found out, it was too late. Betty stood in front of Hulk, trying to stop the helicopter from firing, but the firing command had already been issued, and the cannons on the armed helicopter were spitting flames and were about to devour Hulk and Betty. Hulk bravely protected Betty and took advantage of the helicopter's turn to throw away the scraps of metal on the ground. "We're hit, we're hit." As soon as the pilot shouted a few words, the crashing helicopter turned into a ball of fire. Hulk picked up Betty, who fainted due to the aftermath of the explosion, looked at General Ross, who was livid, and jumped away in a few steps. "Your Majesty, this is the plan I made." Jerry sneered and handed the document in his hand to Kerrigan. He said extremely humbly, "Thank you very much, Your Majesty, for allowing me to go home to visit my relatives." Kerrigan flipped through the plan and nodded with satisfaction. "I didn't expect you to be so proficient in operations and management. You shouldn't be a researcher." Jerry was praised by Kerrigan, with a bright smile on his face. "I didn't realize that I had this ability before. It is your presence that makes my hidden ability useful." Kerrigan smiled to herself. This guy flatters you and keeps doing the same thing. She sat up slightly. The plan has been approved. I have contacted SHIELD. They will mobilize some scientific researchers to join your team. You need to establish a new protective umbrella in the shortest possible time, and at the same time develop high-quality and low-cost products that are beneficial to the human body. Abathur will also help you complete the research on beneficial drugs. I will not be involved in the management of the new umbrella. You will be solely responsible for it. I will allocate funds for you to open the market in the early stage. Although the Zerg do not care about money, I do not want to create a company you can't get in and out of. Do you understand? I understand, Your Majesty. I will make the new umbrella profitable as soon as possible, but why don't we develop high-priced drugs? Wouldn't that make money faster? Jerry nodded repeatedly and asked his question again. Kerrigan stood up and said calmly, short-sighted, what's the point of the Zerg wanting human money? The new umbrella only wants fame, do you understand? Jerry suddenly realized, yes, Your Majesty. Go down, don't let me down. As commanded. Jerry walked out of the throne room of the insect nest and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that His Majesty really has no intention of becoming an enemy of mankind, so he has no psychological burden at all. Even if he pursues wealth, Jerry doesn't want to see humans and Zerg being hostile. In that case, his white glove will definitely be regarded as a thorn in the human eye and a thorn in the flesh. Now that he knew Kerrigan's thoughts, the stone in his heart fell to the ground. Jerry, who had no worries, started his plan with confidence. Bruce Banner lay on the experimental table and slowly closed his eyes. With the help of Betty, he found Dr. Lan, a netizen living in Brooklyn, New York. With Betty's encouragement, he decided to accept Dr. Ian's experiment and try to completely transform back into a human being. On the other side, General Ross's men also found his communication records with Dr. Lan. They decided to follow the network cable to find Banner. Brinsky slowly opened his eyes. The medical staff around him breathed a sigh of relief. Colonel, you are so lucky. It is a miracle that you can still survive such a heavy blow. The corner of Brinsky's mouth twitched and he said dejectedly, where is Bruce Banner? Ran away. General Ross appeared at the door of the ward and said calmly. Brinsky sat up slowly, I failed again. However, we know where he is now. Soldier, now is not the time to be decadent. Pick up your weapons and prepare to fight. General Ross shouted. Bronsky clenched his fist tightly. He had confidently fought against Hulk before, but he was still knocked to the ground in 3 moves and 2 moves. How could he, who was so arrogant, endure this? He quickly got dressed and stared at General Ross. General, Colonel Brinsky is reporting to you. Very good, get ready to board the plane. We must catch him this time. General Ross smiled with satisfaction. In the laboratory, Banner was tied to the table by Dr. Lan. Listen Banner, we need to wake up Hulk first so that the gamma ray cells in your body reach the body's critical value, and then inject you with the inhibitory serum. If nothing unexpected happens, you can truly become a human again. Dr. Lan took a long breath. Get ready, I'm going to use electric shock to wake up Hulk now. Come on Doc, I can handle this. Banner awaits his fate. The experiment begins. With the electric shocks, the Hulk in Banner's body woke up. Banner's body began to expand, and even the powerful restraints on his hands almost burst. Banner wailed loudly, and those restraints were about to be broken free. Dr. Lan noticed that the gamma reaction in Banner's body had reached a critical value, and he immediately shouted to Betty, inject the serum now. Betty was injected with the suppressive serum without hesitation. With the injection of serum, Banner's body began to shrink again. Although the veins were clearly visible, he had obviously begun to transform back into a human being. The two looked at each other and smiled, feeling excited. Bruce Banner, the poor man, finally regained his human body. The experiment was successful. Dr. Lan was smiling and asking Banner how he felt when suddenly, there was a soft sound from behind the 3 of them. A tranquilizer bomb hit Banner's vest with perfect accuracy. He immediately felt weak and his body went limp, and Betty hugged him immediately. They found us. Betty shouted. Dr. Lan panicked, and before he could react, he was knocked down by a gun butt. The military people have already rushed in. General Ross slowly walked out of the crowd and glanced at the sleepy Banner with satisfaction. Take him back to the base. He didn't realize that his right-hand man, Brinsky, did not follow the returning plane, but went straight to Dr. Lan. Chapter 30. The main target of the military was Banner, so they simply left Dr. Lan aside and left with Banner and Betty. Definitely, General Ross left a few soldiers behind, intending to deal with Banner first. Take Dr. Lan back again. Dr. Lan was wiping the nosebleed in embarrassment, cursing about his bad luck, when a figure appeared in front of him. Hey, you've already captured the people, What else do you want? Dr. Lan said dissatisfied. But the figure said calmly, since you can turn Banner from a monster into a human, is there any way you can turn him into a monster again? When talking about technology, Dr. Lan immediately became excited. Theoretically it is possible, but Hulk is basically in a complete sleep state now. Unless Banner falls into a situation of life and death, he is likely to reappear. The man showed a smile. Then, can others be as powerful as him? Dr. Lan shook his head repeatedly. God, are you crazy? If you want to be as powerful as Hulk, you have to inject his blood. No one knows what will happen after injecting the blood. Maybe it will be blown into a pulp. The man grabbed Dr. Lan by the collar and shouted, inject me with his blood. Otherwise I will kill you. Dr. Lan was so frightened that he shivered. God, do you know what you are doing? Bronsky said with a ferocious smile, I don't care, I will give anything for power. Facing the gun, Dr. Lan had no choice but to do as he was told. As Banner's blood poured into Bronsky's body, he let out huge amounts of screams. While screaming, his body began to expand rapidly. Bang 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 bang. The restraint device was torn open by Bronsky, something even Hulk couldn't do. Dr. Lan backed away in horror. He watched helplessly as a monster appeared in front of him. Now Bronsky has basically lost his human appearance. He is nearly 2.5 meters tall, his powerful muscles are terrifying, and his spine is bulging high, making him look like a Tyrannosaurus. Bronsky stood up and walked slowly towards Dr. Lan. Dr. Lan yelled crazily, hey, don't kill me, I helped you. However, Bronsky seemed to have lost his mind at this moment. He slapped Dr. Lan away with a hard slap, and then jumped out of his laboratory without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Kill, kill. Hulk. There was chaos in Bronsky's mind now, and only this thought was swirling around. He rushed out of the laboratory, wanting to follow this idea and find the enemy named Hulk. The few soldiers who stayed behind only heard a loud noise. Then, a black shadow fell from the sky and smashed their heads into pieces like watermelons. Now Bronsky only has violence and killing in his heart, as well as the desire to fight Hulk. Hulk. Bronsky, no, it's time to call him an abomination. He roared madly and jumped directly into the street. At the moment is the time when there are the most people at night, with people coming and going and a lot of traffic. The noisy car horns made Abomination a little irritated. He grabbed a car next to him and threw it at the crowd like throwing stones. For a moment, the whole street exploded. When people saw the ferocious-looking Abomination, they fled in all directions. However, this cry made Abomination even more upset. He roared and threw the car around. The street that was just bustling was instantly surrounded by a sea of fire, and the screams were endless. Hulk. Kill. Kill. He howled indistinctly while shooting at people. The other soldiers who stayed behind also reacted and immediately took out heavy weapons and opened fire on Abomination. The rockets drew an arc, roaring towards Abomination. However, a scene that shocked everyone happened. I saw Abomination grabbing the rocket in flight and crushing it into a ball of dregs like a bubble. The explosion had no effect on him at all. After receiving the attack, Abomination became even more angry. He jumped up and rushed in front of the soldiers. With a wave of his hand, the remaining limbs flew everywhere. General Ross and others who were flying to the base quickly received the information. At the moment, Banner also woke up. They looked at the footage taken by the satellite and saw that the whole street was gleaming with fire, filled with dead bodies and wailing people, while Abomination was howling crazily among the remains and debris. General Ross was stunned for a moment, and then asked sharply about Bronsky's whereabouts. If he guessed correctly, the monster wreaking havoc underneath is probably this BD. After receiving the news that Bronsky was missing, General Ross' face turned black. Faced with this situation, Banner was silent for a moment and said, General, let me transform into Hulk and go down to subdue this guy. General Ross was stunned and looked at Banner in disbelief. Betty hugged Banner's hand. No, you have been injected with the serum and cannot transform. Now, I'm the only one who can stop that guy. Banner chuckled and turned to look at General Ross. General Ross looked at Banner and was silent for a moment. Okay, prepare to land. No, I'm going to jump from the sky. Banner said solemnly. The rear door of the plane slowly opened. Banner, no, you are not sure whether you can transform again. Betty shouted. Banner touched his girlfriend's cheek. I have to go, I can't let Bronsky continue to be so disruptive. He turned around and jumped out of the plane without any hesitation. The people who were running away only saw a figure falling from the sky. This figure was buried deep in the ground, creating a big hole. Then, a giant green hand punched the gravel above his head, and he jumped out of the pit. The green skin and strong muscles show the unparalleled strength of this beast. Hulk. Hulk, who had successfully transformed, roared at the Abomination across the street. Kill, Kill Hulk. The abomination on the opposite side also discovered Hulk. He roared and ran like a giant mountain. Hulk also started to move. Two giant mountains collided instantly. Queen, the king bug in Brooklyn, observed something interesting. The insect queen reported to Kerrigan through the psychic network. Something interesting. Kerrigan, who was tasting delicious food with Jane, was stunned for a moment, and then switched to the perspective of the king insect. From the perspective of the king insect, Kerrigan found that the city below was shining brightly, as if it was on fire, and two individuals with extremely majestic vital signs were violently colliding. This made Kerrigan a little surprised. Overlord insects usually float in the air close to 10,000 meters. They can perceive such powerful vital signs from such a long distance. I have to say that the two individuals below are a bit unusual. She calmed down and used her psychic powers to enhance her vision. Hulk and Abomination? What a pity. I really wanted to go see the show live, but if I show up at this time, I'm afraid the military will be more afraid of me. Forget it, don't care about it. Kerrigan did not stop sharing the vision. She really wanted the Hulk's genes, but there would be a chance to get it in the future. She was not in a hurry and just treated it as a good show now. At the moment, General Ross's face on the plane became even more gloomy. Because Hulk is not a hateful opponent at all, he was suppressed severely. Chapter 31. Hulk's battle with Abomination was at a disadvantage from the beginning. Hulk lost 100% of his power to 50% due to the previous serum. To say the least, it can be considered a compliment to Hulk. As for Abomination, it has just been integrated into Hulk's blood. Even if it has not fully digested the power brought by the blood, after this happy killing, the super soldier serum in its body is completely compatible with Hulk's blood, and its strength and condition are even better. Reached the top? Kill. Hatred roared angrily, but his huge body did not affect his agility at all. He bent down to avoid Hulk's heavy punch, and hit Hulk's waist with a big slap like a cattail fan, causing a sharp pain in half of Hulk's body. It flew backwards with a loud noise and hit the building next to it, smashing it to pieces. Although they are both powerful monsters, Hulk's fighting skills in the face of hatred are as ridiculous as those of a child. It's no wonder that Bruce Banner was a scientist before. Even if he had some fitness hobbies, compared with his hatred of being a professional soldier, his combat skills and experience were completely different. Hulk relied purely on strength to win. In the past, Hulk killed everyone purely based on strength and bully people, but when faced with an Abomination who was as powerful as him and had outstanding fighting skills, he was defeated until he flew up. In the hotel, Jane looked at Kerrigan, who was happily eating melon, and smiled. "Queen, did you see anything interesting again? It's a good show, you should watch it too." Kerrigan wouldn't mind Jane watching this kind of show. She pointed and the scene in her eyes was projected onto the TV in front of her. This is also Kerrigan's ability after her psychic powers are upgraded to level 5. Whenever she wants, she can use psychic powers to project the memories in her mind onto a carrier. Now Kerrigan, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a humanoid satellite. The two of them were eating and watching. Although Jane didn't like fighting, she was still quite excited to see such a physical fight. Hatred was so ugly that she immediately regarded him as a villain. Whenever Hulk attacks Abomination, she cheers loudly, and when Abomination slaps Hulk away, she looks worried. Kerrigan, a melon eater, is also a little helpless. Although it is not a big deal to watch the excitement, your distinction between good and evil based on appearance is too one-sided. Forget it, let's not talk about her now. When she meets the god with the elk helmet, she will know that a handsome guy is not necessarily a positive character. Although she initially viewed Jane as a role player and a fun-loving character, after getting along with her for a while, Kerrigan also thought about training Jane well to serve as her mate in the future and join the Avengers as an ambassador for the Zerg. The universe in the future will never be peaceful, and the birth of Avengers is inevitable. It doesn't hurt that the Zerg have an ambassador among them. Understanding the dangers of people's hearts is also the only way to grow. As for Kerrigan, she has no interest in joining the Avengers, saving the world or anything like that. What does this have to do with her being the queen of the Zerg? At most, when the Avengers pay a certain price, lending a helping hand can be regarded as a gift. Kerrigan and Jane were enjoying their meal, but General Ross on the other side was really worried. Hulk was suppressed by hatred and beaten violently. The surrounding buildings were damaged, and there were people running away and cars thrown by the two monsters everywhere. Speaking of General Ross, he became angry. After Hulk was at a disadvantage, he split a car in half and used it as a fist to fight with Abomination. Abomination became more energetic. After kicking him away, Hulk threw the car as a weapon and smashed it. The scene was huge, but it was just two brats fighting. The problem is that these two little brats are absolute monsters. "General, the White Palace is calling. General, the Pentagon is calling. General, Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. is asking us what the hell is going on. The deputy clutched the satellite phone and looked anxious. General Ross grabbed his hair and almost collapsed. This is Brooklyn, just one step away from New York. If this continues, no one can save his skin. However, his baby daughter Betty Ross gave him a fatal blow. Dad, help Banner, he can't hold it anymore. Your father and I are in trouble now. Are you still thinking about that BD? General Ross was furious. Shut up, I'm thinking of a solution. Betty was shocked and didn't dare to say anything more. General Ross thought about it and finally answered Nick Fury's call first. The White Palace is useless. The military is likely to use missiles to clear the ground. Then General Ross will definitely have to take the blame and resign. The only thing left to see is whether S.H.I.E.L.D. is reliable. Director Nick Fury, I have a problem here. Do you have any super ability combat power to support you? For the sake of working for America, please help me. General Ross's voice was a little humble. Although he was a proud and arrogant person, he was asking for help now, so there was nothing wrong with his lower attitude. Nick Fury couldn't believe his ears. Is this the same Thaddeus E. Ross who always looks at people through his nostrils? However, when the difficulties at General Ross's scene were explained clearly, Nick Fury couldn't help but have a headache. Two monsters were fighting in the downtown area, and it was useless for S.H.I.E.L.D. to take action. The Avengers plan is still in Fury's mind. Tony Stark is furious when he sees Fury now. Where can they find super combat power? Phil Coulson frowned and said, how about talking to Tony, after all, he is Iron Man now. Nick Fury sighed, contact him first. In fact, Tony already knew it. Brooklyn was not far from his home. Tony was just about to put on his armor when he was stopped by Ethan. Tony, you better not put on the suit just yet. Ethan, the city is being destroyed, I have to go. Ethan shook his head, although your symptoms of palladium poisoning have been greatly reduced after practicing Shinik power, until this problem is completely solved, don't use the armor if you can. Can. Tony was speechless for a moment. Ethan said solemnly, we can ask His Majesty for help. Can it be done? Tony hesitated. Try it. You also know that if you pay a price that satisfies His Majesty, she is willing to take action. The previous protective umbrella. Before Ethan finished speaking, Tony immediately nodded in agreement. Although both the military and SHIELD covered up the destruction of Umbrella, Tony also had his own connections in the military, so he naturally knew everything about it. At this time, Nick Fury also contacted Tony and asked him to take action. Tony brushed it off in a few words and planned to contact a friend of his in the military to find out what was going on. General Ross, who was anxiously waiting for news, received another call. This time, it was Tony Stark calling. Old friend, I heard that something big happened in Brooklyn. The people at Black Braised Egg were hesitant and just said it was the military's trouble. You are an insider. Can you tell me? Tony Stark gets right to the point. General Ross was speechless. In fact, he has always been on good terms with the Stark family, so he has a good relationship with Tony, but he didn't expect that his begging would come to Tony's head. Although it was a good thing, the situation was too corrupt to end. General Ross took a deep breath and spoke eloquently. Chapter 32. Kerrigan's phone rang. She answered the phone and heard a deep male voice. Your Majesty, I am General Ross from the military. I have something to ask for your assistance. Kerrigan raised her eyebrows. Did you ask me for help? General Ross, you know my way of doing things. Definitely, Your Majesty. General Ross's heart is bleeding, and he is afraid that there will be a wave of blood this time. Well, after my new umbrella enters the market, it will need the full assistance of the military. Definitely, as before, the umbrella can develop some projects specially for the military. Kerrigan resorted to the old trick, sweet dates and sticks. S.H.I.E.L.D. sent scientific research talents, and the military became a new protective umbrella. Kerrigan was very satisfied with this deal. General Ross smiled bitterly, we agree to all your conditions. We just ask that you help us settle this matter as soon as possible. Kerrigan hung up the phone and prepared to leave. Jane looked a little nervous. Queen, do you really want to go to the war? Kerrigan laughed dumbly, joining the war? No, Jane, it's just that my hands are itchy and I want to stretch my muscles. I can crush those two big guys to death with one finger. This isn't Kerrigan's boasting. She is much stronger now than before. As long as the Ancient One does not use the time gem, suppressing the Ancient One is no problem. Although only level 5 psychic powers can be used, it depends on who is using it. Kerrigan was about to leave after saying that. She knelt down on her knees and said firmly, Queen, Jane wants to witness your power with her own eyes. Kerrigan narrowed her eyes, okay, Let's go to the insect nest. General Ross on the plane gritted his teeth and agreed to Kerrigan's series of conditions. After hanging up the phone, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Betty, who looked worried. Don't worry, Betty, reinforcements will be arriving soon. Everyone was delighted. What reinforcements are you talking about? General Ross was silent for a moment. You will find out later. Remember to record the battle data. After leaving these words, he stopped talking. General Ross was also a little curious about how the Zerg Queen would take action. Send an army? Unlike this kind of individual fighting, and it was still in a busy area, it was not like her character to send a large army. Discussions about Kerrigan have been ongoing within the military these days. The conclusion is that this is a very cunning opponent, but very disciplined. Therefore, although the military is very interested in the Zerg, it does not want to cause trouble. If it leads to a war between the two races, no one wants to see it. General, an unknown giant flight object has been detected approaching. God, why is this flight so fast? The soldier guarding the monitor shouted. General Ross was stunned and quickly came over to take a look. In the sky, a huge amount of black shadow was flying in the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, and it would arrive over the battlefield in just a few minutes. Is it that weird creature again? But this weird creature looks twice as big as the one I saw before. General Ross looked shocked. And inside the giant creature in his mouth, Kerrigan was sitting on her throne, gracefully shaking her wine glass, while Jane was looking around curiously. Your Majesty, I didn't expect there to be such a huge creature in the insect nest. Big? You'll see bigger ones later. Kerrigan chuckled. The Zerg, a command ship like Leviathan, has not yet been developed, so she is currently riding a king insect, codenamed Aiken. Definitely, as the Queen's car, Aiken is twice as big as other king bugs, and the interior is carefully decorated, making it a veritable luxury car. Not only is there an elite Zerg army inside, but there are also many entertainment facilities. It is even electrified and equipped with many household appliances. It's just that Aiken has been hiding under the insect nest and hasn't been used yet. Your Majesty, we are about to arrive at our destination. The insect queen whispered. Kerrigan snapped her fingers. A hole appeared in the center of the hall, and strong winds poured in from the hole, but Kerrigan's eyes did not waver at all. Jane, stay well on Aiken. I'll be right back. Kerrigan put down her wine glass, stood in front of the cave entrance, raised her hand to Jiang, and jumped down. The cave entrance then closed. Drink. Hulk punched him hard, sending Abomination flying backwards. At the moment, because he continued to fight, he got rid of the powerlessness caused by the serum and reached his peak state. Abomination was not to be outdone. The two monsters became more and more excited as they fought, and huge amounts of noise resounded throughout the city. But the people around him were really miserable. The two monsters are on top, and Banner can no longer control Hulk. General Ross on the plane was anxious, looking at the Zerg army that might have arrived, but why was there no movement when it stopped in mid-air? The adjutant suddenly shouted, General, a high-energy reaction has been detected. It seems that something is flying rapidly. Damn, it came out of nowhere again. General Ross cursed. It seems like it jumped out of that giant thing in the sky. What? General Ross rushed over to check. However, that thing was so fast that it escaped the satellite's monitoring range in just an instant. Boom. Jenna screamed and hurriedly squatted down with her little daughter in her arms. She was so distraught now that she didn't know what to do. I took my daughter for a walk after get off work, and it was really unlucky to encounter this kind of monster wreaking havoc in the city. In order to avoid disaster, she took her daughter and hid in a clothing store. Seeing the two monsters fighting fiercely, and the surrounding buildings and vehicles being smashed into a mess, Jenna knew that it was no longer safe here, so she wanted to evacuate. Picking up her shivering daughter, Jenna gritted her teeth and walked out of the clothing store door, running towards the other side of the street. Boom. Just then, Abomination smashes another car into Hulk. Hulk slapped the car away, jumped up, and jumped towards the Abomination. The car spun in the air and then hit Jenna and her daughter, who were running away in a panic with great force. No. Jenna opened her eyes wide and watched the car flying closer and closer. She can only close her eyes and wait for death. The expected pain did not come. Jenna slowly opened her eyes and found a tall lady standing in front of her. The car seemed to be immobilized by some force and could not move forward in front of the lady. Are you okay? The lady turned around and asked with a smile. She had a peaceful face and a beauty that Jenna had never seen before in her life. There was an unparalleled affinity on her face, but also a hint of majesty, like a loving king speaking to her subjects. Thank you, who are you? Jenna held her daughter and said tremblingly. The daughter in her arms was not afraid of the woman in front of her, and even waved to her with a smile. Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly and did not answer. You guys, Please stay back, it's not very safe here. Jenna quickly hugged her daughter and moved away. Her daughter seemed to like Kerrigan quite a bit and started crying as soon as she got away. Jenna quickly comforted her, but her eyes were fixed on Kerrigan, who was walking toward the center of the battlefield. Chapter 33. General, there is a figure walking towards Hulk and Bronsky, said the adjutant who had been staring at the battlefield. General Ross looked over immediately and saw a woman walking calmly on the battlefield of flames. She walked lightly, ignoring the debris and cars flying around her. It's like taking a walk in your own garden. Those messy flying objects became quiet as soon as they approached the woman, and then gently fell to the ground under the influence of some kind of force. General Ross's eyes widened. What power is this? Betty also came over. This is. Her pupils shrank, and the ability displayed by this woman completely broke her more than 10 years of knowledge. This lady is so charming. As soon as a soldier opened his mouth, everyone around him stared at him in surprise. He quickly shut up and hid aside. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson were also observing the battle. What a terrifying control. Extraordinary power is what S.H.I.E.L.D. has been studying. But having power doesn't mean you can control it. Just like the strength of adults is generally around 150 kilograms, but how many people can really exert the strength of 150 kilograms? Kerrigan came closer. She finally caught the attention of Hulk and Abomination, and the two monsters stopped at the same time and looked at Kerrigan. Kerrigan waved her hand nonchalantly. Go on, I'm here to watch the show. A chair flew out of the building and looked quite elegant. Kerrigan sat down gracefully, like a king overlooking the fighting gladiators. This gesture instantly made Hate and Hulk furious. Abomination roared and threw 3 cars one after another. The car roared and hit Kerrigan in the face. Ah! Betty turned around, unable to bear to look any further. General Ross's face became increasingly gloomy. As soon as the 3 cars flew over Kerrigan's head, they were stabilized by some kind of force, then quietly returned to the parking space and stopped steadily. Seeing that the long-range attack was ineffective, Abomination jumped up high and struck Kerrigan with a heavy punch that made a sound of breaking through the air. How rude! Kerrigan said calmly. Roll. With just a low shout, the hatred in the air flew out and hit the wall. Hulk also attacked. He used the manhole cover as a discus and hit Kerrigan on the head. However, Kerrigan remained motionless, her eyes only narrowed slightly, and the manhole cover flew back, smashing Hulk into the wall. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell silent, with only the crackling sound of burning vehicles. Betty on the plane saw that the surroundings were very quiet, and turned around to look at the monitor. Looking at Kerrigan sitting elegantly in the center of the battlefield, Betty asked tremblingly. Who is she? No one gave her an answer. After a long time, General Ross said slowly and in a low voice, Queen of the Zerg, Kerrigan. In the end, it's the Hulk and the Abomination, rough-skinned and thick flesh. The two monsters crawled out from the debris of the building, looked at each other, then jumped up together and attacked Kerrigan. How disobedient! Kerrigan said coldly. The vehicle parked safely behind him rose up without any wind and faced the two monsters in the air like cannonballs. Huge amounts of pain instantly surrounded them, and before they even landed, they were directly buried by the vehicle. Jesus! How strong is she? The same sigh appeared on the plane and in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s office. At the moment, General Ross and Nick Fury, two people of different skin colors, one white and one black, had surprisingly consistent faces. Hulk and Abomination, two lawless monsters, didn't even have the ability to get close to her. Less than a minute after the battle started, the two guys who had caused huge damage to the city were suppressed and unable to fight back. And Kerrigan was sitting on the battlefield, not moving. This is a king showing his majesty? Phil Coulson frowned. Sir, I'm afraid only weapons of mass destruction can threaten her. Nick Fury shook his head. It's difficult. You saw how fast she left the flight object just now. I'm afraid she left the attack range before the attack arrived. Phil Coulson nodded solemnly. This kind of enemy is the most terrifying. Not only can he run fast, he also has powerful supernatural abilities, and he also has an army. What a ghost. Nick Fury sighed. It seems that we can only make friends and never become enemies. Take down the hidden stakes we are going to assign to the new Umbrella personnel. If she gets PD off, the world will really be in trouble. Phil Coulson received the order and left immediately. Nick Fury looked at Kerrigan on the monitor, and his desire for high-end combat power became even more urgent. Roar. Abomination and Hulk struggled to climb out of the pile of cars. This time, the two of them no longer dared to underestimate the extremely dignified woman sitting in front of them. Abomination and Hulk looked at each other again. Abomination then began throwing cars at Kerrigan, trying to attract her attention. Hulk began to run around the sideline, ready to take action depending on the situation. Kerrigan raised her eyes slightly. I thought you were so strong. Is this all you have? With just a flick of her hand, the car that was coming flew back, trapping Abomination tightly. The severe pain made Abomination scream, and the surrounding cars trapped it like a cage. Kerrigan turned her fingers into palms, then clenched them into fists. Abomination, who had been hit hard one after another, could no longer maintain his figure, and was squeezed into a ball by a bunch of cars. He became dizzy and transformed back into Brinsky. Kerrigan ignored him and raised her eyes to glare at Hulk, who jumped over to prepare for a sneak attack. Hulk opened his mouth wide, green blood sprayed everywhere, and was knocked away again with a whistling sound. A stream of blood flew towards Kerrigan. Kerrigan frowned in disgust, and his surroundings instantly lit up, forming a blue light shield that protected the surrounding body and blocked the blood. Dirty blood. Kerrigan stood up gracefully. It's so boring, she said lightly, and the car that trapped Brinsky dispersed again, and Brinsky was psychically thrown at Kerrigan's feet like a dead dog. Hulk struggled to climb out of the mound and looked at Kerrigan's figure with a look of shock. Seeing Kerrigan looking at him again, Hulk jumped up and ran away without saying a word. Too strong. Hulk, who has always been lawless, was really scared. Want to run? Kerrigan sneered and pointed in the distance. Hulk, who had just taken off, was trapped by the huge force and pulled back by his psychic powers. Julie thrust Hulk directly into the soil, leaving only his head. Kerrigan waved her hand, and her spiritual energy turned into a giant palm and shot left and right at Hulk's head. Ba bang bang. With just 3 palms, Hulk's face swelled up as if he had been blown away, and his originally big face turned into a pig's head. Betty screamed on the plane, and General Ross covered her mouth. Don't yell, and don't make His Majesty angry. If Banner dares to attack her, he'll be fine if he doesn't die. At the moment, General Ross also used the honorific title for Kerrigan. He looked back at the flight attendant. Get ready to land, please be polite. Everyone murmured in agreement. Nick Fury turned off the monitor and there was nothing to see. He picked up the phone. Have you found the captain? It has been found and we are transporting him back. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. The Zerg intelligence is still accurate. Jane looked at Kerrigan, who was showing off her power in the city, with longing in her eyes. She couldn't help but want to jump down and announce to everyone that this was her king, the unique king. However, before Kerrigan left, she had promised that she would not be allowed to leave Aiken, so she had no choice but to give up. Hulk, who was violently beaten by the giant's psychic hand, finally couldn't hold on any longer and turned back into Banner. He dropped his head and fainted. Kerrigan didn't look at him, but looked up at the sky. A transport plane is landing slowly. General Ross strode out of the transport plane and bowed upright. Thank you for your support, Your Majesty. Chapter 34. Find me some interesting opponents next time. This kind is too weak. You paid so much for this little thing. Kerrigan raised her head and said calmly. General Ross was speechless. Is this still weak? You are too strong. He sat there the entire time without moving his hands, holding Hulk and Abomination in place. He laughed along with her. Her Majesty the Queen's power is something I could not foresee. Kerrigan said calmly. General Ross was a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, Your Majesty, now that you have Banner and Brinsky under control, can you, he. Here you are. Kerrigan pointed at Hulk. Definitely, take this guy away. General Ross looked at Brinsky in a pool of blood carefully, sweating profusely. Your Majesty, didn't we agree before? I just promised to help you calm down the incident and capture this big guy, but I didn't say that I would also hand over the other guy to you. Kerrigan said coldly. General Ross' scalp was numb. He did not mention this when negotiating terms with Kerrigan before. He was distraught, but his baby daughter Betty couldn't care less. Betty rushed directly to Banner who was buried in the cement floor, calling Banner's name eagerly. Kerrigan glanced at her with a frown, but didn't care. General Ross panicked. This girl is so disobedient. He humbly approached Kerrigan and said, Your Majesty, Betty is young and ignorant. Please don't take offense. Don't worry, I'm not that interested in getting angry with children. Kerrigan said calmly. I want to take that person away. Do you have any objections? General Ross's face twitched. If Kerrigan was allowed to take away Brinsky, his skin would really not be saved. But now, who dares to PK her in front of her? There really is. Upon hearing this, Betty thought Kerrigan was taking Banner away, and immediately protected Banner. No, you can't take Banner away. Kerrigan's face turned cold, but he didn't bother to explain. Do you think I am discussing with you? General Ross quickly grabbed his daughter. Your Majesty, please spare Betty. She is just ignorant. I will take her back right away. Betty insisted, and the father and daughter struggled together, and the scene was very chaotic. General Ross's subordinates were helpless. Although they wanted to help, they had no courage to do anything when they saw Kerrigan. Kerrigan frowned and said, "Okay, don't act in front of me." She couldn't tell that General Ross was stalling for time. General Ross has been a soldier all his life. Although he is nearly 60 years old, ordinary young people are no match for him. Betty, a weak girl, has no right to fight with him. General Ross let go of Betty with a sneer and stood aside. Kerrigan glanced at Betty, who was disheveled but still looking at Kerrigan firmly. Kerrigan's eyes flashed with appreciation. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" "Don't be afraid, I'm not afraid of anything for Banner," Betty yelled. "Something interesting." The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to your boyfriend. The one I want to take away is the other one." Betty was stunned for a moment. "Really? Do I need to lie to you?" "What do you think, General Ross?" Betty was a little embarrassed. After a long time of fuss, they had no intention of taking Banner away. It was all her own fault. She thought about apologizing quietly, but didn't know how to say it. Kerrigan didn't care. "General Ross, if there are no problems, I will take this person away. By the way, don't forget our deal." "This. Your Majesty, you really can't take him away." General Ross gritted his teeth. Even if he offends Kerrigan, he must keep Blinsky. Seeing General Ross acting like this, Kerrigan frowned and said, "Huh." General Ross thought things were turning around, and just when he was about to say thanks, he saw Kerrigan stepping on Blinsky's chest. Blinsky felt like he was severely injured, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Kerrigan moved her foot slightly, letting a few drops of blood smear on the heel of her shoe. "Oh, this is my favorite pair of shoes, why are they dirty?" Kerrigan raised her head and showed what seemed to be the most beautiful smile in the world, but her words made General Ross and others feel like they were in the cold. General Ross Adams' apple moved. "Everything depends on your wishes." "Then there's nothing more to say. See you next time." Kerrigan chuckled, and Blinsky floated up from the ground. With a twist of her fingers, the invisible power tied him into a rice dumpling. Kerrigan tapped her toes on the ground, then flew high into the sky with the rice dumpling and disappeared. Betty looked at the sky, feeling lost. But she immediately pounced on Banner, who was buried in the ground, and everyone hurriedly gathered around her. Kerrigan returned to Aiken, and Jane immediately pounced on him. "Your Majesty, you are really too strong." So. Kerrigan smiled and touched Jane's hair, then turned to the insect queen, who was waiting for orders. This man was sent to Jerry and ordered Abathur to extract the genes from his body. "Don't kill him. This is very precious material." "As you command, Queen." The queen carried Blinsky and left. Himalayas. Ancient One withdrew from meditation and frowned slightly. It feels like that His Majesty is stronger than before, and he didn't even reveal his true form. Just now, she watched the scene where Kerrigan made a strong move. Ancient One touched the pendant on his chest. "You really cannot be an enemy. Your Majesty will still need your help in the future." She sighed and meditated again. Snake Nest. Kendon looked at the video seriously. "Order the hidden stakes to lurk, and don't cause trouble. It's not the right time yet." "Yes." And above the 9 heavens, the Asgardian of Asgard, the legendary strong man with the eye of Heimdall who can see through all things, Heimdall, closed his eyes. He said solemnly, "God King, a powerful man has appeared in Middelgard. I saw it, keep watching." A majestic and old voice sounded in the air. "Promise." Kerrigan didn't know that his display of power had attracted the attention of many people. Definitely, she doesn't care either. She is currently busy processing various gene fragments sent by the military and SHIELD. She is also arranging for the upgrade of Zerg buildings. Obtained gamma-modified super soldier gene fragments, increasing integration to 19.3%. Kerrigan frowned, a little unhappy. This is the last 0.2% of progress, extracted from Blinsky. Captain America's gene fragment provides her with 0.2% integration. It seems that the complete super soldier's gene is just that, not much different from the gene fragment of Abomination, which is about to turn into a hybrid. Although Umbrella has many modified genes, only a few have the ability to increase integration, and most of them are useless. It's no wonder that if any mutated gene could increase integration, then she could just go to research institutes around the world and grab it. However, the special gene of the complete body can also provide twice as much progress as other special genes, which still makes her satisfied. Suddenly, she remembered a tribe. In the future, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver have appeared, and there are mutants in this world. Kerrigan thought for a moment. "Just wait, they will deliver it to your door anyway." Kerrigan thought for a moment, and then issued an order to Abathur, who was busy, trying to transform the special gene of hatred again. After killing the insect, Kerrigan took away the sample and prepared to meditate to digest the strength brought by the increased integration. The phone suddenly rang. Kerrigan glanced over and saw Tony Stark. "Your Majesty, the development of new energy has initially yielded results. I would like to invite you to visit and inspect." Tony on the other end of the phone looked excited. During this time, he was not only busy cultivating psychic powers, but also devoted himself to developing new energy sources. The hard work paid off, and now that he had achieved some results, he naturally wanted to tell Kerrigan the good news as soon as possible. Although Kerrigan did not specify how long the new energy source would be needed, Tony was not a person who liked debt, and it was most important to complete the transaction as soon as possible. "Very good, I'll be there in a minute." Kerrigan hung up the phone with satisfaction and prepared to see Tony's results. Chapter 35. Nick Fury has been watching a video these days. Video of Kerrigan taking action. Extremely strong control, unknown long-range attack power, but almost no chance of getting close, and it can also release a shield. Damn it, the shield is only released to block the splashing blood. There is no defense at all. Nick Fury turned off the video and rubbed his eyebrows. Phil Coulson knocked on the door. "Sir, he's awake." Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "Okay, I'll be there right away." "Your Majesty, please come this way." With a humble smile, Tony Stark led Kerrigan to his laboratory. He didn't even have the courage to look Kerrigan in the eyes right now. He also had the video of Kerrigan's battle. After discussing with Ethan and others for a long time, Tony decided. "You should be honest and give in. You should cooperate and never provoke Kerrigan. With such a powerful super ability, even if she threw out all the mark armors in her inventory, they would still be useless in front of her." Tony led Kerrigan to a device. "This is the medium-sized nuclear arc reactor I developed. It is built on the basis of the small arc reactor. It supplies stable energy, is very clean, and has no pollution. When it comes to research, Tony is a lot more relaxed. As a genius, he is definitely a little arrogant, although the energy provided cannot be said to be a lot, it is already an extremely excellent energy device." Kerrigan stepped forward, and as soon as she touched the device, the heart of the swarm automatically activated. Discovered new energy device, medium-sized nuclear arc reactor. Advantages: clean and pollution-free, stable energy supply. Disadvantages: the energy supply is low, it requires large-scale establishment to exert a powerful effect, and the cost is extremely high. Evaluation: it is tasteless to eat and a pity to discard. It is recommended to continue development. Kerrigan was stunned by this discovery. For so long, the heart of the swarm had never started automatically. But it's not a bad thing. Kerrigan remained calm and chuckled. "Indeed, it looks beautiful, but the cost of this device is not low, and I think the supply needs to be deployed on a large area to be useful, right?" Tony was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head in embarrassment. "Well, I will improve this in the future. I didn't expect that Your Majesty also knows so much about energy, and you can see its flaws at a glance." Tony meant what he said. He just didn't finish talking about the shortcomings of the medium-sized arc reactor, just because he wanted to see if Kerrigan had a vision for technology. If Kerr happily takes the reactor and leaves, then it's definitely good, and the deal with the Zerg is over. If you don't know the goods yourself, what does it have to do with me? Moreover, this kind of reactor must be deployed on a large scale, so that he can know the location of the Zerg base and have a way to deal with it in the future. But Kerrigan has figured it out, so he has no choice but to admit defeat. Kerrigan raised a brow, and she immediately understood Tony's plan. She didn't get angry and said calmly, "Tony, how long will it take to improve the reactor?" Tony felt a little worried when he heard this. To be honest, although he had some thoughts of his own, he still tried his best to develop it, but he had no clue at all about the improvement of the reactor, and he was developing it while practicing, which was indeed a bit duplicative. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, for the time being, I can only do so much." Kerrigan pondered for a moment. "Actually, I have a very useful piece of news for you." As soon as Kerrigan left, Tony hurriedly contacted Nick Fury. "Nick Fury, I want to get back what my father left in SHIELD." Nick Fury was stunned. "What? Wait, how do you know?" Tony said impatiently, "Don't worry about how I know, now, send it to me immediately." Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, but he had no reason to reject Tony. After hanging up the phone, Fury shouted angrily, "Ms. Fuck." He retained the legacy left by Howard Stark and was prepared to provide it to Tony depending on the situation, and then asked Tony to join SHIELD. "I'm a soft-spoken eater but a short-handed recipient. I helped your dad keep your things for so long. You don't appreciate it? Isn't it appropriate?" But unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Tony already knew that he was holding something left by Howard. Fury was so angry that his teeth itched, and he swore that if he knew who had revealed the news, he would definitely give him a good look. Phil Coulson knocked on the door. "Sir, Agent Romanoff is here. Invite her in. Jerry is dressed up today." He stood in front of the mirror, looked at his outfit again, and turned to ask his secretary. "Natasha Romanoff, does this suit me?" Secretary Natasha Romanoff, who has red hair and looks quite charming, smiled and said, "You are dressed very solemnly. That's good." Jerry adjusted his glasses and looked down at his watch. "Let's go and pick someone up." He led Natasha Romanoff out of the office and all the way to the lobby. There are many people standing here. Some were wearing military uniforms, some were in suits, and some were researchers in white coats. These people gathered together in twos and threes, clearly distinguishable from each other. Jerry walked out of the hall without even looking at these people. Standing at the gate, Jerry licked his lips, waiting for his king to appear. Behind him, several soldiers cast disdainful glances at Jerry's back. This guy actually shamelessly surrendered to the Zerg. "Keep your voice down so no one can hear you. That being said, this BD is really lucky. I heard that none of the former Umbrella researchers who worked with him survived. Yes, I have become the chairman of the new Umbrella, which is really enviable." "Shut up." A deep male voice sounded, and several soldiers quickly shut up. The deputy approached the man and said, "General, Nick Fury just came in through the side door." General Ross looked in the direction he pointed and saw the familiar black braised eggs. The two looked at each other and nodded without talking. Although the chatter behind the scenes was quiet, Jerry still heard it. Jerry was also the first human to take the initiative to seek refuge, so Kerrigan would not treat him badly and arranged for the Insect Queen to teach him psychic powers. The current Jerry is not the helpless researcher he was before. The corner of Jerry's mouth raised slightly. These guys said they looked down on him, but weren't they actually envious to death? From a low-level researcher to the chairman of a powerful corporate umbrella with triple protection from the military, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Zerg, who wouldn't envy him? The mouth is too upright and the body is rubbish. Jerry smiled disdainfully. What's wrong with taking refuge in the Zerg? His Majesty is kind-hearted and treats him extremely favorably. Now he has extraordinary power, has extended his lifespan, and will have all the glory and wealth in his hands in the future. If it were for the previous protective umbrella, he would never be able to reach his current position in his lifetime. A limousine is approaching from a distance. Jerry was shocked, put away his thoughts, and bent down to salute. The car stopped. Jerry didn't even look up and shouted respectfully, "Jerry Joe, chairman of the new umbrella, welcomes Her Majesty the Queen." Chapter 36. Click. A crisp sound of gold and jade clashing came from the car door, and light steps seemed to step on people's hearts. Everyone's breathing tightened suddenly, and the air was filled with a vague aroma. They couldn't help but look at the shadow. The stunning figure came in a red dress, which attracted special attention. She put her hands behind her hands and raised her eyebrows, and all the heroes in the world bowed their waists. The fiery red dress, which looked like butterfly wings about to fly, was embroidered with bright golden lines, which dazzled everyone's eyes in the sunlight. On the fair and jade-colored face, the shadow cast by the thick eyelashes is like the faint ink stain on rice paper. Those pair of spiritual eyes are ethereal and gorgeous, as clear as water and as bright as morning stars. With a single swipe, people suddenly lose their soul and become fascinated by it. The hair flows down like a dark spring water, and the fluttering hair stirs up layers of ink-colored light. Her body is more noble than the peony, more proud than the snowy plum, and more elegant than the ink chrysanthemum, which makes thousands of pink and white lose their color. Among all living beings, there are hundreds of beauties, but she is the only one who is uniquely beautiful. Shock, amazement, wonder, disbelief, all kinds of eyes were focused on that woman. At this moment, it seemed that the air was stagnant. The woman's red lips parted slightly. "Well done, Jerry. It is my honor to serve you." Jerry looked excited and said, "Her Majesty, please come inside and take a closer look." With that said, he diligently opened the way forward. Kerrigan raised her head and caught a glimpse of the woman dressed as a secretary next to Jerry. Her eyes moved slightly, but she didn't speak. She walked lightly on the prepared red carpet. At the same time, it also touched the hearts of countless people present. "I finally understand why that guy defected to the Zerg. I can make a fortune, and I have such a stunning boss. It's me, so I'll join." The meeting was private and there were no reporters. Kerrigan also saw Nick Fury and General Ross. The two men bowed slightly. "Your Majesty." Kerrigan replied lightly and ignored them. Jerry laughed with him and led Kerrigan to visit the facilities and equipment of the new umbrella and meet with the employees. Many of these employees were mobilized by S.H.I.E.L.D, and many were hired by Jerry with huge sums of money. Most of these people didn't know Kerrigan's identity, but when they saw the chairman being so groveling, they knew it was a senior official who was here, and they all said hello. After the visit, Kerrigan, Jerry, and others came to the conference room. Everyone else left, except General Ross, Nick Fury, Jerry's secretary. Looking at Jerry, who was a little worried, Kerrigan said, "Yes, you are very attentive." The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Jerry's heart dropped into his stomach. He breathed a sigh of relief, and said seriously, "I will do my best and never let down His Majesty's trust." Kerrigan put away her smile and looked at Nick Fury, who had just sat down. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. dared to mix sand. "Is it to see the wrath of the Zerg?" General Ross looked at the black braised egg with wide eyes. "Good guy, are you trying to cause trouble, UBD?" Nick Fury was stunned, but said calmly, "Your Majesty, our cooperation is based on mutual trust. Please believe that we will not do this." "Haha Jerry, you are so lucky to have the famous S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, as your secretary." Although Kerrigan was smiling, her smile was charming, but everyone present felt cold in their hearts. Jerry looked at the secretary next to him in disbelief. Her face was tense and she no longer had a smile. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I really don't know anything. Natasha Romanoff has just joined the job not long ago, so I really don't know anything." Jerry hurriedly explained, and Kerrigan said coldly, "I don't mean to blame you. You can't fight her with your ability. Now, shut up." Jerry was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak anymore. Nick Fury's head is as big as a bucket. He didn't know why, but Kerrigan recognized Natasha Romanoff's identity immediately. "You know, Natasha Romanoff has been performing missions abroad before, so how did anyone know about it?" "There's a ghost inside." Nick Fury gritted his teeth, but still managed to smile. "Your Majesty, I can quibble with this. No, explain." He couldn't say this anymore. Being exposed as a spy in front of others, if the Zerg and humans really went to war, he would definitely be accused to death. Natasha Romanoff gritted her teeth. She was so close, maybe she could succeed. Just as she was about to attack, she found that her body was completely unable to move and seemed to be squeezed by a huge force. "If you don't want to die, just stay calm." Kerrigan glanced at her lightly, then looked at Nick Fury. "I need S.H.I.E.L.D. to give me an explanation, do you understand?" Just at this glance, Natasha Romanoff seemed to be frightened by something. She looked panicked and did not dare to speak anymore. Nick Fury's heart twitched, and he asked the lion to open his mouth again. He looked at General Ross beside him as if asking for help. However, General Ross seemed to find the decoration on the ceiling very interesting and was observing it carefully. "Miss Falk?" Nick Fury nodded helplessly. "No problem, Your Majesty." Kerrigan, who had killed another person, showed a satisfied smile. "Definitely, I know what you think. How about this? Agent Natasha Romanoff works by my side from now on." Nick Fury was stunned and then overjoyed. But he was afraid of being deceived and asked hesitantly, "Your Majesty, are you sure? You guys always want to mix sand with me. I might as well bring the sand with me to avoid causing any trouble. It won't look good on both sides. What do you think?" With a tap of Kerrigan's fingers, Natasha Romanoff immediately regained her mobility. "You will be my maid from now on. I will let you know what you should know, and what you shouldn't know, do you understand?" Kerrigan lifted Natasha Romanoff's chin and chuckled in her ear. After S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military personnel left, Jerry immediately knelt down and begged Kerrigan for punishment. Natasha Romanoff also left, and Fury wanted to be interviewed. Kerrigan shook her head. "Just do your job with peace of mind. Pay attention to your safety. This seat is not easy to sit in." Jerry nodded repeatedly. Kerrigan left with satisfaction. She had just made another deal with SHIELD. She also earned a free employee, which was pretty good. Definitely, she also incidentally agreed to the military's request to help develop a super soldier serum and deepen research on former Umbrella biological weapons such as Tyrant. There was no way. Although Banner was taken back by the military, they couldn't find anything out after a long time. Banner almost died after thinking about it. After much deliberation, they finally found the Zerg. The Tyrant's powerful combat power also made the military covetous. Kerrigan definitely agreed to everything. This was something that was beneficial to both parties, so she had no reason not to agree. As for keeping Natasha Romanoff, it's just that Kerrigan plans to develop another toy. When Kerrigan left, Jerry jumped up, checked the identities of all employees. In the distant furry bear country, in a somewhat dilapidated apartment. The unshaven man picked up a cup of hot water and carefully handed it to the old man lying on the hospital bed. Ahem. The old man's anger was like a gossamer. He glanced at the TV, which was playing the speech of the famous Iron Man Tony Stark. The old man didn't know where the strength came from and grabbed the man's collar. "These honors originally belonged to you, Ivan." Perhaps he was so angry that before he finished speaking, the old man dropped his head and passed away. Ivan hurriedly helped the old man up, only to find that he had died, and he felt extremely sad. He turned to look at the newspapers and posters posted on the wall, furious. Tony Stark. Chapter 37. Little did Tony Stark know that on the other side of the planet, someone hated him. At the moment, he was busy examining the large box sent by SHIELD. "I really don't know what Dad left for me. Her Majesty the Queen said that the things inside will help my research, but I don't know if it is true. Why would Her Majesty know about this?" Tony muttered to himself as he opened the box. Inside were some tapes and films, as well as some notebooks signed by Howard Stark. Dad's work notes? They can be used as a source of inspiration. Let's take a look at the film first. J.A.R.V.I.S then began to play the contents of the film. Looking at the high-spirited Howard Stark on the screen, Tony's eyes flashed with sadness and nostalgia. Then, a passage from Howard Stark caught his attention. "Tony, I have discovered an energy that is purer than a reactor and can discard the palladium element. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of technology in this world, I cannot realize my idea, but I believe that you can definitely implement it. This element is found and I love you forever, dear son." Tony was stunned for a moment and smiled. "Damn Dad, you still want me to learn something after you've been dead for so long." Originally, the relationship between Tony and his father, Howard, was not good. Howard wanted his son to be a successful child and arranged for Tony to learn this and that when he was young, which annoyed Tony. But now seeing the backup plan left by his father, Tony was filled with emotion. Maybe my dad had foreseen that he would use the reactor to cause trouble and get into trouble with palladium poisoning. If he had not learned psionic powers, he would have been completely decadent due to palladium element poisoning. Now, with psionic powers, he is no longer afraid of the threat of palladium element. However, it is still necessary to explore new elements. Firstly, it can enhance the strength of the armor, and secondly, it can also complete the deal with Kerrigan. He immediately threw himself into the research with passion, and Ethan came to join him after receiving the news. Looking at the two busy grown men, little Pepper, who was about to have a serious discussion with Tony about the company's management, could only sigh helplessly. "Throw this bunch of shit to me again." The military returned Banner to Kerrigan. There was no way, Banner didn't even know how much blood had been drawn. The military spent a long time studying it and came to the conclusion that this guy was the chosen one and could not be copied at all. They also learned from Dr. Blue how Brinsky transformed into an abomination, so they specially selected people for experiments. Then there is no more. 8 carefully selected elite soldiers were blown to pieces. General Ross was pointed at and scolded by the Army General, and he was fired from his position as director of the Super Soldier Program. If it wasn't for their help, the military wouldn't have sued Kerrigan and even handed over Banner on their own initiative. Abathur looked at Banner lying unconscious on the hospital bed and whispered, "Queen, this human was injected with a suppressive serum in order to suppress the mutated genes in his body, but he immediately forcibly transformed, causing irreversible consequences. Now, the genes in his body are chaotic, and if his will fluctuates even slightly, he will turn into that monster. According to my judgment, if he cannot control the other consciousness in his body, this human will eventually completely turn into the monster named Hulk." Kerrigan frowned slightly. "Is there a solution?" "Yes, psychic energy can effectively control this trend, but..." Abathur hesitated to speak. This man was not loyal to the Zerg, and there was absolutely no need to save him. Kerrigan pondered for a moment. "This guy will not be loyal to us. Just collect more samples and conduct integrate experiments. But treat him better. He is the heart of the military." As commanded. After leaving the laboratory, Kerrigan returned to the hotel. The new maid, Natasha Romanoff had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Kerrigan entered the room, she noticed that the atmosphere in the room was a bit solemn. Jane stared at Natasha Romanoff sitting aside, while Natasha Romanoff sat upright and motionless. Seeing Kerrigan coming in, Jane jumped up. "Queen, you are here." Natasha Romanoff also stood up and said in a calm tone, "Your Majesty." As a multi-talented legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Natasha Romanoff is very attentive. After talking to Nick Fury, she also knew what she wanted to do when she came to Kerrigan's side. Just follow Kerrigan's orders, there's no need to pass on the message. Kerrigan responded calmly, "Jane, I'm going to be traveling for a while. You and Natasha Romanoff will help me keep an eye on my new umbrella these days." Jane was stunned. "Queen, where are you going?" Natasha Romanoff's expression tightened. What kind of trouble does this mysterious His Majesty want to do? "Nothing, just going back to see an old friend. Kerrigan chuckled. After being out for so long, she really missed her days on Skull Island. Although Tony's medium-sized nuclear reactor was not perfect, Kerrigan still asked for the information and used whatever was available first. She happened to go back to Skull Island to arrange for the Zerg technology tree upgrade. Abathur has been researching a lot of new things recently. Many mutant Zerg were born in the new nest. However, due to resource constraints, Skull Island was still unable to produce these mutant Zerg, so Kerrigan decided to go back and develop some first. Time. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone Kerrigan, who is cautious by nature. It is absolutely impossible to give up the Skull Island base camp. Seeing Kerrigan's determination, Jane licked her lips. As you command, Queen. Kerrigan looked at Natasha Romanoff again. Since you are working under me now, you must do your best, and the benefits will not be less, do you understand? Natasha Romanoff hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, yes. What did you say? The Zerg Queen left the beautiful country. Nick Fury was stunned when he received the news and was a little curious. Yes, but she said she would be back soon. As for where she was going, she didn't say clearly. She just said she was going back to see an old friend. Natasha Romanoff whispered. Go back. Nick Fury pondered for a moment. I know, let's do what she said first. The two broke contact and Fury sighed. He looked at the man sitting opposite and asked, Steve, what do you think? Steve put down the information in his hand. For the time being, it seems that we are friends rather than enemies, and there is no obvious intention to attack. I'm afraid that His Majesty has other plans in mind. Nick Fury said worriedly. When I was studying, I saw a famous saying, when soldiers come, the water will come and the earth will cover it up. Don't worry, if she really wants to be an enemy of mankind, I will never let her go. A bright smile spread across Steve's face. Fury responded calmly, but felt helpless in his heart. Steve Rogers has been out of touch with the times for too long. Will he really be the opponent of the Zerg? Fury was skeptical. But he didn't want to hit Captain America, but said something else in a deep voice. Captain, something is not right inside S.H.I.E.L.D. right now, so I have a new plan. Chapter 38. Kerrigan sat on Aken's throne, looking at Skull Island getting closer and closer. A trace of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. It seems like I haven't been back for almost a year. Aken landed slowly, and a group of insect queens from Skull Island led the Zerg to surround him. They all possessed them. Welcome the queen. Kerrigan slowly walked out of Aken, and her clothes began to change, turning into her original appearance. The bone wings spread out, and a head of red hair turned into countless nerve bundles. It feels so good to be home. This form is the most comfortable. Kerrigan smiled slightly and looked at her subjects. Thank you for your hard work. Sitting on a throne of dinosaur skulls, Kerrigan opened the heart of the swarm. Sarah Louise Kerrigan. Occupation, Blade Queen, Integration 19.3%. Unlocked professional skill, Parasitism. The host currently has 3 additional professional skill points and you can change professional skills in a safe area. Speed: Strength: Wisdom: Psychic power level, 5, more levels will be unlocked with the number of dependents. Psychic abilities unlocked, Psychic Communication, Psychic Flight, Psychic Storm, Psychic Shield, Psychic Blade, Psychic Transformation. Current Familia, Zerg, number 164,783. Ability: Dominate Charm, Gene Analysis, Gene Sublimation. Unlocked buildings: Hatchery, Lair, Split Pool, Evolution Room, Hydralisk Cave, Tunnel Network, Wyvern Tower. Collecting more special genes unlocks other buildings. Kerrigan frowned slightly. She seemed to have never noticed this professional skill point. It seemed that because Heart of the Swarm always played notifications before, she simply turned off the notifications. Kerrigan clicked on her professional skill tree and nodded. Sure enough, it was the skill tree from when I played the game before. At first glance, it's all familiar ability. Now unlockable are Kinetic Blast, Heroic Endurance, Shattering Binding, Chain Reaction as well as Springtail Regeneration and Host Improvements. Half of them are active skills and the rest are passive skills. Kerrigan thought for a while, then activated all active skills to familiarize herself with them. Anyway, now that I am in the insect nest, it is a safe zone, so I can do whatever I want. Try Kinetic Blasting first. Kerrigan glanced at the mountains in the distance, her thoughts moved, and a blue light wave condensed in her hand. She shouted, Kinetic Blast. The light wave followed Kerrigan's thoughts and roared towards the mountains in the distance. Boom. In an instant, a light lit up on the top of the mountain. Then, a blazing heat wave burst out from the light, accompanied by an earth-shaking loud noise, and thick smoke billowed into the sky like an overwhelming sandstorm. Along with the scarlet flames, it bloomed coquettishly, like a gorgeous flower from the other side, moving. It's soul-stirring but extremely dangerous. Kerrigan was in disbelief. Why is it so powerful? Several insect queens rushed over. Queen, there may be a foreign enemy attack, please evacuate immediately. It's okay, I'm just experimenting with my new ability. Kerrigan coughed slightly, and several insect queens were stunned for a moment, then cheered loudly, congratulations, Queen. Well, you go down first. Kerrigan waved her hand and told the queens to leave. She felt the spiritual energy in her body and frowned slightly. No wonder there is such a big movement, I have injected too much spiritual energy. You still need to practice more. Kerrigan's thoughts moved and her body slowly floated up. It's better to go to sea to test your skills, don't accidentally blow up Skull Island. Kerrigan's temporary departure did not cause any waves. Many people were relieved that she was leaving, many people. Jerry has been very prosperous recently. Both the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. have welcomed him with smiles. The research on the new umbrella is also going smoothly. The first drug without side effects that can enhance physical fitness is about to begin clinical trials. But if there is anyone to blame, it can only be Natasha Romanoff, who sits in charge of the new umbrella with Jane. He couldn't afford to mess with Jane. He was truly the first human being to follow His Majesty. He was deeply loved and had extraordinary strength. Moreover, Jane doesn't care about being famous or pursuing wealth, so she supports the company's affairs as long as it is conducive to development. Natasha Romanoff is different. His own former secretary has been causing trouble for him since he started taking up the new umbrella. She even demands that she oversee all projects. This behavior immediately angered Jerry. If Kerrigan hadn't asked Jerry to listen to them temporarily before leaving, Jerry would have started working with the Black Widow. Don't think that labor and management are still the same powerless researcher. Neither Jerry nor Natasha Romanoff knew that someone had been watching their troubles. Queen, is it really appropriate for Jerry to be at odds with Natasha Romanoff? I doubt Natasha Romanoff will take the opportunity to pass information to SHIELD. Jane said, holding the phone. Her spiritual power has not yet reached the level of super long-distance spiritual communication, and she is not a Zerg, so she cannot communicate using the spiritual network, so she only communicates with Kerrigan by phone. She doesn't have the guts. Nick Fury is already scared of me. On Skull Island, Kerrigan, who was inspecting the final construction of the medium-sized nuclear reactor by the insect queens, chuckled, although Natasha Romanoff used to work in SHIELD, she is now my subordinate and has no guts to disobey my orders. Let her keep an eye on her. It's also a good thing to have Jerry. Although Jerry is really good at management, when dealing with veterans like the military and SHIELD, he is basically the kind who helps count the money after being sold. You understand? Jane suddenly realized that someone like Natasha Romanoff, who was obviously a spy, could not be entrusted with important tasks by the Queen. It seems that he is just using her as a housekeeper for the time being. After all, he and Jerry are not as experienced as Natasha Romanoff. Dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military still requires professionals. Maybe, when she and Jerry grow up, Natasha Romanoff will be kicked out by the Queen. Jane was secretly happy and immediately said, I understand what the Queen means. I will study seriously with Natasha Romanoff and grow up as soon as possible. Kerrigan smiled and hung up. Just as Jane thought, Kerrigan kept Natasha Romanoff just to lend her hand to train his subordinates. Talents are rare, and insect queens cannot appear in large numbers in human sight, so cultivating humans who are loyal to themselves is a must. She sighed softly, looked at the building that was gradually taking shape in front of her, and nodded with satisfaction. Finally completed, Flying Dragon Tower. Although Kerrigan unlocked the Wyvern Tower and tunnel network after killing the New U base. But after thinking about it, she decided to build a network of tunnels in New York first, and put the Flying Dragon Tower on hold for the time being, preparing to arrange construction on Skull Island. New York is crowded, and it is also an important economic place for America. The emergence of the Zerg has already touched the sensitive nerves of the military and SHIELD. If they invade New York, it is estimated that both parties will fight to the death to stop them. Chapter 39. As the Wyvern Tower was completed, the heart of the swarm also gave hints. Congratulations to the host for establishing the Flying Dragon Tower. The larvae in your family have unlocked a new mutation branch, the Mutant Dragon. The Mutalosaurus is one of the Zerg flight units and the most important air combat unit of the Zerg. The alien dragon has excellent maneuverability and certain ground attack ability, and is an excellent reconnaissance and harassment unit. However, due to its weapon damage and range, the Mutalosaurus has limited frontal combat capabilities. You can upgrade it later. After looking at the instructions from the heart of the swarm, Kerrigan ordered in a deep voice to put larvae into the Wyvern Tower and arrange for them to mutate. The first Allosaurus was quickly produced. It is nearly 5 meters long, with a pair of fleshy wings attached to its back, and its forelimbs are so short that they are almost invisible. Its body is extremely slender, with sharp bone spurs and cuticles. The alien dragon climbed out of the flying dragon tower, shook its body, and spread its wings. Then, the mutalisks lay on the ground and saluted Kerrigan. Kerrigan looked at the mutalisks, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. The mutation of larvae is not smooth sailing. Out of 10 larvae, there is a high probability that 3 will die because the individual cannot withstand the power of mutation. Even among larvae born in the same clutch, there will be individual differences. This larva is ahead of the others and has successfully mutated, so Kerrigan will naturally reward it. She pondered for a moment. Yes, you are the first to be promoted, and you will receive my gift. From now on, your name will be Galakrond, Lord of the Mutant Dragon, Galakrond. As he spoke, Kerrigan's fingers bloomed with a beam of light and shot towards Galakrond's head. As the beam was absorbed, Galakrond's body trembled slightly and gradually became larger. This is Kerrigan's rarely used ability skill, genetic sublimation. Gene sublimation: use psychic energy to bless a Zerg to increase the gene activity in its body, enhance its IQ, attack power, and defense. The number of times the skill can be used will increase as the host's integration level increases. Please note that this skill will not affect Zerg heroes. The unit is invalid, and each Zerg can only receive the blessing once. Current number of uses, 0/2. Kerrigan has been exploring this ability skill, and the first blessing was given to Akin, and the second blessing was given to Galakrond. The importance of the mutant dragon is self-evident, so Kerrigan will generously grant the blessing. The commander of the mutant dragon must be a mutant dragon. The light disappeared, Galakrond's wings turned gray-black, the body length became nearly 10 meters file size, and the wingspan reached a terrifying 15 meters. Thank you for your gift. Galakrond swears allegiance to the queen to the death. Galakrond saluted again, and some gas was emitted from the small holes all over its body, causing its body to rise slowly. The wings of the Allosaurus are mostly used to control the direction of its own flight. Its main flight method is to propel itself by ejecting gas through the blowholes on its body. In other words, the Allosaurus is a biological jet flight weapon. I'll leave the alien dragon force to your management. Remember to train the troops from time to time. There will be many places where your efforts will be needed in the future. Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Don't let me down. As you command, Queen. After solving the problem of mutalisks, Kerrigan carefully arranged the Zerg's building upgrades and resource development on Skull Island. After the successful operation of the medium-sized nuclear reactor, Skull Island's energy problems were temporarily alleviated. However, the small environment of Skull Island also limits the development of the Zerg population. After all, King Kong still lives on the island. If Kerrigan covers the entire island with creep, he will have no place to sleep. Queen, we have basically taken over all the islands around Skull Island. My subordinates think that humans can use the method of filling in the soil to build islands to connect and transform these islands into land. When Kerrigan was considering how to expand Skull Island's territory, a bug queen put forward her own opinions. Kerrigan was stunned for a moment and felt happy. What a great idea. It seems that you are taking the information I sent back seriously. On Skull Island, Kerrigan not only sent back many modified genetic fragments, but also a lot of information and knowledge about the human world. Kerrigan knows that this world is extremely dangerous, and the way the Zerg behaved in the StarCraft world will only arouse the hostility of the entire universe. He eats everything, kills everyone he sees, and simply seeks death in this world. Therefore, the Zerg must make some changes. In Kerrigan's vision, the Zerg were not a terrifying race bent on evolving and devouring the world, but an intelligent race with powerful capabilities in biotechnology. There is a world of difference between the two. Moreover, this world is so interesting, and Kerrigan is not willing to let the Zerg eat them all. Kerrigan chuckled and said, I am very happy that you can put forward this opinion. Keep working hard. I will bless you next time. The insect queen suppressed the joy in her heart. Thank you, Queen, for your grace. Let's arrange it. This must be done before I leave Skull Island. Your will is our direction. In the laboratory, Tony and Ethan opened their eyes wide and looked at the light spots in front of them. Gorgeous. Absolutely God's work. The two of them looked at the light spot, their eyes full of obsession and passion. For a scientist, what could be more exciting than discovering a new element? Tony carefully took the instrument and recovered the light spot. He looked at the vessel in his hand and was so happy that he looked at Ethan and ran directly to the basement. He was going to start building a brand new reactor. And in the distant furry bear country, Ivan was looking at the instrument in front of him intently. This is a weapon that he has worked hard to build these days, specifically to deal with Tony Stark. He named it Mangbian. At the same time, he also built his own reactor. Ivan vows to destroy Iron Man's reputation. Kerrigan lay on her side on the throne, enjoying the warm sunshine. Huge amounts of footsteps sounded. King Kong's big face came over and he was holding a banana tree. Seeing this, Kerrigan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xiaojian, you have almost uprooted all the banana trees in your territory in the past few days since I came back. King Kong Han didn't care. Kerrigan reluctantly accepted King Kong's gift. At this time, the phone next to me rang. Kerrigan's eyes moved, and the phone flew to her ear. Your Majesty, I have built a new reactor, and I am planning to hold an industrial expo. I would like to invite you to attend. What do you think? Tony on the other end of the phone said proudly. He naturally has the capital to be proud. After receiving Howard Stark's inheritance, within just a few months, he fulfilled his father's wish, successfully found new elements and completed a new reactor. How many scientists in human history can be as genius as him? The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. She was very satisfied that Tony could come up with the results so quickly. He is indeed the most famous inventor in the Marvel world. Very good, I will return to America soon. I am looking forward to the new energy source you have developed. After hanging up the phone, Kerrigan stretched lazily. The vacation is over, I'm really reluctant to leave. She chuckled, I'm afraid, many people wish I would never return to America. Chapter 40. Jane's relationship with Natasha Romanoff has improved a lot recently. Natasha Romanoff is a good teacher and taught Jane a lot of knowledge. Jane has a kind nature and is favored by Natasha Romanoff, and the two gradually open up. I can't believe that, Sister Natasha Romanoff, you are almost 40 years old and you are still in such good shape. Jane is shopping with Natasha Romanoff at the moment. The movie setting is used here. The screenwriter said that Natasha Romanoff was born in 1984, not during World War II. It's average. To be honest, if it weren't for the anti-aging serum I injected earlier, I would have retired long ago. Natasha Romanoff sighed. Using serum to fight aging? Will there be any side effects? Jane asked hesitantly. Definitely, the price is, I will never be able to be a mother. Natasha Romanoff said with a relaxed expression. Jane was a little surprised and said slowly, it seems that the spiritual power taught by the Queen is better. It has no side effects and can also extend life and resist aging. Natasha Romanoff certainly knows what psychic powers are. She also envied this special ability, but she also knew that Kerrigan would not teach her psychic powers. Natasha Romanoff could only sigh. Indeed, compared to those genetic drugs and psychic powers, they are really in the sky. Jane wanted to comfort Natasha Romanoff, but gave up after thinking about it. The two fell into silence. On the other side, Kerrigan returned to the new U-Hive in Aiken. She first checked Abathur's work progress these days, and then looked at Banner. Banner is in good condition and has gained weight thanks to Abathur's delicious food and drinks. If Banner's girlfriend Betty saw Banner now, she probably wouldn't recognize him at all. This guy was fed fat by the Zerg. Banner also expressed his gratitude and apology to Kerrigan. Thank you, Your Majesty, and I apologize for my previous rudeness. Banner raised his face and said seriously. He can also distinguish between good and bad. He suffered various tortures in the military before, which made him worse than death. Now that he has been transferred to the hands of the Zerg, although he still has no freedom, at least his living conditions are much better, and Abathur has not used a knife on him at all. He is said to be an experimental subject, but it is actually a different kind of vacation. He had extra meals every now and then, and from time to time he had the opportunity to go out of the base and bask in the sun. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that his beloved Betty was waiting for him in the military, Banner might have just thought about joining the Zerg. Abathur beside him clasped his four limbs together. Bruce Banner is very cooperative with our research and often makes useful suggestions. It can be seen that he has a good impression of Banner, and there will always be chats between beings who love research, whether they are human or not. Kerrigan chuckled and said, it seems that you are doing well at the base, but Banner, I guess you will have to leave the base soon. Banner was stunned and didn't understand. Kerrigan said earnestly, the military only wants to further develop the super soldier program by handing you over to me, and it is only temporarily handed over to the Zerg. After all, you are very dangerous. Banner heard this and nodded silently. How could he not know how dangerous he was? Kerrigan looked at the silent Banner and suddenly smiled. Abathur should have told you that the Zerg will not teach you how to control Hulk's ability, but for your cooperation in the research, I have already done it for you. Another way to control the Hulk that is original to the Earth has been sorted out. As she spoke, a USB flash drive flew out from her waist. Hulk is not a monster, he is actually another you. As long as you communicate with him calmly, you can control Hulk as you wish, but this requires a lot of practice. Banner's eyes widened. He had always thought Hulk was a devil, but he didn't expect Kerrigan to tell him now that Hulk was actually another version of himself. He took the USB flash drive and said seriously, Thank you, Your Majesty. You're welcome. I also appreciate you very much. You have power but are not lost in power. You have the potential to become a hero. The corner of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Definitely, if you want to be an enemy of the Zerg in the future, we will not show mercy. Banner took a deep breath. Your Majesty, please rest assured that as long as the Zerg are not enemies of humans, Bruce Banner will never be angry with the Zerg. Banner borrowed the biological computer developed by Abathur and started his own practice. Abathur followed Kerrigan to a quiet room. Queen, although Banner is indeed a human being with great potential, is such preferential treatment? Abathur said hesitantly. Kerrigan chuckled. Preferential treatment? The capital invested in him will be doubled back from the military. Abathur, humans are planning to form a special force, all composed of special soldiers with extraordinary abilities. Armed forces, if I win over the members of this force in advance, will they still be our enemies? Abathur was stunned. What do you mean? For the time being, I have no plans to devour this planet. Kerrigan walked to the window with her hands behind her back. After all, this planet is dominated by humans. For so long, you have also seen how huge and terrifying their numbers and weapons are. If a war breaks out between humans and Zerg, do you think we have the ability to eat this planet? Abathur was silent for a moment. It's difficult. Although this planet is rich in resources, most of them are controlled by humans. The resources we can steal are very limited. And this universe also has more secrets that we don't know. Making friends with humans and setting our sights on the entire universe is our real purpose. Kerrigan whispered, only the Zerg flying in the starry sky are the real Zerg. The truth is exactly what Kerrigan said. She had no intention of taking over the Earth. There are so many planets outside the Earth that can be developed by the Zerg, why focus on the small Earth? Earth is just the springboard for the Zerg, and it is also where Kerrigan vacations and relaxes. Her eyes never turned to the ground, but always looked up at the stars. Jane and Natasha Romanoff returned to the hotel talking and laughing. They are staying here temporarily these days. As soon as she entered the door, Jane sensed familiar psychic fluctuations. She immediately knelt down and said in surprise, Queen, you are back. Natasha Romanoff also immediately saluted, I have met His Majesty. Kerrigan slowly turned around and smiled, well done, thank you for your hard work these days. As soon as she raised her hand, the two of them were lifted up by invisible power. I just got back from Umbrella, Natasha Romanoff, you did a great job keeping S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military out of the sand. Kerrigan looked at Natasha Romanoff, although you worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. before, you have worked hard under me these days. I have specially prepared a gift for you to reward your efforts. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a bottle of potion flew to Natasha Romanoff. This is an anti-aging potion that I specially prepared for you. It was developed on the basis of the super soldier serum. It has the effects of enhancing physical fitness and restoring status. Drink it? Natasha Romanoff was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect that Kerrigan would actually benefit her so much. Her mind moved and she took the potion with some hesitation. Kerrigan chuckled and said, don't worry, there are no personal items, and I won't treat my subordinates badly. Natasha Romanoff nodded and downed the drink. The potion will continue to transform your body within 24 hours. There will be no pain. It can also cure your infertility problem. By the way, inform Director Nick Fury and the military that the Level 1 Super Soldier Serum has been released. The research is done and now it's time for them to see the results. Chapter 41. After hearing Kerrigan's explanation, Natasha Romanoff was even more excited. But as a veteran agent, she still suppressed her emotions. Natasha Romanoff lowered her head and said, Your Majesty the Queen, I don't know how to repay your grace. Kerrigan chuckled and said, don't think so much, just serve me well. Now, go do the work. As commanded. Natasha Romanoff bowed deeply and left the room. Jane approached Kerrigan. She was a little confused. Queen, what are you doing? Kerrigan sat down slowly, it's just a small profit to get a big benefit. Jane nodded, still a little confused about this, but she wouldn't hold it against Kerrigan. Kerrigan secretly smiled in her heart. Among the core of the Avengers, there were already 3 people who were attracted by the Zerg. When the Civil War broke out, she could pull these people into the Zerg camp with a little temptation. Even if they did not join the Zerg, they would still refuse to fight with the Zerg. The Zerg are the enemy. By then, Black Braised Egg will probably go crazy, right? The Avengers we worked so hard to form turned into someone else's child? Lao Wang next door shed tears after hearing this. But what does that have to do with the Zerg? Natasha Romanoff comes to Nick Fury's office. Oh? Has His Majesty returned to New York? Fury, who was reading the information, raised his head and narrowed his eyes. She has been away for nearly 3 months. What is her plan for coming back? Natasha Romanoff whispered. First, the modified super soldier serum developed by the Zerg has begun to show results. I would like to ask you and the military to go and check it. Second, participate in the upcoming industrial expo held by Stark Industries. Is that so? Okay, what time? Tomorrow morning, the original Umbrella New Vietnam underground base. Natasha Romanoff said, neither humble nor condescending. Oh. Fury was a little surprised. The Zerg would open their base to them. What signal is your Majesty sending? Okay, I understand. By the way, you've been working there for almost 3 months. Are you used to it? Do you want to come back for a while to revise? Fury suddenly laughed. Natasha Romanoff was stunned. Pretty good. Fury squinted his eyes and looked deeply at Natasha Romanoff. Agent Romanoff, you have to remember that you work for humanity. Natasha Romanoff's heart moved and she replied calmly, this is natural. If there is nothing else, I will leave first and go to the Pentagon. Fury responded. Natasha Romanoff saluted and left directly. A person enters Fury's office through the side door. Fury gently pressed his eyebrows. Captain, I always feel that the Romanoff agent is at risk of rebellion. Steve took the chair and sat down. You are always suspicious, so I don't see anything unusual. I might as well focus on your plan. You're right. Fury put aside his doubts. The Zerg are now at peace, and the cooperation between the two parties is relatively stable. However, the ghosts within S.H.I.E.L.D. are the real trouble. When Natasha Romanoff walked out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, she looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. sign hanging high and felt cold in her heart. She is not from America, so she joined S.H.I.E.L.D. because S.H.I.E.L.D. saved her from that hell. Now, after only working with His Majesty for 3 months, Nick Fury began to doubt her loyalty, which made Natasha Romanoff feel a rift towards SHIELD. However, this crack is not obvious yet. Early the next morning, Fury took Captain America to the address given by Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff had been waiting for a long time, and soon the military representatives arrived. Old friend, General Ross. However, there was one guest who was not part of the plan. His daughter Betty. Seeing Fury's curious face, General Ross smiled bitterly and said, Betty is worried about Banner. She begged so hard that I can only bring her to see her. Fury nodded without saying a word. When Natasha Romanoff saw everyone had arrived, she led them into the elevator of the building. The original Umbrella New York base was built underground in a building in Times Square. Kerrigan simply bought the building and used it as the new Umbrella office. The elevator goes all the way to the 30th floor underground. Natasha Romanoff walked out of the elevator with a smile. Please follow me, His Majesty is waiting for you in the living room. Everyone filed out, and Fury was keenly aware that the space had undergone many transformations. From the confessions of Umbrella employees and the information collected, they also knew the structure of the Umbrella base. Now, the original structure of this base is basically invisible. Although it is still dominated by steel buildings, there are also various totems expressing Zerg culture. Ever since he learned about the Zerg, Fury has been investigating various intelligence about this special intelligent race. How to evaluate a race as an intelligent race? Technology, military, culture, economy, politics, etc. are all indispensable standards. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. information, the Zerg are a typical authoritarian race. The entire group acts completely based on the orders of the supreme leader. At least for the time being, he has not received any information about the internal strife of the Zerg. Fury frowned and looked at the sign on the door in front of him. What's this pattern? Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, this is one of the totems of the Zerg. According to His Majesty, this is the creator of the Zerg. Create. Fury wrote down this information and the pattern in his mind. Living room. Kerrigan, who was drinking tea, showed a smile. Put up a few more big flags and let them guess. After coming to this world and the Zerg gaining a foothold in New York, the first thing Kerrigan did was to investigate the world to see if there were Xel'Naga. This is a very important thing. She didn't want to be bound by fate because of some messy prophecy. After reviewing a large amount of information, she determined that Xel'Naga did not exist in this world. Kerrigan breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still established the Xel'Naga as the totem of the Zerg. First of all, she is just the queen of the Zerg now, and will be promoted to the master when her integration reaches 100%. Second, it is to make other forces more unclear about the origin of the Zerg. The existence of Xel'Naga is similar to that of Marvel Celestials. If you want to find out this information, except for the Celestials' active appearance, it is all in vain. Throw a few more smoke bombs and let them spend more time investigating the elusive Xel'Naga. Fury and others followed Natasha Romanoff and saw a lot of interesting things along the way. A huge insect queen who is busy in front of the biological computer. Springtails running with various materials on their backs. These scenes were really eye-opening for them. This is also some of the information Kerrigan intends to release. The Zerg currently working in the space are all individuals who are weak and not suitable for mutation. There's no harm in exposing some information and letting them take the Zerg lightly. Finally, the group arrived at the living room. Kerrigan stood up slowly and looked at everyone with a smile. Welcome to the insect nest. Chapter 42. Everyone saluted. It's an honor to meet you, Her Majesty the Queen. Kerrigan nodded. I know you have a lot of doubts in your hearts. Let's ask our Zerg genetic engineer Abathur to explain it to you. She waved her hand, and Abathur entered the living room through the back door. Except for Natasha Romanoff, everyone who saw Abathur looked shocked. The appearance of this Zerg is terrifying enough. Abathur lowered his head slightly, and a deep voice sounded in everyone's ears. Welcome everyone, I will explain to you the current progress of the super soldier serum. Fury coughed. Mr. Abathur, please stop for a moment. Abathur was a little confused. Fury glanced at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around him. The captain stays, the others go out and wait. General Ross also reacted and whispered for the officers to get out. Betty was a little reluctant. She came here for Banner. She hadn't seen Banner yet, so she was naturally unhappy. General Ross was about to scold Betty when he heard Kerrigan laugh and say, Natasha Romanoff, take Miss Betty to see Bruce Banner. As you command, Your Majesty, please come with me, Miss Betty. Natasha Romanoff laughed. Betty cast a grateful look at Kerrigan and jumped to follow Natasha Romanoff. The door to the living room was closed, and the deputies who were driven out looked at each other and planned to stand guard at the door. An insect queen approached and said using psychic energy, please follow me, the queen has prepared a rest room for you. One of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents coughed, is there a toilet here? The queen of insects was a little confused, do you need to defecate? The man grinned, what Zerg said was really, uncomfortable. The others suppressed their laughter, and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agent quickly said, yes, it's excretion. Yes, the rest room has excretion facilities specially built for humans. Although there was no tone fluctuation in the psychic communication, everyone always felt that the insect queen in front of them was making fun of them. Everyone followed the insect queen to the lounge. The person who said he wanted to go to the toilet rushed into the toilet, while the others started talking and laughing. The man checked the toilet and found that there was no surveillance device. He breathed a sigh of relief and then pressed the side button of his watch. Reporting to Commander Pears, I have entered the Zerg hive. Nick Fury is discussing the super soldier project with the Zerg Queen Kerrigan and the military representative General Ross. Well, continue to observe and try to collect as much information as possible about the Zerg. Clear. After disconnecting, the agent squatted in the toilet for a while before leaving from the toilet with a comfortable look on his face. He didn't know that a smile flashed in the eyes of the insect queen who had just served tea to everyone in the lounge, and she secretly wrote down what he said. To sum up, the super soldier serum has met your current needs. You can definitely develop it further if you want, but... Abathur, who was talking eloquently, paused. Fury and General Ross, whose appetites were whetted by him, widened their eyes, but what? You have to pay more. There was a slight smile in Abathur's tone. Fury and General Ross' expressions twitched. What are these Zerg doing? Even if the Queen likes lions to open their mouths, why do scientists insist on asking for money? Is your race just for making money? You know, the Zerg are asking for large sums of money from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military these days. Although I am quite satisfied with the effect of the super soldier serum that Abathur has described so far, it would be better if it could go further. But about adding money. General Ross coughed and looked at Kerrigan, who was elegantly tasting black tea. Your Majesty, didn't we sign a cooperation agreement before? Didn't the funds we paid before be enough? Colonel, there is only one more successful example, Mr. Steve Rogers, and our Zerg only used it for 3 months and spent less than $1.5 billion. In theory, it has reached the level of Mr. Rogers. Are you still not satisfied? Definitely, you can also give up and continue to study in depth. After all, this is a cooperation project proposed by you. As developers, we have already met your needs. General Ross's face twitched and he whispered, how much more? That depends on how much you want to improve. Kerrigan smiled and said, let's not talk about this for now. I don't think you can make this decision for the time being. Now let's talk about the distribution of serum shares. Abathur immediately said, limited by funds and materials, we have developed a total of 10 super soldier serums. Definitely, if you need more, you need to continue to inject funds, and the Zerg are also willing to continue manufacturing for you. However, for these 10 serums, I provide you with 2 options. He looked at Captain America. Mr. Steve Rogers, if you are willing, we can use 3 of the serums to integrate to further enhance your physical fitness. Steve, who was sitting aside and eating his melon in peace, was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Can we really go one step further? Definitely. Abathur's forelimbs shook slightly. According to calculations, these serums can increase your strength by 30%. You should also know what a terrifying increase this is. Steve nodded and patted Fury on the shoulder. His eyes were firm and his meaning was clear. Braised eggs, help me. Fury's mouth twitched. General Ross frowned. Wait a minute, you haven't explained the distribution of these serums yet. Abathur spread his forelimbs. Sorry, the distribution matters were not clearly stated in the agreement we signed before. The Zerg are only responsible for development and will not participate in distribution. Fury and General Ross looked at each other, wariness rising in their eyes. General Ross slapped the table. I am 7 and you are 3. How is that possible? S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't pay less, so why did you take 7? Fury is not to be outdone. Although the captain only needs 3 to improve, who doesn't want to get more? The two of them stared at each other with fire in their eyes. Kerrigan, who was sitting on the side, smiled scornfully. In fact, Abathur just spent 3 hours making this batch of serum. Such low-level stuff was not worthy of him going to war. Definitely, kill the pig. The Zerg controls the core technology, so how to price it? Is it not the Zerg that has the final say? Kerry is willing to ask for various special genetic stocks from the military and SHIELD. These guys have a lot of good stuff on their hands. She glanced at the nervous Captain America. Perhaps, you can add more trouble to the black braised eggs. Led by Natasha Romanoff, Betty came to Banner's room. She was a little nervous, wondering whether Banner was doing well at the Zerg base or whether he had suffered inhuman torture. Natasha Romanoff walked her to the door and left with a chuckle. Betty took a deep breath and reached for the doorknob. The door is unlocked. She was a little confused. Logically speaking, Banner was also very important to the Zerg. How could he not lock the door? Confused, she opened the door. The house is a bit messy, but the living environment is not bad. There are all kinds of furniture, the TV is on, a figure is sitting on the sofa, and the TV shows an intense game screen. Abathur, are you coming to play games with me again? The figure heard the door opening and said casually without turning his head. Although the voice had some shape-shifting, Betty still recognized it as Banner. Her eyes widened and she walked up to Banner. Betty's pupils shrank. Oh my God, Banner, how did you become like this? Chapter 43. At the moment, Banner's face is full of fat, and he is no longer the cool scientist image he had before. Seeing Betty's expression, Banner was a little embarrassed. Ahem, Betty, are you here? Betty nodded slowly and asked sadly, Banner, what did the Zerg do to you? Why are you so fat? Banner scratched his head. He wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to explain. What to say? I live a life like a fairy in the Zerg base, eating and drinking every day, 7 meals a day. Abathur came to him to play games when he had nothing to do. It would be no exaggeration to say that he was enjoying himself here and did not miss you. Well, the Zerg treat me very well, but I've been neglecting exercise recently. Don't worry Betty, I'll lose weight soon. Banner stammered in explanation. Betty breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was very happy to see that Banner was safe now. Just be fat. The two of them sat together smiling and talking about recent events. In the living room, Fury and General Ross almost started fighting. Black braised eggs, let me say it one last time, I am 6 and you are 4, this is our bottom line. General Ross cursed and refused to give an inch. Impossible. Fury was not to be outdone, 5 to 5 at most. Kerrigan snapped her fingers, you two, it's just 10 serums. There's no need to get into a tense situation. Let's do this. As long as you two continue to invest, the Zerg will develop the serum for you as soon as possible to meet your needs. These 10 serums will be enough. Let's split it 50 to 50. Definitely, the Zerg hopes that both of you will try to pay with resources and mutated genes, and support it with US dollars, which will also facilitate Abathur's further experiments. What resources? The Zerg are not picky about their food. Minerals and special metals are all fine. The two looked at each other and finally accepted the proposal. Seeing that the two agreed, Kerrigan waved her hand, and Abathur immediately left, saying that he would step up development. Nick Fury seemed to remember something. Her Majesty the Queen, I have a request. Kerrigan seemed to know what he was going to say. Speak. Now that the Zerg have developed the super soldier serum, can Bruce Banner be handed over to SHIELD? After all, he is dangerous, and I believe the Zerg don't want to leave such a dangerous factor behind. Fury said with a smile. General Ross frowned. This guy wants to rob people. No, even if it needs to be handed back, it will be handed over to the military for management. Fury whispered, General Ross, how about we make a deal? S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing to exchange 2 super soldier serums for Bruce Banner. This was not Nick Fury's sudden intention. He had long planned to absorb Banner into S.H.I.E.L.D. and become a member of the Avengers. Bruce Banner has the belief to protect others, which is worth the bloodshed of SHIELD. Anyway, the captain can only use 3 serums to increase his strength. It is good to trade the other 2. Besides, for the time being, before the plan is completed, within the entire SHIELD Fury doesn't have anyone who can be injected with the super soldier serum yet. Phil Coulson barely counts as one. General Ross's beard curled up, is this true? Although Banner is precious, compared with the 2 serums, it seems to be about the same. Moreover, he had long been unhappy with Banner, a boy who was flirting with his own daughter, so it was in line with his wishes to kick him out of SHIELD. Definitely. Fury said calmly. He looked at Kerrigan again, Your Majesty, I wonder if you agree. Okay, but... The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Bruce Banner consumed nearly $3 million of our supplies at the Zerg base. In order to keep him calm, we also provided him with various appliances and entertainment facilities. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to pay this bill, dollars, or jeans. And resources are available. $3 million. Your Majesty, do you think we are the pirates? Fury felt unhappy when he heard this. Although Her Majesty the Queen likes lions to open their mouths, Fury always relies on the strength of the Zerg to become a Jounin. But what the hell did Bruce Banner eat? $3 million in 3 months? Does he eat gold every day? It's even more outrageous than the $2,000 for a mug in the military. Kerrigan shook his head, Director Nick Fury, I believe you all know that if Bruce Banner does not maintain a peaceful mind, he will transform into Hulk at any time. There is no need for the Zerg to lie to you. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and an image appeared on the screen in the living room. Banner's current physical condition is nearly twice as good as before he came to the Zerg base. The various foods he eats are carefully prepared by the Zerg. They are not only beneficial to the body, but also reduce the probability of him getting angry. Oh, these substances have some sequelae. It's easy to gain weight, but with a little exercise, you can lose weight quickly. Kerrigan said with a smile. Looking at the pig-fat Banner in the video, Fury's brows almost formed the shape of a Sichuan character. General Ross was having fun, folding his arms to see how Black Braised Egg made his decision. Kerrigan released another video. To dispel your doubts, we also specifically tested Banner's current combat effectiveness. It has increased by nearly 20% compared to before. $3 million. Is it really expensive? Fury looked at the powerful Hulk. Although he had gained weight, his statistics did look much stronger, and he nodded helplessly. It's really not expensive. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Another big steal. Banner eats food developed by the Zerg using creep, which costs almost nothing. The carpet is rich in protein and is a necessary condition for the Zerg to attack. In fact, the bottom of Skull Island is almost covered with fungi, and the so-called increase in combat effectiveness. Banner has been suppressing Hulk before, hiding here and there, unable to eat well, and unable to sleep well. Hulk can perform 7 points out of 10, which is considered very powerful. Now that he eats well and drinks well, and knows how to control Hulk, his strength has improved. Kerrigan snapped her fingers, definitely, as long as S.H.I.E.L.D. needs it, the Zerg are willing to provide you with the kind of food that Bruce Banner eats. The price is easy to say. Apart from being easy to gain weight, this kind of food is perfect military food. Although the super soldier serum is powerful, the injected person's demand for protein and other elements will also increase significantly. If these foods are available, S.H.I.E.L.D. can save a lot of money, so why not? Kerrigan is not talking nonsense about this. These specially developed foods are indeed good for super soldier serum users, but they still have to be a little bit real. Kerrigan's smile was huge. But Nick Fury's mood was extremely cold. At this time, General Ross once again sent a divine assist. Your Majesty, can our military purchase this kind of food? He was also excited. The military was about to have 7 super soldiers. How to replenish their energy was a big problem. We couldn't let the soldiers chew energy bars for a long time before going to war. Kerrigan's smile widened. Definitely, as long as the price is right, the Zerg are happy to cooperate with the military. Black Braised Dan's heart tightened, he must not fall behind to the military. He slapped the table and showed his domineering attitude, I'll buy it. Banner followed Betty, looking back at Abathur who was waving to him. I will come again when I have time. He really couldn't bear to leave. Although he has gained the freedom to join SHIELD, what is waiting for him in S.H.I.E.L.D? He didn't know and didn't dare to think about it. Betty looked at Kerrigan's figure and was secretly grateful. Your Majesty is such a good person, and I must repay her in the future. He didn't know how Kerrigan would laugh if he knew what she was thinking. You actually think a king is a good person? As a king, there is only the desire to control everything in his heart, and there is no distinction between good and bad. Holding the suitcase containing 7 serums, General Ross, whose nose was bubbling, looked at his daughter's eyes, thoughtfully. Let's talk about it when we get back, this time it's a bumper harvest. Kerrigan put away her smile as she looked at the people walking up to the elevator and leaving. SHIELD worryingly, the moles have become Nick Fury's henchmen. Forget it, no matter what, as long as Hydra doesn't PK the Zerg, just leave them alone. Once Hydra is eliminated, it's no longer fun. At this time, Tony called Kerrigan again. The Stark Industrial Expo will officially open in 7 days. If Kerrigan is free, she can visit Tony for a few days first. Kerrigan agreed, hung up the phone, and began to recall the plot of Iron Man 2 in her mind. Ivan Vank, the Morning Whip, is worthless and not worthy of attention. Hammer Industries is just a joker. He can't do anything. He ranks first in illness. Forget it, let's just watch the show this time. But, that hammer. She pondered for a moment and ordered several king insects to start moving in the direction of Mexico. Kerrigan raised her head and looked up at the bright stars. God King Odin, I am very curious about your treasure house. Chapter 44. On the beach behind Tony's house, Kerrigan and the others were enjoying the melodious sea breeze and warm sunshine. Kerrigan attended the opening ceremony of Stark Industries the day before yesterday, and I have to say that Tony's appearance was quite cool. The official expo will be held in 3 days. After all, for a large expo like this, many industrial companies have to transport a lot of equipment, and the preparation time will be longer. I heard you were in some trouble yesterday. Kerrigan asked casually, wearing sunglasses. Ah, does Her Majesty the Queen know about it too? It's just a small issue, just a ruined hearing. Tony chuckled, those guys don't have the guts to take action and use the official to suppress me. You still need to do some coping. There are many people staring at you now. Kerrigan said calmly. Tony nodded slightly. He suddenly laughed, Your Majesty the Queen, you have been on Earth for so long, have you ever learned about human entertainment activities? I don't have the time to pay attention to this. Kerrigan looked indifferent. Your Majesty, you are wrong. Entertainment activities in the human world are the best way to understand human beings. There happens to be a racing competition in Monaco tomorrow. Are you interested in going to see it together? Kerrigan shook her head, when you can use psychic flight to break the sound barrier every second, no speed competition will interest you. The corner of Tony's mouth twitched, you are too outrageous. However, since you sincerely invited me, I naturally want to go and take a look. Kerrigan changed her subject and smiled. Ethan on the side smiled and said, Tony, you still haven't thanked Your Majesty. Tony thanked him with a smile, he was very happy that Kerrigan could give him this face. Early the next morning, Kerrigan and others took a plane to the scheduled competition site. Tony happily put on his driver's uniform, waved to the cheering crowd, and got into the car. This is a program he specially prepared. Kerrigan, accompanied by Ethan, sat in the VIP seat and watched the game. Kerrigan glanced at a staff member on the sidelines of the track and raised her eyebrows slightly. Found it? Your Majesty, please look, the game is about to start. Pepper thought Kerrigan didn't understand this, so she excitedly introduced Kerrigan. Kerrigan didn't care and listened to her explanation with interest. The race started, and Tony took the lead and rushed out with the roar of the car. The car he rides is extremely fast and he quickly leaves other players behind. The little Peppers in the stands were jumping and cheering for Tony, and Ethan was also excited about this exciting scene. Only Kerrigan sat firmly on the fishing platform with no wavering in his eyes. At this time, a staff member wearing a hat suddenly rushed into the runway regardless of other people's obstruction. Huh? What's going on? A fan of Mr. Stark. This man is so brave. Aren't you afraid of being hit to death? Everyone in the stands talked a lot, but they didn't take it to heart. But he saw the man suddenly tearing open his upper body clothes and exposing his arms. I saw that both of his hands were wearing a set of exoskeleton armor, which was quite powerful. The most surprising thing is that on his chest, there is a small nuclear reactor shining brightly. Little Pepper in the stands immediately stood up, no. I saw the man shaking his hands, and the armor on both arms glowed with a bright blue light, forming 2 light whips. Tony, who was sitting in the racing car, looked shocked, but it was too late to slow down. Snapped. With a soft sound, Tony's car was instantly split into 2. Fortunately, he retracted his legs quickly and was not cut into two pieces by the light whip. Everyone present screamed in alarm, and the entire competition scene was instantly in chaos. "Tony Stark!" the man shouted. "I am Ivan Vanko. Today, I want to demand repayment from you for the crimes committed by the Stark family against our family." Pepper in the stands didn't know what to do. She looked left and right and hugged Kerrigan's arm. "Your Majesty, please save Tony." Kerrigan said with a smile in her eyes, "You underestimate Tony now. Fortunately, I also taught you psychic powers at that time. Are you still unable to detect psychic fluctuations now?" Ethan is very calm. Pepper was stunned, then turned around to see Ethan happily drinking a drink, without feeling nervous at all. "Don't worry, Tony's psychic energy fluctuations are very stable. That guy might be preparing for his ultimate move," Ethan said with a smile. Little Pepper was a little embarrassed. Although she also learned psychic powers at the same time, it was mainly for the anti-aging and beauty effects of psychic powers, so she didn't do much exercise after joining. It's better to practice more psychic powers when you have time. It's also good to have more self-protection power. Kerrigan chuckled and said, "Now, let's see what kind of performance Tony will give us." On the track, Ivan was a little confused when he saw that Tony had not responded for a long time in the pile of junk. "What I was aiming at was the front of the car, not the body. Did he get hit and killed?" As soon as he took 2 steps closer, the pile of ruins exploded. A figure rushed out of the ruins and punched Ivan hard in the chest. Ivan flew backwards instantly and spat out a large mouthful of donated blood. "No, this is impossible. You are clearly not wearing a battle armor. How can you have so much power?" Ivan struggled to get up, looking in disbelief. Tony shrugged, "Sorry, I forgot to tell you, I don't wear armor most of the time now." He waved to the stands, and Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. "Humph, I don't know how you did it, but you are definitely no match for the morning whip I developed with so much effort." Ivan gritted his teeth, and the whip in his right hand instantly struck Tony. "Oh, cool, I have this weapon too." Tony raised the corners of his mouth slightly and dodged the blow with a slight jump. He squatted on the ground and slowly stood up. "The thing on your chest, well, it seems that you do have some stories. Wait until I beat you to death first. You made me lose face in front of our distinguished guests." As he spoke, Tony's arms began to glow, and Ivan frowned, looking at his hands warily. "Boy, you have to know that it's not easy for me to invite that distinguished guest, so I must teach you a lesson, UBD. Tony looked up at the stands and sighed. What a shame, everything was messed up and made a huge embarrassment in front of His Majesty. Now, he wants Ivan to pay the price. Ken. Tony's arms formed 2 light blue light blades, and the dazzling light blades illuminated his face. Taste the power of the psychic blade. As he spoke, he jumped up and stabbed Ivan hard. In the stands, Kerrigan nodded slightly. Tony's ability in psychic abilities is not weak either. After practicing for more than half a year, he has reached the level of 2nd level psychic powers. Although the light blade condensed now is not worth mentioning, it is already quite good. Ivan's reaction was not slow, but Tony was faster. In just an instant, the light whip in his left hand was cut off by the psychic blade. Ivan was shocked and quickly backed away. How can this be? Tony raised his eyebrows. Your light whip is very good, but my psychic power is stronger. He was filled with excitement now. Although the armor is cool, the feeling of unleashing super ability on your own is even better. No, it's impossible, I will never lose to you, Tony Stark, I'm going to kill you. Ivan roared and swung the light whip into a phantom, trying to kill Tony. But after Tony's psychic transformation, his individual speed is no longer something that an ordinary human like him can attack, not to mention that Ivan is now missing a whip. Tony walked around casually amid the attack of the light whip, muttering, more to the left, oh, you almost hit me, work harder. Ivan's anger became even more intense. UBD, if you have the ability, don't hide away. No, I just like to see you unable to hit me and unable to defeat me. It's so interesting. Tony smiled brightly. Ethan in the stands helplessly covered his face, saying that he didn't know the BCH underneath. Pepper covered her mouth, afraid that she would laugh out loud. Kerrigan, a fun-loving person, didn't have so many ideas. She glanced at someone in the audience and smiled secretly in her heart. I wonder if Justin Hammer, a fool, will ask Ivan Vank to cooperate. She was looking forward to it. Chapter 45. Tony dodged a few times and jumped behind Ivan. Ivan was taken aback and was about to turn around and attack, but it was too late. The psychic blade cut through the air and stabbed at his waist. He is too fast and too powerful. Ivan's heart felt cold, he closed his eyes and waited for death. The pain didn't wash over my body. Ivan slowly opened his eyes, and Tony walked up to him with a smile and pulled out the reactor from his chest. The light whip lost its energy and shut down completely. You won't kill me. Brother who is a murderer and a criminal, the judge will judge you, not me. Tony glanced at the reactor twice and his heart sank. But he still said mercilessly, your technology is too backward, I will take this thing away. After that, he retracted the light blade and raised his hands towards the audience. The audience immediately gave him a warm cheer. People talked a lot. I didn't expect that Mr. Stark actually has super abilities. That light blade is so handsome. I wonder if Mr. Stark will accept an apprentice. The stunned Ivan was quickly caught by the guards. He didn't resist, but shouted at Tony's back, Tony Stark, you thief. It's nonsense, just go and eat in jail. Tony waved with his back to Ivan and walked towards the stands. Pepper rushed up and looked up and down to see if he was injured. Tony, you're going to scare me to death. I'm fine. After practicing my psychic powers for so long, I can finally show off my power. Tony replied nonchalantly, and then asked with a smile, was I handsome just now? Ethan twitched the corner of his mouth and silently looked away. Kerrigan didn't look away, pretending he didn't see it. I hate it, Her Majesty the Queen and Ethan are still here. Pepper pinched Tony's waist. He then came to his senses and came over to apologize to Kerrigan. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, the poor security made you laugh. It doesn't matter. It's good to see your progress in psychic abilities, but Tony, battle armor and super ability are two different things. I'm afraid your trouble will be even greater. Kerrigan chuckled. Tony's teeth were a little sore. This time, it was great to use my psychic power to get a big blow out of my face, but it was indeed more troublesome. He's probably going to be chased by that BT Rhodes. Tony's phone rang. He glanced at the caller's name and forced a smile to Kerrigan, Your Majesty, please go back to the hotel and rest first. I have some things to deal with. Go ahead and remember to resolve it before the Industrial Expo officially starts. Kerrigan stood up gracefully, and Ethan immediately smiled and acted as a guide, leading Kerrigan away. Tony answered the phone, and Colonel Rhodes' series of words made him dizzy. This BT, has his race ability been activated? Who can understand if he speaks so fast? Kerrigan, led by Ethan, returned to the hotel prepared by Tony. After Ethan left with a smile, Kerrigan enjoyed the various delicacies that had been prepared and asked the mutant dragon Lord Galakrond where his troops had flown. Although she was not planning to produce mutalisks at the Nuyu base, the Nuyu base still needed air combat units to be stationed there, so yesterday she arranged for Galakrond to lead some of the mutalisks to the Nuyu insect nest. Queen, we are about to arrive at the Nuyu hive. Galakrond responded quickly. Well, stay hidden. Many people are watching us. After struggling for a long time, Tony finally put down the phone tiredly after getting Colonel Rhodes off. In the evening, Colonel Rhodes will go to Tony's house to question Tony and tell him some important things. Ethan came over, how's it going? Not so good. Tony casually threw the reactor in his pocket to Ethan, technically speaking, there is not much difference with our family's technology. Although the craftsmanship is very rudimentary, it is indeed the same technology. This is troublesome. You were able to refuse the officials' coveting of the reactor before because you monopolized the reactor manufacturing process. Now that Ivan Vank also has the reactor technology in his hands, the official will definitely launch an attack and ask you to hand over the reactor technology. Out technology. Ethan said worriedly. It doesn't matter, our current technology is much better than this old antique. Tony grinned, let's go meet that Ivan Vanko. Ethan thought the same thing. The performance of Tony's newly developed nuclear reactor directly surpassed the original technology, so there was nothing to worry about. In the field of science and technology, backward technology is garbage. This is an indisputable fact. Under the arrangement of the guards, the two met Ivan Vank. After some questioning, Tony also learned about the grievances between the Vank family and his own family, and angrily accused Tony's family of being thieves. Tony scowled and left the cell. Ethan followed, wanting to say something, but not knowing how. What Ivan just said was logical and did not sound like he was lying. Tony sighed, Ethan, Your Majesty, please go back to New York first. It's really a bad trip. Ethan nodded. Late at night, Tony's house. Colonel Rhodes arrived as promised. He looked at the gloomy Tony and said, Tony, you claimed before that absolutely no one can master your reactor technology, but now, Ivan Vanko. I know. Tony raised his head, although he has also mastered the reactor technology, my technology is far stronger than his, so I will not hand over the reactor technology. Colonel Rhodes had a headache, listen Tony, now the official requires you to hand over all your armor and technology immediately. You do not believe. Tony sneered, Ivan Vank's piece of scrap metal is completely incomparable to my new technology. As he spoke, he opened his clothes, revealing the gleaming reactor. I fulfilled my father's wish and successfully built a reactor with new elements. This is technology that transcends the times, not something picked up from the garbage heap like Ivan Vanko stuff. Colonel Rhodes' eyes widened. God, you didn't tell us at all. Tony got dressed. I won't tell you such important things. You just need to believe that I am the best inventor in the world. Colonel Rhodes' mouth twitched. Well, what about the super ability you showed? This stinking BD. Tony spread his hands. It was taught by the Zerg Queen. If you want to ask her, ask her. Colonel Rhodes twitched the corners of his mouth with a sly smile. Then let's forget it. Who dares to mess with her if he doesn't care about his life? Seeing that he couldn't get any useful information from Tony, Colonel Rhodes could only leave with a sigh. Tony shrugged helplessly. In fact, he had prepared a gift for Colonel Rhodes, a good friend, but now it seemed that this gift could not be delivered. After thinking about it, he found Ethan. Ethan, are you interested in flying around in the armor? Chapter 46. Ethan waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 Tony, I advise you to give up this idea. He knew that Tony had always wanted to get him a suit of armor, but he had repeatedly refused. I'm old, but I don't have the energy to control the armor as a young man like you. And I'm a scientist, so I don't have the power like you. Ethan said with a smile, I know that you originally planned to give Colonel Rhodes a suit of armor. Firstly, he has really helped you a lot, and secondly, it can also help the military. Tony nodded. Ethan still understood him. Now you suddenly decided to let me put on the armor because Colonel Rhodes asked you to hand over your technology. Come on, Tony, don't be a petty person. Colonel Rhodes can't help himself. We still need to maintain a good relationship with the military. Contact him and give him the armor. Ethan said with a smile. Tony took a deep breath. You are right, this armor should still be used by Rhodes. With that said, he picked up the phone. Rod, I apologize for my attitude just now. Please go back to my house. I have a gift for you. Ethan looked at Tony on the phone, smiled slightly, turned and left. Tomorrow is Tony's birthday, so I have to give him a surprise. On the other side, Ivan left the prison under the arrangement of a mysterious man. He took a car and came to a warehouse. A man wearing glasses and a suit greeted him with a smile. Welcome, Mr. Ivan, I am Justin Hammer, chairman of Hammer Industries. Ivan sat down carelessly. You rescue me, what's the matter? Definitely, Mr. Ivan, I checked the conflict between you and the Tony Stark family. You are right. The Stark family is a group of dirty thieves? Justin smiled and took Ivan to sit down, and ordered the waiters to serve various delicacies. Definitely, you will definitely suffer retaliation from Stark Industries now that you have exposed yourself, but... Ivan, who was immersed in the food, raised his head. Say. Justin showed a confident smile. As long as you are willing to work for me, assist me in developing nuclear reactors, and bring down Tony Stark, I will ensure your safety and you will receive countless honors. Ivan didn't even raise his head. What do you have? The reactor is easy to say, but the armor is not simple either. Besides, that guy now has super ability. Justin was full of confidence. Don't worry about this. Hammer Industries is also forming an armored core. According to our calculations, Tony's super ability cannot be used for a long time. His pair of light blades were light blue at first. But as time went on, it turned almost white in the back. Ivan wiped his mouth and tapped the table gently. After a long time, he raised his head. I want to see the goods. No problem. Justin was overjoyed and immediately took Ivan to the Mecha Warrior workshop of Hammer Industries. However, when Ivan looked at these armors, his brows furrowed. Are you going to use this pile of garbage against him? Man, this thing is so cool. Colonel Rhodes, soaring in the sky, cheered excitedly. Ha ha ha, Rod, it seems you like my gift very much. Tony, who was flying with him, was also smiling. I have to say you are really interesting. Don't worry Tony, I will try my best to handle the military side. I will definitely not let them drive tanks to your house. Colonel Rhodes enjoyed the thrill of flying. With your words, I feel relieved, brother. By the way, have you thought about a name for your armor? I really haven't thought about it yet. If you belong to the military, just use War Machine. I'm sure they won't object to the name. The two talked and laughed, flying farther and farther away. However, things were not as simple as Rhodes thought. What, you want to install Hammer Industries weapons on War Machine? Colonel Rhodes slapped the table. Sir, you can't do this. This is the armor that Tony gave me. How can it be loaded with weapons from other companies? He uses Tony's armor, but he uses weapons from Hammer Industries. What's the difference between this and the Minotaur? The general opposite coughed. Soldier, the duty of a soldier is to obey orders, not to ask questions. But Nothing but, I have invited Mr. Justin Hammer, the chairman of Hammer Industries, and he will bring their company's latest weapons for us to use. The general said with a straight face, Colonel Rhodes, I know that you and Tony are good friends. He generously handed over the armor to you. The military is very satisfied with his cooperation and will protect him, but regarding the armor, transformation is up to us. Colonel Rhodes nodded helplessly, yes, sir. The general patted Colonel Rhodes on the shoulder earnestly, Colonel, it is a war machine after all. We need to add weapons to this armor to live up to its name. Hammer Industries products are cheap and we are a good partner. Rhodes twitched his mouth. I'm afraid you don't know how much the soldiers below hate Hammer Industries products, right? Although Hammer Industries is indeed not much different from Stark Industries in terms of cutting-edge technology, its frequent malfunctions have always been criticized by soldiers. Soldiers collectively referred to the equipment produced by Hammer Industries as good-looking industrial garbage. However, the commander has said so, what else can Rhodes do? Not long after, Justin Hammer walked up to the two of them wearing a suit and leather shoes with a cheerful face. Whoa, 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 is it my birthday today? You did it, how did you do it? He walked up to the two of them and looked at the placed war machine, his eyes full of joy, is this what I want? Yes. Colonel Rhodes said calmly. What a disgusting pretentious guy. Mr. Hammer, I was wondering what you could do for us. Justin took out a lollipop and put it in his mouth. Oh, I first need to improve its system for you, and then. Colonel Rhodes interrupted him directly, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm asking about is firepower. Justin tasted the lollipop in his mouth and bit it into pieces, then you have found the right person. Click. Justin pulled the pistol with a strange structure in his hand, Claridge high-tech, semi-automatic, 9mm pistol. When he saw the dull eyes of several people, he raised his eyebrows, too small. I agree. He talked to himself and picked up another weapon next to him, M24 shotgun, press-action bolt, 5-round magazine. Rhodes smacked his lips. Oh, you're not a hunter. What can I say? I don't want this. Justin put the shotgun aside and said, Billy knows the FN 2000. They really have something better than waffles. Justin's sarcastic joke drew no cheers. It's very beautiful, but I can see that you're not satisfied with it yet. Let's leave it here for now. This is a Merkel 40mm grenade launcher, tear gas, smoke, easy to control. Seeing a few people's expressionless faces, Justin could only put it aside, you are really hard to please. He crossed his arms, tell you, file size is very important, definitely, some people don't think so. Justin picked up a minigun with some difficulty, this is the minigun M134 7.62mm machine gun, with 6 independent barrels. It was shattered into pieces and ashes. The young men in the army became gazpacho uncles or breath of the dragon. Colonel Rhodes and others continued to remain silent. Oh fine. Justin picked up a small box. This is a good product, just like the brand name cigars from a vintage bar. He opened the box and took out an electronic pen-like object. This is a kinetic energy kill sidewinder missile carrier, and there is a secondary cyclotrimethylene trinitramine hesidium explosion. He handed the electronic pen to Rhodes, it can blow up the bunker under the bunker you just blew up. If it were more intelligent, it could write a book. This pen can make Julius look like it was written with a crayon, and it can also read it out to you. Although Justin frowned, his face was full of contentment. He took the electronic pen again, his eyes flashing with nostalgia, this is my Eiffel Tower, my Rachmaninoff's Third Concerto, my masterpiece. It is very elegant and incredibly beautiful. It can transform any building into one. The population was reduced to 0, and I called it the ex-wife. Colonel Rhodes finally became interested. He touched his chin and his eyes moved slightly. Phew, this is my best yet. Justin gently put down his ex-wife, should we do it again? Give us some reaction, you act like a sphinx, I can't guess. Colonel Rhodes put down his hand, I want it. Which one? I want them all. Chapter 47. Sorry Tony, as you know, I can only take orders from my commander. After much consideration, Colonel Rhodes secretly sent the message to Tony. Tony didn't get angry, it doesn't matter, buddy, I didn't equip your armor with weapons anyway, but those gadgets from Hammer Industries, are you really safe to use them? Rhodes was silent for a long time, they are cheap. Tony was speechless. Also, Justin asked War Machine to attend your industrial expo as their group's weapons spokesperson. Rhodes scratched his head and said. TCH, that pile of industrial garbage from Hammer Industries, you still have the nerve to participate in my expo? Forget it, I'll give you face and let that BD come. Tony waved his hand and disconnected the communication. He was actually a little unhappy, but Rhodes couldn't help himself, and he couldn't get angry at him. It's better to check the condition of the reactor again. Don't let that BD Justin look down on you. Tony was about to start working when the lights in the studio suddenly went out. He was stunned and shouted loudly, J.A.R.V.I.S, what's going on? J.A.R.V.I.S showed no response. Did someone cut off my home appliances? No, my home uses an independent power supply provided by a nuclear reactor. Tony stood up, wanting to see what was going on. At this time, a melodious song sounded. This song was very familiar to Tony. It was a happy birthday song. Following the singing, Ethan and Pepper walked into the room pushing the cake cart with smiles on their faces. Tony watched all of this helplessly. Happy birthday, Tony. The two said in unison. Tony was stunned, not knowing how to express his emotions. His eyes were red and tears streaked down his face involuntarily. Thank you, thank you. This was Tony's happiest birthday in the more than 10 years since his parents died. There is no feasting, no debauchery. Some are only warm. Today is your birthday, so you can't cry. Ethan laughed and patted Tony on the back. Quick, make a wish. Tony looked at the two of them and was about to make a wish when the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S rang. Sir, Her Majesty Kerrigan, Queen of the Zerg, is calling. The three of them were stunned. What did Kerrigan want with Tony at this time? Come in. Then, Kerrigan's image appeared in front of the three people. Tony Stark, I heard that today is the day you were born. As a friend recognized by our Zerg race, I specially wish you a happy birthday. In addition, the gift specially prepared for you will be delivered soon. Please check it. Kerrigan said with a chuckle. Tony was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. You're welcome. There will be many opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. Kerrigan chatted casually with Tony for a few words and then disconnected the communication. I can't believe that His Majesty would still remember your birthday. Pepper was a little surprised. I just don't know what His Majesty will give me. Ethan touched his chin and said. No matter what you give me, I am very satisfied that Your Majesty has this intention. Tony was a little proud. Apart from him, no other person on Earth had the honor of receiving a birthday greeting from the queen of another intelligent race. JARVIS seal the previously stored anti-Zerg armor. Your Majesty treats me as a friend. I cannot point my gun at my friend. Tony ordered with a smile. Ethan and Pepper didn't object. Indeed, Kerrigan was able to send Tony birthday wishes, which can be said to truly treat Tony as a friend. Not long after, a courier knocked on Tony's door. He handed over the wrapped package, signed for it, and left. The three of them hurriedly took the package and opened it eagerly. What's inside is a book. Psychic Advanced Application Tutorial and Development. Tony found a treasure, and now his development and study of psychic powers had indeed reached a bottleneck. He originally planned to ask Kerrigan for advice during his trip, but he did not expect that the trip was interrupted because of Ivan's incident, so he had to give up. Now that Kerrigan has sent this book, it is undoubtedly a timely help. Tony had no hesitation. He first entered the information in the book into the system and then destroyed the book. This is a treasure. If someone else gets it, I don't know how much trouble it will cause. On the other side, in the hotel where Kerrigan was staying, Jane asked curiously. Queen, you value Tony Stark so much, why don't you let him join the Zerg? Kerrigan smiled slightly, showing off his magnificence. He will not join the Zerg, but he is indeed a hero and a leader among humans. For this reason alone, he deserves my respect. She looked out the window and stared at the stars. After all, no one dares to say that they have the courage to snap their fingers. Justin has been in a great mood these past 2 days. The military not only agreed to his transformation of war machine, but also completed a large order. The progress of Ivan's transformation is also very gratifying. He is very satisfied with Ivan as a scientist. Glancing at Justin Hammer, who was looking at the transformed Iron Soldier silly and happy, a trace of contempt flashed in Ivan Bank's heart. I really don't know how this fool became the chairman of the group. He had changed the permissions of all Iron Soldiers, and this fool didn't even notice. It's good to have a good father. Ivan sighed in his heart and thought of his father who died in poverty. The hatred for the Stark family grew stronger in his heart. It's all you who took away everything from me. Tony Stark, I will crush you to ashes. The much anticipated Stark Industry Expo has finally officially begun. Kerrigan brought Jane and Natasha Romanoff to watch the fun. Tony led a group of Stark industrial executives to greet him outside the door in person. This situation can't help but make people participating in the expo talk about it. Who is this lady? Mr. Stark is so respectful. God, is this Lady Angel Linfan? I really want to meet this lady. Those who knew Kerrigan's identity were silent, while those who didn't knew were excited. Welcome, Your Majesty. Tony said respectfully. I just came here to see what you're talking about. Don't let me down. Kerrigan smiled slightly, and many people present began to breathe quickly. Don't worry, please come here and we'll look at it one by one. Tony smiled and led Kerrigan to start the tour. It has to be said that America's industrial technology is indeed advanced. Many of the group's gadgets were very interesting. Jane and Natasha Romanoff were eye-openers, and even Kerrigan was a little moved by some of the exhibits. However, when he approached an exhibition hall with Hammer Industries written on it, Tony continued walking without even looking. Mr. Stark, is there something wrong with this exhibition hall? Jane asked curiously. Tony said disdainfully, what this group produces is just industrial waste, there is no need to visit it at all. With that said, he will continue to move forward. Just then, his phone rang. Tony apologized hastily to Kerrigan and others, and then answered the phone. Tony Stark, today, the history of the Stark family will be rewritten. In the past 40 years, I will find you to pay off the sins your father has committed against my family within 40 minutes. After the person on the other end of the phone said this, he hung up directly. Tony frowned and immediately called Ethan, who was staying at home, to help find the signal source of the call just now. This phone signal is coming from, Hammer Industries. Ethan said in surprise. Tony's eyes widened. What happened, damn it? Come on, Ethan, put on your armor and come to the venue. Chapter 48. While Tony asked Ethan to send the armor over, he shouted loudly, everyone leave the venue immediately and stay away from the Hammer Industries exhibition hall. Guard. Evacuate the crowd. Many people are a little confused. Why are they suddenly being evacuated? But the guards don't care so much. The boss has spoken and it's true that the people should be rushed out quickly. Kerrigan glanced at the messy venue and said to Pepper, who was accompanying him, Miss Potts, go guide the crowd to evacuate. Your Majesty, what happened? Someone is going to attack Tony. Don't implicate innocent people. Go ahead. Kerrigan's eyes were calm, be quick, otherwise many people will die here. Pepper's eyes widened, but she knew Kerrigan had no need to lie to her. After she apologized to Kerrigan and others, she directed the guards to evacuate the crowd. Jane frowned, Queen, do we want it? Natasha Romanoff was silent, she didn't even know what happened. It's really disappointing. Let's go. This place will turn into a battlefield later. After saying that, Kerrigan walked towards the outside of the venue. Although I want to see a play, this is not the right place, so I might as well go to Aiken to watch it. Tony rushed into the Hammer Industries exhibition hall. At the moment, on the stage of the exhibition hall, Justin Hammer was proudly explaining his Iron Soldier, and he was dragging Colonel Rhodes, who was wearing War Machine and had a reluctant look on his face, to chatter. Tony slapped the emergency evacuation button on the wall. In an instant, the music on the colorful exhibition hall stage stopped, and intense red light flashed. The dignitaries and military officials who came here to visit were puzzled. What was going on? I saw Tony rushing to the stage, everyone evacuate immediately. There is danger here. Justin Hammer angrily shouted, Tony Stark, you ruined my press conference. Colonel Rhodes also said, Tony, now is not the time for you to lose your temper. Tony was not to be outdone, you two idiots have fallen into the trap. Just as Colonel Rhodes was about to speak, he was shocked to find that his armor's weapon system had automatically activated. Target locked, Tony Stark. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The minigun mounted on its back just opened fire. Tony's pupils shrank, and as soon as he said it, he quickly crouched down and rolled like a lazy A, dodging the bullet attack. Justin's eyes widened, wondering what was going on. Colonel Rhodes shouted, Tony, leave quickly, I can't control the armor. At the moment, the steel soldiers standing behind him also activated their weapons and opened fire at Tony. Tony did a backflip to avoid the attack, and shouted at the panicked crowd, run. Quick. The crowd was in chaos, screaming and crying. Justin Hammer stood there, dumbfounded. You idiot. Tony sighed, and his arms glowed with light blue light, forming two light blades. Rod, I'll give you a new one later. As he spoke, he swung the light blade, jumped to the war machine that continued to fire, and swung the light blade towards the minigun. Just for a moment, the minigun instantly misfired. Tony jumped again, dodging the firepower of the Iron Soldiers, and then kicked the stunned Justin out of the venue. You idiot, go and take shelter. The war machine weapon was destroyed, and it instantly activated the cannon on its hand, firing continuously at Tony. Rhodes in the armor was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. But now Tony is not extremely fragile without the armor. The wind is blowing under his feet. When he steps on the wall, he breaks away from the gravity and flies on the wall to avoid the attack. Oh, super ability. Newton's coffin boards were pushed back again. Tony's steps were as fast as lightning, but the firepower net of the iron soldiers was too dense, and he could only dodge with his life for fear of being hit. There is no time to use psychic defense now. Tony was extremely anxious. Why hadn't Ethan arrived yet? The fierce battle caused his spiritual energy to be consumed rapidly, and the light blade was almost turning white. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and a figure crashed through the ceiling and rushed into the battlefield. Ethan is here. Ethan dropped an electronic smoke bomb, and War Machine and the steel soldiers instantly lost the ability to lock onto attack. Click. With a soft sound, Ethan jumped out of the armor. Quick, Tony, put on the armor. Without saying a word, Tony prepared to put on the armor. Ethan shouted angrily and used his whole body's psychic energy to form a pale white light shield to buy Tony time. Ka-ka-ka. The armor fit tightly against Tony's body, and the helmet closed accordingly. War Machine and the Iron Soldiers got rid of the interference of electronic smoke and continued to attack Tony. The light shield constructed by Ethan kept trembling in the storm of bullets. Ethan's forehead was sweating slightly. His psychic power was still too weak. Ethan, retreat quickly, go to Hammer Industries immediately and shut down the systems that control them. Leave this to me. Tony stood in front of Ethan and shouted. Ethan nodded and quickly ran out of the venue under Tony's cover. Tony ignored the attacks from the Iron Soldiers and made a witty remark to Rhodes. Seriously, man, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Rhodes didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop talking sarcastically and solve this problem quickly. Outside the venue, people were arranged to evacuate in an orderly manner. Kerrigan had already summoned Aiken, and she was about to take Jane and Natasha Romanoff back to Aiken when a military representative hurried over. Your Majesty, do you know what happened? The person you're working with is too stupid, and he's been deceived all over the place. Kerrigan glanced at the frightened Justin Hammer and prepared to leave. The military representative gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, do you have a way to let us know what's going on inside? This is very important to us. Yes, but... Before Kerrigan finished speaking, the representative stood up straight. We will fully support Umbrella's products and make Umbrella Company an important partner of the military. Having dealt with this Majesty a lot, the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. also know that this is a master who will not let go of the eagle when he sees the rabbit. Kerrigan thought for a while and decided that it would be better to have fun alone than to have fun together. It would be nice to let everyone watch the show together and show some strength. Well. As she spoke, Kerrigan snapped her fingers. A white light curtain emerged in the air, and various images began to appear inside. It's the scene where Tony fights War Machine and Iron Soldiers. That means his eyes widened. What the hell is this ability? Jane was very sensible and moved a more comfortable chair for Kerrigan. Natasha Romanoff was also very discerning and ran to the store at the venue to get popcorn and drinks. The corners of the military representative's mouth twitched. Are you here to watch a movie? Chapter 49. Kerrigan took the drink from Natasha Romanoff and said, get the general a chair. The representative waved his hands repeatedly. No, thank you, Your Majesty. I will be fine just standing. He is not as relaxed as Kerrigan. Several other military officers gathered around. The representative muttered a few words to them, and everyone stood together to watch the show. As for safety issues. Come on, the Zerg Queen is right around you, why are you worried about safety issues? The light screen released by Kerrigan was like a professional camera, capturing the situation on the battlefield clearly, and everyone felt as if they were watching a blockbuster movie in a theater. Apart from not being able to sit down, there are no shortcomings. The evacuated crowd did not leave and stayed to watch the movie. Little Pepper stared at all this in stunned silence. Ethan ran out of the venue and glanced at the light screen in the sky with a weird look on his face. But it was important to turn off the control system. He contacted Pepper, notified S.H.I.E.L.D., and left in a hurry. Justin Hammer looked at the light curtain with sweat on his face. Tony was hammering his own steel soldiers around like they were sweeping garbage, which made him very frustrated. Tony fought War Machine back and forth. After all, Tony built the armor himself, and its combat effectiveness is trustworthy. Inside the venue, Tony frowned. The venue was still too small and he couldn't do anything. Moreover, although the firepower of Hammer Industrial's garbage was not strong, it still gave him a headache if it attacked too many times. What's more, there was a War Machine watching covetously from the side and taking action from time to time, which caused him a lot of trouble. After thinking for a while, Tony flew out into the big hole made by Ethan without saying a word. Tony needs to find a better battlefield. As soon as he took off, the Iron Soldiers and War Machine quickly followed and flew into the sky. The light screen released by Kerrigan was always behind Tony's mark armor. It was very exciting and the audience screamed in surprise. I saw Tony relying on the powerful performance of the armor to eliminate these steel soldiers one by one according to the terrain. Well done. Smash that pile of scrap metal. The audience cheered in unison, forgetting they were attending an industrial expo and instead thinking they were attending a premiere of a superhero movie. Justin Hammer's face became increasingly ugly. On the other side, Ethan and Pepper rushed into the Hammer Industrial Building with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Faced with S.H.I.E.L.D's arrest warrant, the security guards had no idea of stabbing him. What's the point of playing with $1,000 a month? Everyone kicked open the door of the control room, only to find that there was no trace of Ivan Vank here, only a few unlucky guys hanging in the control room. Ethan immediately ran to the computer and worked frantically, trying to turn off War Machine's automatic attack system. In the sky, Tony was somewhat proud of having used the terrain to eliminate one Iron Soldier after another. How could these scraps of scraps and scraps be able to play with me? At this moment, there was a roar from behind. Colonel Rhodes rushed out, firing while holding Tony's armor to prevent him from breaking free. Rod, UBD. Stop scolding, do you think I want to? The two armors struggled together and smashed into a large geological museum not far away. The two fell into a pool and continued to fight. Although the minigun is lost, War Machine still has other heavy firepower weapons. Colonel Rhodes rides on Tony and fires wildly, sparks flying, and it is wonderful. The fighting was so fierce that the rockery in the geological museum was smashed to pieces. Success. Ethan pressed the button to turn off Colonel Rhodes' automatic attack system. Colonel Rhodes' armor finally returned to normal. Tony lifted his mask. UBD, it really hurts you to hit me. Sorry, I didn't want to either. Rhodes groaned, he was injured a lot just now. Tony reached out and pulled him out of the water. That Ivan Vank is responsible for this, he must be caught and smashed. Tony gritted his teeth with hatred, this BD had made a huge fool of himself twice in a row. It's so unlucky for him to have to apologize to His Majesty later. The two immediately began to discuss how to find Ivan. At this moment, J.A.R.V.I.S shouted, Sir, a large number of hostile signals have been detected. Tony was startled, and then he saw a large number of steel soldiers falling from the sky, surrounding the two of them. We need to use some of the stuff at the bottom of the box. Rhodes, get down quickly. Tony roared, and two dazzling lasers appeared on his wrist. Colonel Rhodes was so frightened that he lowered his head and shrank into a ball. In just an instant, the steel soldiers surrounding them were all cut into two pieces by laser weapons. Wow, you look like you're playing fruit slicing. Colonel Rhodes exclaimed. That's definitely it. Tony was a little proud, but when he saw the 10% energy displayed in the perspective, his heart sank. Boom. There was another loud noise, and a battle armor fell from the sky. He was not wearing a mask and had a somewhat smug expression on his face. Tony Stark, I'm here to take revenge on you. It's none other than Ivan Vanko. Ivan released the second-generation death whip that he secretly developed, and said with a ferocious smile, Tony Stark, now that your super ability and energy are almost used up, I want to see how you are going to fight me. Both sides hated each other so much that Tony was immediately ready to show Ivan a good look. Colonel Rhodes stopped him, wait a minute, I'm going to use a special weapon to deal with him. Let me use my ex-wife to FK him to death. As he spoke, the missile launcher hidden on the back of War Machine rose. Tony looked at the missile launcher in surprise, for what? Colonel Rhodes didn't answer and turned on his ex-wife. I have to say that the scene is very technological and futuristic. The frustrated Justin Hammer jumped up, pointed at the light screen and shouted, look, this is the ex-wife I developed. This is a real masterpiece. All military representatives cheered in unison, crush that BD. Show them the power of your ex-wife. Although the steel soldiers of Hammer Industries have all been defeated, they still have full confidence in the ex-wife's thundering weapon and look forward to her performance. Diddy. The rear end of the ex-wife started to ignite. Ivan on the other side took a step back and looked at the two of them warily. Whoosh. With a soft sound, his ex-wife rushed out instantly like an arrow from a string. At the moment, both Rod and Tony, and the audience watching the movie outside the venue, are all looking forward to the ex-wife's great show. When, with a soft sound, his ex-wife hit Ivan's armor, and then fell into the stream at his feet. The ex-wife's tail jet reluctantly bubbled in the water and went out completely. Ivan raised the corner of his mouth with disdain on his face. Tony and Rhodes were stunned. The atmosphere was very awkward for a time. The audience far away at the venue were also stunned. The boastful Justin was completely dumbfounded. The military representatives were also dumbfounded. How fierce he was when he blew just now, how ugly his face is now. Ha 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 ha, red and hot, in a trance. Jane couldn't help it any longer, pointing at the light curtain and laughing so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. Natasha Romanoff held it in very hard. As a professionally trained agent and now the maid of the Zerg Queen, she would not laugh. Unless you can't help it. She squatted down slowly to prevent herself from laughing, but the huffing and puffing sound showed that she did not laugh. Well, believe it or not, I believe it. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. She actually endured it very hard. Jane's laughter instantly caused the audience to laugh in unison, and the atmosphere inside and outside the venue was filled with joy. The faces of the military representatives seemed to be illuminated by neon lights, one part red and one part white. They rolled up their sleeves, exposed their strong muscles, waved their fists as big as sandbags, and pushed the stun just into the ground to explode the hammer. It's all you, BD. You're going to be court-martialed for this. Beat him to death and don't hold back. This time, the military's face was totally disgraced. In the Geological Museum, Tony broke the silence. Weapons from Hammer Industries. Right. Chapter 50. Ivan sneered and gave an order. A large number of steel soldiers appeared in the sky again. Ivan was fully prepared this time and was about to kill Tony to death. Tony opened fire, but it had no effect on Ivan. The iron soldiers opened fire in unison, beating Rhodes and Tony until they were covered in sparks. Tony, think of a way. Colonel Rhodes was overwhelmed by the fire and couldn't hold his head up, shouting. Just thinking. Tony was extremely anxious, but decided to fly into the sky first. He released the palm cannon and took advantage of the cover to rush into the sky dash. Colonel Rhodes also hurriedly followed. Want to run? Chase me. Ivan laughed ferociously and commanded the steel soldiers to chase after him. Fly separately, I'll lure these crappy things away. You go and call for reinforcements. After shouting at Rhodes, Tony found a random direction and sped away. Ivan didn't care about Rhodes, who was leaving. He had only one goal from beginning to end. Tony Stark. Hundreds of iron soldiers followed Tony and fired wildly. Amidst the hail of bullets, Tony kept adjusting the direction of his flight, trying to avoid the attack. Tony Stark, the way you ran away really made me feel happy. Ivan laughed loudly and chased after him. Tony was so angry that his teeth itched, but he could only run away like crazy. Now that his energy was tight, he couldn't attack at all. Sir, our energy is running out. J.A.R.V.I.'s report made Tony feel even heavier. Fly to the suburbs, never fight in the downtown area. Tony glanced at the pursuers behind him with a serious expression, gritted his teeth and continued the flight. In the light curtain above the venue, people watched the propellers on Tony's feet flickering on and off, and their hearts trembled. A military representative widened his eyes. No, Mr. Stark's energy is going to be exhausted. Go to support. Where are our fighter jets? What are we doing for food? Just after watching the movie, everyone was in a relatively relaxed mood, but now Tony really has a problem and everyone is panicking. However, Jane approached Kerrigan and said, Queen, Mr. Stark is almost flying over our outer curtain. Kerrigan nodded, thinking to herself. This guy, is he causing trouble, or is he doing it unconsciously? He probably doesn't know the location of the real insect nest. Forget it, let's help. She calmly used the psychic network to communicate with Galakrond. Prepare to meet the enemy, save the gold and red iron lump, and kill the others. As you command, Queen. When Tony was about to reach the sky above the outskirts of New York, his energy could no longer support flight. Snapped. The Foot's engine was completely shut down, and even the J.A.R.V.I.'s power supply could not be maintained. Tony exclaimed and fell straight towards the ground. People at the venue covered their eyes and did not dare to look anymore. However, the expected tragedy did not happen. They heard Tony ask in surprise. What's this? Everyone quickly looked around, and it turned out that Tony had fallen into a shadow. Tony stood up on the back of the shadow and turned on the lighting system. This was the last bit of energy. Tony, who never believed in God, murmured these words. Through the light, he finally saw clearly what the shadow beneath his feet was. He actually stepped on the back of a huge amount of monster. The monster's wings were flapping gently, and its head was extremely large. Although he couldn't see its face clearly, Tony knew that this thing was definitely not easy to mess with. Looking around, I don't know when the surroundings are full of such monsters. However, other monsters are much smaller. At the venue, people's eyes widened and they looked at each other, having no idea what these things were. The military representatives looked at Kerrigan with wandering eyes. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly, and they understood. It seems that the Zerg are out. That's okay. Are these Zerg air units? This is the first time I've seen them. Keep your voice down, don't forget, we are the ones who caused the trouble this time. With His Majesty's character, the bill will be sent to the Pentagon as soon as the matter is settled. Everyone twitched and looked at Kerrigan again. The smile on Kerrigan's face grew even brighter. No one dared to look any further, nor did they dare to say, Your Majesty, please stop, we have no money. They could only turn around and vent their anger on Justin Hammer, fighting with fists and kicks. Kerrigan retracted the light curtain. The remaining things cannot be seen by too many people, and the movie ends here. The audience felt disappointed, and some began to ask what was going on, but were immediately asked to shut up by a group of men in black. S.H.I.E.L.D has also arrived. Nick Fury walked up to Kerrigan and looked at her deeply. Thank you for your intervention, Your Majesty. You're welcome. The movie is over and I should go back. See you later. Kerrigan chuckled and left the venue with Jane and Natasha Romanoff. Suburbs. A monster flew close to Tony, and an inexplicable voice sounded in his mind, Tony Stark, you have broken into the Zerg territory. Tony grinned, this is Zerg territory. Your Majesty, you hide so deeply. Sorry, I was chased by the enemy and flew here. Tony said awkwardly. The Queen ordered us to rescue you back to the ground. Now get off my back. The voice continued. Only then did Tony realize that it was the monster under his feet that was talking to him. I'm going down now. No, that guy is still chasing me. Are you talking about the guys wearing iron knots like you? They are already here, don't affect my fight. The monster at his feet said this, shook his body, and sent Tony onto the back of another monster, which immediately carried Tony to the ground and then returned to the queue. Brother, at least tell me your name so I can thank you later. Tony stood on the ground and yelled. Your Majesty considers himself a friend, so the Zerg are also friends. There is no harm in making more friends. Galakrond, Lord of the Mutant Dragon, Galakrond. The voice responded calmly. Ivan was suspended in the air with the steel soldiers. He frowned and looked at the monster in front of him with surprise and uncertainty in his heart. Where did these monsters come from? But the alien dragons on the opposite side didn't care about his problems. Following Galakrond's command, a hole opened in the tail of the Laminosaurs. Continuous soft sounds resounded on the battlefield, and the blade insects spurted out from the tail of the Mutalosaurus, roaring towards the steel soldiers. In just a moment, Ivan's alarm system started shouting crazily. His pupils shrank and he immediately avoided the blade insect's attack. Unexpectedly, the blade insect that missed the attack burst into several pieces, and the juice splashed on Ivan's armor, making a sizzling sound. Ivan looked shocked, how corrosive the strider was. As the symbiosis of the alien dragon, the blade insect is extremely violent and full of blood. If he disagrees with you, he will immediately blow himself up. The moment the two sides fought, more than 10 iron warriors controlled by Ivan were shot down. But Ivan is not one to sit still and wait for death. I don't care what the hell you are, if you dare to stop me from killing Tony Stark, then you will die with him. How could these obviously biological things be the opponents of my steel armor? A flesh and blood body will only be smashed into powder in front of steel. He carefully observed the structure of the alien dragons and judged that although the long-range attack speed of these creatures was not weak, their mobility relied entirely on a pair of wings, so they would never be able to match the extremely fast iron warriors in terms of mobility. How fast can a pair of wings go? Ivan quickly adjusted the formation of the remaining iron warriors and used all his horsepower to rush into the formation of the alien dragon, hoping to fight it in close combat. There are far more alien dragons than steel warriors, so close combat is the only chance of victory. Galakrond faced the accelerating iron soldiers, his eyes filled with the desire to fight. It opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. The bodies of the alien dragons ejected into invisible gas, and with the push of the gas, they faced the steel soldiers at an unbelievable speed. Not good. Ivan's pupils shrank, but it was too late. He could only order the steel soldiers to fire to intercept. The alien dragons flew across the sky quickly, swaying lightly and agilely in the gunfire of the steel soldiers. Galakrond is the fastest. It flapped its wings and cooperated with its body's jet organs to dodge the gunfire. It rolled again and landed behind a steel soldier, dodging it before tracking and shooting. 0. It is unimaginable that such a huge amount of body can do such agile actions. The alien dragons drew a spiral trajectory in the sky. They quickly rushed into the Iron Warriors formation. Galakrond made a beautiful turning turn, like a fallen leaf in the wind, and got into the frontal formation of the Iron Warriors. The blade insects spurted out again, blasting these steel warriors to pieces. Ivan tried his best to avoid waves of attacks from the alien dragons, but in the end he was outnumbered and was hit in the core of his chest by Galakrond. The core instantly shattered into dregs, and Ivan, who lost his power, spun and fell from the sky. Tony saw this and ran towards the direction of Ivan's fall. After dealing with the remaining enemies, Galakrond flew back to the ground and came to Tony's side. Tony looked at the huge amounts of his body and was secretly shocked. Tony sighed and looked at Ivan, who was lying on the ground. Ivan is not dead yet. He coughed up blood and said with a ferocious smile, Tony Stark, you are such a lucky guy. Tony nodded, you're right, I've always been very lucky. Ivan struggled and pressed a button on his waist. Then, Let's die together. He pressed it hard towards his waist. Tony's pupils shrank and he was about to dodge, but Galakrond's reaction was faster than him. A blade insect jumped up instantly and blew Ivan in half. He walked away peacefully, at least very quickly. There was a trace of intolerance in Tony's eyes, but Galakrond had no concept of mercy. At this moment, Tony's phone rang. Tony was a bit stunned. The phone in his pocket could still be used. When I got on the phone, it was Kerrigan. Tony, Ethan handed me your newly developed reactor. I am very satisfied. Our transaction is completed. Tony said with a smile, as long as Her Majesty the Queen is satisfied, that's fine. However, the Zerg will take action tonight. Tony really had a headache. But for the sake of face, Tony still said, understood, Your Majesty, I owe the Zerg and you a favor. The phone was hung up. Tony sighed and glanced at Galakrond. Thank you, Mr. Galakrond. Can we have some tea and a massage together when you have time? Galakrond thought this human was strange. He took the alien dragon with him and disappeared into the night sky. Chapter 51. Not long after, Colonel Rhodes found Tony with a large number of soldiers. Also accompanying them were Pepper, Ethan and others. Just as Rhodes was about to say something, Pepper pounced on him. UBD, you always do these dangerous things. Tony took a half step back and whispered, I know, you have always been taking care of me. You come out to help me every time I'm in danger, and you deserve better treatment. As he said that, he put his arms around little Pepper's neck and moved closer. Colonel Rhodes crossed his arms angrily, and Ethan rubbed his brow. It was indeed a bit inappropriate to do this in public. The sour smell of love is in the air. Pepper separated from Tony, and Tony muttered, weird. Pepper smiled and said, I think it's okay. Then again. With that said, the two of them were about to take action. Colonel Rhodes finally couldn't bear it anymore. I think it's super weird. When the two of them turned their heads, they remembered that there was someone else beside them. Colonel Rhodes said unforgivingly, you guys are kissing like two seals fighting for grapes. Ethan covered his mouth with his hands and buried his head, trying to hold it in to avoid embarrassment. But the other soldiers who came to support didn't care so much. Some clapped and some laughed loudly. Tony and Pepper 0-60 looked at each other with a wry smile. Enter Aiken. Kerrigan hung up the phone, her eyes flickering slightly. Tony Stark, very good, she was very satisfied. Jane on the side whispered, Queen, we have left the border of America and are about to enter the border of Mexico. Natasha Romanoff stood aside quietly, not asking why Kerrigan suddenly left America for Mexico. Definitely, I have no intention of reporting it to SHIELD. Kerrigan didn't speak, just looked up at the sky outside Aiken. The stars are twinkling and the galaxy is extremely gorgeous. And in faraway Asgard, God King Odin had just used Bifrost to trap his two sons and the remaining Asgard warriors surrounded by giants of Jotunheim, all teleported back to Asgard. He scowled and scolded, Thor, it's all because of your arrogance that we have sacrificed so many soldiers. You also caused all your friends to be seriously injured. Odin's heart is full of anger. Although his most valued son Thor, although he is called Thor, he can be said to be a warrior full of brains and muscles. He acts recklessly and only wants to show his bravery. How can such an heir take on the great responsibility of becoming the king of Asgard? But Thor, who suffered the defeat, said angrily, Father, it was just the giants of Jotunheim who used conspiracies and tricks to contain us. In terms of frontal strength, I can definitely defeat them all. Your previous ideas have long been outdated. Only force can bring peace. It's okay if Thor doesn't say it, but it makes him even more angry if he says Odin. He shouted angrily, as the heir to the throne of Asgard, you have no intention of protecting your subjects. All you think about is your own happiness. You are not qualified to be a king. With that said, Odin's right hand burst out with a ray of light and shot towards Thor. In the light, Thor felt that the power in his body began to gradually disappear. Thor's brother Loki hurriedly shouted, Father, please forgive my brother. But Odin, furious, ignored his pleas. He stripped Thor of his powers and threw him directly into the Bifrost. You are banished. Thor screamed and disappeared with the light. His weapon, the hammer of Mjolnir, flew back to Odin's hand. Holding the hammer, Odin's one eye flickered for a moment, and he whispered, anyone who is qualified can hold this hammer and obtain the five of Thor. With that, Odin threw Mjolnir's hammer into the Bifrost. Loki breathed a sigh of relief watching this scene. It seemed that his father just wanted to test his brother. Although he secretly joined forces with the giants of Jotunheim, it was only for the throne, and he didn't want Thor to die because of it. After bidding farewell to Odin, Loki returned to his chambers. He now had many questions in his mind. But the most important thing is that after being touched by the giants of Jotunheim during the battle just now, His body became indistinguishable from them. Earth. Kerrigan took 2 maids with her to the border town of Mexico. Jane looked around curiously, interested in everything. Although Mexico is said to be America's back garden, because of the mess in the country, Jane had no chance to come and play before. Natasha Romanoff is different. She has never been to any country in the past few years, and she has even dealt with the heads of some small countries. Therefore, she took the initiative to serve as a tour guide after coming to Mexico. Your Majesty, Mexican meatloaf has always been famous all over the world, you can enjoy it layer by layer. Natasha Romanoff pointed to the stall in front and smiled. Before Kerrigan could say anything, Jane rushed to the stall to buy it. I have to say that Mexican specialties are not bad, at least Kerrigan thinks they are. The 3 of them bought some delicious food and wandered around the town casually. Jane also held the camera and took pictures of Kerrigan and Natasha Romanoff. However, the effect of the camera at night was really bad, and Jane was not satisfied no matter how she took the pictures. The 3 of them walked around for a few times and then walked out of the town. The night view of the Mexican plain was so beautiful that Jane, a girl who grew up in the city, exclaimed repeatedly. Under the night sky without the obstruction of tall buildings or bright lights, Jane ran excitedly on the plain, jumping and jumping. Kerrigan looked at the excited Jane and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. It's not bad to go out for a walk once in a while. Natasha Romanoff chuckled and said, in the past, I was just like her, carefree and loved running under the night sky, but unfortunately. Kerrigan said calmly, if you want, I can help you get revenge. Natasha Romanoff was stunned and smiled, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, but things have passed. After all, this is my motherland. You are mine now, there is nothing to fear. Kerrigan looked up at the sky, as long as you are loyal to me and loyal to the Zerg, no one can hurt you. Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly, thank you, Your Majesty. After working beside Kerrigan for so long, she has almost figured out Kerrigan's character. Not to mention anything else, it is enough to protect the subordinates' shortcomings. This is very precious to Natasha Romanoff, who has always been insecure. Kerrigan smiled and said, the weather is so nice, do you want to fly together in the sky? Natasha Romanoff happily said, definitely. Kerrigan asked Jane, who was yelling, to come over. She waved her hands, and an invisible force surrounded the 2 of them. Natasha Romanoff was even more keenly aware that this time, unlike Kerrigan's flight with the 2 of them, that force was integrating into her body. Be familiar with this power, and I believe you will be able to get started quickly after you start learning psychic powers. Kerrigan chuckled and took the lead in flying into the sky. Natasha Romanoff is beside herself, Kerrigan's attitude is obviously to start teaching her psychic powers. She suppressed the excitement in her heart, and after getting familiar with the power, she floated into the sky. Your Majesty treats me sincerely, and I will never let you down. Jane's psychic abilities were average, not as strong as Tony Stark's. She was even more excited when she felt the power pouring into her body. But her flight is much worse than Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff supported Jane, who almost fell, and said with a smile, get familiar with this feeling as soon as possible. His Majesty is waiting for us in front. You are His Majesty's first maid, so you can't be compared to me. Jane stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, and the 2 of them flew into the sky together. With the vast plains at their feet and the starry sky above their heads, Natasha Romanoff and Jane were very excited by this beautiful scenery and strange senses. After the 2 were basically familiar with the feeling of flight, they started the competition. Natasha Romanoff opened her arms and let the wind blow her hair into a mess. I'm flying. Jane laughed, I'm flying too. Laughter and cheers echoed in the sky. Kerrigan looked at the 2 figures and smiled. Then, a ripple suddenly appeared behind her. Boom. At this time, the sonic boom sound caused by the speed was too fast. In just a moment, she rushed in front of Jane and Natasha Romanoff, try to catch up with me. Jane and Natasha Romanoff couldn't laugh or cry, Your Majesty, we reject this proposal. There is no comparison at all. Suddenly, a light appeared in the distant sky. The light is getting brighter and brighter, colorful and beautiful. This caught Jane's attention. Queen, that is. Natasha Romanoff has seen it all, looks like an aurora. Something's wrong, this is not the North and South Pole, how can there be an aurora? Jane was puzzled. Kerrigan smiled and said, go and see. After that, he flew towards the aurora. Natasha Romanoff and Jane immediately followed. On the ground, astronomer Jane Foster also discovered anomalies in the sky. She hurriedly put on her clothes 1.1 and called her colleagues to prepare for investigation. The group of people immediately got into the car and sped away in the direction of the aurora. Kerrigan took 2 maids and approached the aurora area. Then, they saw an astonishing scene. An aurora shot straight into the ground, and a figure stood up unsteadily after the aurora disappeared. Natasha Romanoff was extremely surprised. Did someone appear in the aurora? Jane's eyes widened, and she turned to Kerrigan and said, Queen, do you want to go take a look? Definitely, I came to Mexico City just for this guy. After saying that, Kerrigan flew towards the ground. The two followed immediately. In the palace of the God King of Asgard, Odin sat on the throne, frowning. The crystal mirror in front of him showed the scene of Thor falling to the ground. My child, I hope you can grow up as soon as possible and become a real king. Odin whispered. At this time, 3 figures appeared in the crystal mirror above Thor, who was pointing at the sky and shouting. Odin looked solemn. One of them was the strong man Heimdall had reported before. Is she going to be harmful to Thor? Odin shouted, Unknown strong man, what are you going to do to my son? Chapter 52. Kerrigan suddenly stopped. She heard an old voice. Kerrigan asked Jane and Natasha Romanoff to stop first, and she smiled and said, I have heard the name of God King Odin for a long time. Is the man below your son? Snored. Odin said calmly, Who are you? Odin, although you are the king of gods, I don't like your questioning tone. You need to respect another king. Kerrigan's face fell flat. Jane and Natasha Romanoff looked at Kerrigan in surprise. Your Majesty seems to be talking to someone right now. Odin, God King. The two suppressed the uncertainty in their hearts, and instead looked at the madman underground shouting at the sky. Who is the son of Odin in mythology? Thor and Loki, the god of trickery, I think. This guy doesn't look like Loki. Odin, who was sitting on the throne, was silent for a moment and said slowly, I am the warlike Odin, the god of Decedent, the invader, and the third. As he spoke, dark clouds rolled in the sky around Kerrigan, and lightning and thunder appeared alternately. I am one-eyed, and I am also called the Supreme, the true questioner. I am Grimnir, warrior blesser, the hooded one. I am the father of God, Gunteril, the staff maker. I have countless names, and more titles than you can imagine. The names of the 2 crows on my shoulders are Hygen and Mullen. They represent thinking and memory. My wolf names are Frich and Killy, and I hang myself upside down on the world tree. I am, Odin, 13. As his last words fell, the dark clouds in the sky vaguely condensed into the head of a roaring old man. This horrified Jane and Natasha Romanoff. Kerrigan looked serious. Then tell me, from which horn did you emerge as the king? Odin snapped. You old guy, you have a long name. Kerrigan opened her arms, her body shape began to change, her bone wings stretched out, and the surrounding space began to tremble slightly. Natasha Romanoff looked at the scene in horror, but Jane knew that His Majesty was angry. I don't have a name as long as yours. I am the insect swarm. As she murmured, the sky turned into a shadow, dispersing the dark clouds of Odin just now. The army was wiped out. Countless huge amounts of spherical creatures emerged from the shadows. The world is burning beneath my feet. Billions of Zerg roared. Kerrigan's eyes were filled with light, and lavender ripples shone on her face. Her voice was not loud, but it seemed to ring in Odin's chest. I am Kerrigan, king of the Zerg, queen of blades. Odin was silent. Then, he slowly stood up, looked at the crystal mirror, and put his right hand on his chest. I never expected that a new king would appear in Midgard. I am very happy to meet you, Queen Kerrigan. He recognized Kerrigan's status as king, and the status between kings and kings is equal. Even judging from the strength Kerrigan showed just now, he is definitely no match for him. Kerrigan also retracted his fighting stance. I am not the local king of Midgard, I just came to this world by accident, so count it as a trip. Odin nodded slightly. Queen Kerrigan, what are you looking for my son? Kerrigan glanced at the ground, saw the smoke and dust dropped by the hammer, and smiled. Although I am just a guest in Midgard, the people here ask me to protect them when necessary, so I also want to know, God King Odin, your intention is to send Thor to Midgard. This is a trial. Odin responded calmly, Thor is not qualified to be a king now. He is in name only. He has no idea what to do as a king. Kerrigan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. God King, how about we make a deal? Thor knelt on the ground, begging his father for forgiveness. No respond. He yelled in frustration and vented his dissatisfaction, but all he got was the night breeze. Thor stood up, found a random direction, and walked aimlessly. He didn't know where he was going, and he didn't want to know. Having lost his power and missed the throne he had always longed for, Thor is now heartbroken. Kerrigan and the 3 were suspended in the sky, looking at Thor's back. Your Majesty, what should we do? Jane asked curiously. Not urgent. Kerrigan glanced at the speeding car 5 kilometers in front of Thor, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Let him suffer first. Jane and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that Thor was going to be unlucky. Hurry, the aurora has disappeared, There are still 3 kilometers left, we still have time to collect data. Jane Foster stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the flying dust once made it difficult to see the road ahead. Drive slowly, my old bones can't stand your torture. Her teacher, Dr. Isaac, held onto the handle. It's okay, teacher, this is a plane and you won't hit anyone. Foster thought Dr. Isaac was afraid of hitting something, so he said nonchalantly. Isaac sighed, I'm not even afraid that you'll bump into someone, but I'm afraid that you'll kill your colleagues. Boom. The car seemed to hit something and made a loud noise. Foster was startled and quickly braked. Everyone poked their heads out of the car windows and found a figure lying down not far away. I told you to drive slower, but if you don't listen, won't you hit someone? Dr. Isaac opened the car door and hurried towards the figure. Foster also jumped out of the car in a hurry. Other colleagues in the convoy also stopped to check the situation. Dr. Isaac checked the man's heartbeat and vital signs and breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't seem to be dead, but it's better to send him to the hospital. Hurry, get him into the car. As soon as everyone stepped forward, the man also opened his eyes. Dr. Isaac was startled and immediately let go. Oh, you hurt me. The man screamed and rubbed the back of his head. Only then did Dr. Isaac realize that he had just thrown him onto a rock. He was so embarrassed. Sir, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? The man struggled to get up and shouted angrily, you mortals, how dare you sneak attack me? Everyone looked at each other, and Foster walked to Dr. Isaac. Teacher, did you drive him crazy? It was obviously you who knocked him down. Dr. Isaac curled his lips and asked with a smile, Sir? We didn't attack you. My students drove too fast and didn't see you clearly, so they hit you. Let's go to the hospital now, okay? Hospital? What is this? Your main office. The man said something curious, and then shouted loudly, No, I won't leave with you, I want to go back to Asgard, and I want to inherit the throne. That's crazy. Jane, you are in big trouble. Colleagues were talking a lot. Foster stepped forward awkwardly, Sir, please calm down. Stay away from me, mortal, I am Thor. Thor was even more excited, thinking that Foster was going to attack him, so he slapped him without saying a word. Dr. Isaac's quick eyesight and quick hands pulled Foster back. He looked serious, Sir, if you still can't calm down, I will forcefully subdue you. He pursed his lips, and a girl took out her anti-wolf stun device and gestured at Thor. Thor laughed loudly when he saw this, just because of this little thing, you want to subdue me. He laughed loudly and unscrupulously. Dr. Isaac nodded, and the girl suddenly stabbed Thor with the electric shock device. Ha 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 ha. Thor was paralyzed by the electricity, his eyes blackened and he fainted. Not far away, Kerrigan and others, who were watching all this with psychic invisibility, held their foreheads. The majestic Thor was subdued by a human using an electric shock device, it was true. Jane rolled her eyes. A shame. Natasha Romanoff added lightly. Kerrigan sighed slightly, let's go, it's our turn to play 360. Foster and others were preparing to carry Thor, who fainted, into the car when a voice came from not far away. Sorry, can you give him to us? Everyone raised their heads and saw 3 figures walking not far away. All are women. The 3 women are extremely beautiful. The one on the left is young and charming, while the one on the right is charming. The one in the middle is even more indescribable. Her face is as beautiful as a goddess and her swaying figure makes many people's hearts flutter. Several men in the motorcade began to tidy up each other's clothes, Dr. Isaac also tightened his tie, and several girls looked a little confused. Dear madam, do you know this man? The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. I know his father. Ahem, that's good. I'm sorry, we drove too fast just now and accidentally knocked him down, but he was too excited, so we had to subdue him. Do you have transportation with you? If you don't mind, I'll send you all back to town together. Dr. Isaac said with a smile. No need, we can just take him back. Natasha Romanoff said coldly. Foster stepped forward, excuse me, where are you taking him? I caused the trouble. If possible, I want to apologize to him when he wakes up. Kerrigan glanced at Thor's future girlfriend, but why was she looking at him strangely now? Dominate the charm of this passive, alas. Kerrigan sighed in her heart and glanced at Foster, we will stay in a hotel in a town not far away temporarily. If you really want to come and apologize, then come. Natasha Romanoff stepped forward, grabbed Thor's collar with one hand, and lifted him up easily. Everyone was surprised, how could this beautiful queen be so powerful? Just now, it took 3 or 4 men to lift this guy. Let's go now, see you later. Natasha Romanoff dropped these words, picked up Thor, and followed Kerrigan away. Everyone looked at her relaxed steps and took a breath. Everyone, walk slowly. Chapter 53. When Thor woke up, he found himself lying on a soft bed. It was already bright. Thor jumped out of bed and began to explore his surroundings. Everything around him was a bit novel to him. After all, there was no such furniture in Asgard. Why is this piece of furniture so long? Thor pressed his hand on the sofa in front of him. It was soft and quite comfortable. Just then, the door opened. Thor immediately looked at the door warily. A woman with a pretty face stood at the door holding a tray. Are you awake? Your Majesty is indeed right. Thor frowned and asked, where is this? Who are you? I am His Majesty's maid, you can call me Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff walked into the room and put down the tray in her hand. Eat, you must be hungry. Looking at the rolled food on the tray in front of him, Thor glanced at Natasha Romanoff, very wary. Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, it's not poisonous, just eat it. Thor shook his head, no, I am Thor, how can I eat such ugly food, and there are no tableware? Go and get me silver tableware. Natasha Romanoff raised her eyebrows. His Majesty said before he served the meal that this boy was used to being pampered, so he must be less tempered and don't need to coddle him. She snorted coldly, eat it or not. After that, he turned around and left. Thor was stunned for a moment, and his temper grew. He shouted at Natasha Romanoff's back, change tableware and food for me immediately, otherwise even if I starve to death, I won't eat even if I jump off the Bifrost. This person is so rude, I won't eat it, let's see what you can do to me. He crossed his arms and looked at the door angrily, waiting for Natasha Romanoff to come back and apologize. Gililug. My stomach growled unsatisfactorily. The aroma of the roll-shaped food in front of him floated into Thor's nose, making his hunger even stronger. Thor licked his lips and involuntarily reached towards the meat roll with his hand. He quickly took it back as if he was electrocuted. No, I am Thor. If I want to hold back, I have to make that guy come back and apologize. With a stronger sense of hunger, Thor began to lick his lips more frequently. Otherwise, try it. He grabbed the meat roll and bit into it. Oh, it smells so good. Natasha Romanoff came to Kerrigan's room angrily. Your Majesty, that boy is so rude. He wants me to change him to better tableware and food. Kerrigan, who was meditating with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. He is immortal now. He will still eat when he is hungry. Don't worry about him. Go and prepare more food. God King Odin paid so much price, it is our fault to let his son starve. Natasha Romanoff pouted and went out to prepare food. Kerrigan sighed, the ultimate truth of the universe still smells so good. Thor, who finished the meat roll in a few mouthfuls, did not feel full, but instead became hungrier. He stood up and shouted, Maid, is there any food? Natasha Romanoff, who was busy in the kitchen, twitched her lips and decided to add some spice to the speedy. She whipped out a bunch of meat rolls in a few moments and stuffed them with mustard and toothpaste. Natasha Romanoff took the pile of food and glared at Thor. Eat. Thor was overjoyed, took the plate and ate. Natasha Romanoff muttered disdainfully, here's Thor. Thor, who was busy dealing with food, didn't care about this. For Asgardians, eating is a sacred thing. So spicy. As soon as Thor swallowed a piece of meat roll, he felt his throat burning. A smile flashed in Natasha Romanoff's eyes, UBD. So cool. Unexpectedly, Thor became even more energetic and started eating like crazy. Kerrigan, who was sitting in the room, sighed. She stood up and walked to the living room, get him some water. His intestines and stomach can't withstand such torture. Natasha Romanoff stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and ran to pour water. She became more and more relaxed in front of Kerrigan. Thor, who was enjoying his meal, raised his head, what water do you want? I want wine. Only then did he notice Kerrigan and raised his eyebrows, who are you? Come on, bring me a drink. Kerrigan narrowed his eyes, and Thor immediately felt something terrifying staring at him. He was so frightened that he stepped back and fell off the chair. If you want to be the first god to die of diarrhea, drink as much as you can. Kerrigan dropped these words and said to Natasha Romanoff, Jane will be back soon. Let this kid put on clean clothes and come to me again. As you command, Your Majesty. Natasha Romanoff said quickly while holding a glass of water and snickering. After Kerrigan left, Thor asked blankly, who is she? Natasha Romanoff threw the water glass in front of him. Your Majesty. America. Nick Fury looked at the information in front of him in silence. He rubbed his brows, Agent Phil Coulson, I'm afraid you'll have to make a trip. The captain is still adapting to his own strength, so it's not convenient for him to go out. Agent Phil Coulson sitting opposite nodded, I'll leave now. Well, be careful and remember to keep an eye on that hammer. Fury warned. After Agent Phil Coulson left, Fury opened a new piece of information. Asgard. Although he learned from Natasha Romanoff that Kerrigan was the king who could talk to his father, Thor was still a little unconvinced. After all, in his opinion, his father was the Lord of the Nine Realms, and Kerrigan, the pheasant king who emerged from nowhere, could compare. Although this guy is indeed very strong, for the sake of his father, he definitely doesn't dare to do anything to him. Thor wore new clothes and looked at Kerrigan arrogantly. Send me back to Asgard quickly. I want to go back and inherit the throne. Kerrigan glanced at him. Natasha Romanoff, teach him how to talk. Natasha Romanoff, who was standing by, immediately stepped forward and picked Thor up. Thor was extremely surprised and wanted to break free, but found that his hands and feet were imprisoned by some kind of force. He immediately yelled loudly. Hey, let me go. Oh. Natasha Romanoff punched Thor hard on the waist. Natasha Romanoff, be more ladylike, it's too violent. Kerrigan said calmly. Okay, Your Majesty. Natasha Romanoff changed her method of teaching Thor. She used the spiritual power she had just practiced last night, waved her palm, and slapped Thor on the face with an invisible slap. Damn it, I'm Thor of Asgard. Snapped. My father is the god King Odin, and I want my father to kill you. Dia. After a few moments, Thor's face became swollen. Don't fight, don't fight. Thor shouted incoherently. Stop for a moment. Kerrigan said calmly, and Natasha Romanoff stopped immediately. Now, can you speak properly? Thor raised his pig's head. Aren't you afraid of my father's anger if you treat me like this? Natasha Romanoff, continue. Kerrigan said coldly. Jane came over with a smile. Queen, I want to play too. Kerrigan gently raised her chin. Go, but remember that he is an ordinary person now, don't be too harsh. Okay. Jane ran to Natasha Romanoff excitedly, and the two were ready to use the psychic hammer Thor together. Thor quickly shouted, Stop fighting. Stop fighting. The weird power used by this woman just now was already too much for him to bear. Now there is another one, who can withstand it? Your Majesty, please stop your maids. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. I thought Thor would be so strong, but why did he give in after a few seconds? Let him down. Jane curled her lips. This guy gave in before she even took action, which was really disappointing. Thor didn't dare to speak. After being put down, he rubbed his face and sighed. Listen, kid, your father handed you over to me, so now, all your actions in Midgard must obey my command. Kerrigan stood up with one hand on her hips. This is your only chance to return to Asgard. Definitely, you can also choose to give up. Thor raised his head. Why did father send me to Midgard? Kerrigan said calmly, learn how to become a qualified king. Jane Foster was about to go out to find Kerrigan and the others, but found a motorcade approaching from a distance. A man with a very kind face got out of the car and walked towards her. He is polite and affable. Hello, Ms. Jane Foster, I am S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson. We believe that your research involves a security threat, and we want to recall all of your research equipment and data. Hearing this, Foster was stunned for a moment, and then became angry. For a scientist, moving in equipment and data is equivalent to killing them. In fact, these things are more important than life. No, we are just astronomers, how could we be involved in any security threats? And this is Mexico City, not Ami. She tried to stop Phil Coulson, but was directly interrupted by Dr. Eric, who came out after hearing the noise. It is our duty as citizens to cooperate with the investigation, please feel free to do so. Agent Phil Coulson immediately ordered the soldiers to begin moving various facilities in the residence. In order to prevent Foster from causing trouble again, Dr. Eric led everyone to the water tower of the residence. Doctor, how could they do this? Foster didn't understand. Dr. Eric sighed. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not someone to be trifled with. It's best not to deal with them. This is Mexican music. They are so grand, aren't they afraid of causing disputes? Foster was a bit reluctant. Dr. Eric scratched his head. It seems that you are obsessed with astronomy and have completely ignored the ground. To America, Mexico is like the back garden of their own house. Let's not talk about this. I used to know a scientist who studied gamma rays. Ever since I heard that he was related to SHIELD, he disappeared. Stay as far away from those guys as possible. Foster could only watch helplessly as Agent Phil Coulson vacated their residence and the motorcade drove away, raising smoke and dust. The upset Foster sighed, and was still going to go to the town to find the ladies from last night. Chapter 54. King. Thor murmured quietly. Now that I have lost my divine power and become immortal, how can I still be qualified to learn to become a king? It seemed like this kid was badly beaten. Kerrigan said calmly, how can you be sure that you can't regain your divine power? Thor's eyes widened in surprise, But my father has clearly exiled me. But he also lost your hammer to Middelgard. He struggled to get up, are you sure? I don't need to lie to you, but you are not qualified to pick up the hammer now. Kerrigan said coldly. Thor didn't hear this. He only knows that his father has not given up on him yet. Otherwise, why would he send Mjolnir's hammer to Middelgard? Yes, this must be my father testing me. I still have a chance. Thor's expression suddenly became high. I am so familiar with the hammer of Mjolnir that I cannot be more familiar with it. How could I not pick it up? I am Thor, the glory of the northern gods. You don't believe it? It's just right. How about we go and take a look? Kerrigan chuckled. Just go. Thor was confident. Natasha Romanoff and Jane looked at each other and knew that His Majesty was going to trick someone again. Kerrigan was thinking about going out when she suddenly raised her eyebrows. A guest is here, Jane, go and open the door. Yes, Queen. Jane stepped forward and opened the door, and saw Jane Foster, who was about to knock on the door. Foster was stunned, but quickly said with a smile, hello, I'm here to apologize. Jane looked back at Kerrigan, and Kerrigan said softly, invite her in. Foster walked into the room and saw a man with a bruised nose and face rubbing his face, Kerrigan sitting on the sofa, and Natasha Romanoff standing beside him. She couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Who are here? Kerrigan pointed at Thor. He is the guy you bumped into last night, but don't worry, this guy is rough and thick-skinned. He will be fine after a sleep. But the injury on his face, 710. Children are disobedient and need to be taught a lesson. Thor heard this and was about to refute, but was forced back by Natasha Romanoff's eyes. The corner of Foster's mouth twitched. How could such a tall and sturdy man still be a child? Kerrigan stood up. We are going out now. If there is nothing else, please leave. Foster forced a smile. Why is this powerful queen so unkind? She thought for a while and asked, where are you going? I've been working in this town for a long time. How about you let me be your tour guide to apologize? Kerrigan glanced at her strangely. What's going on with this little girl? She even ordered her to be kicked out, and yet she still insisted on following her for nothing. Although Jane Foster and Thor had a relationship in the original plot, Foster also suffered a lot. Moreover, Thor had a lover in Asgard, and he also traveled to the Earth to flirt with women. He was really a scumbag. Now that Thor is in her hands, Kerrigan doesn't want this girl to get involved in this matter. Isn't it good to be an astronomer? The place we are going to is not a good place. It is guarded by SHIELD. Kerrigan said calmly. S.H.I.E.L.D. Then I want to go even more. Foster looked solemn. Foster gritted his teeth. Those bandits took away all the equipment and data in our institute. I must find a way to get it back. Your Majesty, what is S.H.I.E.L.D? Thor asked. His Majesty? Foster heard Thor address Kerrigan and glanced at her in surprise. What kind of person can be called Your Majesty? Natasha Romanoff answers Thor's questions. S.H.I.E.L.D is an agency in America that specializes in managing extraordinary events, and America is one of the most powerful countries in the world. Thor understood. The hammer of Mjolnir is in their hands now. Well, they can't hold the hammer, so they can only temporarily set up a camp to conduct preliminary research. Kerrigan said, Miss Foster, I can take you with me, but you must follow the command. Foster nodded. Everyone immediately set off and drove to S.H.I.E.L.D's temporary location. Along the way, Jane and Foster also chatted. When they found out that each other had Jane in their names, they called them destined. They also have their own opinions on SHIELD. Foster thinks S.H.I.E.L.D is like a band of bandits. Jane thinks that the people of S.H.I.E.L.D are ungrateful. Your Majesty has helped them many times, but they don't want to be grateful. She also thinks that His Majesty's price is too high. Natasha Romanoff, who was driving the car, wanted to speak again and again, but decided not to. Thor was a little silent. He was not sure whether he could pick up the hammer and regain his strength. The motionless Kerrigan suddenly said, There's someone blocking the road ahead. Natasha Romanoff, you know what to do. Yes, Your Majesty. Natasha Romanoff began to slow down the car, and soon everyone saw an outpost. Sorry ma'am, there is a warning zone ahead and no passage is allowed. The sentry said with a smile. Natasha Romanoff glanced at him and took out an ID from her arms. The sentry's expression changed and he immediately ordered to let him go. Miss Natasha Romanoff, what did you just show that sentry? Foster asked confused. Natasha Romanoff threw her ID at any time. Foster took a closer look. S.H.I.E.L.D high-level agent Natasha Romanoff. She was shocked. Aren't you His Majesty's maid? Sister Natasha Romanoff used to work at SHIELD. Now she's hanging out with us. Jane laughed, and S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't dare to take back her ID. Foster nodded slightly and looked at Kerrigan, who was sleeping with her eyes closed. What is the identity of this, Your Majesty? And which country is she the queen of? Foster became extremely interested in Kerrigan. The car stopped at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary location. Agent Phil Carlson, who received the news from the sentry, came out. Long time no see, Tasha. Natasha Romanoff ignored him and got out of the car and opened the door for Kerrigan. Phil Carlson, long time no see. Kerrigan stepped out of the car and said with a smile. Phil Carlson's teeth are a little sore. Why is this guy here too? And S.H.I.E.L.D. has received no news at all. He looked deeply at Natasha Romanoff, smiled and saluted Kerrigan. I didn't expect that I could see His Majesty in such a remote place like BDFG. Kerrigan didn't waste any time. Okay, I came here with no intention of chatting with you. I was entrusted by this kid's father to train him. I brought him here this time for the hammer. Phil Carlson frowned. I wonder how Your Majesty knew the news. I asked his father. Kerrigan pointed to Thor, who was standing aside and looking at the camp curiously. Director Nick Fury should have told you who the owner of that hammer is. Phil Carlson was silent for a moment. Okay, please follow me. Asgard. Loki arrives at Odin's chamber. Father, I have a question. Odin, who was looking at the crystal mirror, said calmly, tell me. I fought against the giants of Jotunheim before. Other Asgardians suffered frostbite after touching the giants of Jotunheim, but my body became almost the same as theirs. What happened? Loki didn't want the answer he came up with from his father. Odin was silent for a moment and then spoke slowly, my child, actually, you are not my biological son. When Odin told everything about that year, Loki looked gloomy. Odin also felt sorry for the child and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. In fact, over the years, I have regarded you as my biological son. You, like Thor, are qualified to inherit the throne of Asgard. Unexpectedly, Loki exploded instantly. No, my appearance is a mistake, a lie. Put away your hypocritical attitude. You never thought of letting me become the king of Asgard. Growing up, you always favored your brother, and I, a foreigner, will never inherit the throne. Odin was so angry at Loki's words that he trembled all over and slowly fell down in anger. Loki panicked now. He rushed up to check on Odin. An invisible force prevented his divine powers from exploring. Odin sleep. Loki frowned. The divine power of an Asgardian is proportional to age. When the divine power reaches a certain level, it is necessary to adjust the divine power in the body through sleep. However, Odin's power is too powerful and will be adjusted through Odin's sleep at certain intervals. Itself. Odin's sleep has been getting longer and longer in recent years, otherwise Odin wouldn't have started choosing a successor between him and Thor. He sighed and quickly called the palace guards to escort Odin back to a safe place to sleep. Loki was so distraught that he could only go to his own bedroom first. But he didn't know that Odin, who had just been sent to his deep sleep, slowly opened his eyes again. Queen Frigga walked up to him and said sadly, is it really okay for us to do this? Odin looked at the magnificent ceiling with one eye. In order to allow Thor to grow up as soon as possible, in order to prevent the twilight of the gods, we can only do this. But Loki. This is all destiny. Go ahead, God Queen, and let Loki take charge. With that, Odin closed his eyes again. Frigga sighed helplessly and came to Loki's palace. After seeing the god, Loki asked excitedly, Mother, how is father now? When will he wake up? Frigga sighed, I don't know about this. In the past, when the god king entered Odin's sleep, we would all be prepared, but this time he entered Odin's sleep in advance, and we were not prepared at all. Loki was silent. He spoke again, then Mother, why do you hide my true life experience from me? Frigga stroked her adopted son's hair, the god king doesn't want you to feel that you are different from others, but we all really regard you as our biological son. Loki sighed. Frigga calmed down, now that the god king is sleeping and Thor has been exiled, Asgard cannot be without a king for a day. You can only shoulder this burden. Loki's eyes widened in surprise, me. My father still approves of me in his heart. Loki was overcome with excitement. He shouted loudly, Mother, please believe me, I will definitely take good care of Asgard. Frigga gave Odin's scepter, the eternal spear, to Loki and temporarily handed the throne to Loki, who became the legal acting king of Asgard. Loki sat on the throne, feeling extremely excited, but he also thought of his brother who was training in Midgard. I'm sorry, brother, I can't let you block my path to becoming king. Chapter 55. In a tavern in Asgard, Several tall young men and women were drinking to soothe their sorrows. You said that the God King is so good, why did he banish His Highness Thor? Yes, His Highness Thor obviously did nothing wrong. Several people were chattering, especially the woman in the middle, who grabbed the wine glass and drank hard. Sif, stop drinking. One of them grabbed Sif's glass, we have to do something. Sif was even more depressed because she was not only Thor's comrade in arms, but also his lover and fiancé. Is there anything you can do? How about we petition the God King? Give it a try, although there's little hope. Everyone was discussing in a hurry. Sif slapped his hand on the table, let's go now, let's petition the God King now. However, when everyone came to the throne, what they saw was Loki holding the eternal spear. Father entered the sleep of Odin, and now, I am the king of Asgard. Looking down at the crowd, Loki felt a little proud. Your Highness Loki. Sif shouted eagerly. Loki's eyes narrowed, and Sif realized that he had made a mistake. Although Loki was only the temporary king, he could not be called His Highness. God King, please allow us to go to Midgard and bring back your brother. 407 Sif's brother said solemnly. He expected to hear Loki's words of permission, because the relationship between the two brothers Loki and Thor was very good. However, no, I refuse. Loki's voice became serious, it was my father's idea to banish him. I am not qualified to cancel my father's order. Also, no one can search for Thor. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. But Sif was unwilling to give in. She had other plans in mind. This is it. Agent Phil Coulson pointed to the hammer in the pile of dirt in front of him and said, we tried various methods but couldn't pick it up. Other agents in the camp also came over, and Hawkeye bowed to Kerrigan and others. Thor smiled disdainfully, then definitely, this hammer belongs to its owner. He stepped forward and was about to pick up the hammer triumphantly. Hey. Huh? Why can't you pick it up? Thor looked at the eyes of the people around him and grinned, wait a minute, I didn't use my strength just now. He worked hard with both hands again, but the hammer didn't move at all. There were murmurs among the crowd. Kerrigan watched with interest as Thor pulled the carrots there. Bang. Thor's hand slipped and he flew out. Agent Phil Coulson shrugged, looks like he can't. That hammer was sealed by his father. Only if this boy meets his needs can he take it? Kerrigan said calmly. For the time being, this young man who may be Thor can't move the hammer? Then let's keep the hammer under our S.H.I.E.L.D's care. Phil Coulson said with a smile. Kerrigan glanced at him, do you think that's possible? After saying that, Kerrigan stepped forward and picked up the hammer. What is going on? It's impossible, God, how did she do it? The S.H.I.E.L.D agents were shocked, and Jane, Natasha Romanoff, and Foster were also puzzled. The most surprising thing is Thor. He pointed at Kerrigan, his mouth wide open, completely unable to believe his eyes. Phil Coulson frowned, Your Majesty, is it against the rules for you to do this? This hammer doesn't belong to SHIELD. I'm just keeping it temporarily for its owner, and the owner is sitting right there. What's the problem? Phil Coulson was speechless. It was really uncomfortable to feel like he couldn't beat him again and again, and he couldn't get anywhere even if he tried to mess around. But this hammer threatens the safety of the Earth. Agent Phil Coulson gritted his teeth and forced out an excuse that was not a reason. Kerrigan glanced at him sideways, isn't that right? If I hold it, it won't threaten the security of the Earth. Kerrigan looked at Thor and said, how long are you going to sit and rest? Go back. Thor stood up quickly and reached out to touch the hammer. Natasha Romanoff rushed forward and glared at him, and Thor could only retract his hand angrily. Kerrigan raised an eyebrow, by the way, Jane, did you bring your camera? Jane took out the camera from her arms, definitely, Queen, what do you want to do? Kerrigan smiled and said, this is a weapon of the gods. It will be out of print in the future. Let's take a group photo. Your Majesty, what do you mean by out of print? Thor asked doubtfully. Kerrigan smiled mysteriously, you will know later, stand on the side and take a photo together. What the hell is Your Majesty doing? Phil Coulson was full of questions, but he didn't dare to ask. He could only watch Kerrigan pulling everyone to pose together. The S.H.I.E.L.D agents couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This place has become a tourist attraction. Phil Coulson, are you interested in joining us? Even though you are from SHIELD, I'm afraid you can't take pictures with this artifact, right? Kerrigan extended the invitation. Do I have a part too? Phil Coulson looked confused. Just do it if His Majesty asks you to do it, stop talking nonsense. Natasha Romanoff pulled him over. Jane was about to set up automatic photography when Kerrigan pointed to Hawkeye over there, the one with the bow. Yes, that's you, come here and take pictures for us. Hawkeye's mouth twitched, but he still complied with her request, holding the camera and pressing the shutter. I also want to take a photo with this artifact. Hawkeye looked at Phil Coulson a little aggrievedly. See you later. After taking the photo and saying these words, Kerrigan led everyone to leave. She seemed to remember something, pointed at Jane Foster and said, "Give their things back." Phil Coulson was about to retort, but seeing the look in Kerrigan's eyes, he quickly agreed. After Kerrigan and others left, Phil Coulson raised the phone bitterly. "Sir, something went wrong." After receiving the news, Nico Fury cursed Ms. Falk, but he had no choice but to admit it. However, he ordered Phil Coulson and others not to evacuate yet, and then look at the situation to see the consequences. On the way back, Foster thanked Kerrigan repeatedly. Kerrigan could be said to have saved her research life. Kerrigan said calmly, "You should not be involved in this in the first place." Thor hesitated to speak, but Jane had no worries. "Queen, didn't you say that this hammer was sealed by the God King? How could you pick it up so easily?" Kerrigan waved the hammer casually. "It's easy to pick up the hammer, as long as the God King approves it, it can be regarded as a trusteeship." Thor on the side breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his father had given permission. Otherwise, if everyone could pick up his own hammer, where would he put his face? Kerrigan glanced at him without leaving any trace, letting the silly boy save some face. However, at night, Jane felt itchy looking at the hammer, and asked Kerrigan to help her get permission from the God King. Kerrigan chuckled and said, "Actually, I just wanted to save some face for that kid. As long as the power in the hammer is not activated, anyone with a pure heart and a strong will can pick it up." Jane is dumbfounded. Is it so simple? Any spiritual practitioner can pick it up as long as he keeps his mind steady? Kerrigan casually threw the hammer to Jane. Jane was startled, but the hammer in her hand was light and airy. She was happily swinging the hammer around, and Natasha Romanoff was also playing with her like crazy. Suddenly there was a plop outside the door. Natasha Romanoff was stunned, opened the door and saw that Thor's eyes were blank and he fell to the ground. "Your Majesty, you said you want to teach me how to become a king. What should I do?" After seeing Kerrigan's strength, Thor became very well behaved. There is nothing wrong with giving in front of such a strong person. Kerrigan, who was tasting snacks, glanced at him. "As a king, you should be considerate of the people and know their sufferings. You go to work now to make money to pay for your food and clothing these days, understand?" Thor was dumbfounded. He's a dignified Thor, and he's gone to work? How is this okay? I will never do those despicable things. Dirty. Kerrigan's voice was a little cold. "You have no idea how your subjects are living. How can you lead them to live a better life? If you stay high for too long, your subjects will abandon you. Natasha Romanoff, tell this kid to find a sandbag at the construction site. His muscles are perfect for hard work. If he dares to disobey, don't hold back." Natasha Romanoff readily agreed. Thor was panicking now when he saw Natasha Romanoff's smiling face. This woman was too cruel. Now his mortal body is really no match for her. He could only accept Kerrigan's conditions bitterly and work to make money. "Queen, will Thor's father be angry if we treat him like this?" Jane asked carefully. Kerrigan chuckled and said, "Angry? Nothing can be done without cutting it. His father doted on this kid too much before, and now he can only make amends. Don't worry, as long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you want." Jane was horrified. She looked at Thor's back and secretly thought she could only wish you good luck. Thor is quite serious about his work. I have indeed made some progress these days. Not only has I become much more tactful in my dealings with others, but I have also learned to cook and wash clothes. Jane Foster was really shocked when she saw Thor in an apron cooking. Is this still the grumpy guy she saw before? 1.3 Speaking of which, Foster always runs to Kerrigan these days when he has nothing to do. Although she said it to express her gratitude, Kerrigan could tell that the girl was looking at him more and more wrongly. Take it one step at a time. Kerrigan sighed slightly. Should we arrange another maid? Jane walked to Kerrigan's room bored. Queen, the wind and sand here are so strong. After taking a shower and walking around for a while, you will be covered in ashes. If you reach the third level of psychic power, you don't have to be afraid of these external factors. Kerrigan laughed. Foster, who was sitting aside, couldn't help but ask, psychic power, is it super ability? You think so, that is. Kerrigan stood up. I'm a little tired. Jane, call Natasha Romanoff, let's go to the hot springs. Jane and Foster stood up together. Queen, there are no hot springs in this town. Your Majesty, where is the hot spring you mentioned? Kerrigan was stunned. She forgot which Jane it was. Forget it, let's just go together. Kerrigan chuckled and said, if I say yes, then there will be. Go, Thor, come here. After a tiring day, Thor came to Kerrigan with doubts. "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" Natasha Romanoff threw him a shovel and pointed to the backyard of the room. "Your Majesty is ordered to dig a hot spring." Chapter 56. What? Thor opened his eyes wide. "I am Thor, you asked me to dig a hot spring for you." Kerrigan, who was sitting on the sofa, picked up the hammer at her feet and threw it up and down. Thor's mouth twitched. "I'll do it right away." Kerrigan looked at his back and said coldly, "Thor, there is an ancient civilization in the Far East. They have a proverb: when heaven is about to entrust a great task to a person here, he must first work hard and work hard for it. The muscles and bones are hungry, the body is empty, and the actions are messed up. Therefore, if you are tempted to endure, you will benefit from what you can't do. I hope you can remember this sentence." Thor listened to Kerrigan's strange proverb, could only remember it in his heart, and began to dig the hot springs. Thor brand coolly, "Everyone who has used it says it is good." Although Thor has now lost his divine power, his physical body is still far more powerful than humans. In just half an hour, Thor dug a pit dozens of meters wide and about 1 meter deep in the yard. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Your Majesty, is this okay?" Kerrigan nodded with satisfaction. "That's right, go down and rest." Thor nodded and was about to leave when he heard Jane ask curiously, "Queen, what should we do next? Is this just a pit?" "Jane, Natasha Romanoff, although you two have learned psychic powers, your progress is not obvious. Especially Jane, who has been studying with me for so long, has not yet touched the threshold of second-level psychic powers." Kerrigan walked to the pit and held out a finger. Jane lowered her head in shame. She really didn't work hard in this regard. After all, her own mutant spider ability was also very strong. "I told you that psychic energy is the transformation of the power of the mind into reality. As the saying goes, all your wishes come true." Kerrigan pointed her finger in the air. 13 Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the mounds of soil that Thor dug out and put aside condensed into entities and turned into bricks. Kerrigan turned her fingers into palms, and with a flick of her hand, the bricks flew up, stuck to the walls of the pit, and then solidified. Then, a burst of flames burst out from the pit. Everyone was startled. Jane and Natasha Romanoff quickly jumped over. "Your Majesty, danger." Kerrigan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, this is just me using my spiritual energy to draw the natural gas from the underground to burn, and it will be extinguished later." Kerrigan put her hands behind her back and looked at the blazing flames in front of her. "Psychic energy will become stronger with the strength of the mind. Only by firm belief can you be invincible." The air movement caused by the fire blew Kerrigan's hair and illuminated her face. Foster, who was standing behind her, looked at Kerrigan, who remained calm in the face of the flames, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. With the flames, the adobe bricks began to change, becoming more solid. "Went out. Rise." Kerrigan raised his hand, and a clear spring gushes out from the center of the pit. She actually used her psychic powers to introduce underground water into this pit. Thick steam spurted out, but Kerrigan waved it away. Jane and Natasha Romanoff looked at Kerrigan as if they were seeing the creator. "Your Majesty, are you really not a god?" Thor asked in surprise. This kind of manipulation of ability is so outrageous that Thor can't imagine that power can be used in this way. You know, all he knows how to do is hit it with a hammer. Even his father may not be able to control it so accurately. "I am a king, not a god." Kerrigan said calmly, "Go and rest, you have nothing to do here." Thor scratched his head and turned to leave. Jane and Natasha Romanoff looked at Kerrigan with longing. Kerrigan raised an eyebrow and said, "Change my clothes." "As you command." The two immediately changed her clothes. Foster looked at Kerrigan's back, her face a little red, but for some reason she just wanted to see it. Jiang held up her sleeves and tested the water temperature with her white and tender hands. It was just right. Kerrigan walked into the hot spring she built, placing her hands casually on the edge. The warm water soaked all over her body, making her feel somewhat comfortable. Sure enough, bathing in hot springs is the most comfortable. Natasha Romanoff diligently brought a pot of wine, and Jane walked into the hot spring wrapped in a bath towel and began to gently rub Kerrigan's body. Kerrigan glanced at Foster, who was blushing. "Aren't you coming with us?" Ah, here it comes." Foster quickly took off his baggage, wrapped himself in a bath towel and walked into the hot spring. Natasha Romanoff poured her a glass of wine, which Foster drank in one gulp. Then he puffed out his tongue and said, "It's so spicy." Kerrigan couldn't help but laugh. "This is not red wine, this is white wine. I guess you have never drank it, how dare you take a sip?" Foster lowered his head in embarrassment and buried his head in the hot spring to blow bubbles. Jane helped Kerrigan tan her face. Maybe because of the hot springs, her face was getting redder and redder. Looking at the generous Kerrigan, Jane's eyes were a little intoxicated. As soon as Kerrigan picked up a glass of wine, Jane reached out and took it away. She smiled and said, "Queen, actually, there is another way to drink this wine." Kerrigan raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh? Tell me." But she saw Jane drinking down the wine in one gulp and suddenly approaching her. Natasha Romanoff and Foster looked at the scene in surprise. This is too exciting. But Kerrigan and Jane had no other ideas. The sound made by the two of them was very small. At most, it seemed like someone was sighing in front of the open window, admiring the distant twilight in April. "My little kitten, you are playing with fire," Kerrigan whispered after tasting the wine. Perhaps due to the temperature, her skin was slightly red, and her face was also flushed, making her look even more beautiful. "Queen, as your maid, I have not yet fulfilled my duties as a maid to you." The blush on Jane's face increased. Kerrigan only felt that every wisp of air brought by Jane's breath was full of sweetness and fragrance. The red color that is close at hand is like a mango bearing fruit for the first time. Even though it is green, it cannot hide the sweetness in the center. Jane felt that when she served the queen, she felt like she was tasting lotus flowers. The dragonfly touches the water like a breeze. Natasha Romanoff and Foster looked red in the face. Foster, this little girl, shyly hid in the water. Natasha Romanoff gritted her teeth, stood up and walked towards the two wild rice bodies. Kerrigan smiled sweetly and put his arms around her neck. The laughter gradually became weak, leaving only the breathing of different frequencies, echoing in the night sky, unable to subside for a long time. After admiring the beauty of the night with the maid, Carrie stood up happily and prepared to get dressed. Unexpectedly, that unique touch pounced directly on her back. "His Majesty," Foster said with misty eyes. "Miss Foster, this matter has nothing to do with you." Kerrigan chuckled, "They are my maids." Foster gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, can I be your maid?" Kerrigan held her face up and looked at her legs that were tightly clamped due to the surge of dopamine. "When you are my maid, you will never be the astronomer who can be peaceful again. No matter how vast and magnificent the sky is, it cannot compare to the beauty that can be seen around you." Foster took a deep breath and said, "Ha, that's a good point." Kerrigan chuckled, held Foster's face, held her slender waist, and leaned over. Refreshed, Kerrigan returned to her room. Relaxed. She said to herself, "It seems that I suppressed myself too much before, and it feels good to release it appropriately." She clearly felt that her application of psychic energy had vaguely progressed further. A clear mind is also a prerequisite for spiritual improvement. Kerrigan has another maid. However, this did not bring any disturbance to their lives. Tasting fine wine has become the first thing Kerrigan and the others do when they soak in the hot springs every day. The miserable Thor was forced to buy wine by Jane with a grimace on his face. This guy was good at drinking wine and his taste in wine was quite good. However, Kerrigan ordered him to abstain from alcohol. This kind of life was unbearable for Thor. On this day, he took the red wine he had just bought and said, "Your Majesty, please, let me take a sip." "Jane, go get the corkscrew." Kerrigan was too lazy to do anything. She glanced at Thor and said, "Have you really made any progress these days?" "Why haven't I made any progress? I work so hard to make money." Thor's eyes widened. "Working hard and sighing all day long." Kerrigan said calmly, "Some people say that in order to be a general, you must first heal your heart. If Mount Tai collapses in front but does not change his appearance, and when an elk rises to the left but does not blink his eyes, then you can control your interests and wait for the enemy. Likewise, to be a king the same is true, whether it is difficulties or opportunities, the king must have the strongest mentality to face it, otherwise how can you shoulder the heavy throne?" Thor's eyes widened, somewhat confused. Seeing this, Kerrigan sighed, "Thor, do you really understand what a king is? Isn't the king just like his father, sitting on the throne and giving orders?" Thor asked. "The education of Asgard's heirs really failed." Kerrigan glanced at him, "Your father suffered a lot for that throne, but you think he only needs to give orders? Natasha Romanoff, give him a foreman position at a nearby construction site and let him know what a leader is. Thor, if you can stand out on your own at the construction site, you can drink." Thor was dumbfounded. He just wanted to ask for a drink, but why did his burden become heavier for no reason? But now that Kerrigan had given the order, he had no choice but to accept it. After Thor left, Jane picked up the red wine and prepared to open it. However, the diameter of the bottle opener is a bit wrong. Kerrigan casually picked up the wonderful hammer beside her. "Use the hammer handle to unscrew." "Your Majesty, can this thing also be used as a bottle opener?" Natasha Romanoff asked in surprise. "It works pretty well, you can try it." Kerrigan waved her hand, "Let's go to the hot springs." The three girls smiled and opened the red wine with hammers. After changing their clothes, they followed Kerrigan to the swimming pool. "Cheers." This wine is not bad. I'll use this hammer to open wine next time. In the side room, Thor felt sad as he listened to the chatter and laughter in the distance. Mjolnir, you are so miserable. Chapter 57. At the construction site, Thor, wearing a safety helmet, completed the inspection and was extremely satisfied. Although I was in a hurry at first and didn't understand anything, I was even told a few things by my workers. But it was Thor who picked up on it quickly after all. In just 1 week, he completely subdued more than a dozen of his workers, and the progress of the project was greatly improved. For this, Thor also received an award from the construction company. Well done, look forward to your promotion and salary increase. The manager patted Thor on the shoulder and handed Thor a wad of money as a bonus. Thor happily put away the bonus. Although Thor had received countless praises and honors in Asgard, in this small construction site, Thor felt that this kind of commendation made him even more happy. But he also has some doubts. He doesn't know why he feels more happy when receiving awards from mortals. For this reason, he raised questions to Kerrigan after get off work. Your Majesty, I was admired by everyone in Asgard before, but why am I more happy with the respect shown by others in Midgard? Kerrigan, who was sitting opposite, nodded slightly. You can raise this question. It seems that you have made great progress. Thor, before in Asgard, you were the son of the God King. Thor, what did people say when they respected you? Thor thought for a moment. Most people in Asgard praise me as worthy of being the son of the God King, and I have not insulted my father's bloodline. Yes, they praise you, maybe because of your outstanding military exploits, but more importantly, they praise you for your father's sake. Kerrigan chuckled and said, on Earth, people here don't know your identity. You are not the son of the God King, nor a high-ranking god. They praise you because they are completely conquered by your ability. Although it is also a compliment, but it's completely different. Thor suddenly understood. He leaned down and said sincerely, thank you for your teaching, Your Majesty. Kerrigan asked again, what else have you learned about your work these days? Thor looked embarrassed. I finally understand my father's hard work. Although I only have a dozen people under my command now, there are too many troubles. Most of the workers here are locals. Many of them have developed the bad habit of taking hallucinogenic drugs. They do not work seriously. Absence from work every 3 days is common. Occasionally, they steal building materials and sell them privately. Thor expressed his bitterness. In order to solve these troubles, I had to do it myself at first, and used my own wages to subsidize these people so that they could concentrate on their work, and then I reluctantly made everyone listen to me. In fact, the work is not hard, and the amount of work it's not much. If we work together, we will get results soon. It's so troublesome to manage more than a dozen people. I can't imagine how much pressure my father must be under. You're right. Kerrigan stood up and said, the throne and crown are as heavy as 1,000 pieces. She smiled and said, I have also read you many books about human emperors on Earth these days. What do you think? Thor scratched his head. Most emperors are unqualified. They either perish for selfish desires or are cruel and unkind. Only a small number of emperors can achieve great achievements. Then what do these emperors who established great achievements have in common? I have analyzed that most of these emperors were the founding emperors, because they had extremely strong prestige and could effectively implement their governing ideas. And those emperors who inherited the throne and made achievements were mostly based on their predecessors. Kerrigan shook her head. The former is right, but the latter is wrong. To the appearance of those successors. Kerrigan said with her hands behind her back, the king must be as vigilant as facing an abyss and as vigilant as walking on thin ice. Those successors only conquered the world after they were cautious and accumulated strength. Your Majesty, I think what you are saying is wrong. Thor retorted, if the king of the world is not to expand the territory or make achievements, but to be cautious and walk on thin ice, then this king might as well be changed to the word forbearance. Kerrigan nodded with satisfaction. Thor, you have lofty ambitions, which is a good thing, but you are not your father. The giants of Jotunheim are eager to take back their glory. And your brother Loki is also coveting the throne. Now you go back to inherit the throne. If you still act like before, I am afraid that the only outcome will be the annihilation of the country. Thor laughed. No, Loki is my brother, he will not harm me, and the giants of Jotunheim are no match for Asgard. Naive guy. Kerrigan's eyes became dull. Everyone has their own thoughts. As a king, you should be more vigilant than others. Because you don't know if someone will want to overthrow you and replace you, even if he is your brother. Royal power has no family ties. Kerrigan tore away the last disguise. I heard from your father that during your coronation ceremony, a group of giants of Jotunheim broke into your father's treasury and tried to take away their artifact, the casket of ancient wonders, right? Your Majesty, do you also know? There is such a thing, But my father has arranged for the destroyer armor to kill them all. But your coronation was also ruined. Kerrigan sneered. Thor, as far as I know, the teleportation between Jotunheim and Asgard where the giants of Jotunheim live can only be done through Bifrost, and how many people can open Bifrost? Thor was shocked. Bifrost is Asgard's only way to the outside world, and only Asgardian Heimdall and members of the royal family have the authority to activate it. Heimdall is a legendary figure who is loyal to the royal family, and there is no reason for him to do this. Father and mother have no reason to ruin their coronation ceremony. So. No, this is impossible. Loki is my brother, he will never betray me. Thor jumped up, holding his head and shouting. Naive, thank you for showing me so much imperial history. Are there many examples of brothers fighting for the throne? Kerrigan said seriously, I tell you Thor, only the most ruthless can wear that crown and secure that position. A place of deep sleep. Surrounded by light, Odin fell asleep quietly. However, the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be hidden. Thor, grow up as soon as possible. It seems that Queen Kerrigan is indeed a qualified king. The so-called king is not a ruthless person. But I seem to have protected Thor too well. No, I have to wake up Loki, otherwise there will be no place for my old face. He quietly opened the crystal mirror for Loki. Come, Queen Kerrigan, let's see if the king you trained can defeat his brother. Odin fell asleep again, satisfied. On the throne of the god king of Asgard, Loki was holding the power and looking at it happily. This feeling of being in control of everything is exactly what he is pursuing. The throne is mine. Brother, I won. Loki thought proudly. But we can't take it lightly after all, my father gave me the hammer as well. Loki thought for a moment and decided to see what Thor was doing. I remember that my father owned a crystal mirror that could specifically view what was happening in the 9 realms. Loki asked Frigga for the crystal mirror again. When he saw Thor wearing a weird hat and a suit and wearing a suit and leather boots directing people to work, he smiled and said, Thor is doing well. However, the more he looked, the more serious his expression became. Thor in the mirror looks majestic and unsmiling, and the people around him admire him extremely. Looks more and more like God King Odin. No, what happened? Thor is just a mortal now, but he is not frustrated or depressed. No, I will never hand over the throne to you. I will not lose. Veins bulged in Loki's hand as he held scepter. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of his sleeping place, secretly making a decision in his heart. Lord Heimdall, please send us to Midgard, we are going to find His Highness Thor. Sif led everyone to kneel in front of Heimdall and whispered. Without the order of the God King, Bifrost will never be activated. Heimdall said solemnly. Sif has a headache, this Heimdall is really unkind at all. These days, she and her comrades often come to give Heimdall wine and food, just asking him to be accommodating, but this guy accepts all the gifts as ordered, but still refuses to let him go. Shameless. Bifrost is sacrosanct, go back. Heimdall is preparing to take action and drive everyone away. A voice came to my ear. Send them off. Heimdall was stunned and whispered, God King, is this really good? It doesn't matter. Wang Zhao's voice dispersed, and Heimdall took a deep breath, I will open Bifrost for you right now. Sif and others were stunned, then overjoyed. Loki held the scepter in his hands, thinking a lot in his mind. Do you really want to do that? At this time, he saw the light when Bifrost was turned on. In an instant, Loki's face turned livid. Heimdall would never dare to open Bifrost privately. Father, you forced me to do this. Loki squeezed out a few words from his mouth and came to Bifrost's side. Asgardian Heimdall, why did you activate Bifrost without my order? But Heimdall looked at him deeply, knelt down on one knee, took off his Asgardian helmet, and put it aside. God King, my subordinates are not doing well in guarding Bifrost. Please punish me. Loki was furious, but he couldn't do too much to Heimdall. Heimdall had guarded Bifrost for countless years, with hard work and no credit. He had a great reputation in Asgard. If he dealt with it rashly, he would only make people dissatisfied with the roadbed. Loki forced out a sentence. Then you will be punished to guard the kingdom of the dead. Heimdall said calmly, I obey, God King. Loki looked at his leaving figure, feeling more and more resentful in his heart. He looked at Bifrost with growing displeasure. Thor, don't even think about coming back. Chapter 58. See you tomorrow, manager. Goodbye, manager. After get off work, the workers walked out of the construction site in 2s and 3s and said hello to Thor. Thor said goodbye to everyone with a smile, then locked the door and turned to leave. He put away his smile and his eyes became a little cold. These people have basically obeyed my orders completely. Even the foreman who took my position no longer dared to PK in front of me. Your Majesty is indeed right. As a leader, you must have grace, but you must never lose your authority. After Thor was promoted to the manager of the construction site, several foremen at the construction site jointly tried to make him lose face. Fortunately, Thor now knows that if you want others to listen to you, the first thing you have to do is to establish your authority. He severely dealt with the people who were leading the troublemakers, served as a warning to the monkeys, and solved many problems in workers' lives. With both kindness and power, he quickly took control of the construction site. However, he still cannot agree with Kerrigan's statement that the king must be a wolf. He still hadn't made up his mind to really deal with Loki. Let's get recognition first and then get back the divine power. Thor sighed slightly. Just as he was about to drive back to the hotel, he saw colorful lights suddenly light up in the sky. That's the light when Bifrost is turned on. Thor looked shocked and immediately rushed in the direction of Bifrost. Inside the hotel, Kerrigan glanced at the light in the sky and called Natasha Romanoff, "Go prepare food for 4 people and book 4 rooms." Natasha Romanoff nodded and went to do it immediately. After the light disappeared, Sif and others appeared on the ground. This is Midgard. The environment is terrible. The air quality is far worse than Asgard. Everyone was talking about the Earth's environment, and then they saw a strange iron box approaching quickly in the distance. Everyone was shocked and immediately prepared for battle. However, the iron box stopped not far from their 003, and a man in a suit and ties walked out. "Hey, long time no see. Report, that strange light appears in the sky again." The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents guarding the town soon discovered something unusual in the sky. They immediately went to investigate. However, this time they found nothing. Phil Coulson thought for a long time and planned to send someone to stay behind while he went to Kerrigan to ask what was going on. That His Majesty can communicate with the God King, so he might know something. However, as soon as he arrived at the hotel where Kerrigan was staying, a sentence came to his mind: "Go back, this matter has nothing to do with you." Phil Coulson is not surprised either. He is friends with Tony and knows some psychic abilities. "Your Majesty, the Shenju Bureau has the authority. When I say it has nothing to do with you, it means it has nothing to do with you." A breeze blew by, and Phil Coulson retreated dozens of meters away. Phil Coulson was surprised, but immediately apologized and left. After receiving the news, Nick Fury thought about it and asked Phil Coulson and the others to keep an eye on him first. Now he doesn't dare to do anything to the Zerg tribe, let alone the middle tribe in the circle. In the hotel, Thor was introducing his comrades to Kerrigan. At first, Sif was a little wary of Kerrigan, but after hearing Thor say that Kerrigan was a king with the same status as the god King Odin, he immediately knelt down and apologized. "This vision is really good." Kerrigan was satisfied. Sif's brother asked hesitantly, "Your Majesty, why do you want to live in such a mediocre house? You must know that the palaces where our god King lives are all magnificent." Kerrigan picked up the wine glass and was not angry. These Asgardians saw it too one-sided. "BDBB. You are all warriors who revere the god King and Thor. Then tell me, do you revere the god King because he is the god King and lives in a luxurious palace, or because he has established great achievements?" Sif loudly said, "It is definitely the great achievement of worshipping the god King." Kerrigan chuckled and said, "If the god King also lived in this kind of house, would you still respect him? How could a house interfere with our reverence for the god King?" So, Kerrigan motioned to Foster to pour him wine. "External factors will not affect the worship in your hearts, because you know why you worship him, and those luxurious decorations are just embellishments of the king." Thor on the side nodded repeatedly. "Okay, Thor, I'll leave it to you to receive your comrades. You haven't seen each other for a long time. You must have a lot to talk about." After drinking a few glasses of wine, Kerrigan CU left with a faint smile. These soy sauce people are not worthy of her attention. "Your Highness, what are you doing in Midgard?" As soon as Kerrigan left, Sif approached Thor and asked. "I work and study here and have a pretty good life." Thor touched Sif's hair. "Why did you come to Midgard?" Sif was silent for a moment. "The god King has entered Odin's sleep, and your brother, His Highness Loki, is temporarily commanding Asgard. We would like to invite you back." Sif originally thought that Thor would leave with them without saying a word, but Thor shook his head repeatedly. "My studies are not over yet. Your Highness. You have only seen the surface. Although Loki is sitting on the throne, who does he have in Asgard to support him?" Thor shook his finger proudly. "Heimdall will send you to Earth, oh, Midgard, which means that he does not support Loki. Who does Heimdall represent?" Everyone was shocked. Heimdall could only represent one person. "Even my father doesn't support him. My poor brother is being used as a whetstone for me by his father and he doesn't even know it." Perhaps because he drank too much, Thor started talking nonsense. Sif and others lowered their heads, pretending that they were deaf and mute. After sobering up early the next morning, Thor asked everyone again, Did I say something wrong last night? Sif had quick eyesight and quick hands, and said before anyone else could speak, Your Highness, you just said you wanted to go home, and you also said you learned a lot on Earth. Thor looked at her deeply. In the next period of time, you will study hard with me on Earth first. Later I will take you to visit the town and where I work. As you command. Everyone quickly agreed. After Thor left, everyone was sweating profusely. Sif trembled and looked next door. What did that queen teach His Highness Thor? Keep your voice down. Sif's brother covered her mouth. There was silence in the room. In the following days, the 4 Sifs became workers at the Thor construction site. Sif had better luck and became Thor's secretary. Her brothers and others were brick movers. But this kind of strenuous work is trivial to them. It's just that Thor doesn't pay wages to the 4 of them. When Kerrigan asked Thor vowed, it doesn't matter, they all respect me as their master, and the currency of the earth is of no use to them. Madness. Kerrigan said coldly, uselessness and failure to give are 2 different things. Only a king with clear rewards and punishments can be recognized by his subordinates. You are very courteous to your workers, so why are you so cold to your real workers? But your majesty. Don't say nonsense like they all listen to you. The so-called loyalty is just because the price of betrayal is not big enough. Let me ask you, if Loki comes to Earth now, let Sif be the queen of the gods and let the other 3 people in Asgard if you hold an important position, do you think they will betray you? Kerrigan stared at Thor seriously. Thor's heart sank. No, I don't know either. Your men came to you, maybe because they admire you, but why do they keep trying to persuade you to return to Asgard to inherit the throne? Kerrigan sneered, it's very simple. They are your friends to begin with. After helping you ascend to the throne, they will also have merit and will be reused. The merit of Chongjunyang is a huge credit. Perhaps Sif really loves you and wants you to ascend the throne, but the other 3 may not have such plans, so you have to completely convince them. Thor's mouth was a little dry. Kerrigan dropped the last word. No one can trust a king. You can only take it if I allow you to take it. Asgard. With a flash of light, Loki used Bifrost and returned. He sighed. This feels really weird. Just now, he reached a cooperation agreement with Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim. Although he felt that this approach was sorry for Asgard, Loki did it anyway. He returned to the throne and took out the crystal mirror to check Thor's condition. When he saw the 4 people following Thor, Pagey sneered, want to help him come back? Then let's die together. Loki directly activated the control authority of the destroyer armor in the scepter. The destroyer armor is made of Asgard's URU metal material. It is nearly indestructible and can destroy all known matter on its own. In essence, the destroyer armor is an armored robot that can be controlled autonomously or controlled by humans, and can only be used by the God King. Following his command, the destroyer armor stepped onto the Bifrost. Not long after, that strange light appeared again in the sky of the town. Agent Phil Coulson immediately led his troops to guard near the light, preparing to see what the hell was going on this time. Kerrigan saw the light and thought for a moment. Natasha Romanoff, ask Thor to come back. I have something to ask him. Natasha Romanoff took the order and left. Kerrigan looked at the hammer at her feet and said calmly, Odin, if you feel satisfied, give this power to Thor later. The hammer lit up slightly with a flash of lightning. Old guy, he looks like he's pretending to be sleeping. Kerrigan ignored the hammer. Soon, the light in the sky disappeared. A tall figure appeared on the ground. Agent Phil Coulson led everyone to look at the figure curiously. Is this Mr. Tony Stark's new suit? Who knows? Although the relationship with him has eased, the kid didn't tell us anything. Agent Phil Coulson shrugged and walked towards the suit. Chapter 59. Tony, is that you? Agent Phil Coulson approaches the destroyer suit and tries to touch it. Buzz. The destroyer armor's eyes glowed red, startling Phil Coulson. He's not Tony. Retreat quickly. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents ran away frantically crying. On the other side, Kerrigan stood in front of Thor holding a hammer. Thor, Loki has sent the destroyer War A to deal with you. Thor was startled, but then breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? Sure enough, he made the first move. Kerrigan smiled and said, what are you going to do? Before Thor could answer, Sif and others stood up. Your Highness, let us stop the destroyer armor. You haven't gotten your power back yet, so leave it to us. Thor frowned, this is my battle, let me do it myself. No more words. Thor waved his hand and said to Kerrigan, Your Majesty, I'll set off right away. Kerrigan shook her head, you are indeed no match for the destroyer now. Thor, let me ask you again now, are you king? Thor took a deep breath, the king has the world in his heart and protects all people. But the throne of the emperor is cold to the bone. If the person who sits on it is not colder than it, how can he sit on it and sit firmly? I'm going to defeat Loki and take back my throne. Even if you have to kill him for this. Thor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sif and others were frightened. They lay on the ground and did not dare to look at Thor's back. A hint of appreciation flashed in Kerrigan's eyes. A child can be taught, but the king's coldness is only for the enemy. For your people, you must uphold the heart of protection. The hammer in her hand slowly floated up and came to Thor. Now, take back your divine power, prove your name as Thor, and fight for the glory of the northern gods. Thor held the handle of the hammer in front of him, trembling. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he roared and raised the hammer. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and lightning and thunder intertwined. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water column penetrated the roof and hit Thor's body. Endless thunder struck Thor's body, and his clothes gradually turned into a set of mighty armor. Ha! Thor's eyes sparkled with lightning, and his voice became hollow and more majestic. I am, Thor. Lightning crackled with his body, but Thor felt no discomfort at all. He held the hammer tightly and knelt down on one knee. Thank you, Her Majesty the Queen. Go ahead. Kerrigan said with a smile. Thor nodded, stood up, and jumped into the sky. Seeing Thor's retreating figure, Sif and others reacted. After they apologized to Kerrigan, they hurried out. Foster, pack your things, we should go. Kerrigan said calmly. As you command, Queen. Foster smiled and went to pack his things while Natasha Romanoff went to pay Thor for destroying the roof. Jane came over and said, Queen, are we going back? Almost, let's watch a show at the end. Kerrigan touched Jane's little head, that God King will not give up easily. When the destroyer armor was actually activated, S.H.I.E.L.D's men immediately attacked. But these guns can't even scratch the itch of the destroyer armor. At the same time, the Ancient One far away in the Himalaya sighed helplessly. She felt that she was such a failure as an Asgardian magician that everyone would run to the Blue Star. What on earth is God King Odin doing? Ancient One frowned. She waved her hand, opened a portal and went to take a look. However, after feeling the familiar aura through the portal, Ancient One gave up its past plans. Is His Majesty Kerrigan over there too? That's okay. Ancient One closed the portal and entered meditation again. The destroyer armor is so powerful that it can knock back the S.H.I.E.L.D agents defending it in a few clicks. Phil Coulson urgently mobilized the local garrison in Mexico to subdue this weird armor. However, after a round of bombing, the destroyer armor emerged from the smoke and continued to move towards the town. Just when everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D was at a loss what to do, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and a figure dropped from the sky holding a hammer. Boom! The destroyer armor instantly flew backwards, and half of its body was shattered by the power of the thunder and lightning. But this small injury is just an itch for the destroyer armor. With just one breath, its shell returned. Loki, who was sitting on the throne, sneered, Thor, you can never come back. Kill him. The destroyer armor stood up again and immediately fought with Thor. Thor was not afraid in the face of danger. He flew up with the hammer and knocked the destroyer away. He instantly jumped on top of the armor and smashed it down hard. The huge amounts of noise made the S.H.I.E.L.D agents watching the game cover their ears, and blood oozed from the ears of Phil Coulson agent. Quick, people! Evacuate the residents of the town immediately. Everyone hurriedly carried the wounded away and watched the armor and Thor fighting in the sky from a distance. Is this the power of gods? Kerrigan sat on Aken's throne, quietly watching Thor and the destroyer armor fight each other. This thing is really difficult to deal with. Although its attack power is not strong, its recovery speed is really terrifying. Natasha Romanoff expressed her opinion. That's because Thor's power is not strong enough. All we have to do is destroy the armor before it can be restored. Kerrigan chuckled, but she was also a little curious, because in the original movie, Thor exploded and tore the destroyer's hand off. Why is the destroyer still so strong now? Could it be? Kerrigan looked up at the sky and whispered, Old guy, are you just kidding? The three mates were speechless. Say so. Thor was really in a tough fight. The destroyer armor was previously in the hands of his father Odin, so Thor only knew that this thing was the royal family's secret weapon. Now after actually facing each other, Thor instantly understood why it was a secret weapon. The attack power is really not that good, the attack method is very simple, only the high temperature beam on the face is slightly threatening. But it really can't be beaten to death. Even if it is smashed to pieces, it only takes a few seconds to restore it to its original state. After knocking the destroyer armor away again, Thor thought crazily in his mind about how to destroy the destroyer. A voice sounded in his heart, keep attacking one area. Following this voice, the destroyer in front of him seemed to have his hands and feet tied up by something, and fell to the ground. Thor instantly understood that Kerrigan was helping him. He was overjoyed and immediately followed the instructions to attack the destroyer, heading towards a point. Kerrigan was right. Odin in the sleeping place stopped pretending to be asleep and replenished the destroyer's energy so that he could keep fighting. The destroyer is as strong as it gets, but it also needs energy to drive it. If Odin hadn't kept supplying the destroyer, it would have been smashed into scrap metal by Thor. A smirk flashed at the corner of Odin's mouth. You brat, instead of admiring your father, you admire the queen more? Let you suffer more. Loki, who was sitting on the throne, also felt something was wrong. Is this destroyer so strong? In the past, when dealing with several infiltrated giants of Jotunheim, I had to charge up my energy to continuously release ray attacks. Why was it so powerful in Midgard and kept firing? DLT. Trapped on the ground and beaten violently, destroyer could only continue to release beams to attack Thor. Thor was careless and was hit in the face by the beam. Fortunately, I have divine power to protect my body now, and it only scratched the skin a little. Thor was furious and pushed the destroyer's head to the ground. His muscles bulged high, and he raised the hammer and smashed the back of the destroyer's head like crazy. The destroyer also shot beams wildly, but he could only take himself underground. Thor's attack frequency is as fast as lightning, leaving the destroyer no time to recover. Crack. The core of the destroyer's head could no longer bear it and was smashed into pieces by Thor's hammer. Thor let out a long breath and finally subdued this iron lump. Odin, who was in his sleeping place, felt the message of the destroyer's complete destruction, and smiled. Well done, but I still want to add some spice. Loki was a little panicked. With the destroyer gone, would he really be his elder brother's opponent? He paced around the throne. There is still a way. Yes, there is a way. I have contacted Lauf, and he will sneak into the sleeping place soon. As long as I kill my father, Bifrost will still be in my hands. Ganner, I will never return to Asgard. He no longer cared about the destroyer, but anxiously waited for Lauf's arrival. Thor carried the hammer and planned to say goodbye to Kerrigan and return to Asgard to fight for the throne. Sif and others quickly came to congratulate him. Thor just nodded slightly and did not smile. Having said that, he still felt a little sad if he really wanted to attack Loki. But the matter has come to this, I must do this. However, the noise behind him immediately caught his attention. Thor pushed everyone away and looked solemnly at the deep pit made by the destroyer. Sure enough, the destroyer climbed out of the pit again. Thor's eyes widened. The current destroyer holds a spear in his hand, has spikes on his head, wears a skirt and armor on his waist, and has a cloak on his back. What's going on? When did the destroyer take this form? Thor couldn't believe his eyes. The destroyer raised his spear and stood quietly opposite Thor. Suddenly, his eyes glowed red. Kerrigan on Aiken stood up and said, "Old guy, you can't afford it, can you?" As she said that, her figure instantly disappeared from the throne. The three maids were shocked. What happened? In the Himalayas, Ancient One suddenly opened his eyes. God King, Tellan Star is not your amusement park land. Chapter 60. Thor's pupils shrank and he immediately threw the hammer away. The hammer hit the destroyer's face with great force, and lightning instantly surrounded the destroyer's head. But the destroyer didn't pause at all, but rushed towards Thor faster. Thor couldn't react at all. I can only watch helplessly as the spear stabs my head. Your Highness. Sif and others roared and tried to block the shot, but it was too late. Just when Thor was desperate, the spear stopped. Only a tiny distance away from his pupils. Kick kick. The destroyer armor made noise all over, as if it was fighting against some powerful force. Kerrigan is here. She stretched out her right hand, but the destroyer armor was unable to move at all. Thor was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, his body flew out and floated to Sif and others. Then, Kerrigan turned her palm into a fist, and the destroyer armor was instantly torn into pieces by psychic energy. God King, what do you want to do? Kerrigan frowned and looked at the sky. The sky was changing, and dark clouds covered the sky. Then, an orange portal appeared next to Kerrigan, and the Ancient One magician stepped out. Seeing the Ancient One, Kerrigan nodded slightly in greeting, then stared at the sky and said 373. The Ancient One magician didn't make a sound, he just stood with Kerrigan and looked at the sky. The dark clouds gradually formed the image of an old man. It was Odin. As soon as he appeared, Thor shouted in surprise, "Father." Odin smiled and nodded to Thor. "Thor, I have seen your growth." Thor still wanted to talk to Odin, but he couldn't. Odin looked at Kerrigan and the Ancient One who were waiting, and smiled. "Don't panic, you two. I just want to talk to Queen Kerrigan." "Queen Kerrigan, I am very grateful for your teaching to Thor, but you seem to be too extreme. I want Thor to have a deeper understanding of the meaning of protection." "Ha God King, don't say such things to lie to children. I think your hands are itchy. Kerrigan sneered. Odin is not a king who follows love and peace. The giants of Jotunheim were almost killed by him when he was young. Asgard is high in the 9 realms and has never relied on benevolence and morality. It only depends on their strong force. Ha 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 ha, Queen, you really hit the spot. Yes, seeing such a strong person like you makes my hands itchy. Odin laughed loudly. I have ruled the 9 realms for countless years, and I have never seen the power you use. Although I would like my Asgard army to have a hearty battle with the Zerg, but that would not be good for both parties, or it's better if we do it ourselves. Ancient One said calmly, if you want to fight, I have no objection, but we must not start a war on Turlan Star. The Ancient One, who has dealt with Odin many times, knows Odin's temper well. This guy is an out-and-out war madman. And I always like to be the first one. Under his influence, Asgardians have become guys full of muscles. One of the reasons why Loki is not popular in Asgard is that this guy prefers to use his mind rather than force. It's not up to you, magician, this body is just an incarnation, Shilanwu can afford it. Odin said with a smile, Queen Kerrigan, you think a king must be ruthless, I think a king must have great love. Neither of us can agree with the other, so why don't we show the truth to our subordinates? Hypocritical old thing, still talking nonsense under such circumstances. Kerrigan snorted coldly, just what I want. I also want to see how powerful the Lord of the 9 realms is. Ancient One narrowed his eyes, in this case, I can only fight with you two. Kerrigan's body began to gradually change, revealing her true form. Odin is the strongest enemy she has ever encountered. Even if it is an incarnation, she must go all out. Ancient One formed a seal with his hands, and the light of mana began to shine. Thor, who was standing aside, didn't know what was going on. Why did his teacher and father start a fight? He frantically wanted to speak to persuade, but no sound came out. Kerrigan's bone wings flapped and she instantly reached high altitude. Ancient One stepped on it and flew into the sky. Odin watched with a smile as the two men came to him. He held his right hand and a spear appeared in his hand. The three of them stood in a triangle, ready to take action at any time. Odin said calmly, you two, please. Kerrigan immediately waved her hands, and her spiritual energy gathered the surrounding clouds, turning them into thunderclouds. Lightning as thick as a bucket struck Odin instantly. Even if the Ancient One says he will fight her, the main enemy is still Odin. At the same time, Ancient One also attacked Odin instantly. The mana condenses into overwhelming ice spikes, killing Odin. Faced with attacks from both sides, Odin remained calm and retreated to avoid the ice spikes and lightning strikes. He stretched out his spear, and lightning immediately condensed at the tip of the spear, and instead struck Kerrigan and the Ancient One. Kerrigan sneered, and the lightning that missed turned around and hit Odin's vest again. Then, she used her spiritual energy to transform into a giant palm and smashed the lightning sent by Odin into pieces. Ancient One drew an arc with his right hand and used the teleportation circle to banish the incoming lightning to a different space. Odin did not expect that Kerrigan still had the ability to control the attacks that had been used, and lightning passed through her chest. However, this kind of damage is almost nothing to him. This incarnation is the combination of clouds and divine power, and it is very durable. Queen, the precision of your control of power is beyond my imagination. Odin praised, but this power is a bit small. Kerrigan said calmly, then try this again. As he spoke, densely packed sword blades appeared in front of Kerrigan. These sword blades formed by spiritual energy and clouds attack Odin endlessly. Odin immediately used weapons to scatter them, but even if those sword blades dispersed, they slowly condensed and attacked again. The constant attacks forced Odin to defend first. Ancient One paused slightly. If Kerrigan could suppress the God King, she would not be ready to take action. Seeing that Odin was suppressed, Kerrigan was overjoyed and condensed a ball of dark blue light in her hand. Kinetic blast. Huge amounts of light ball hit Odin's head directly, and the light like the sun lit up instantly. Only a loud noise was heard, and the nearby clouds were almost completely dispersed. In the small town, Thor finally regained the ability to speak, but when he saw the dazzling light in the sky and the loud explosions from time to time, his heart tightened. So strong. Immediately, he had expectations for powerful power. Thor looked at the hammer in his hand, holding it tighter and tighter. After the explosion, Kerrigan immediately looked towards the center of the explosion. I just used nearly half of my psychic energy to use kinetic energy blast, Odin probably suffered a big loss. However, Odin's clear voice sounded again. Queen, what a trick. Half of Odin's incarnation was blown into nothingness, but he still had the ability to speak. He looked down at the avatar and sighed, this body is really weak, and I can't even show my strength. Kerrigan gritted her teeth, this old guy is really tough to beat. She was about to accumulate the remaining psychic energy and give him a kinetic blast when she saw Odin wave his hand. Okay, Queen, let's stop here today. This body is not very enjoyable to play, and the venue is not comfortable. Next time we go to the universe to compete. Odin took back the spear with a smile. Definitely, I am still very satisfied with the deal between us. Just come to Asgard to get the reward when you have time, or I will arrange for Thor to be sent to you. Kerrigan nodded slightly. That's good. I also hope to have a real battle with the God King. I'm old, I can't compare to a young man like you. Odin's body gradually faded. I have to take care of some housework, so I won't stay any longer. The magician and the queen are also welcome to come to Asgard for tea. With that said, his body disappeared. In the small town, Thor and others who were looking at the sky suddenly discovered that colorful lights appeared around their bodies. Bifrost. The God King is taking us back. Everyone was startled and immediately disappeared on the spot. In the sky, the Ancient One magician and Kerrigan looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. The God King is really hard to evaluate. The Ancient One smiled and said to Kerrigan, I wonder when your majesty will be free to come to the Himalayas as a guest. It will take a while, very soon. Kerrigan chuckled, you also know that I promised to protect mankind. If a war breaks out and causes a large number of casualties during my visit to the Himalayas, I will be sorry for the protection money they paid. That's true, but I believe you are farsighted and have made preparations, right? Ancient One asked. Just a little bit. Kerrigan smiled and said goodbye to the Ancient One, then returned to Akin and flew in the direction of America. 4.5. Ancient One looked at Akin who was walking away, his eyes flashing. As expected, you also have the ability to predict the future. Thor and others returned to Asgard again. At the moment, Loki brought Lauf to the place of sleep. Lauf looked at the door and said coldly, are you sure that old guy fell into Odin's sleep? Loki said calmly, that is definitely, and the number and frequency of his falling into Odin's sleep are getting more and more serious. I suspect that his time has come, and I will not doubt that he will die in his sleep next time. Lauf nodded with satisfaction and opened the door. The guards of Odin's sleep had long been sent away by Loki, and the two of them arrived at the crystal where Odin was sleeping smoothly. Looking at the body of Odin sleeping in the crystal, Lauf felt murderous intent in his heart. The revenge of the giants of Jotunheim will be completed today. Loki, who was standing aside, looked at Lauf's waving blade, feeling a little unbearable in his heart. But it was quickly erased by him. If a person is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. However, the moment Lauf stabbed him, the crystal burst out with dazzling golden light, and Lauf was instantly ejected. Loki was shocked, what happened? But Odin slowly sat up and said with a slight smile, come and see if the end is coming. Chapter 61. Thor, standing on the Bifrost, was still a little confused about where Heimdall had gone. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from the distance. Problem occurs. Thor was startled and immediately led Sif and others towards the direction of the sound of fighting. But in Asgard's God King Square, a large number of giants of Jotunheim were fighting with Asgard soldiers. Where did these giants of Jotunheim come from? Sif drew his sword and pierced the chest of a giant of Jotunheim and asked in a deep voice. Thor swung his hammer and smashed away the giants of Jotunheim. Who else, my good brother? Now Thor's heart felt cold. Loki, for the sake of the throne, you are really determined to deal with Asgard. Not good, father. Thor reacted instantly, you organize an army to resist immediately, I am going to save my father. After saying that, he jumped up and flew towards his sleeping place. In the sleeping place, Lauf struggled to get up. He looked at the helpless Loki and said viciously, you actually lied to me. Loki didn't know what to say. He looked at Odin, had a plan in his mind, and then knelt down on one knee. He said with joy on his face, congratulations, father, on surviving the sleep of Odin. Father, I tricked Lauf into coming here. Please kill him yourself. You. Lauf's eyes widened, he couldn't believe that this BD could frame him under such circumstances. It's not right to call it a frame-up, but why did you put all the blame on me? A ray of light emerged from Odin's body, and the golden armor emerged. He shook his right hand, and the scepter in Loki's hand instantly appeared in Odin's hand. Loki lowered his head, not daring to look into Odin's eyes. Odin's eyes flashed with pity. Loki, you disappoint me. Hearing this, I was sweating profusely, father. Odin waved his hand, making him unable to speak or move. Now, shut up. Loki could only watch as Odin walked to the gate. But Odin did not rush to deal with the two, but stood quietly. Soon, a group of people entered the sleeping place. Father, are you okay? Thor asked loudly. Odin shook his head slightly. Thor, you handle this matter. Thor took a closer look. On one side was Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim who had brought him shame. On the other side was Loki. He quickly understood everything. Loki, how dare you? The angry Thor raised his hammer and was about to smash it down, but he held back. After all, the person in front of him is his younger brother who grew up with him. Thor took a deep breath and said dully, "Father, it's up to you to deal with it. You are the God King." A smile flashed in Odin's eyes. "It seems that you have kept in mind Queen Kerrigan's teachings to you." His voice became cold. "I, Odin, am the God King of Asgard and the Lord of the Nine Realms. You can't take what I give you." A bolt of lightning surged from the tip of Odin's spear, shattering Lauf into pieces as he fell to the ground. Loki looked at all this, his pupils shrank, and he wanted to ask for Odin's forgiveness, but he could only whine helplessly. Odin turned to look at Loki again. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. "As for you, Loki, you will be banished forever." Odin is still old after all, and the father-son relationship with Loki is not fake. Because of their previous friendship, Odin decided to spare Loki's life. Loki lowered his head, seeming to accept his fate. "Take him to Bifrost." After Odin said that, he walked out of his sleeping place. Looking at his dejected brother, Thor closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. He lifted Loki up and led him to Bifrost. Odin ducked and appeared in the main square of Asgard. At the moment, the giants of Jotunheim were fighting fiercely with the Asgard army. But Odin just raised his spear and slammed it on the ground. In just an instant, all the giants of Jotunheim fell to the ground. "Eradicate these guys who have tarnished the glory of Asgard," Odin said majestically. The warriors of Asgard roared with excitement and thrust their blades into the chests of the giants of Jotunheim who could not resist. After dealing with the foreign enemies, Odin strolled to Bifrost. Thor was holding Loki, waiting for him. Odin waved his hand and restored Loki's ability to speak. Loki opened his mouth and said, "Father, please don't banish me. I am doing this for Asgard." Unexpectedly, Odin looked even more disappointed after hearing this. "Loki, my child, you want the throne, that's okay. I think it's okay if you attack your brother, but how could you be stupid enough to join forces with Lauf?" He looked at Thor. "Thor, Queen Kerrigan taught you a lot, but there is one more thing she didn't tell you. Those who contact foreign enemies to obtain the throne will never be recognized." Thor understood. Odin pointed to the vast space under Bifrost. "You, go down by yourself." Loki clenched his fists tightly and suddenly exploded. "You inhumane tyrant. You deceived me, gave me hope, and now you want me to jump into the abyss myself. The name you gave me is the god of deception, but you are the real deceiver. Even if I am going to be exiled, you will never continue to be aloof." As he spoke, cracks began to appear in Bifrost. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, and in just a few breaths, Bifrost breaks apart. As Bifrost fractured, its ruins fell into the endless deep space, leading to a breathtaking crack. Odin was stunned. "What did you do? You actually destroyed Bifrost. What have you done?" Loki laughed loudly. "You finally panicked? Without Bifrost, you can no longer guarantee control of the Nine Realms. Your throne is unstable. I will be in hell, watching you fall from the sky." After that, Loki jumped off the Bifrost. Odin's face was livid, and he even stopped Thor's hand that wanted to take it. Bifrost is a sacred object that the northern gods spent countless resources to create. Its destruction is unstoppable. Even Odin can't do it. Odin seemed to have aged instantly. His steps staggered a bit, and Thor quickly supported his father. Only then did Thor realize that the once high-spirited god king was as weak as a dying old man on earth. "Thor, you don't blame your father," Odin muttered. Thor looked at Loki's figure disappearing into the cracks in space. His voice was a little heavy. "No, I can roughly understand what you are thinking." Odin smiled happily. "That's good. Although I am your father, I am also the god king of Asgard." Thor nodded slightly. "Now, go back. The destruction of Bifrost cannot be stopped. The Nine Realms will open a new chapter. Asgard should also restrain itself." Odin patted Thor on the shoulder. "From now on, this burden will be left to you. God King, Thor." Thor raised his head. "For the glory of the northern gods. For the glory of the gods of the north." Odin, the God King, stumbles towards the palace. Thor looked again at the endless abyss beneath his feet. "Goodbye, brother." On Aiken, Kerrigan is enjoying the fruit brought by Foster. Foster gently peeled the grapes one by one and kicked them in front of Kerrigan with a smile. Natasha Romanoff is holding the phone and listening to Jerry's report. She has not paid attention to the affairs of the new umbrella these days. Now Jerry is alone and has a lot of things to ask her to help analyze. Jane came over with the wine. "Queen, will we see that silly boy again?" "Definitely, and soon." Kerrigan tasted the delicious grapes and chuckled. "Natasha Romanoff, Jane, I have a new task for you." The two were stunned for a moment, but immediately knelt down. "I am willing to fight for your majesty." When Loki woke up again, he found himself lying in a strange space. A disembodied voice sounded. "You're awake." Loki immediately turned around and saw a man wearing a hood whose face 403 couldn't see clearly. "Who are you?" "Don't ask me who I am, loser." There was a hint of mockery in the man's words. Loki was furious. "Failure? Since I didn't die in the space rift, then I will take revenge on Asgard." "Goodwill." The man clapped his hands in encouragement. "How about we make a deal? Trade." Loki is a little confused. He has nothing now, so what can he do in exchange? "I can help you regain the throne, but first, you need to help me control something." The man raised his right hand, revealing a picture. Loki was stunned for a moment, then recognized the planet in the picture. Midgard. "Yes, it will be your first stop to become a king." Jane Foster's teacher, Dr. Eric, is drinking coffee happily. Although Foster left the research team, the research progress was not affected, and SHIELD also added some research equipment to them as an apology, which made Dr. Eric very satisfied. At this time, a phone call came. "Dr. Eric, this is SHIELD Director Nick Fury. I have a special research and would like your assistance." Dr. Eric was about to refuse when Fury tried to convince him. He shrugged helplessly and refused SHIELD. That was a very irrational behavior. America, SHIELD. Phil Coulson, who suffered a setback at Mexico City, recovered from his injury and resumed work. A true model worker. However, Agent Phil Coulson soon received a message. After receiving Phil Coulson's report, Nick Fury immediately went to a secret research institute. Not long ago, the Tesseract, a treasure that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been researching for a long time, automatically fired a beam of energy. As soon as Nick Fury entered the institute, Agent Phil Coulson greeted him. "Sir, that energy is still rising, and there is a possibility of exploding at any time." Chapter 62. After returning to the New York luxury hotel after a long absence, Kerrigan was in a good mood. She felt better after seeing the nearly 100 mutant genes prepared by Abathur. As a result, Kerrigan immediately began to absorb these genes to increase his integration. As for Jane and Natasha Romanoff, one went to deal with academic issues and the other went to the new umbrella to deal with corporate matters. After taking care of this, they will head to SHIELD. Foster stayed behind to serve Kerrigan. Foster's courage was quite good, and he was not frightened by the appearance of the Zerg. He also tried to chat with the Zerg using psychic powers, and even taught the Zerg the cultural knowledge of the Earth. Kerrigan was really surprised when she saw the insect queens doing aerobics with Foster. But that's a good thing. The Zerg are destined to integrate into this universe, and it is also a good thing to add some fun to their boring life. In the room, Kerrigan slowly opened her eyes. 30% integration. A glint flashed in Kerrigan's eyes. This feels so good. She lowered her mind and wanted to see if there were any special changes in the heart of the swarm. It would be great if there was another Zerg hero unit. Sarah Louise Kerrigan. Occupation, Blade Queen, integration 30.3%. Unlocked professional skills, parasitism, kinetic blast, chain reaction, host improvement. You currently have one additional skill point. Speed: Strength: Wisdom: Psychic power level, 6, more levels will be unlocked with the number of dependents. Psychic abilities unlocked: Psychic Communication, Psychic Flight, Psychic Storm, Psychic Shield, Psychic Blade, Psychic Transformation. Current Familia, Zerg, number 221271. Ability, Dominate Charm, Gene Analysis, Gene Sublimation. Unlocked buildings: Hatchery, Lair, Split Pool, Evolution Room, Hydralisk Cave, Cockroach Pool, Tunnel Network, Flying Dragon Tower, Thunder Beast Lair. There were cockroach pools and thunder beast nests in the Zerg buildings, which satisfied her. The reproduction rate of the Zerg is astonishing. During this period, Kerrigan had nearly 60,000 more Zerg troops without any sudden attack. This also gave Kerrigan a little headache, because she had never found a way to let the Zerg fly out of the earth. The underground of New York was actually dug through by the Zerg. In the game, both the Mutalosaurus and the king insect can fly out of the atmosphere. But after Kerrigan created the Overlord bug and Mutalosaurus, she discovered that no matter how much they accelerated, they could not break through the third speed of the universe and leave the atmosphere. All the main buildings of the Zerg, except for the upgraded Dragon Tower and the Dragon Tower, have basically been unlocked. Do we really have to wait for the Great Dragon Tower to appear before the Zerg have the ability to enter the universe? Kerrigan thought for a while, came to the new underground base, and summoned Abathur. Abathur, our army has been unable to enter the universe and establish a new base. I arranged for you to develop this some time ago. What was the result? Abathur pondered for a moment. Queen, According to my analysis, it may be that the physical rules of the Earth in this world are slightly different from the world we were in before, so the Zerg cannot fly out of the Earth. Physical rule. This world can carry multiple power systems, and your analysis should be correct. Kerrigan nodded slightly. Is there a solution? I have some ideas. I am going to transform the king bugs and alien dragons based on human engine structures. Now I have achieved preliminary results. I believe that the first flying experiment will be launched soon. Abathur was a little proud. Kerrigan also didn't care what he said about what was wrong with learning from humans. Although the Zerg are a race that specializes in biological evolution, what's wrong with learning something new? Stones from other mountains can be used to attack Jade. The evolution of living things can never be achieved behind closed doors. In StarCraft, the Zerg also absorbed the genes of countless outstanding creatures before they could dominate the universe and dominate the world. There are not that many excellent genes on the Earth that can allow the Zerg to evolve, so learning some human technology will do. As long as the goal can be achieved, Kerrigan never minds what the means are. Kerrigan was still a little regretful that she didn't get Thor's blood sample this time. God King Odin has been watching, unable to make a move. Although she had a hand in the plot of Thor 1, Kerrigan knew that with Loki's temperament, he would definitely not wait to die in peace. Calculating the time, Bifrost is probably destroyed, and Loki has probably reached a cooperation agreement with Jiang's men by now. Odin could no longer set his sights on the 9 realms, and Earth was truly free. The curtain is finally about to begin. The beginning of Zerg's fame. Queen, our troops are waiting for your review and orders. An insect queen whispered. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Before she came, she informed the insect queens to assemble their troops and wait for her review. Very well, I want to see if they are ready for war. She followed the insect queen down the road. Finally, they came to a vast underground space. It's huge here, almost 1,000 square meters. Nidus worms are really good at digging holes. The lights in the underground space are a little dim. But this did not prevent Kerrigan from seeing clearly what was in front of him. At a glance, the entire underground space is filled with neatly arranged Zerg. In other words, a sea of insects. The description of the word insect sea is that when the insects form huge amounts of scale in collective numbers, any living thing will tremble. When the overwhelming sea of insects sweeps across, all non-insect life forms will disappear without a trace, leaving only a piece of scorched earth. Whether it was the larger hydralisks and mutalisks, or the smaller cockroaches and springtails, they were all lying quietly on the ground, waiting for Kerrigan's orders. The Nidus worm, which is huge in size, can only stick its head out on the wall to listen to the queen's orders. Kerrigan stepped onto the high platform in front of the insect sea. The alien dragon Lord Galakrond was lying directly under the high platform, and Abathur slowly came to his side and leaned down towards Kerrigan. Kerrigan revealed his true form and looked at his own army kneeling in front of him. Her eyes flashed with fire. Warriors of the Zerg. Our days of dormancy in this world are coming to an end. Soon, the opportunity for the Zerg to become famous in the galaxy will come. Are you ready? In an instant, the entire underground space was filled with excited roars. The screams and screams of countless Zerg species made the underground space somewhat crumbling. The Zerg have been waiting for this day for too long. Galakrond said seriously, Queen, the dragon people can't wait to taste fear. Abathur's voice was a little excited. Ah, I can get new material again. Kerrigan was very satisfied with the performance of the Zerg, and she immediately ordered the Zerg to ambush troops throughout the city of New York, waiting for her call. Chiritans. It's up to you to be the first step in the rise of the Zerg. The other side. Nick Fury slowly got up from the ground. He rubbed his chest, which ached from the impact of the bullet, and looked at his body armor. Fortunately I wore it, otherwise it would have been really troublesome. Just now, when he was discussing the anomalies of the Tesseract with Dr. Eric, the Tesseract opened a portal. Loki walked out of the portal holding the scepter and controlled Hawkeye and Dr. Eric. Nick Fury wanted to run away with the Tesseract, but was shot down by Hawkeye, and the Rubik's Cube was also taken away. Nick Fury took out his communicator and said to Agent Phil Coulson, who was rushing to the research base. Loki has snatched the Tesseract, and now the war has begun. The Ancient One magician far away in the Himalayas felt that he could no longer serve as a guardian magician. She had already felt it when Loki took away the cube. But the Ancient One discovered that there was something strange happening in the dark side. In desperation, she could only deal with the dark side first. Before Ancient One left, he glanced far away in the direction of Nyu. Queen Kerrigan, I hope you are trustworthy. Natasha Romanoff drove Jane all the way to the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. Their mission this time was to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. and join the Avengers. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents saw Natasha Romanoff and said hello. Many female agents also cast envious glances at Natasha Romanoff. Although S.H.I.E.L.D agent sounds very exciting, it is not as good as being the maid of the Zerg Queen. S.H.I.E.L.D agents all know that Kerrigan is extremely generous to her subordinates and very defensive. Just look at the luxurious clothes and expensive jewelry Natasha Romanoff is wearing, and you will know how chic she is living during this time. Facing these looks, Natasha Romanoff turned a blind eye. She pushed open Nick Fury's office with ease, but saw no one. Natasha Romanoff was stunned, and when she was about to ask other agents, the phone rang. It's Phil Coulson. Natasha Romanoff frowned and raised the phone. What's the matter? Phil Coulson on the other end of the phone sighed. Natasha Romanoff, there's bad news. Hawkeye is controlled by Loki. Natasha Romanoff's face became a little serious. What is the specific situation? Money is good, you go to S.H.I.E.L.D first, I will be back soon and we will discuss it in detail then. Okay, I'm already at SHIELD. When you come back, tell me clearly what's going on. Phil Coulson on the other end of the phone was confused. Why is Natasha Romanoff at S.H.I.E.L.D now? But Natasha Romanoff had hung up the phone, and he could only ask the flight crew to speed up and notify Nick Fury at the same time. Jane looked at Natasha Romanoff curiously. Sister Natasha Romanoff, who is Hawkeye? Natasha Romanoff smiled slightly. That was the person who took pictures for us last time at Hammer. The guy with the bow. Jane nodded slightly. Did something happen to him? Well, Phil Coulson said he was being controlled by the enemy. Natasha Romanoff took Jane to sit down on the sofa in the office. You should also know that I used to live in hell, and it was Hawkeye who rescued me. Now that something happens to him, I have to save him. Jane thoughtfully said, Sister Natasha Romanoff, do you have a good relationship with him? There was a little bit, but it has passed. Now I am His Majesty's maid. Natasha Romanoff touched Jane's little head. Don't test me. Since I have decided to be loyal to your Majesty, I will not have second thoughts. Jane stuck out her tongue and smiled sheepishly. I am still too young, and this kind of temptation can be seen at a glance. Not long after, Phil Coulson and Nick Fury hurried to the office. When they saw Jane, they were a little confused. What is this person doing here? Chapter 63. In the case of Mary Jane, SHIELD only launched its investigation after she appeared next to Kerrigan. Therefore, they don't know much about Jane's ability. Nick Fury thought Jane was here to send a message, so he asked, Miss Mary Jane, what can I do for Her Majesty the Queen? Jane smiled and said, let Sister Natasha Romanoff do the talking. Nick Fury looks at Natasha Romanoff and has a toothache. Look at this situation, Natasha Romanoff voted for you Zerg. I clearly wanted to arrange to lurk in to spy on the Zerg intelligence. Natasha Romanoff got straight to the point. Let me talk about Hawkeye's situation first, and then I will explain to you His Majesty's instructions, Director Nick Fury. Nick Fury's heart sank. But it had already happened, and he was powerless to stop it, let alone ask Natasha Romanoff to return to SHIELD. He sighed and saw the beginning of the plot. I see. After listening to Fury's story, Natasha Romanoff nodded slightly. Your Majesty has foreseen all this, and she arranged for Jane and I to join your team to help you solve this trouble. Fury was secretly shocked. His Majesty had foreseen it. What did that mean? But Fury still smiled and said, thank you very much for Her Majesty the Queen's support for SHIELD. I will arrange the procedures and prepare the equipment for you right now. Natasha Romanoff waved her hand. No, you should deal with what you should do first. After that, he took Jane to learn about S.H.I.E.L.D related matters. Phil Coulson walked up to Fury. Sir, it seems Natasha Romanoff has rebelled. Fury sighed. It's not a rebellion, it's just a change of boss. At least now, His Majesty really has no other ideas about the Earth. I'm going to have a small meeting. You arrange for Dr. Banner to immediately track gamma rays. He is the best at this. As long as we track the gamma ray source of the Rubik's Cube, we can find out where Loki is. Yes, I'm going to experience it right away. Phil Coulson turned and left, and Fury opened the secret room of the office and came to a 750 communications room. He clicked on the communication interface in front of him, and several figures appeared on the screen. Good morning, Senators. Fury also smiled and greeted everyone. But the Senators were not as relaxed as he was. Director Nick Fury, the Tesseract is lost and you need to take responsibility. Alexander Pierce came up and attacked Fury. It's all because of you that the Rubik's Cube was lost in order to control the power that we cannot control. Fury stopped smiling. You're right, but it's not important. The most important thing now is that an Asgard god has declared war on us, and our relationship with his brother is not good either. We cannot count on his brother to help us. Can't we stop it with the power we have? It's difficult, we don't know what's behind that god. Pierce added, then you should focus on the second phase of work. Nick Fury's face became serious. The second phase is still under development and is completely unable to cope with the current situation, but our enemies are different. How about asking for help from the Zerg? One female senator asked. As soon as these words came out, everyone shook their heads. We can't completely believe them, and the price of the Zerg's action is very high. It is best for us to protect this planet ourselves. Fury said solemnly, everyone, I apply to restart the Avengers project to gather those with super abilities to deal with this situation. All the senators frowned, and finally agreed to restart the Avengers plan. After Pierce ended the meeting, he immediately notified Snake Nest. The instruction he received was to wait and see what happens and wait for the opportunity to eliminate those superheroes and enemies together. In a training room, the famous Captain America Steve Rogers is working out diligently. In order to adapt to the increased strength, he has spent nearly a month in this training room. Nick Fury came to the training room with a document. Captain America immediately stopped what he was doing. Sir, what are your instructions? Fury just smiled and said, how does it feel? Excellent. Speaking of this, Captain America immediately became excited. The Zerg are indeed right. All indicators of my body have increased by 30% compared to before. Now I can easily defeat my previous self. Don't underestimate the mere 30% improvement. This means that Steve Rogers, who is known as Marvel's 55-50 opener, has become a 64% opener. The clan is not trustworthy in this regard. Fury chuckled and said, I guess few people would have imagined that Health No. 1, which is now best-selling all over the world, was not invented by humans. Their medicine is indeed good, but the name is not impressive enough. Captain America shrugged. Okay, let's talk about what the mission is. Let's see. Fury smiled and handed the file to Captain America. It's your turn. Captain America read the document and smiled, a bit like the Howling Commandos I formed before. Pretty much, but the members I'm going to recruit for you are all people with extraordinary abilities. Most of them are rebellious, you know. It's normal to be thorny. If these people are not arrogant, there will be a problem. Captain America looked through the list of people Fury selected. It's okay for Dr. Banner. He's much calmer now. Tony Stark. That rich man is a bit difficult. Why are there even Mary Jane and Natasha Romanoff? Aren't they two maids of the Zerg Queen? Fury shrugged. The Zerg Queen said she sent the two of them to help us, but she didn't mention the price. So I can only treat Her Majesty the Queen as showing mercy and gave us a hand because of our poor financial situation. Who knows? Captain America smiled and said, but with the two of them here, at least we feel more secure. This shows that the Queen has a good impression of humans, otherwise she would not send her men to help. I hope so. Get ready, I'm still heavy. What is the most talked about news recently? That is Stark Industries chairman, Mr. Tony Stark's Stark Industries building is about to be completed. For this new building, BDDH, this superhero and billionaire personally went into the sea to repair the cables, which can be said to have invested huge amounts of hard work. Tony landed slowly and CAO Weiss took off his armor thoughtfully. Pepper smiled and handed Tony a glass of wine. Done. It's almost there, it will start soon. Tony took the wine with a smile and took a sip. Soon, our new home will be completed. By then, Stark Building will be the most gorgeous scenery in the city. When the two were in a passionate relationship, J.A.R.V.I.S said, Sir, Phil Coulson agent from SHIELD came to visit. What a bummer. Tony muttered a few words, but still asked J.A.R.V.I.S to invite Phil Coulson in. Long time no see, Mr. Stark. Phil Coulson is smiling and holding a laptop in his hand. Yeah, long time no see. Tell me, what's going on? Let me tell you in advance that I don't have money to fund S.H.I.E.L.D's bullshit plan. Tony smacked his lips, looking arrogant. Pepper gave him a hammer. This was so rude. Facing Tony's sarcasm, Phil Coulson was a little embarrassed. S.H.I.E.L.D spent a lot of money on the Zerg for the super soldier serum. For this reason, Fury approached Tony several times to try to fill the hole, but Tony refused. Ahem, it's not about money this time. Phil Coulson agent said, here is a list of some of the people we are about to form a team. We would like to ask you to join us to solve some urgent needs. With that said, he handed the laptop to Tony. What a weird plan again. You came at the wrong time. I was just. Before Tony finished speaking, he was pulled away by a blushing little Pepper. Why do you say this in front of outsiders? Let's see what's inside. The shameless Tony plugged into the computer with a smile. Then, a series of images appeared in front of him. Hey, you have attracted a lot of people, mutated scientists, aliens, the maid of the Zerg Queen. Tony's face turned serious. Tell me the details. Loki looked at the busy scientists in front of him and felt extremely proud. He looked up at the sky and sneered, even if you drive me off the throne, I can still sit back down again. Not long ago, he reached a cooperation with a mysterious person. Loki offered the Tesseract and gained the support of the mysterious man. Now Loki holds the mysterious scepter and Tesseract with infinite power, and there is an army of Chitauri waiting for his dispatch on the other side of the universe. As long as he opens the door to the universe and teleports the Chitauri army to the Earth, he can become the ruler of the Earth. When the time comes, he will raise his troops to Asgard and complete his revenge. On the aerospace aircraft carrier. Sister Natasha Romanoff, is this the aircraft carrier? Jane looked around curiously. Yeah, it's big, right? Natasha Romanoff smiled, the first time I saw the aircraft carrier, I had the same expression as you. The Queen said that she also has a command ship, which is inferior to this aircraft carrier. Jane said with a smile, she also told me the name, saying it was Leviathan. A trace of envy flashed in Natasha Romanoff's eyes, Your Majesty is so kind to you, I don't even know about this kind of thing. That's just because you didn't ask. While Jane and Natasha Romanoff were joking, a man in a suit walked out of an airplane onto the deck of the aircraft carrier. Mr. Banner. Jane smiled and greeted. She has naturally seen Banner before, but now Banner is a little thinner and looks much more energetic. Nice to meet you, Miss Jane. Banner said with a smile, Your Majesty is here too. No, His Majesty asked the two of us, as representatives of the Zerg tribe, to join the Avengers and protect the Earth together. Natasha Romanoff spoke. At this time, Agent Phil Coulson and Captain America also walked out of the plane. Several people greeted each other, especially Natasha Romanoff and Jane. Everyone's attitude was very friendly. After all, the two people standing behind them were beings who could compete with the legendary gods. Chapter 64. Captain America was surprised to find that Fury's plan failed. In the original plan, Fury wanted the captain to become the leader of this special force. The captain himself thought so too. He originally planned to mediate the conflicts among the team members himself, and then be convinced by everyone. Unexpectedly, no conflict broke out between these people. At least when Jane and Natasha Romanoff are around, all the Avengers are getting along. Banner was grateful for the care given to him by the Zerg, and he was devoted to protecting the two maids of His Majesty. Tony Stark was a friend of the Zerg, and he would not lose his temper in front of the two of them. Even Captain America himself used the serum developed by the Zerg to greatly improve his strength. The original members of the Avengers were all friends with the Zerg. Fury is keenly aware of this, but he has no way to solve this problem for the time being. There's no better choice than these guys. Kneel down. Loki, who was wearing an elk helmet and holding a scepter, shouted loudly to the crowd in front of him. The people screamed in panic, but the phantom created by Loki's magic scared them back. Just now, Loki attacked this gathering point and used some strange thing to take away a person's retina. The controlled Hawkeye has used his retina to pass a certain authority and take something away. Loki couldn't be more satisfied. He held the scepter, looked at the panicked humans in front of him, and shouted, I said, kneel down. Maybe he was too excited, his cry was more like, meow. People slowly knelt down. Loki opened his arms with a proud look on his face, isn't this simple? Isn't that what you were born to do? This is the unspoken truth of mankind. You have been deprived of the joy of life by false freedom, and you long to be enslaved. You are crazy about pursuing power and status. In fact, your bones are full of servility, and sooner or later you will succumb to your ruler. They were silent. Loki was very satisfied with the surrender of these people, and this feeling was very intoxicating to him. Suddenly, an old man stood up. But I will never surrender to ABD like you. Loki smiled, I am unique. The old man sneered, there are many shameless people like you. Loki dropped his smile. He raised his scepter, look at this old guy, he is your role model. As he spoke, the scepter burst out with a blue light and shot towards the old man. At this critical moment, a figure fell from the sky and blocked Loki's attack with a shield. His attack was bounced back by the shield, and Loki fell to the ground. Captain America poked his head out from under the shield and said as he walked, in the past, when I was fighting against the Chariot Nation, there was one person who put himself above everyone else. He died. Loki got up from the ground and took a look at Captain America's outfit. A soldier? You look really out of date. I'm not the one who's outdated. Captain America shrugged. Behind Loki, a high-altitude fighter plane flew quickly towards the side of the building. Natasha Romanoff, who was serving as the pilot, turned on the speaker, Loki, put down your arms and surrender. For your brother's sake, we will spare your life. Loki was immediately furious, and the scepter glowed with blue light and attacked the fighter plane. Natasha Romanoff immediately ducked. Captain America threw his shield directly and hit Loki in the face. Loki was stunned, his anger became more intense, and he immediately fought with Captain America. He originally thought that as a god, although he was not good at close combat, he was still able to deal with a human soldier. Little did he know that as soon as he and Captain America fought, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. Now Captain America, under the influence of the Zerg's improved super soldier serum, is much more powerful than before. The arrogant Loki was punched in the face by Captain America, spinning upside down and flying out. Captain America picked up the shield, jumped behind Loki, and kicked him in the waist again. Loki screamed and rubbed his waist and managed to get up. "Damn it, you pd me off." Loki roared angrily, ready to give this guy who violated his dignity a real blow. Boom. A laser cannon was fired from a distance, knocking down his scepter. Iron Man Tony Stark descended from the sky and aimed his palm cannon at Loki. "Try it under motion, you elk." Natasha Romanoff also jumped from the fighter plane, took out a pistol and aimed it at Loki. Loki had no choice but to slowly raise his hands and take back his elk head to show surrender. In the aircraft carrier, Jane sighed, "That's it? I thought God would be so strong. This guy is far behind his brother, at least in terms of fighting will. Miss Jane, we cannot take it lightly. This guy is the legendary god of fraud. Captain, bring Loki back." Fury smiled and then ordered. "Okay, sir." Captain America stepped forward and handcuffed Loki, and Loki cooperated very well. In distant Asgard, Odin summoned Thor. "Before, I hid the Tesseract in Midgard. Now, the Rubik's Cube has been activated, and I have sensed Loki's power." Thor looked tense. Odin frowned and said, "Now, I will use most of my divine power to send you to Midgard. You must bring the Rubik's Cube and Loki back together. It doesn't matter if you can't bring back the Rubik's Cube. At least you can't let it fall into the enemy's subordinate." Thor nodded slightly and was ready to set off. On the fighter plane carrying Loki back to the city, Tony and Captain America chatted. Captain America pondered, "This guy is a god after all. How can he surrender just because he says he surrenders? I'm afraid they're afraid of us." Tony smiled and said, "Captain, have you been working as a fitness coach for too long, and your brain has become dull?" Captain America smiled and didn't care. Tony was an arrogant man with a vicious tongue. He became the nominal leader of the Avengers before he had ever really proven himself in front of Tony. Tony was certain that he was dissatisfied. Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder in the sky. Tony's expression changed. "Why is it just thundering and raining?" Natasha Romanoff turned around and said, "A friend has arrived." Before he finished speaking, a figure rushed into the fighter plane. He was holding a warhammer in his hand, looking majestic, and when he was about to smash Tony away who was blocking his way, he saw Natasha Romanoff. Thor immediately put away his hammer. "Nice to see you again, Miss Natasha Romanoff." Natasha Romanoff crossed her arms. "What, you want to use force against us?" "Thor, you are getting bolder and bolder." Thor showed an awkward smile. "Don't dare. Why did you come back to Earth again?" Natasha Romanoff asked curiously. Thor looked at Captain America and Tony, looking a little embarrassed. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it, but I don't know if His Majesty will be angry about this. After all, His Majesty ordered me to fight with them now." Natasha Romanoff laughed. Thor's expression tightened and he quickly explained everything clearly. Although Natasha Romanoff is a mortal, it also depends on who is standing behind this mortal. Loki, who was tied up, looked surprised. When did Thor become so easy to talk to? I see, you are here to take Loki and the Tesseract back. Tony touched his chin, but it's a bit difficult. Thor said righteously, "No matter how difficult it is, I will complete my father's order." Natasha Romanoff glanced at Loki and said calmly, "Go back to headquarters first, Thor. Do you have any objections?" Thor saw the look in Natasha Romanoff's eyes and forced a smile. "It doesn't matter." Captain America and Tony, who were watching the show on the side, were a little bit speechless. It seemed that the dignified Thor had suffered a big loss under the hands of that majesty. It's cool to have someone behind you. Loki is imprisoned on S.H.I.E.L.D.S space carrier. Natasha Romanoff saved Thor some face and arranged for him to chat with Loki. Thor looked a little serious after talking. "What happened?" "That guy also has an army of Chitauri, and he plans to lead this army to conquer the entire Earth." Thor's face was heavy. In this case, it was hard for him to let S.H.I.E.L.D interfere with Loki's life. Jane was a little curious, "But now that he is in our hands, how can we summon the army?" Banner smiled and said, "I think there is an explanation for this question. Not long ago, the controlled Hawkeye stole a large amount of iridium elements from one of our research institutes, but I don't know what they did with the iridium elements." Tony thought for a moment. Iridium can be used as a stabilizer and has the effect of expanding matter. If Loki intends to use it to expand and control the portal, it all makes sense. Natasha Romanoff frowned and asked, "You mean, he may have taken the initiative to let us catch and paralyze us, and on the other hand sent Hawkeye to steal the iridium element? It seems that he has a way to escape from us." Thor looked a little ugly. "I don't know how he can escape. The cage that traps him is quite strong now." Banner's mouth twitched, then he was talking about his residence in S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony stood up. "Dr. Banner, let's take finding the Rubik's Cube as our main research direction first." Banner nodded. The Avengers seemed to be quite harmonious on the surface. But when Jane and Natasha Romanoff were gone, Tony let himself go. In the laboratory, he suddenly poked Banner, who was busy studying Loki's scepter. Banner glanced at him curiously. Tony asked, "Doctor, how do you control yourself from getting angry?" "Queen Kerrigan has given me many tools to calm my mind." Banner continued to do his own thing. Seeing the situation, the captain stepped forward and said, "Tony, don't do this, your behavior may kill us all." Tony showed a surprised expression. "Captain, instead of doubting Dr. Banner, you might as well doubt Black Braised Egg. That guy is the king of spies." The captain was stunned. "What do you mean?" Dr. Banner on the side smiled and said, "Did you know, Loki once ridiculed director Nick Fury for trying to use the Rubik's Cube to develop the energy industry, but the only person in the world who can achieve energy self-sufficiency is here." As he spoke, he pointed at Tony. You have to know that even Queen Kerrigan was amazed by Tony's ability to develop energy and signed a cooperation agreement with him. Why didn't director Nick Fury invite Tony to join? Tony looked complacent. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for watching." As he spoke, he thrust his hand forward slightly, and a bag of snacks flew into his hand from the table. Psychic energy is so convenient. Captain America and Banner looked envious. Who says it's not? Tony was so proud of himself. Chapter 65. Then, Tony's face turned serious. "I think, based on this alone, S.H.I.E.L.D. should be investigated. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is the initiator of Avengers, it has no jurisdiction over the Avengers." Captain America frowned. "Tony, this is wrong, you shouldn't guess each other, at least obey orders." Tony glanced at him. "Captain, I am not Nick Fury's agent. I joined this group with the idea of protecting the Earth." Captain America was speechless. Seeing that Tony didn't listen to the advice, he could only lament and left the laboratory. People's hearts are not as old as they used to be, and the world is getting worse. But in Captain America's heart, there are also questions about what Nick Fury did. So, he secretly began to look up relevant information. On the other side, Kerrigan is inspecting Abathur's new Zerg development. "Queen, we have now developed two major technologies to accelerate the rolling of poisonous baneling insects and increase the speed of king insects. Now, the jump acceleration technology is about to be completed, and the research on saboteurs has begun to bear fruit." Abathur's words were full of pride. "Now, I'm just waiting for your order." "That's right, don't worry yet. We need a lot of resources to open up a new base in the universe. Someone will deliver these resources." 820 Kerrigan chuckled and said, "Go and get busy." As commanded. Abathur turned and left, and Kerrigan dialed Natasha Romanoff's number. "What's going on now?" "Queen, we have Loki under control. Tony and Dr. Banner are currently studying his scepter and want to find the whereabouts of the Tesseract." Natasha Romanoff said respectfully. "Well, be careful with that guy, he is very cunning, remember to save your own life first. By the way, inform Nick Fury, if necessary, the Zerg can take action." As commanded. "By the way, I heard that Hawkeye was controlled." There was a hint of laughter in Kerrigan's voice. "You also know? But I have nothing to do with him now." Natasha Romanoff explained hurriedly. "Don't worry, I know your past. But Hawkeye still needs to be rescued. He is fine. He is working hard for Loki now. Do you need me to help you rescue him?" Natasha Romanoff thought for a moment. "Your Majesty, I'll do it myself." "Very good, and I remember that S.H.I.E.L.D's base is a space carrier. You also know this?" "Definitely, although S.H.I.E.L.D's stealth technology has developed well, it still falls far behind when it comes to psychic abilities." Kerrigan said calmly. "If my guess is correct, Hawkeye and the others may launch an aerial attack on the space carrier. You should be careful." "Are you sure?" Natasha Romanoff looked tense. If Hawkeye were to attack the S.H.I.E.L.D base, this aircraft carrier would turn into a flying coffin in an instant. "Natasha Romanoff, the strongest fortresses are breached from the inside. Don't forget, the big guy is still with you." Kerrigan smiled and hung up. Foster came over and said, "Queen, It's time to start today's massage. Kerrigan stretched his body lazily, and Foster stepped forward to meet her, looking carefully at Lily. This made Kerrigan feel very comfortable. She just enjoyed it quietly. While enjoying it, Kerrigan reached out and touched Foster's head. Queen. Foster, whose face was slightly smoky, slowly raised his head. The two people's eyes met each other cleverly at this moment. Kerrigan smiled. You have really made a lot of progress. Natasha Romanoff was about to go to Nick Fury to explain Kerrigan's conjecture when she noticed that the atmosphere among everyone was a bit solemn. Jane hid aside to eat snacks, which was particularly loud in the silent room. Natasha Romanoff glanced at the tit-for-tat crowd, trotted up to Jane and asked, "What's going on?" Mr. Banner asked Hyludan why he used the Rubik's Cube to develop weapons, but Hyludan said it was to guard against the boy playing with the hammer. Then the Tin Woodman and Uncle Shield started to quarrel. After I came in, they were like this, staring at each other. Jane threw a snack into her mouth. "Mr. Tin Woodman, your snacks are good." Tony's mouth twitched. The Tin Man said, "Forget it, don't get angry with the child, His Majesty is still standing behind her." The faces of the superheroes named by Jane all looked a bit ugly. "Miss Jane, I am not a hammer player," Thor argued. "That's pretty much it?" His Majesty said, "You are still too weak now. Are you Thor or the Hammer God?" Jane said nonchalantly. Thor's face hardened. "Ahem, let's not talk about this for now. The top priority now is to find the Rubik's Cube." Nick Fury ignored the title Jane Black braised egg and came out to smooth things over. Natasha Romanoff said loudly, "His Majesty said Hawkeye may attack the space carrier. We must land immediately, otherwise this will be a flying iron coffin." Nick Fury was shocked. "What did you say?" Just then, there was an explosion. Hawkeye takes action. Half of the space carrier's engines were destroyed and it lost its balance instantly. The violent vibration made everyone unsteady, and Natasha Romanoff shouted angrily, "Damn it, it's Hawkeye." She immediately looked at Banner. "Dr. Banner, jump down now." Duh. His Majesty said that you are likely to lose your mind. It is best for you to leave the space carrier now. Banner looked confused and was kicked out of the space carrier by Natasha Romanoff. Loki, who was squatting in the cage, was stunned. "You haven't had time to control that monster yet?" Suddenly, Thor and Jane burst into the cell where Loki was being held. Jane said coldly, "Loki, tell us the whereabouts of the Rubik's Cube, or we will throw you down immediately." Loki laughed. "Little one, do you know who you're talking to? Let me tell him." Thor sighed, "Loki, be obedient. As long as you reveal the whereabouts of the Rubik's Cube, I guarantee you will be fine." Loki seemed to be interested. "Brother, can I hug you again? Captain America and Iron Man are busy repairing the engine." The entire aerospace aircraft carrier was in a mess. Fury is extremely heartbroken about this. You know, just a moment ago, this aircraft carrier was full of vitality and everything was competing, but now it has become a mess. At this moment, Hawkeye, who took advantage of the chaos to sneak in, raised his longbow and in the chaos, accurately shot the virus into S.H.I.E.L.D's computer. In an instant, all systems of the S.H.I.E.L.D aerospace aircraft carrier were paralyzed. "Damn it! Natasha Romanoff, go get him!" Fury ordered loudly, and he quickly arranged for everyone to escape. Hawkeye ran away, but now Natasha Romanoff is faster and stronger than him. In just a few moments, Hawkeye was punched down by Natasha Romanoff and tied up. "Jane, how are you doing over there?" Natasha Romanoff immediately asked on the communication channel. Although Thor was by her side, she still couldn't worry about Jane. "Well, the guy with the hammer was tricked into the cage by his brother and thrown in. I had a fight with Loki, and he ran away when he heard someone coming." Jane's voice sounded a little frustrated. "Okay, I'll come right away." Sure enough, Asgardians have no brains. Natasha Romanoff sighed slightly, picked up Hawkeye and immediately ran towards the cage. On the other side, Jane put down the phone and looked at Phil Coulson agent sheepishly. Sorry, I used too much force and trapped you." Phil Coulson, who was tied to the wall by a spider web, said helplessly, "It doesn't matter, please let me down." Just now, he rushed into the cell with a weapon. Jiang, who had just had a fight with Loki, thought he was an enemy. Jiang quickly controlled him. Looking at the cobwebs covering the entire room, Agent Phil Coulson rubbed his severely injured waist and sighed. What kind of monsters are those under His Majesty's command? Thanks to everyone's efforts, the aerospace aircraft carrier escaped. But the S.H.I.E.L.D agents suffered heavy losses. In the office, the atmosphere was very solemn. "This time, we lost," Fury said calmly. "But we will definitely take revenge and avenge the victims." Everyone nodded slowly. What's going on with Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye? Phil Coulson asked. Much better, his mind has returned to normal, but I haven't contacted Dr. Banner yet, so I don't know where he went. Everyone's mouths twitched. Weren't you the one who kicked him off the aircraft carrier? What's with this innocent look? Jane also said, the hammer player is also gone. Everyone pressed their foreheads together. Thor was very embarrassed this time. He was played around by his younger brother, and he still didn't know the news. Tony 1.4 coughed, ignore them too, speaking of which, I have some new ideas about Loki. Fury became interested. Tell me. That guy is a very conceited person. He designed to defeat us one by one just to show his ability. Then, what he wants next is the audience. Everyone was speechless. Captain America asked, Tony, how did you think of it? Because that's who I am. Tony spread his hands without blushing at all. Natasha Romanoff and Jane couldn't help rolling their eyes. Tony was very proud. If I were him, I would summon my army on the most gorgeous and spectacular building in the city to destroy the world. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. Damn it, that BD is eyeing my Stark building. Where else can there be the most gorgeous and spectacular building in the city besides my own Stark building? Tony immediately called Pepper and asked her to quickly arrange for the evacuation of all employees. Jasui, I built that with all my heart. Tony ran out of the office angrily, and then everyone saw him rising into the sky wearing a steel armor. Fury hesitated to speak and could only order, quick, we must go to support immediately. Everyone rushed out of the office and took a plane. Chapter 66. At the moment. On the top floor of the Stark building. The controlled Dr. Eric successfully activated the Tesseract. Tony flew from a distance and fired continuously at the instrument, but was completely unable to stop the Rubik's Cube from starting. Dr. Eric smiled and said, don't bother, once the Rubik's Cube is activated, it cannot be closed again. Tony looked at him deeply and prepared to activate the Mark 7 armor and destroy the equipment with all his strength. Suddenly, Tony's expression changed. On the top floor of the Stark building, he saw Loki. Hold him steady and wait for support. Tony ignored Dr. Isaac and slowly landed on the roof. J.A.R.V.I.S changed his suit, and Tony poured a glass of wine with a leisurely look on his face, and put on the Mark 7 control bracelet. Loki walked into the room with a smile. What? Give up? Now be loyal to me, and you can gain supreme divine power. Tony held the wine glass. I have no interest in recognizing an elk as the boss. Listen Loki, you have PD us off now. If we can't protect this planet, we will definitely take revenge on you. Loki sneered and dropped his smile. He slowly walked up to Tony, picked up the scepter, and wanted to control Tony's mind. OJ. Scepter collided with Tony's chest, making a soft sound, but there was no movement at all. Loki was stunned. He touched Tony's chest with his scepter again. Still only a soft sound. This has not been the case before. Loki was curious. Both of them looked a little embarrassed. Oh, sexual dysfunction and the like are not uncommon. 1 in 5 men. Before Tony could finish his mocking words, Loki locked his neck. 13. Loki was furious and threw him out. Who knew that Tony jumped back and stood up, condensing 2 light blades with his arms. What ability is this? Loki froze for a moment. Kill your ability. Tony yelled angrily and stabbed Loki. However, he stabbed only a phantom. Loki appeared behind Tony in an instant, and the scepter stabbed him in the vest. Tony dodged instantly, but was still scratched by the scepter. Still too weak. Tony sighed in his heart, and then activated the Mark 7 armor. In just an instant, various parts of the armor flew to Tony. Nice appearance, you have a good aesthetic. Loki said calmly. The power is even better. Tony raised his hand, and a laser cannon instantly knocked Loki away. Suddenly, a faint blue crack appeared in the sky. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, and you can see something rushing out of the cracks. Not good. Tony had no intention of caring about Loki anymore and rushed directly into the sky to stop these intruders. However, the Chitauri army was very large in number, and Tony was outnumbered. As soon as he took down a few flight machines, they were shot away by a burst of artillery fire, completely unable to stop the Chitauri's attack. Chitauri rushed out of the portal and immediately began to destroy and kill the city. Screams, roars, and calls for help were endless. In the new Umbrella underground base, Jerry was watching everything on the screen with trembling eyes. Foster whispered, Queen, when will we take action? Wait a minute, Nick Fury hasn't spoken yet, don't rush. Kerrigan chuckled and said, if we act too quickly, it may backfire. Mengli Tower, are the Thunder Beast troops ready? In front of Kerrigan, a huge amount of shadow leaned down. Thunder Beast Lord Menglita and his Thunder Beasts are ready, we are ready to fight for you. Very well, Abathur, arrange for our modified king insects to prepare to intercept nuclear bombs. The Zerg stage is not allowed to be disturbed. A figure fell from the sky. He holds a warhammer in his hand and wears armor, looking majestic. Loki, close the portal immediately. Thor stared at Loki standing on the roof, uncontrollably. Oh, my brother, the war has begun. Loki smiled evilly, this planet will soon belong to me. That's possible. Thor was furious and immediately swung his hammer and fought with Loki. Sir, we have arrived near the portal, and there are a large number of Kirita invaders. Agent Phil Coulson flew a fighter plane, carrying Natasha Romanoff and others to the battlefield. Nick Fury on the other fighter plane had a gloomy face. He looked at the ruins at his feet and the screaming crowd, and roared, Avengers, attack. Loki noticed them too. He immediately took out his neutral position and used magic on the plane. Phil Coulson had no time to escape and the plane was shot down. Natasha Romanoff grabbed him by the collar, and other superheroes grabbed the crew members and jumped out of the crashing plane. Buzz. With a soft cry, the portal in the sky expanded again. Natasha Romanoff shot a Kirita alien in the head and looked up at the sky. Look, what is that? Everyone raised their heads and were horrified to find that a giant beast with a head about 10 meters wide slowly poked its head out from the portal. As the giant beast appeared completely, everyone's eyes were full of shock. How to fight this kind of enemy? The giant beast in front of me has a length of 40 or 50 meters, and is covered in gray-black armor. It is extremely intimidating. If you can't beat me, you'll still have to fight. Natasha Romanoff squealed, but when she saw the crowds of people running away, she gritted her teeth. Captain, you go organize the evacuation first. Captain America nodded and immediately protected the crowd from evacuating. Jane fired 2 cobwebs that flew through the buildings, shooting down one Chitauri fighter after another. Tony flew high into the sky, using his mobility to distract the beast. Hawkeye fired arrows wildly, killing enemies one after another. But the number of enemies is too many. Although the beast was big, its reaction was not slow, and Tony was almost bitten to death several times. The entire battlefield situation fell into a bitter battle. Loki once again deceived Thor with an illusion and stabbed him. Afterwards, he went directly to the top floor of Stark building to admire his masterpiece. When everyone's scalps were numb, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Thor, who had recovered somewhat from his injuries, came to the battlefield and instantly cleared away a large number of enemies for everyone. Thud, tug, 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 tug. A dusty man came over on a battery car. Natasha Romanoff raised her eyebrows and said, Dr. Banner, you arrived just in time. Jiang slapped the head of the Chitauri warrior in front of him to pieces, but your means of transportation is a bit crude. Banner smiled and said, it just comes at the right time. Suddenly, Tony said a wise crack in the voice channel, Dr. Banner, welcome back, let's see what gift I brought you. Everyone was stunned, and then they found that the giant beast was following Tony and rushing towards everyone. Captain America, who had just helped the police evacuate the crowd, said, Dr. Banner, you can get angry now. Banner turned back and smiled, tell you a secret, Captain. I'm so hot right now. In just an instant, Banner transformed into Hulk, with the vicious head of a giant beast. As if the giant beast had been severely injured, half of its head was instantly suppressed. Its body was also twisted due to the huge force and stood up high. But the force of the backlash made Hulk unable to resist. When Tony saw this, he shouted, hold on. As he spoke, he launched a missile and blasted the giant beast away. The giant beast finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell to one side. All the Kirita warriors present stopped killing, stared at the crowd, and roared in anger. Natasha Romanoff loaded the bullet, Jane stretched out her hands, Thor stood ready with his hammer, and Hulk roared back at all enemies who dared to roar at him. Tony slowly landed next to everyone and stood with his comrades. Captain America picked up the shield and was ready to fight back at any time. Hawkeye drew his bow again and took aim. At the same time, a secret meeting between the military and S.H.I.E.L.D's top brass was being held nervously. Launch a nuclear bomb immediately. Destroy the invaders. A military boss shouted loudly. There are many citizens there. If you just sit back and do nothing, the whole world will fall into war. 313. Pierce also spoke. Seeing that they could not dissuade everyone from launching nuclear bombs, Nick Fury and General Ross had no choice but to contact Kerrigan privately. Standing on the Stark building, Loki looked at the people waiting below and said mockingly, if you don't overestimate your own capabilities, you will seek your own death. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. He turned his head, and a beautiful figure appeared behind him. That was a woman with an extraordinary temperament and an extremely noble look. The woman was on the phone and seemed to be in contact with someone. Who are you? Loki asked haughtily. The woman glanced at him, did not answer, and continued to call her own phone. Loki was furious and dared to ignore the future supreme ruler of the earth. He raised the scepter to attack, but put it down again. No matter who you are, you can't stop me from ruling the earth. Well, I think I still need a goddess. Are you interested? Now Loki is incomparable glory, he is not afraid of any threats. As long as the scepter is in hand, the portal cannot be closed, and armies will pour into the world constantly. Then, go and prepare what I want. The woman hung up the phone and looked at Loki contemptuously. Elk, even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like this. Loki was stunned for a moment, then realized who this woman was. Queen of the Zerg, Kerrigan. From Hawkeye, he also learned that there is another intelligent race on the earth, and Hawkeye also specifically explained that Kerrigan's strength is extraordinary. However, Loki is not panic at all now. Zerg. How can a creature like an insect fight against its own army? He laughed loudly. Kerrigan, Queen of the Zerg? That's ridiculous. Where are your Zerg? They only talk big words. Kerrigan put down the phone, her face expressionless. You want war, I will give you war. Since your choice is to despise the Zerg, then face the anger of the Zerg. Chapter 67. Kakaka. As Kerrigan finished speaking, the ground in New York City began to crack. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound, as if something was about to crawl out from the ground. The Chitauri soldiers looked at the ground curiously, watching the cracks getting bigger and bigger, getting closer and closer to their feet. The sky also became dark. At some point, the blue sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Crack. The deafening thunder startled the fleeing crowd. Their steps became faster and faster, and even if they fell, they had to get up and continue running for their lives. Large swaths of shadow emerged from the clouds. No, that's not a shadow. It's just because the number and volume of those shadows are so huge that even the blue sky is covered by them. In the sky, there was a faint sound of some kind of strange cry. With this cry, the shadows moved forward a little faster. Loki also saw clearly what these shadows were. They were spherical creatures, but the bodies of these spherical creatures were covered with dense holes, which was creepy. Next to the spherical creature, there are many small shadows connected together. The shadows flapped their wings, rising and falling. Finally, these little shadows revealed their true colors. They were a group of weird-looking flight creatures, flapping their wings and looking hideous and terrifying. The citizens and police officers who were busy escaping looked at the terrifying existence flying in the distance, their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe their eyes. They stopped and looked at the terrifying existence above their heads without any thoughts in their hearts. Only fear and trembling. What are those? Where did this monster come from again? Run away. It was not until someone yelled that everyone reacted and continued to run away like crazy. In space, the Kirita mothership also responded in time. They immediately informed Loki and asked him to continue to expand the portal so that more soldiers and giant beasts could come to fight. Loki turned around and glared at Kerrigan fiercely. Queen of the Zerg. If you think you can stop my army with just these things, then your end will be to be completely crushed by me. Oh, everyone can talk nonsense, why don't you try it? Kerrigan smiled disdainfully. Loki gritted his teeth and secretly began to gather his divine power to expand the portal and send more Kirita soldiers to the earth. The Avengers, who were waiting on the ground, also discovered anomalies in the sky. Jane and Natasha Romanoff cheered and high-fived each other. Great, His Majesty has taken action. Tony opened the mask and opened his mouth wide. Is this the Zerg army? He suddenly laughed. I recognize the Zerg in the sky. The ball-shaped one is the king insect, and the one flapping its wings is the alien dragon. They all saved me. Thor glanced at Tony in disbelief. How could this guy look so proud after being rescued? Hulk scratched his face. Should we run away? Captain America also reacted. Quick, find a place to hide immediately. If you are accidentally injured by friendly forces, you will suffer a big loss. The Avengers ran away without saying a word, showing their special abilities. The real big guys are out, so it's best for them to stay away. Due to the destruction of Chiro Tower, many buildings in New York City were destroyed. Bodies of the dead and broken walls were everywhere. People who had lost their mobility were screaming and wailing as they watched the cracks getting closer and closer to them. Their screams were hysterical, as if they were about to burst their throats. But what is strange is that the cracks passed these poor people and continued to drill towards the center of the battlefield. Without saying a word, a Kirita warrior fired a shot at the crack. The crack stopped. The Kirita warrior was so proud that he opened his mask to show off his bravery to his companions, while mocking their cowardice. The ridiculed Kirita warriors angrily came to the crack with weapons raised, trying to pull out the guy who brought fear to them. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and the crack exploded. A large mouth protruded from the crack, and Shi Yinsen instantly bit off half of his body and swallowed it. The other Kirita warriors screamed and retreated crazily, shouting in a gibberish language, trying to get as far away from the monster in front of them as possible. The big mouth was open, and inside was a spiral mouthpart that was constantly wriggling, and half of the Kirita's leg could be seen. Then, the black sea of insects spurted out from the big mouth. A swarm of strange-looking insects instantly covered the nearby ground and attacked the helpless Kirita soldiers. They were very fast, some sprayed acid and corroded the Kirita people into slag, and some swung the scythes on their heads and tore the flesh in front of them into pieces. Boom 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 boom. The constant roar echoed throughout the city. The completely indistinguishable number of nidus worms opened their mouths with all their strength and sent the small Zerg to the front line. 3-meter-tall hydralisks slowly crawled out of the tunnels dug by the nidus worms. They sprayed out black spikes and nailed the Kirita soldiers trying to resist to the building in front of them. The springtails jumped nimbly in the Kiritans' artillery fire. They were in groups of 3 and 5, causing a lot of damage to the Kiritans who had no time to react. The endless sea of insects formed a line, like giant waves rolling toward the shore during a tsunami. However, this huge wave is gray-black. The Kirita people's flying boats and artillery could not make a single splash in front of this huge wave, and they were completely swallowed up by the huge wave in an instant. Loki looked at the huge waves in the distance, his lips and teeth were a little dry. How many of these creatures are there? Can my own army really withstand the sweep of these huge waves? Loki had some doubts, but quickly put them out of his mind. No, I will never give up. The Kirita people's army is endless, and these bugs alone cannot be a match for my army. As long as you continue to expand the portal, you can crush these low-level creatures. He raised his face and said disdainfully. Queen Kerrigan, you are too naive if you think you can defeat my army with just these lowly creatures. Kerrigan glanced at him and said nothing. A guy who has no ability and only talks big words is not worthy of her paying any more attention to him. Loki opened his arms and shouted angrily, my army is endless. Eliminating these little bugs of yours is no more difficult than crushing ants. He raised the scepter, and a faint blue light shone on the scepter. The portal in the sky suddenly became dozens of times larger. The Kiritans' behemoths and fighter planes jumped from the cracks. Just like Loki said, he will crush these Zerg like ants. On the other side, fighter planes carrying nuclear bombs soared into the sky, carrying the hopes of all forces, and flew towards New York. General Ross and Nick Fury jumped anxiously. The Zerg have clearly been dispatched, and now they still insist on using nuclear bombs. Do these guys want to eliminate them together with the Zerg? They were both right. Although General Ross reported that he had notified the Zerg and that the Zerg had already dispatched. But the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. gritted their teeth and decided to release the nuclear bomb. The oppression the Zerg gave them was too terrifying. With this kind of quantity and this kind of fighting power, how can these high-ranking people feel relieved? Kerrigan has never exposed the true strength of the Zerg before, and the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. are seeking help from the Zerg, so everyone turns a blind eye. But now, seeing those giant waves of insects see, everyone has no other thoughts except fear. Destroy the Zerg. Destroy them all together with the alien invaders. Even if the whole of New York turns to white ground, we won't hesitate. Looking at the retreating fighter planes, General Ross could only pray to God and hope that the above idea would succeed. But he also knew that that was impossible. With Kerrigan's terrifying strength, will she really be wiped out by a nuclear bomb? He doubted this. At that time, humans may be counterproductive and trigger an all-out war between Zerg and humans. 5 fighter planes that had just taken off were approaching the sky above New York and Vietnam. The communication channel suddenly flickered, and a voice rang in the ears of the flight crews. Humans, you are disturbing the Zerg battle. Return immediately, otherwise destruction awaits you. Following this sound, the flight crews were horrified to find that huge amounts of spherical creatures appeared on both sides of the fighter plane. Next to the spherical creatures, there were dozens of flapping-winged terrifying creatures. These creatures were staring at them. These guys are talking to us. Do you want to return? Damn it, do you want to be court-martialed? The lead pilot gritted his teeth and calmed his mind, ignore these monsters, if they dare to hinder our actions, destroy them. However, as soon as he continued to push the operating lever, the monsters on both sides of the fighter jet sprayed out dense black balls from Little Molly. Boom. The fighter plane was instantly hit by a small black ball and exploded into pieces in the air. The nuclear bomb carried on the fighter plane fell from the sky along with the fragments of the fighter plane. A monster swooped down and caught the round little guy. The other fighters had no time to react and were instantly wiped out by those monsters. All the nuclear bombs had no time to detonate and were all taken away by those monsters. The military bosses in the base were shocked and angry. They wanted to control the detonation of the nuclear bomb, but the detonation buttons were all pressed. There was no movement in the endless sky. General Ross looked at all this and muttered to himself, "It's over, it's all over." The military bosses sat down dumbly, not knowing how to face the wrath of the Zerg. A lieutenant colonel looked at the nuclear bomb lost contact picture on the screen and was secretly shocked, but also a little regretful. It is clear that there is only a small chance that a nuclear bomb will explode in New York and Vietnam. But for them, it works. Maybe America will be completely hostile to the Zerg because of this, and Hydra will be able to continue fishing in troubled waters. Maybe, the most powerful country on Earth will be completely controlled by Hydra.